Deep in a forest, a young man named Ian Purkis stood amid the corpses of a wolf pack. Blood painted the area red, and the brutal flames made the place look like nothing short of a hellscape. He decisively pulled his sword out of a wolf's body. Deadly streams of red energy wrapped around his body. The showdown between Ian Purkis and the wolf pack was far from over. Right now, he faced two giant wolves enveloped in ferocious aura. Bearing their fangs at him, they snarled and prepared to pounce. Ian Purkis showed no fear, his eyes full of courage and determination as he swung his sword toward them in defiance. "Want to go another round?" Instantly, the two wolves charged forward like lightning. Their movements left trails of light, making it nearly impossible for anyone to catch their speed. Within seconds, the wolves leaped right above Ian Purkis's head. They bared their fangs with eyes that looked ready to devour him alive, while he casually stood his ground to face them. Both wolves roared fiercely at the same time, but without keeping them waiting, Ian Purkis delivered a decisive sword strike. He successfully ran his blade through one wolf's head, making it gape its jaws in agony. With another thrust, Ian Purkis stabbed the wolf, leaving it completely motionless. Then, he spun in midair, taking down the second wolf. Suddenly, a roaring howl echoed out. The remaining wolf had opened its mouth wide, lunging at Ian Purkis with razor-sharp teeth. Luckily, he reacted fast enough to swing his sword across the wolf's jaws. But then he realized something and shouted out, "You!" With overwhelming strength, the wolf clamped onto the sword and tossed him backward. Ian Purkis hurriedly glanced behind him with his golden eyes, his face filled with extreme worry as he spotted something. As Ian Purkis was pushed back, another wolf appeared out of nowhere to block his retreat, putting him in a dire life-or-death situation. But quick as a flash, Ian manifested an axe and gripped it tight. Driven by sheer determination, he swung the axe hard at the incoming wolf. It was knocked out instantly, but the attack didn't stop there. The other wolf was still shoving him back. Using its intelligence, the wolf slammed Ian Purkis hard against a massive tree trunk. Despite the pain, he seized the opportunity the moment the wolf released his sword, raising it high to slash the beast. Ian aimed straight for the wolf's eye. Along with that slash came a relentless barrage of axe strikes, sending blood splattering everywhere. A moment later, the surroundings fell quiet. Ian Purkis trudged forward, leaving a final word for the corpses behind. "Thanks, guys." However, there was still one wolf left, glowing with a purple aura. In its mouth was a piece of blood-soaked cloth. It growled menacingly at its enemy. This wolf was huge, looking as large as all the previous wolves put together. Now it stood right in front of Ian Purkis, baring its razor-sharp teeth. Looking at it, he could only spit out, "Son of a bitch." Staring straight at the giant wolf with fearless eyes, Ian Purkis said, "Thanks to you, I know that letter was real. So you don't need to stay alive anymore." Scene changes to the academy. Ian Purkis was now a student in the 53rd swordsmanship class. He was tipsy, extremely excited, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Goodbye, worries. Midterms are finally over, and yours truly survived this damn academy once again." Standing right next to him was Celine Haster from the 52nd night class. She crossed her arms and spoke up, shattering Ian's dream. "It was just midterms. Do you really have a scream like that? One failing grade and you're expelled, you know." But Leto Einstern from the 53rd swordsmanship class, holding a bottle of booze nearby, said cheerfully, "Hey, just leave him alone for now. He's happy because he gave it his all." His best friend hit the nail right on the head. Ian Purkis slapped his thigh repeatedly and chuckled happily. "Spot on. I might suck at swordsmanship, but I still aced the movement and writing skills exams." Embracing the drunkard spirit, Leto chimed in, "Even if you pull that off, after graduation you'll just end up as a guard in some average town anyway." Celine Haster looked at the two of them, completely helpless. Must be nice being able to stay so carefree. Me? After every exam, it feels like my lifespan gets shaved off. The two guys had downed way too much liquor, throwing their arms around each other's shoulders and saying in unison, "We're at the best academy in the Empire. Of course it's not going to be easy." Suddenly, Celine Haster yelled at them angrily, "Did you really need to state the obvious? Ian Purkis immediately fired back. Who started this in the first place, huh? Leto just laughed, helplessly watching them argue, not bothering to waste any more breath. Celine turned to leave, tossing back a reminder. Whatever. You know the first class tomorrow morning is practical swordsmanship, right? If you're late, you'll get points deducted, so go home and get some sleep. Hearing that, Ian turned to head back to his room while complaining. Why the hell do we have practicals right after exams anyway? The moon had reached its peak, yet the three of them were still blabbering. Seeing that Ian lost his energy, Celine said, well, no big deal. I'm heading back too. See you guys tomorrow. Hearing that, a drunk Ian shouted back, yeah, see you tomorrow. Lacking the energy of the other two, Leto yawned repeatedly as he headed home. Finally, Ian made it back to his bedroom. Opening the door exhaustedly, he groaned, never picking a morning class again. He jumped onto his warm, comfy bed, still muttering under his breath, never again. After a tiring day, Ian finally drifted off into a sweet sleep. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out as if calling someone. Delphirim. A tragic scene of death and ruin appeared, with corpses scattered all over the ground. Amidst the sea of bodies, a lone figure sat quietly in a corner. Suddenly, as the figure turned around, it was Ian Purkis. He was staring at a crow perched on a corpse. Then, that strange voice echoed once again, Delphirim is coming. Ian Purkis's face looked completely different now. His eyes glowed brightly, yet they were unfocused. His dull eyes stared blankly into the distance. The mysterious voice urged frantically, we must stop him. Ian Purkis was standing in the middle of a sea of flames, with meteors constantly raining down on the land. Ian Purkis suddenly sat up abruptly, snapping out of the dream. Sweat drenched his face, and he looked terrified, not understanding what had just happened. He sat dazed on the bed, asking himself, what kind of dream was that? Isn't Delphirim just a legendary figure? Touching the back of his neck, he felt a slight throb and figured he must have had a nightmare because he drank too much. Suddenly, some strange letters on the desk caught Ian Purkis's attention. Looking at the letters and the calendar, he felt confused. What's wrong with the date on this calendar? Isn't today an odd date? What's this letter? Ian then walked over to the desk, picked up the letter, and examined, curiosity taking over. He opened the letter to read it. Looking at the letter, Ian started taking wild guesses. The person who left this letter even flipped my calendar pages. Ah, judging by the handwriting, the writer is probably a girl. Still not actually reading the letter, Ian kept guessing and then shocked himself. No way. He imagined female students having a secret crush on him and said excitedly, is there someone at this academy who's secretly in love with me? Ian happily held the letter in his hands and muttered to himself, I'm going to be late for class, but to be polite, I should probably skim through it real quick, right? Finally, Ian got serious and read the letter. I used to think it was just a fairy tale I read as a child, and sometimes I still think it's all just a dream where our names were carved into those pages. Tonight, I will dream of you again, from Cephia, year 571 of the imperial calendar, month day. As he read, he couldn't help admiring, the handwriting is really pretty. Ian sat down at the desk, resting his chin on his hand, thinking to himself about a fiancé embarking on an expedition with a monster hunting club for practical class. Finishing the letter, the excitement on Ian's face completely vanished. He muttered to himself, I got played. Comparing it to the calendar on the desk, Ian said disappointedly, even the date is wrong. They didn't put any effort into this at all. Should have prepared better. Cephia, huh? One line in the letter read, if we do not protect the future, the world will end, which made Ian doubt the letter even more. And then there was that dream part at the end too, so disappointing. Thinking he had been pranked, he angrily crumpled the letter and said to himself, what a total nightmare. I better get to class fast. He tossed the letter straight into the trash can, thinking, who'd bother sending me a love letter anyway? Scene shifts to the bustling academy. The moment Ian set foot inside, he felt like something was off. Why was everyone around him staying away from him, whispering secretly, be careful not to make eye contact or he'll start talking to you? Or is that the crazy guy? Is he the one from the rumors? I heard he beat them up. Ian suddenly felt strange as he touched his waist. Looks like everyone's staring at me. And why do I have an axe at my side? Extremely flustered by the current situation, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. What the hell is this? Finally, his saviors arrived. Ian spotted his two friends standing nearby and shouted their names. Leto, Celine, but their reaction was completely unexpected. Both of them immediately pretended not to see him, turning around and complimenting how nice the weather was. On this side, Leto leaned into Celine's ear and whispered, "Ignore him. Just act like we don't know him." Celine had the same idea, so she quickly replied, "Of course, I don't want to get dragged into some weird place again." Seeing the two of them acting shady and ignoring him, Ian called out loudly, "Hey, can't you hear me?" Hearing that, Leto turned to look at him and suddenly realized something. Huh? Wait a second. Since when? Leto instantly rushed over, inspecting him from head to toe and analyzing. "You look different from yesterday. Your eyes are clearer." Meanwhile, Ian, who was already annoyed by everyone giving him weird looks, got even more irritated. "Hey, I'm in no mood for jokes." Before he could even finish a sentence, Leto rushed up with teary eyes and hugged him, shouting, "Ian, the evil spirit possessing you is finally gone." Ian quickly pushed Leto away with his hands, utterly confused. "What evil spirit? What are you talking about?" "Stop it, that's gross." Celine finally explained. "Something strange possessed you for the entire past week." Hearing this pushed Ian even deeper into doubt. "A whole week? But I remember just saying goodbye to you guys last night." Upon hearing that, Celine snapped angrily. "You don't remember anything?" While Leto vented in frustration. "For a whole week, you treated us like servants. Our reputation is completely ruined now, you bastard," Leto said helplessly. "If you hadn't threatened us with that axe, we would have dragged you to an exorcist long ago." Hearing him say that, Ian looked skeptically at the axe in his hands. "An axe? You mean this?" Seeing the axe, both Leto and Celine sighed fed up and warned him, "Please keep that thing away from us, will you? Those traumatic memories are coming back." Everything happened way too suddenly. Ian still couldn't understand why he had been like that for the past week, thinking to himself, "I was possessed by an evil spirit? Does stuff like that actually happen? I don't remember being near anywhere dangerous or holding anything weird. Does it have anything to do with that nightmare?" The conversation between the other two brought him back to reality. They were relieved. "Good thing it's gone." "Yeah. Glad it disappeared before anything worse happened." Hearing them say that made Ian a bit uneasy, so he immediately asked, "What incident? What did I do?" Celine dropped a bombshell. "Yeah, a huge one. You beat up the top student of the second year." Ian tried to process the information. The top second-year student. They were talking about the youngest Aura Master, the girl known as the monster swordswoman among the second years, Syria Yurdina. He asked to double-check in sheer disbelief. "I beat up that monster? You're kidding, right?" But Celine replied completely deadpan. "Why so surprised? You put her in the hospital for a whole week." Ian screamed in total disbelief. "No way. What kind of evil spirit possessed me to pull off something like that?" Celine lost her patience and asked, "Who knows, Ian? What are you planning to do next?" Still unable to process the news, Ian asked back in confusion. "Planning what?" Celine worried for him and said, "I mean today's swordsmanship class. You're going to see her again today, remember?" This was truly a bolt from the blue for Ian, making him wonder, "Me? How?" In fact, the very first letter Ian read contained the following: "To my dear Ian Purkis. I wonder if there is anyone who dislikes spring? I heard this in the Capitol, a bank a while ago. You were a mature gentleman wearing elegant attire. Your sophistication and composure left a deep impression on me. Thinking back now, I guess you must have worked for a noble family before. You said that last winter you wandered aimlessly, but your smile was as warm as spring sunshine. It must be because winter has passed." Flashback to a week ago. Syria Yurdina was lying on the ground with a look of utter disbelief, her sword having fallen from her hand. Syria Yurdina struggled, leaning on her sword to stand back up. Trembling as she stood, she said in disbelief, "Unbelievable. You couldn't even last 10 seconds against me before, But Ian replied coldly, "The most unbelievable thing is your mediocre swordsmanship." Saying that, he landed a heavy strike right on Syria Yurdina's face, knocking her hard backward. Syria Yurdina flew off the training ring, slamming hard into the wall behind her. Without stopping there, Ian continued using his sword to strike viciously at Syria Yurdina's back. Witnessing this scene made it hard for anyone to believe their eyes. Isn't Syria undefeated, even against Class 54 students? How did Ian win? Meanwhile, in the duel, Ian walked over to where Syria Yurdina lay. With lifeless, cold eyes, he swung his sword and said, "Hey, look at this. Don't you find it suspicious at all?" He raised his sword high, preparing to deliver a finishing blow, but didn't forget to remind Syria Yurdina, "You just jump in whenever you see an opening, don't you?" Failing to realize it was just a trap. End of flashback. Ian still couldn't believe it, asking himself, why do I have to spar with a classmate anyway? Looking at Syria Yurdina, who was determined to get revenge, Ian muttered to himself, "It'd be better if it were an opponent I could actually stand a chance against." But having to fight the Academy's undefeated student, Syria Yurdina gripped her sword, getting into an offensive stance. From the sidelines, Celine shouted out a warning. "Ian, forfeit while you still can. Just surrender." The crowd of onlookers around them began gossiping. Syria is really persistent. For real, she got beaten terribly, but she just refuses to accept it. They kept chatting, totally unconcerned about Syria Yurdina's feelings. The professors always cover for her just because she's strong, but this must have really damaged her pride. Honestly, even I'd feel embarrassed. Inside the arena, Ian and Syria Yurdina were now fully ready. The professor finally called for order. Silence, everyone. The professor didn't forget to remind them. Remember, this duel replaces a normal class, so it will affect your grades. Although Ian was reluctant, there was nothing he could do except complain to himself. Curse that evil spirit. You should have taken care of things properly before vanishing. After doing whatever you wanted, what the hell am I supposed to do now? He looked over at Syria Yurdina, assessing the situation. She's a top student. Losing a few points is nothing to her. But if I fail this class, I'm going to end up a jobless parasite living off my parents. All right, I just need to hold out until she's satisfied. 10 minutes should be enough. Making his final resolution, Ian cleared his head and prepared to fight. But before he could even do anything, Syria Yurdina appeared right in front of him out of nowhere. In an instant, he was sent flying backward by Syria Yurdina's strike. His flying without wings moment ended with a perfect faceplant onto the ground. Now Ian came to realize his actual reality. He screamed internally, 10 minutes my ass. 1 minute is enough to put me in a hospital bed. But if I give up here, she won't let it slide. Man, this hurts. Determined not to let Syria Yurdina seek further revenge on him, Ian stood up and said, "My turn now, right?" On the other side, Syria Yurdina replied coldly, "Do whatever you want." Instantly, Ian rushed forward towards Syria Yurdina. He leaped high, spinning in the air to swing his sword decisively. But right then, Ian doubted himself. What's this? Why does my body feel so light? Ian felt like he had become a different person. He delivered a powerful strike, but his mind was filled with disbelief. What the hell happened during the time? I can't remember. His body moved precisely as he wanted it to. Having seen what she wanted, Syria Yurdina smiled triumphantly, confident she could get her revenge. Syria Yurdina's eyes instantly turned razor-sharp, an invisible pressure surging forth. Syria Yurdina easily deflected Ian's move, sending his sword flying right out of his hand. Ian collapsed onto the ground in immense pain. I thought I'd find a way to manage, but nope, total hopelessness. Seeing her opponent like this, Syria Yurdina questioned, "So you didn't leave that opening on purpose?" His current performance baffled Syria Yurdina. Yet last week, you brushed me aside so easily like you were just playing around with me. By now, Ian had reached his breaking point with the pile of trouble dropping on his head. Pushed past his limit, he hollered, "Last week this, last week that. Shut the hell up about last week. Hear it one more time, and I'm going to go crazy." However, Ian's words infuriated Syria Yurdina. She gritted her teeth and yelled, "Whose fault is it that I became a laughingstock to everyone?" Saying that, Syria Yurdina unleashed her full strength, jumping high with her sword to strike him head-on, as if venting all her humiliation. Instantly, Ian raised his sword to block this sudden strike. By now, Ian realized one thing. Without a doubt, his motion perception and reaction speed had increased, at least enough to match her. Thanks to that, Ian was able to deflect Syria Yurdina's incoming attacks. Shortly after, Ian was knocked back, slamming hard onto the arena floor. The two of them were like robots, clashing with each other again and again. But the difference was that this time, Ian had intuitive reads on Syria Yurdina's movements. As Syria Yurdina charged in, he quickly realized she was swinging low, and then Ian caught that the next hit was heading straight for him. And the next time, Ian thought, or at least it looked like it, that it was actually a continuous flurry of attacks. The longer they fought, the more Ian felt like this was a massive pain. Yet somehow he was still keeping up. After getting knocked far back once again, he realized it, propping his sword to stand up with a thought. Wait, why does she have so many wasted movements? Suddenly, Syria Yurdina shouted right in front of Ian. Don't just charge in because you see an opening, treat it as a trap. Turns out, the reason I came here today is because didn't you say that last week? That's why I demanded a rematch. But this time, Syria Yurdina looked at Ian and could only spit out 5 words. But you're seriously terrible, she yelled out. Is it time for you to get serious? Before charging forward to attack. Thanks to those words, Ian finally realized. I get it. My strength really did increase. Thanks to those words, Ian finally realized. I get it. My strength really did increase. Ian and Syria Yurdina clashed fiercely. Ian also understood that because of the words he said last week, she was overcomplicating her moves with extra motions. The two traded blows from one side of the arena to the other, not stopping for even a single second. The two swords clashed violently. Ian still seemed at a disadvantage against Syria Yurdina's strikes. Syria Yurdina remained determined to win, while Ian now thought to himself, all right, fine, I've held my ground against her long enough. If I give up now, she won't say anything either. Meanwhile, Syria Yurdina was feeling extremely confident in her strength, raising her sword high as she declared, Good. Now that you're taking this seriously, I'll show you what I can really do. With that, she charged right at him. And at that exact moment, Ian knew this was his opening. Ian intentionally stood still to take the hit, wanting to end this feud that had dropped out of nowhere onto his head. After the strike landed, the professor announced, if Ian cannot stand up within 5 seconds, the winner is Syria. Dazed and fading, Ian thought to himself, getting possessed, dueling the top student. These are the most unbelievable things that have ever happened in my life. The professor on the other side had counted down to 1. Right before losing consciousness, Ian thought, still, I've done what I needed to do to make amends. Time to go back to being an ordinary guy. Just as the professor counted to 2, Syria Yurdina realized it. You took that hit on purpose, didn't you? Don't think it ends here. I'm going to demand another rematch if you try to end it like this. Hearing those words, just as the professor reached 3, Ian instantly snapped awake. Meanwhile, Syria Yurdina kept going. Whether you refuse, skip class, or whatever, I'll keep challenging you over and over until you suffer the same humiliation I went through. Her words pissed Ian off to no end, considering he'd been working himself to the bone over stuff he couldn't even remember. He was genuinely annoyed. Do you really view me as your mortal enemy just because I teased you for a week? Seeing this, the professor checked in. Ian, if you want to forfeit, you should do it now. Well, do you want to call it quits? He immediately answered with firm resolve. No, I can keep going. Thus, the professor announced, all right, then the match continues. Both of you get ready. The two stood prepared in the middle of the arena, awaiting the signal. This was exactly what Syria Yurdina wanted. Gripping her sword tightly, she said, very good. There's no way this ends like that. Ian was backed into a corner now, a single thought flashing in his mind. Since I can't run away, Ian decided to go all out, telling himself, then yours truly will rip that damn pride of yours to shreds. As Ian was building up his resolve, Syria Yurdina quickly lunged forward to attack. But instead of dodging, Ian stood his ground, staring back at her unflinchingly. In an instant, with just one bare hand, Ian successfully caught Syria Yurdina's sword. Stunned and unable to comprehend what had just happened, Syria Yurdina blurted out instinctively, "No way." Ian kept his face dark and silent, holding Syria Yurdina firm as anxiety and restlessness washed over her. Ian leaned right into Syria Yurdina's face, uttering in a chillingly cold tone, "Caught you." The second part of the first love letter read, "Every time we do this, we think about what we've accomplished, protecting the world and becoming heroes. I used to think it was just a fairy tale read as a child, and sometimes I still feel like it's all a dream when our names are etched onto those pages. Is it all thanks to you? Just like you said, maybe it's thanks to all of us." Ian gasped for air repeatedly, trying to compose himself. Can't run away. He looked at Syria in front of him, who was scowling in a defensive stance. "Today, I'm going to rip that foolish pride of yours to shreds once again." Ian crouched low, observing her silently. During the last exchange, I could clearly read her sword movement patterns. Syria watched him with a serious glare, and I can dodge these hits without a problem, as long as I focus. Sweating, Ian looked up and urged her in his head, "Come at me." The moment he finished the thought, Syria charged at full speed. "I will completely shatter your pride." Syria swung her sword in a straight path as she lunged forward. Ian opened his eyes wide, watching carefully, amazed. I can see the trajectory of her sword. Syria arched her body and leaped high, pulling her sword back. Her entire face contorted as she swung down diagonally from Ian's shoulder. Ian's eyes lit up as he saw right through it, reminding himself in his head. And the timing of the swing, those small legs quickly bounced up high. Ian stood there dazed, looking upward and waiting. Syria gripped the wooden sword tightly and swung down with massive force. Moments later, a loud, heavy impact echoed out. Syria stared blankly as her sword was completely blocked. Ian glared right at her, warning, "Caught you." Ian spun around and immediately tossed her sword far away, to Syria's utter shock. And in that split second, he swung his own sword, shouting out loud, "It's over." Syria's eyes widened in silent horror, and then she kept clutching her head, trembling violently in fear. Ian realized the situation in confusion, staring down, silent, questioning himself. "Wait, is this really okay?" Ian stared blankly down, pondering, why did I have to resolve something from a week ago anyway? It didn't fix anything. In fact, this situation is just going to repeat itself. Ian reached out into the air towards Syria. "It's not about winning or losing. It's about the clear issue right in front of us." Then Syria scowled, enduring a painful forehead flick. Everyone present gasped and started whispering in surprise. Syria grimaced, kneeling down to confront him, while Ian tried to calm the mood. What the hell do you think you're doing? Are you mocking me just because you won? Why are you so obsessed with beating me?" Syria went quiet, seemingly understanding the point of the question. Syria shouted angrily, questioning him repeatedly. "Because winning is everything." Ian smiled softly, finding it puzzling. Is what other people think really that important? An image of Syria training tirelessly flashed by. Serve as a reminder. Losing one match won't make people think any less of you. And no matter what anyone says, the effort you put into training your swordsmanship won't just vanish in an instant. Syria sat down helplessly, lost in thought. "That's true, but of course getting mocked still hurts like hell." Ian looked down with a smile, challenging her logic. "But if the thing you've been worrying about this whole time, if all that effort suddenly became meaningless, wouldn't that be completely unfair?" Syria blushed, looking up in a daze. Ian pointed out with a relaxed demeanor, "I've been losing the entire time I've been at this academy, so take it from me. There's no reason to give a damn about other people's selfish words." Sunlight gradually began to shine over the roof of the tallest tower. Syria smiled and closed her eyes, realizing he was right. "It seems I unconsciously convinced myself that my swordsmanship was useless, even though it's the very skill I built while believing in myself. I've learned a lot from you." Syria bowed politely to say goodbye. "Thank you." Celine was surprised up in the stands. "So that means Ian won." Others watching also chimed in with fascination. "He beat the top second-year student twice. Man, who the hell is that guy?" Professor Derek shouted excitedly from the side. "Oh, youth is wonderful. The winner of this match is Ian. Ian walked off solemnly, ignoring the gazes of those around him. From now on, I'll walk my own path, no matter what anyone says. His eyes shone brightly with a glimmer of hope, just like the advice he was given. Right away, rumors spread fast, proving that things never go as planned. Hey, look, it's that rumored Ian Purkis. People right behind his back kept gossiping endlessly. Isn't he the guy who almost killed her the first time and then forced her to admit defeat the second time? Oh my God, stay away from him. Ian stayed quiet, reflecting inwardly. I only won because she couldn't show her true capabilities. I didn't win because I'm strong. Then he thought about his own progress, which wasn't small either. Granted, my ability to sense aura and mana has definitely improved significantly compared to before. No matter how many wasted movements she made, if my skills were worse than hers, I wouldn't have one in the first place. Ian felt puzzled remembering last week's scandal. A pair of hands suddenly reached out from behind to remind him. What the hell happened to me during that week? I can't remember. Ian, hey, are you trying to jog your memory about that week? Leto followed, right behind alongside Celine, greeting him cheerfully. Hey, didn't you see I was here too? Celine and Ian rubbed their heads in frustration. I still don't get why I got possessed. The two quickly struck up a conversation on the topic. The saintess at the church said you were fine, so I'm sure you're okay. Okay, but there are weird rumors about me everywhere. Celine brushed it off playfully, reassuring him. Who cares about those stupid rumors? It's not even that bad. Before, you were looked down upon as a low-tier noble, but that's not the case anymore, is it? Celine blushed and immediately started complaining. Ian just replied happily. Every time I hear he's got a handsome face, but he's a country bumpkin noble, so he's not very attractive. I get pissed off. But hey, it still means they like me. Just as Ian was about to continue, Celine kicked his leg hard. All right, whatever. Ignoring his pained expression, Celine turned her head away. Thanks to you, even the high nobles stopped treating us like dirt, out of fear that you'd crush them. Celine turned around, prying curiously while Ian held his leg in agony. By the way, is that rumor true? Which rumor? There's more than just one or two rumors about me lately. Leto stepped up to bring it back, while Celine was shocked behind him. They say Syria has been following you around ever since that day. Is that true? That look over there, don't make it obvious. All three quickly turned their heads to look. From a distance, a white-haired head was constantly spying on the three of them. Syria blushed beneath her small black mask. Leto teased Ian, blocking Celine, who was screaming behind him. Does she really think that disguise is working? Why do you keep following Ian around anyway? Don't you remember he beat you half to death not long ago? Leto looked at Ian with concern, bringing it up. Ian just felt drained and annoyed. What did she start tailing you? About 5 days ago. It's so annoying, I'm going to lose my mind. Leto immediately suggested talking it out, making Ian sigh in exhaustion. Then go talk to her before she loses her mind. Fine. On the other side, Syria blushed, keeping her head low as she muttered, I need to ask him as soon as possible. Ian walked up, scratching his cheek awkwardly as he began. Syria, I noticed you've been following me around lately. Is there something you wanted to say? Syria was startled and quickly tried to explain. Senior Ian, did you see through my disguise? Does she seriously think that disguise works? Syria blushed, clasping her hands, and hurriedly spoke up. I want to ask you to teach me, because I want to get stronger. Oh, she's much more polite than last week. Ian slowly opened his mouth to speak. What could I possibly teach you? If we're talking about morals, that's one thing, but I have nothing to teach someone who's stronger than me. He looked at Syria, who was tilting her head, waiting for an answer. More importantly, I'm finally living a normal life again. I really don't want to get involved with her. Syria immediately turned him down. Sorry, but I refuse. Syria panicked, trying to find a reason. Huh? But you beat me twice. It wasn't because of my skill or anything. You just let your guard down. Ian turned around, hurrying away. Syria followed behind, trying to persuade him. Honestly, the only reason I won was pure luck. Luck is a skill too, you know. But right after that, Syria's proposal caught Ian off guard. If you can't do it long term, at least until the hunting festival. Please. The hunting festival. Quickly, The events mentioned in the letter began to surface in his mind. Come to think of it, that absurd letter also mentioned the hunting festival. There were a lot of accidents during that year's festival. Emma from the pharmacology department went to gather herbs and was attacked by a mysterious beast. She was found with her stomach torn wide open. Ian froze as he recalled the crucial detail. Syria blushed anxiously as she explained, "Of course, there's no reason for you to help me. But thanks to you, I remembered many things I need to do." Walking away, Ian reminded her, "If you want to get stronger, you should ask Professor Derek to teach you, not me." Leto and Celine watched curiously from behind. Ian hurried off. "Hey, where are you going all of a sudden? Did you settle things with Syria?" "Not yet, but I remembered there's something else I need to do. See ya." The contents of the letter resurfaced in Ian's memory. "Honestly, I don't believe a single thing written in that letter, but my friend's name appearing in it is bugging me. I have to confirm if she's safe and whether it's actually possible to receive a letter from the future." Under the golden, shimmering sunlight reflecting off the ceramic jar, Emma was brewing medicine, preparing in silence. Ian scowled, asserting to himself, "She definitely knows." The first letter read, "I've gotten used to life in Aaroncourt. I was worried about what would happen when I crossed the desert where only sand was in sight. But in the end, it turned out to be a place where people live too, with a warm sun and a sea sparkling under the sunlight reflections. Have you ever heard that if you look through the eyes of a fairy, you'll see hidden treasures? That's just how it is. Writing a letter to you has become an important part of my day as well." Sunlight stretched long across the school courtyard, looking as golden as honey spilling out of a jar. Syria Yerdina took a deep breath, then slashed her sword forward with immense power. Her eyes burned with absolute determination. Professor Derek, standing nearby, gasped, "Excellently done." Derek continued sternly, "You're almost there. Just keep practicing, and you'll be able to manifest a complete aura before the hunting season arrives." Syria replied politely, "Thank you, Professor." Derek chuckled heartily. "Honestly, I never thought you'd ask me to teach you." Syria shared enthusiastically, "Senior Ian told me I should ask you for guidance, Professor." Derek broke out into a cold sweat in utter confusion, asking back, "Ian." Syria suddenly froze, a look of apprehension washing over her face. Stroking her chin, she said with a solemn expression, "Well then, I shall take my leave. It seems you have nothing left to teach me, Professor." Derek marveled internally. This girl still lacks social skills as usual. Syria waved goodbye cheerfully. "See you in class." Just as Syria turned to leave, Derek ran after her, calling out. Walking toward her, Derek reassured her, "There's no need to rush. That kid only placed second in the hunting club during his second year." Seeing Syria look concerned, Derek explained further, "I know it sounds strange coming from a professor to tell you not to rush when you're so eager to improve your grades. I'll give you a hint since this is your first hunting festival." He then instructed Syria, "Get familiar with the terrain and monsters of the southern forest. The hunting festival will be held there. I'm sure your senior has already started training." She was surprised and double-checked. "The southern forest? Are there strong monsters there?" Derek replied nonchalantly, "There's hardly anything near the edge of the forest. But once you head deeper inside, you'll suddenly find plenty of powerful monsters." Syria answered politely, "Understood. Next time I'll go deeper into the forest." Derek cautioned carefully, "Don't go alone, all right?" Derek warned, "Even if students can take down most of them, boss-level monsters will appear much more frequently as the hunting festival approaches. At the time of creation, the benevolent god, Ars, was born alongside the light, while the evil god Amelos was born from the darkness. Over the flow of time, the benevolent god created the universe, which is why time flows from the past to the future. If this law were to be broken, the world would plunge into absolute chaos. Therefore, the benevolent god maintained the order of time by placing numerous forbidden curses upon it. As a result, if any entity were capable of defying this law, they would become an enemy of the benevolent god, an extraordinarily powerful deity. Entities such as Delphira. Emma, looking far from pleased, asked, "Do you get it now?" Ian waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Yeah, haven't understood a single thing." Emma yawned repeatedly, groaning in frustration. You're the one who woke me up after I pulled an all-nighter and forced me to explain this to you. She interrogated him. On top of that, you came knocking on my door after not seeing me for a whole month, only to blabber nonsense like it's good to see you healthy, before smacking Ian on the head twice hard. Emma advised, you seriously need to learn how to enjoy life. Whenever you focus on something, you get your head stuck in the clouds. Oh, come on, give me a break, aren't we friends? Emma sighed. Friends? Even though you only come see me when you need something? Ian, looking deeply remorseful, pressed his hands together and pleaded, I know I woke you up, but didn't you scold me like you always do anyway? He continued sincerely, I'm genuinely sorry, but could you explain it in a way that's a bit easier to understand? Emma winked at him and replied, at least you know you messed up. Fine, I'll explain it to you one more time. She held up a finger toward him, asking with amusement, if you wanted to fight time, you'd need an insane amount of power, right? Ian hesitated. I guess so, Emma revealed. And there's only one entity in this world with that kind of power, Delphirim, a servant of the evil god. Ian's eyes lit up as if he had just made a breakthrough, blurting out, all right, so you're saying the letter I received is from Delphirim? Emma snarked back. You really need to learn basic life skills. Ian shouted defensively. Hey, isn't that basically what you implied? Emma expressed her doubts. If I had to single out one entity, it would be Delphirim. But why would a god we aren't even sure exists do something like that? Ian stammered. Then what if it was done by the evil god? Emma recoiled in surprise. We don't know if the evil god exists either. Ian scratched his head nervously, laughing awkwardly. Ha ha. Yeah, you're right. Emma pulled out 2 test tubes, one blue, one black, and advised him, either way, it's impossible to receive a letter from the future. You should head back to your room and keep it safe. Ian thought in panic, treating me like a total idiot just because I said crazy stuff. Isn't that a bit much? Though I guess I must be crazy too for actually believing I got a letter from the future. Emma suddenly remembered. Right, hold on. There's something I want to give you. Ian asked curiously, what's this? Emma explained, it's a stealth potion, a new item. Want to try it out and see if it works? Ian excitedly asked, if I drink this, do I turn invisible? And Emma hung her head, replying, it's not invisibility, just presence concealment. Without overthinking it, Ian popped the cork off the test tube right away and chugged it all in one gulp, leaving Emma stunned as she yelled, hey, what do you think you're doing? Ian turned pale and stuck his tongue out, complaining, EW, that tastes nasty, while Emma furiously grilled him. Why on earth did you drink it all at once? Do you have any idea how precious that stuff is? Even with his cheeks swollen, completely out of shape from her punch, Ian nonchalantly replied, I just wanted to see if it actually works, that's all. How about you close your eyes for a bit while I go hide? Emma closed her eyes, full of hope, and said, fine, the clearer the test results, the better. She explained, now I'm going to close my eyes and try to feel your presence. Meanwhile, on Ian's end, a change occurred as his body radiated a soft blue light. Ian gasped as he stared at his palms, thinking to himself, it's hard to describe, but even I can't feel my own presence right now. It feels like I've turned into a ghost. Ian broke into a bright grin, thinking, if I can just stay quiet after hiding, I'll have a huge edge during the hunt. Before he could even finish the thought, Emma grabbed him by his clothes. She gave him a cold, hard pinch that made Ian squeal in pain, making him look up at her and yell, How? How did you find me? Emma said, her voice dripping with utter disappointment. It's a failure. I never really thought it would work anyway. Ian asked in confusion, what do you mean? Why didn't it work? To which Emma confessed, it's because of your body odor. She screamed at him, your presence is gone, but your body odor is still right there. Ian was taken aback, repeating, my body odor, as Emma explained. Everyone has their own unique scent that they can't smell on themselves. I didn't realize it when I tested it on myself, but now we got to fix this problem, leading Ian ahead for the door and call back inside. All right then, good luck with that. Why was I even worrying about you when you're this strong anyway? Emma asked curiously, are you leaving? And Ian replied, now that I know you're fine, I'll go drink the remaining test tube in the forest and let you know how it goes later. He then remembered something and instructed her, right, don't go into the forest alone until the hunt takes place. Okay? If you really have to go, make sure to call me. Because, I heard the monsters around there have been acting strange lately. Emma smiled brightly and said, Is that so? Got it. Guess this is your time to shine. Ian said with a satisfied look. Yeah, so just keep your eyes peeled, got it? As class wrapped up, the sun gradually dipped behind the mountains, leaving a brilliant streak of burnt orange across a section of the sky. Ian picked up that strange letter and examined it closely. He bitterly crumpled it up, threw it into the trash can, and cursed. Damn it. Who the hell keeps sending me these letters? Ian sprawled out on his bed and thought, well, I already warned her not to go alone, so it should probably be fine. Leto walked in and yelled, Were you just now? You made me. Before Leto could even finish his sentence, Ian cut in. Great timing. It was you, wasn't it? He stepped forward, grabbed Leto by the collar, and demanded, Do you have any idea how much Emma teased me because of your letters? Which left Leto completely stunned as he asked, What letters? Wait, you want to see Emma? How is she? Ian sighed, Forget it. I'll let it slide this time, assuming you pulled a prank on me. But next time, don't go telling me someone's about to die. I've had enough, prompting Leto to growl. I asked you how Emma is doing, so what the hell are you babbling about? Leto asked once more. Seriously though, is Emma doing all right? Ian replied, Of course she's fine, totally unaware that Emma was actually standing on the brink of death at that very moment. Covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, she was right in the line of sight of a vicious wolf. While Ian confidently said to Leto, Why wouldn't she be fine? As the first letter read. Honestly, I was a bit suspicious when you said I had to send you a letter once a month. Who knew you could be so sneaky? Still, my heart fluttered a little, thinking about the person who always smiled at me without saying a word, and how you miss your lover when you had to take me far away. But as always, it seems I was the only one who felt that way. I sent a letter every 2 days, yet you only replied once a week. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion, Emma lay neatly on a bed, her face covered in scratches, while someone placed a hand over her stomach and cast a spell, whispering, Emmanuel. It was the saintess who murmured, May the Lord be with you. This is the greeting of the Holy Kingdom. Ian clasped his hands together in prayer and called out Emmanuel, while someone reported, We found her at the entrance of the forest. According to our scouting, it was highly likely the work of monsters. The saintess explained with a sad face, Monsters don't usually appear in that area, so she must have let her guard down. Even so, drinking a potion that made her appear dead after getting injured is what saved her life. Ian shouted, Saintess, if it's your holy power. But the saintess humbly replied, Holy power is not all-powerful. She shared with a hesitant tone, If you can offer something of high value as a sacrifice, we might be able to perform a miracle. But Ian said angrily, You know as well as I do that the daughter of an herbalist doesn't have those kinds of resources. The saintess clarified, A sacrifice doesn't necessarily mean something of monetary value, but rather something that is extremely difficult to obtain. Before reminding him, Unfortunately, you must prepare for the worst-case scenario. The saintess continued, Emma's father will be here soon. It will be hard for you to explain something like this to him. If you want to leave the rest to us, you may go home now. Ian refused. No, I'm staying. I was the last person to see her. He clenched his fists and said, I have to tell him. This might be the last time we ever see each other. The saintess comforted Ian, saying, This isn't anyone's fault, so please don't blame yourself. She placed her hand over her chest and cast a spell, praying for her mind to find peace. A brilliant golden aura radiated from the saintess's entire body. Leto Einstein flew into a rage, slamming his hand hard against the wall to vent his frustration as he cursed. Damn it, he demanded. Why the hell were there monsters at the entrance of the forest? If it wasn't for that, she could have escaped. Ian called out in a low voice, Leto. Ian's eyes widened to their absolute limit as he heard the frantic cry of Emma's father. My daughter. Tears streamed like rain down the face of Emma's father as he cried out, Why? Ian spoke up. Are you Emma's father? Which startled Emma's father, who asked, You know my daughter? He fell to his knees, looking up at him with pleading eyes, and begged, Please help us. Young master, Please, at least let me see my daughter's face. For sterilization reasons, they wouldn't even let Emma's father see her, and there was nothing we could do about it, leaving Ian and Leto feeling utterly helpless, thinking, if only we had strong backing, if only we had money to offer, maybe we could have done something. But for ordinary country nobles like us, all we could do was tell him that the priests were doing everything they could to heal her. Ian pulled a green test tube from his pocket and confided, "Excuse me, sir. Yesterday, Emma gave me this." He explained, "It's a new potion she proudly concocted herself. Rather than me, you should be the one holding onto your daughter's achievement." Emma's father replied emotionally, "No, please use it, young master." He grabbed his shoulders and said, "In return, please." Emma's father pleaded with Ian, "Please never forget my Emma. Please don't forget my daughter." With tears welling up in his eyes, Ian thought, "Is there really nothing I can do?" No. Seeing Emma's father in such agony made him feel a knot in his stomach as he realized, I could have definitely stopped all of this from happening. If only I had taken that letter more seriously. If only the warning I gave her hadn't been so half-hearted before I left. I'm not sure if this letter really came from the future, and I'm not sure if what's written in it is true or not. But I definitely feel like I can't completely ignore its contents. Ian thought to himself, if that's the case, I need to find Sepia. You're the one who wrote this letter. Ian carefully tucked the letter back into his pocket, determined to ensure the events described in it would never come to pass. Leto gasped in utter shock, yelling, "Sepia, you finally got a girlfriend? You're not getting scammed, are you?" He teased him. "I never thought I'd see the day. A guy like you actually being interested in women," causing Ian to quickly cover Leto's mouth with his hand to set him straight. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? I told you. I just need to find the person who wrote this letter." Leto asked, "Did you check the student registry?" And Ian replied, thoughtfully, "Yeah, but I didn't find anything." Leto's cheeks flushed as red as a ripe tomato as he exclaimed, "That it might be a fake name. I wonder what kind of woman she is to get you so flustered. She must be a real player." Ian snapped, fumes practically coming out of his ears. "I told you it's not like that. And why would I be flustered?" He emphasized, "I just have a few questions I need to ask," but Leto cut him off, "Like asking her to be your girlfriend?" Well, after getting thoroughly put in his place by Ian, Leto finally threw up his hands in surrender. All right, I'll stop," and then mused aloud. "Isn't sepia the name of a flower?" Ian replied, "Yeah, so I'm not sure if it's a real name or an alias. Maybe it's a nickname related to that flower? I heard it's pretty common in the north, so they might be from up there." Ian thought to himself, "Isn't the north the territory of the Yardina family?" Leto crossed his arms and continued, "Anyway, I'll ask around for you. But speaking of people from the north, I can only think of one person." He turned his head to the left with an amused look and said, "That hardcore fan of yours over there." The person he was talking about was Syria, who was hiding behind a large tree with blushing cheeks, watching the two of them. Ian remarked, "I thought it was her at first, too," while Leto added, "The only family I know living in the snow-covered north is the Yardina household. But I don't get why she'd write you a love letter under a fake name instead of telling you directly," which made Ian bark angrily, "Get lost," as Syria squeezed her eyes shut, held up a heavy pouch of money, and shouted in a shy tone, This is to make up for what you taught me." Ian quickly declined. "Wait a minute. Make up for what? That's an insane amount of gold. It's got to be over 200 pieces," Syria expressed. "Last time when I asked for your guidance, I realized I was rude for not offering anything in return." To which Ian asserted, "It wasn't rude at all, and there's no way I can accept this much gold." A giant question mark popped up in his head as he wondered, "But why are you so desperate for my guidance anyway?" Syria answered, "It's because I don't think there's anything left for me to learn from anyone else," making Ian marvel inwardly. "I thought she'd gotten a bit better, but it looks like that was only around me." Syria continued, "And there's a lot one can learn from someone they can't defeat," leaving Ian flustered as he said, But Syria, I told you before, I don't have the ability to teach someone like you." He gave a sheepish smile, grinning awkwardly as he added, "Besides, you're already amazing on your own. Even without me teaching you, I'm sure you'll reach a higher level someday." But Syria cut him off mid-sentence. "The hunting festival," Syria confided. "If I miss this year's hunting festival, I won't get another chance." Ian was surprised. "Wait, The hunting festival. His face darkened as he thought. The letter said Sepia is participating in this year's hunting festival too, right? Ian placed his hand on Syria's shoulder and encouraged her. If you don't get stronger, he made a serious proposal. Syria, let's train together, while exclaiming silently, I need to see for myself if she really is Sepia. And just like that, I ended up training with Syria for a few days. While I still couldn't confirm whether she was Sepia or not, I did manage to figure out a few things, and Syria and I worked extremely hard during our training. First off, she completely lacks social skills. She earned the nickname Clumsy Yurdina, but it's not because she has bad intentions. She's just genuinely terrible at interacting with people. Second, Ian recoiled in shock and shouted, Syria has no concept of resting. I heard high-ranking nobles often train nonstop by chugging recovery potions, and Syria happened to be one of them, prompting Ian to kneel next to her and ask gently, Are you all right? To which she replied, I'm fine. Drinking a potion will heal it right up. Ian pressed lightly on the bruise on Syria's leg and asked, You realize potions don't fix everything, right? Ian explained, They don't relieve the tension and fatigue in your muscles and joints. So we have to know when to draw the line when we train. He asked curiously, The other day you said this year was your last chance, right? What did you mean by that? What's bothering you so much? Syria hung her head low and said, There's a fourth-year student I want to beat. But just because that person is graduating soon doesn't mean everything ends there. As he bandaged Syria's wound, Ian said warmly, You can always find them and challenge them to a match if you really need to. But Syria firmly replied, No. As time goes on, my chances of fighting that person will only decrease. Ian was startled. What do you mean? And Syria explained, If I go against the head of the family, I'll be expelled immediately. Upon hearing her answer, Ian's heart skipped a beat. Wait, the head of the family? You mean? And Syria replied, That's right. She elaborated, the top student of the 54th Swordsmanship Department, Delphin Yurdina. She's my half-sister, and the one who will become the head of the family after graduation. Syria asked, You just said I'd still have a chance even after she graduates, right? Her voice hardened as she said, There won't be one. My chance. Syria's eyes sparkled brightly as she radiated a blue aura that could only be found within the academy, while the first letter read, Of course I know working in the imperial capital can be tough. I'm not such an unfeeling woman that I can't understand how heavy a burden you carry. Because I watched you from right by your side, I saw your sadness, your pain, and your endurance. As your fiancé, failing to help my beloved through such a difficult time is shameful, and I'm still deeply reflecting on that. Syria lay on the ground in total helplessness, unable to accept reality as she thought of someone in her mind. Changing the 1v1 rules? That's so unfair. Kudos to you for fighting your sister without any allies. But remember, gathering and utilizing people is a skill too. Syria gritted her teeth, a sorrowful look flashing in her eyes as she thought, Everyone in Yurdina takes my sister's side, so there's no way I'd have allies in that group. If only I had someone on my side. Early the next morning, Syria looked deeply somber, wanting to say something but unable to bring herself to speak. Ian knelt on the ground and looked up at Syria, looking as gentle and warm as a spring breeze. There, you should be able to move now. Syria looked down at the man kneeling on one knee, a maiden's bashfulness gracing her face as she thought, If this person were my ally, maybe I should ask him to join my side. The festival beloved by the king, the hunting festival, was one of the major events hosted by the academy. It was a competition to find a person who could hunt the strongest demonic beast. The demonic beasts in the southern forest where the hunt took place were left untouched specifically for this purpose. Syria, you have to participate in the hunting festival, and Sepia, you seem to have gotten close to me during the hunting festival. I don't know how this relates to me, but it keeps weighing on my mind. Suddenly, Celine came running up from behind, waving her hand and calling out to him, Ian, let's go together. Ian watched Celine run over, panting heavily, completely bewildered as he asked, Celine, what's the rush? Celine then looked up at him, pointed her finger, and snapped, Are you stupid or something? Why are you suddenly saying that? The two of them then walked side by side, chatting as they went, Well, Normally, nobody wants to train with the person who just got beaten. It was just one match, and we made up for it later anyway. Made up for it? Didn't she follow you around for a while after that? She just wanted to ask me a few questions, and besides, she's not clinging to me anymore. Upon hearing that, Celine suddenly blew her top, shouting at Ian with an annoyed expression. Why do you keep taking her side? Then out of nowhere, Ian gently squished Celine's face, making her blush in confusion. Yet Ian's face showed no unusual expression, remaining as calm and composed as ever, prompting her to whine. Ah, what are you doing? Ian suddenly leaned his head in close and sniffed with his nose. Did you just change your perfume? Which made Celine's face turn as red as a tomato as she stammered. It's not perfume. Her face turned even redder, and she cast her eyes down in embarrassment, not knowing how to put it into words. Yeah. She then clasped her hands together and rubbed her feet against each other, showing how flustered she was, seeing which Ian turned his head and smirked triumphantly, thinking, must be the scent of her new body wash. Successfully changed the subject. The two went back to chatting like usual. By the way, do you know what we're practicing today? It's my first time, so it's probably just forest exploration or learning about the environment or something. Speaking up to this point, Ian's gaze suddenly sharpened, turning somewhat cold. I just hope we don't run into any demonic beasts. Normally, you wouldn't encounter any, but the letter said demonic beasts would attack. If we prepare thoroughly, we can prevent heavy casualties. But then Ian's face flashed with an unusually cold expression, meaning there was a high chance many people would lose their lives. I have to stop that from happening at all costs. I'm the only one who knows about the warnings in the letter. Professor Derek stood before the students with his hands on his hips, looking stern. Attention everyone, I'll go over some important notes before we begin. While Professor Derek was speaking, Ian paid no attention and turned his head to look elsewhere as the professor continued. I'm sure you all know about the recent attack on a student by a demonic beast at the edge of the forest. Ian's eyes happened to meet Siria's, while the professor went on. The fact that demonic beasts are approaching the edge of the forest when they normally wouldn't means there's a chance you might encounter them too. So be careful. After that, Professor Derek swung his sword, leaving Ian tilting his head in confusion while Syria lowered hers shyly as the professor continued. Furthermore, since this forest is dense with trees, the instructor swung his sword, kicking up a massive gust of wind that echoed with a booming sound. Using a sword will be quite difficult, so whether you're moving or attacking, you must pay close attention to your surroundings. Ian stared at the sword radiating a red glow and fell into deep thought, realization striking him. The demonic beasts in this forest are all familiar with the terrain, so if we clash with them head-on, we'll be at a huge disadvantage. But then the instructor swung his sword straight forward, his sharp expression turning cold to the extreme as he added, though if you're swordsman capable of unleashing aura, that's a whole different story. After that, Professor Derek slashed his sword across himself, shouting at the top of his lungs. Even when the trajectory of his blade was blocked, every time he swung his sword, everything standing in his way was sliced to pieces. Once Professor Derek finished his demonstration, the surrounding trees fell flat onto the ground. However, no matter how extraordinary of a swordsman you are, you cannot afford to ignore environmental factors. The instructor then glanced toward the students and warned, "Do you see these trees? A situation like this could very well determine victory or defeat. For a swordsman, maintaining distance is essential, which is why today we will be conducting practical training in this forest environment. Once you form pairs, you may move around and train at your discretion. But due to the recent incident, do not approach the central area of the forest. If you encounter danger, fall back immediately and report the situation, all right?" Hearing this, Ian crossed his arms and fell deep into his own thoughts. If a pack of demonic beasts appears just like the letter said, traveling together will allow us to pool our strength and deal with them much more easily. But Ian began to feel anxious, sweat trickling down his face as he reconsidered. Still, gathering everyone together would just turn everything into a chaotic mess. In the end, all I can do is quickly report the demonic beast to the professor. Since we might have to fight during the investigation, naturally I should team up with. Suddenly, Celine appeared behind Ian with an expectant look, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Ian, you're going with me, right? Well, Ian grabbed Syria by the shoulder instead. Syria was startled by his sudden invitation. Let's team up. Meanwhile, Celine turned completely to stone on the spot. Shortly after, Ian and Syria walked forward side by side. We're still within the area specified by the professor, but so far, no demonic beasts have shown up. Ian turned to Syria and remarked, Syria, isn't this strange? To which she replied, Yeah, I haven't sensed a single demonic beast yet. Ian glanced over at Syria, thinking to himself, there's no way someone as skilled at sniffing out demonic beasts as Syria wouldn't notice their presence. Syria looked back up at Ian and suggested, Shall we take a break then? And Ian cautioned her, Sorry, but don't let your guard down. To which she assured him, Of course, no problem. As dusk settled in, a vibrant orange hue dyed the sky. Ian leaned against a tall, ancient tree to rest for a moment. Syria stood before him, hanging her head bashfully with a bright red blush on her face. Then she cast her eyes aside and murmured, Can I ask why you decided to go with me? Hearing that, Ian glanced over, not really knowing how to answer. Well, because we're friends. He crossed his arms, leaning against the ancient tree, while looking at her without any particular expression, saying, Don't tell me I'm the only one who considers you a friend, which led her to softly respond, Oh, I see. Shyly clasping her hands together, not daring to look up, she asked, Since you consider me your friend, Senior Ian, should I give you something as a gift? Hearing this, Ian broke out in a cold sweat, feeling completely helpless against this girl. Can you bring it to my room when we get back to the dorms? That's not a friendship. That's a transaction. He scratched his head, averting his gaze at a loss for what to do. Friends just talk or go for walks together. You can tell them things you can't tell anyone else. Just spending time together is enough. With a slight haze in her eyes, she asked softly, Since we're friends now, can I ask you a somewhat rude question? And he replied, Sure, go ahead. Are you doing this for your friend? Hearing that, Ian gasped, his eyes widening in shock. While Syria looked at him with a serious glare, all traces of her bashful maiden persona completely gone as she asked, Is that why we're going deep into the forest? Because your friend was attacked here? To get revenge on those demonic beasts. I don't even know. Ian clenched his fists tightly, the veins bulging on his hands looking downright terrifying. Then, as someone came to his mind, he lowered his head and yelled out in agony, I told you I don't know. His whole body trembled violently, leaving Syria watching him in utter shock as he choked out, It's not about revenge. I came all the way here to hunt down those demonic beasts. A look of sheer panic crossed Syria's face, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing, and she gasped, Is this what friendship is? It's what friends should do for each other. I don't know. Isn't that just common sense? If you were in my shoes, what would you do if I got attacked by a demonic beast? The moment those words left his mouth, Syria's eyes burned with unwavering resolve, ready for battle at a second's notice. I would definitely hunt it down and kill it. Exactly. That's how I feel, because she's my friend. Syria cast her eyes downward, mulling over his words. So that's what friendship really means. Ian looked up at the sky, a clear thirst for vengeance flashing in his eyes. But I'm no fool. I'm not going to blindly charge headfirst into a horde of demonic beasts. I have to make sure we stay out of danger. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air, prompting Ian to snap to alertness as if realizing something. Syria, can you feel that? Syria was baffled and asked in confusion. Huh? To which he snapped, Focus. She looked around anxiously, cold sweat dripping down her face as she admitted, I don't feel anything at all. But then her eyes widened in shock as something registered. Wait a minute. Deep inside the pitch-black forest, countless glowing eyes lit up everywhere as she gasped. 1, 2, 3. If there are this many, the students in the forest are in serious danger, while the first letter read. Even so, protecting Arancourt, one of the kingdom's 3 major trade ports and a strategic foothold for defending the continent's western coast, is also one of the duties of imperial nobles. Ian, you should know that the aftermath of the final war is far from over. Still, the reason I always take the time to write to you is because I want you to see my feelings for you, no matter how small. The battle had already drawn to a close, with 2 demonic beasts lying collapsed on the ground. At that moment, One survivor was still slowly approaching to inspect its fallen kin. As it lowered its nose to sniff its pack mate for signs of life, Ian, who was hiding inside the carcass, detected the subtle movement. Before it could even react, the beast was forcefully thrown backward. Ian lunged out, hurling his axe aside before driving his sword straight into the beast's neck, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He used his full weight to pin the beast to the ground, thrusting his sword down firmly so it couldn't budge an inch. A blood-curdling screech echoed out, leaving the exhausted Ian barely able to choke out 2 words. Damn it. Answering the creature's call, the sound of approaching footsteps gradually grew louder. 2 more demonic beasts emerged, howling incessantly as they prepared to slaughter him. The moment the 2 beasts pounced, he slowly mustered his strength to stand up, turning toward them while raising his gleaming axe high into the air. He stared right at them, his eyes flashing with a defiant glare as he taunted, "Come get some, you damn wolves." The beast immediately used all its strength to leap right past him. Watching them circle around him, he observed their movements and formulated a countermeasure. These guys are actually monsters, so they're definitely way faster than ordinary wolves. But once they take the lead, they're just beasts that have lost their magic, making their actions completely predictable. The tricky part is dealing with the whole pack at once instead of just one. But if that's all it is, I can handle it. The moment he saw them circling according to their routine tactic, he seized the opportunity, gripped his axe tightly, channeled all his power into the attack, and leaped into the air. A precise X-shaped slash instantly finished off the 2 beasts before they could even struggle. Completing his attack, he landed smoothly on the ground, leaving behind a sequence of severe slashes on their bodies that lit up the surrounding space. With the battle over and the beasts lying dead all around, he stood in silence. Suddenly, he turned toward the deep forest, glared fiercely, and roared at the top of his lungs. "How many more of you are there? Come out all at once, so I can wipe you all out together." The surroundings instantly fell deathly quiet, leaving only the sound of the wind. Yet he remained motionless, gripping his axe tightly as he sensed his surroundings. He realized that while he initially thought this was the whole pack, he could still feel another one lingering nearby. Anxiously staring straight ahead, he watched as a giant silhouette observed him with glowing purple eyes without coming any closer, making him worry. What's wrong with it? It's not coming near me at all. Is it setting a trap, waiting for me to fall into it? Thinking back to the destructive wake left behind when the 2 beasts circled around him earlier, he ducked behind a tree trunk, panting heavily as he calculated, "It's way too smart for a monster that's all muscle. In that case, there's no reason to keep fighting." But suddenly a strange scent began to drift through the air, causing him to fall into deep thought. This smell. The sky flashed bright as he recognized that familiar scent. He gasped in horror as he realized what was right before his eyes. No way. A real phantom hound. Following the scent, he slowly approached while reflecting on the past, knowing he would never forget this smell as long as he lived. Stepping firmly over the corpses of the demonic beasts, he recognized the scent from an alchemy class. No, it's the exact same scent as the potions in Emma's lab. What lay before his eyes caught him completely off guard, making him tremble so violently that he could barely hold onto his sword anymore. His eyes filled with burning fury. He gritted his teeth and looked up, shouting, "It was you! You're the one who attacked Emma." The giant demonic beast growled at him, its energy bursting around it, while a red piece of cloth remained tightly clamped in its jaws. It threw its head back and let out a roar, and the blood-stained fabric instantly confirmed his suspicions. There's no mistake. That fabric is from Emma's cloak. Enraged, he glared directly at the beast with eyes full of hatred, pointing his sword straight at his enemy as he issued a challenge. "Hey, today, right here, this place will be your grave." Seemingly understanding his intent, the beast spat out the drool-soaked cloth. The piece of fabric fell right onto his sword, causing his temper to flare even higher. Pulling his sword close, he cursed inwardly. "You son of a bitch!" Just like the other beasts, it gradually cornered him into a tight spot, but the raw power of this monster exerted an invisible pressure that weighed heavily on him, almost as if it were laughing, knowing full well it was going to win. It looked as though it wanted to tear him into 100 pieces, just like he had done to the other monsters. Glanced back at the fallen beast behind him, he resolved firmly, I won't let it have its way. It didn't pounce on me right away like the others, so it must be a veteran, high-ranking monster. He tightened his grip on his sword, waiting for a chance to counterattack. One wrong move, and I'm dead. I have to test its capabilities first. Seizing the moment, the beast leaped up to pounce on him, letting out a roar and baring its fangs as it charged straight ahead. Just as he was about to counter with his sword, the beast rushed forward at supersonic speed, dealing a blow that left him completely dazed. A moment later, he was sent flying into the distance, blood spurting out in streams after taking the full brunt of that attack. Forcing himself to stand up using all his strength, he racked his brain frantically. Too fast. I could see it rushing at me, but I wasn't fast enough to react in time. Without giving him time to recover, it bared its fangs and lunged at him once more. This time, catching its movement, he shouted, "Huh," and hurled his sword straight forward. Noticing the sword spinning mid-air, the beast roared, opening its jaws wide and biting down firmly on the blade. The moment it fell into his trap, he closed the distance, grabbed its head, leaped into the air, and raised his axe high into the sky. He then delivered a crushing blow straight onto the giant beast's head. But anxiety quickly washed over him as he muttered, "Come on," as the axe got stuck in its head, making him wonder, why the hell is it so hard? Without giving him a chance to attack again, it raised its leg, using its powerful claws to rip through the air, forcing him to block with his axe. Acting as though victory was already in its grasp, it leaped up, flipped 2 or 3 times in midair, and landed gracefully on the ground. Watching its flashy acrobatics only served to irritate him further. Both returned to a defensive stance, waiting for the opponent to move, as he gripped both weapons tightly and yelled, "After this, I'll sell you to a circus or whatever. All right, I'll just beat you half to death, then hand you over to one of those places." When it bared its fangs, he noticed that a few of them were chipped from the fight, convincing him that some of its teeth had broken while trying to snap his sword, meaning it likely couldn't bite through him. But there are still plenty of other dangerous attacks to worry about. Not to mention my condition is terrible after taking that first hit from it. Trapped in a dilemma, he gritted his teeth and pointed his sword at it, preparing to fight back. If it uses that ferocious speed attack like before, there's no way I can dodge it now. Just as he cut off his train of thought, its claws came swiping at him, but he managed to notice it just in time. Dodging to the side, he gasped in panic as the beast lunged toward another spot, opening its massive jaws to lock him in place. Giving him no time to rest, it raised its claws again. Even though it was a simple attack, it forced his exhausted body to duck down to dodge it, making him realize, is it trying to completely drain my strength and speed? He used his sword to block the strike, panting, But at this rate, if this fight drags on any longer, I'll be the one at a disadvantage." It recoiled into the distance and stretched its body, leaving him confused, though he quickly recognized the opportunity to win. I have to finish this quickly while it's still trying to play with me. However, it suddenly charged forward with a deafening roar. As he gritted his teeth, I knew it was useless. I didn't want to fight like this from the start because it's too dangerous. It then let out a roar, firing a terrifying burst of power straight at him. The attack was so sudden that he couldn't dodge, causing him to be blasted against a tree trunk. After everything, he collapsed, completely unable to fight back. The beast slowly approached, placing its claw directly over his heart. The space suddenly flashed with a red glow as blood splattered everywhere, a feeling identical to when I was attacked by a horde of monsters during the night classification exam. If we hadn't reacted in time, what would have happened? No one would have cared anyway. Returning to the moment, he was hit by the beast's energy blast. He was flung far away against a tree trunk. His body slowly slumped down as the beast gradually approached to check on him. As the massive shadow drew closer, he simply sat in silence, waiting for its next move. He glared with eyes full of hatred at that disgusting enemy. The beast approached slowly without delivering a finished blow right away like he had anticipated. Moments later, as the two stood face to face, a strange realization dawned on him. It didn't kill me right away like it did with Emma. Seeing it stick out its tongue to finish him off, he slowly reached for the axe lying behind him, remembering how it had ripped her stomach open as if playing a game. And just as its claws flashed with a red light, a bloody scene unfolded instantly as blood slowly trickled down his legs and onto the ground. He gripped his sword tightly and plunged it straight into its neck with overwhelming rage. Channeling all his strength, he drove a lethal blow straight into its vital spot, leaving it screaming in agony, unable to defend itself. I knew that if I played weak, it would let its guard down and expose its underbelly. He stared right at it with satisfaction, twisting the sword deeper and deeper inside while the beast struggled frantically without escape, driving the blade further as he taunted. "You happily came over here to rip my stomach open, didn't you?" Without even realizing its own organs were about to be gouged out, he screamed, pulling the sword out with immense force, sending blood spraying everywhere. From below, he delivered a powerful slash that knocked the beast onto its back, leaving its jaw hanging open in shock. As the sun gradually set, the demonic beast collapsed before that devastating attack, prompting him to warn it. "You should have learned to kill your prey immediately instead of playing with them like you did with Emma when facing someone stronger than you." He stomped heavily on its body, clenching his fists as he threatened, "Arrogance is what killed you, you piece of trash." He raised his axe high, filled with rage, power swirling around it as he screamed furiously. "And remember that the one who killed you is Emma." Saying that, he delivered a powerful blow that practically cleaved the corpse in two. Taking one last look back, he didn't forget to repeat, "Don't you dare forget it." Elsewhere, a sudden wind blew. As Professor Derek pushed forward with all his might, worrying endlessly, "Ian, please survive." His mind was in total turmoil. From afar, a familiar attack shook the surrounding area over a wide range. And upon seeing that sight, Professor Derek's exhaustion vanished, replaced by a secret joy in his heart as he thought, was that slash just now from Ian? Surrounded by corpses of demonic beasts on all sides, standing in that vast space, Professor Derek could sense two presences from a distance. One belonged to a beast, and the other had to be Ian. Celine came running up from afar, shouting in a panic, "Professor, where is Ian?" Professor Derek turned to them and reported, "He isn't here," leaving everyone in shock as Celine screamed in fear upon hearing the news. "Huh? Then where is he?" Professor Derek looked toward the sun, and after pinpointing the surge of power, he told them, "If we keep going, we'll find him." Before they could walk very far, a cry echoed out, making Celine look around anxiously. When she saw him sitting neatly among the remains of the giant demonic beast, Celine couldn't contain herself and ran over, crying out, "Ian!" Looking at them while panting heavily, he asked, "Haha, looks like you guys are a bit late." Everyone looked at him in total confusion while tears streamed endlessly down Celine's face. He raised his head high, looked up at the sky and Professor Derek, and then passed out cold. "When I woke up, I was inside the sanctuary." He slowly opened his eyes to the streaming light, learning from what the Saintess told him that Professor Derek had carried him on his back after he collapsed from killing the beast. Raising his injured arm to check on it, he received the news. "She said it'll be a while before I'm allowed out. Lucky for me, it's only this bad." Slowly sitting up, he looked around and checked his body, thinking, in the end, my gamble paid off, and I got revenge for Emma, even if it didn't wake her from her coma. The moment he woke up, he launched into a fluent monologue. According to the professor, that monster was young for its size. If it had been fully grown, it wouldn't have played with its prey, right? Which left Leto bewildered by the guy in front of him as he remarked, "Quite the intense internal monologue, huh?" On the verge of flying into a rage, his face scrunching up, Leto was reminded by him, "I'm a patient here. Show some respect. If you can't pick a fight, go somewhere else." Leto pointed straight at his own head and scolded him. "You're a patient who's lost his mind. You know that. Why the hell did you risk your life just to look cool in front of a girl? You lunatic." To which he pouted back in frustration at the heartfelt outburst. "What on earth are you talking about?" Leto then asked, "Emma gave you that potion back then, right?" And Ian looked down, answering anxiously, "Yeah. Thanks to her potion, I was able to kill that beast." So Leto analyzed it to make him understand. "Why didn't you give it to Syria to drink? If you had done that and hidden her up a tree, you could have run off to find the professor. Why did you have to risk your neck?" The idiot suddenly saw the light, punching his own ear and opening his mouth wide as he stated with absolute certainty, "Oh, you're right," leaving Leto completely speechless. "You really are hopeless. You idiot, from now on, if you plan on doing something good, you'd better ask me first." Regaining his composure and remembering past events, he asked, "That said, I gotta give it to that clumsy, your Dina. She's completely clinging to you now. I've seen her pacing back and forth in front of the sanctuary. She does it dozens of times a day." Hearing that only left him baffled. Seriously, why doesn't she just walk in like a normal person? She must feel guilty. Suddenly, someone burst in, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Ian," making both of them turn around in surprise. And before he could react, Celine threw her arms around him in a joyful, tearful hug, crying, "You're awake," sending him tumbling backward. "I'm so glad you're okay." With Celine beaming with joy while he felt completely smothered, and Leto standing there like a brick wall, his face utterly blank, unsure how to react as he thought, "I don't exist in her head at all. Huh?" Seeing that he had recovered, Celine's mood shifted to anger. "By the way, what were you two talking about?" Before biting down hard on his hand, making him shriek in pain. "Hey, don't bite. That hurts." Forcing Leto to step in and explain, "Ian is treating me to a meal using the reward for beating the demonic beast." Releasing his hand from her mouth, those words made Celine ask in confusion. "Reward?" Leto recounted. "I heard they posted a 70 gold reward for it." Cradling his bitten hand, crying inside from the pain, he shouted, "I never heard anything about that." Leto eagerly slipped away to give the two some space, saying, "I'm going to the bathroom. In the meantime, figure out what you want to eat." Once Leto left, Celine tightly took his hand and called out, "Hey, Ian," smiling brightly as she squeezed his hand and asked, "Where should we go? Do you want to eat monster meat?" Making him scream in pain once again, "Hey, you're hurting me." Celine excitedly rattled off everything she knew. "Let's go to that restaurant specializing in demonic beasts in the city's dining district. I heard they serve the best drake meat." Prompting him to yank his hand back and yell with tears in his eyes, "Is that something you should be saying to an injured person?" Getting yelled at after giving so much affection completely broke Celine's heart, making her pout, which forced him to apologize frantically. "Oops, sorry, I'm not mad." Celine then used all the longing she had kept inside to hug him tightly, whispering gently, "I was really worried," startling him with her action as Celine said through tears of joy, "I thought you were actually dead." Seeing her so worried made him feel happy and relieved of his fatigue. In the end, he looked up, patting the crying girl's head to comfort her, saying, "Did you really think I'd die that easily?" Though inside his head he thought, "Celine's perfume smells really nice." Still holding a grudge inside, Celine shouted, "Why do you always charge headfirst into danger? I don't care what happens to that girl. I only care about your safety." Flustered, he tried to explain, "I couldn't just abandon someone I know when they're in danger." Celine yelled back, "That doesn't matter," and pinned him down onto the bed, suddenly shifting to an unusually firm tone as she stared straight into his eyes, declaring, "You are the most important person in the world to me. Ian, nothing else matters. It's been that way ever since we were kids." That left him bewildered, thinking, what's gotten into her all of a sudden? Well, it makes sense. Her childhood friend almost died. But before he could pull back, Celine leaned in closer. "So, I want you to take care of yourself." Those shimmering eyes looking up at him made him wonder, was it really that big of a shock to her? Suddenly, Celine pinned his hands down against the bed, making his heart race in panic. "Huh?" Celine's arms slowly wrapped around his neck, to his absolute flustered confusion. The atmosphere around them grew tense with excitement, and holding his neck from above, Celine instructed, "Stay still." Before anything could happen, Leto barged in, ruining the moment with a blank expression as he asked, "Huh?" Panicking, Celine shrieked and shoved the injured guy on the bed, adding another bruise, while Leto could only explain, "I feel bad for ruining the moment between my best friend and the junior I treat like a sister, but I thought I should let you two know I'm here." Regretfully shaking his head, he thought to himself, what was I almost about to do with someone I consider a sister? Shifted from angry to embarrassed, Celine yelled, "Forget it," and slammed the curtain shut, leaving both of them dumbfounded. Leto suddenly pointed straight at him and yelled, "You," making him answer in bewilderment, Out of consideration for their long friendship, Leto reminded him, if you plan on getting close with Syria, you'd better keep an eye on Celine too. A woman's world is way more complex than you think, which made him blush in embarrassment. In the future, both of them would clash with each other. Looking back, I shouldn't have ignored Leto's words, as in the end, it was because of me that the relationship between them took a turn for the worse. People on the street whispered, "Hey, look, it's Rude Dina." Behind her, students mocked her, saying, "I heard she ran away from the demonic beasts, even though she's the top student among the second years in the swordsmanship department." Those words sliced deep in her mind. The senior she was paired with was the real deal, while she was just all show. Yurdina walked past them in silence, not uttering a word to defend herself, perhaps having already accepted her own incompetence. They're not wrong. I really did run away. And it's true that Senior Ian was the one who defeated those beasts. Buried under a crushing weight of self-blame, Yurdina thought he didn't have to fight. It was my fault, my responsibility. She remembered that moment when he fought for her, thinking, yet he fought in my place. Every single image from that moment, and every word he said remained vivid in her memory, reminding her not to say such things to friends. And because of her, he nearly lost his life, as during that emergency situation, the call went out, informed the sanctuary to prepare for immediate surgery when Ian had almost died. Because of me, Senior Ian nearly died. At that time, Syria could only stand frozen on the spot, staring at him. Syria fell into deep contemplation, thinking, in the past, I probably wouldn't have been able to answer that question. But now, I think I understand a little bit. Syria recalled every moment she spent with Ian, like when he was near her, saying, "Is Syria meditating again? Go outside and do something else." The way she looked at him back then revealed her thoughts. He was the first person I ever felt comfortable being around. That strange feeling made her blush, even if she occasionally spoke harshly or complained. Ian's image kept popping up in her mind. He didn't say much either, as if trying to say that just doing nothing was enough, a feeling that was completely pure. Syria told herself, just be yourself, and smiled with relief. After that, I started feeling like I didn't want to lose him. So now, I think I can understand even just a fraction of how he felt when facing those beasts. It's a feeling that can't be put into words, but I don't want to lose Senior Ian. His image remained rooted in her heart as she realized. He didn't want to lose me either, because for a friend, you don't want the other person to die. Her footsteps came to a halt outside the patient's room. Pausing in front of Ian's room, she affirmed, "That's right." Sirius slowly stepped inside, calling out softly, "Senior Ian." He looked at her with affectionate eyes as she thought, "The first friend I've ever had in my life." Blushing shyly, Syria asked, "Are you feeling any better?" Ian replied, naturally, "I barely feel any pain anymore," making Syria sigh in relief. "Thank goodness." Ian broke into a bright smile and said, "I'm glad you came. My head is buzzing from the book Leto gave me to study for exams." Syria teased, "You haven't changed a bit, have you?" Syria lowered her head shyly. Still clutching the gift bag tightly, she hesitantly asked, "You're not mad, are you?" Ian looked at her fondly, thinking, is she worried because of what happened? Why would I be mad when there's nothing to be angry about? Syria jumped for joy, really, making Ian remark inwardly, "Her emotions are a complete mess." Crossing his arms, he said, "You don't need to be so formal with me. Don't worry about it so much. Friends helping each other out is totally normal." Syria bit her lip, repeating, "Friends?" While Ian wondered to himself, "Wait, is that thing in her hand payment again?" She quickly covered up her words. "It's not. It's the reward Professor Derek gave me." Syria handed the gift bag to Ian, explaining, "It's the reward for defeating the demonic beast. The professor said to give it to you as soon as possible." Seeing how much gold was inside, Ian couldn't help but marvel. "Isn't this way too much?" Testing Syria, he asked, "You didn't add extra gold in here, did you?" Which froze her in her tracks. Ian handed the bag of gold back to Syria and stated frankly, "There's no need to call this a reward for saving my life. Just keep the extra. A life isn't something that can be bought with gold." But then something made her blush as she gasped, "Ah, our hands." Ian was unconsciously holding the girl's hand, prompting her to whisper softly, "Senior." Right in the middle of a romantic moment, Little Celine walked in from out of nowhere to say good morning. Their eyes met, and all three stood frozen on the spot for 5 full seconds. Seeing Syria, that made Celine green with envy. She walked in and pushed Syria to the side, saying, thanks. So Ian, how are you feeling? Seeing Celine act like that startled Ian. Ian asked Celine, while she didn't pay him the slightest bit of attention, Celine, why are you? Meanwhile, Syria could only swallow her anger with nothing to do about it. Stiffly standing up while holding her arm, she said, I think I should head back now. I haven't finished my morning training yet. Celine lashed out furiously. What a rude brat. Because of whom did you end up in this place anyway? Ian snapped angrily. Hey, why do you keep? While Celine brazenly interrupted, oh, come on, just forget about her. This Celine girl was truly beyond saving as she added, let's think about what we're going to eat once you're discharged. Ian recalled what Leto had said. A woman's world is way more complex than you think. Is this what he meant? Standing outside, Syria overheard almost their entire conversation. Though missing the main point, Celine added, all right, as soon as you're discharged, we're going. Syria sat outside, looking gloomy. 2 male students saw her and glared, scoffing. She's even more of an eyesore than before. We should completely crush her. One of the male students grumbled discontentedly. I can't stand how the professors pamper her just because she's the top student. Now she abandons her friend to run away by herself? What a disgrace to nobility. The two whispered to each other. Does she have any weaknesses? We need to utterly crush her. What do you think, Thane? A blond guy sitting with his legs crossed chimed in. You guys know full well not to mess with anyone from the Urdina family, right? He corrected his henchman. Just one slip up and they'll retaliate. So behave yourselves. While they were discussing, someone was eavesdropping on their conversation, remarking, what an interesting story. That person stepped forward into the open and declared, I have a few things to say about Syria Urdina. One of the male students barked at her. Who the hell are you? Don't butt into our conversation. But before he could finish, Thane stopped him. Hold on. Luffin Thane showed a sly expression and said, what do you want to say? Let's hear it. That girl was none other than Celine. She confirmed her background to Thane's group, asserting, she guarantees you won't have to worry about retaliation from the Urdina family. I can guarantee that. Scene shifts to the hospital. Ian stood before the bed of a red-haired girl, calling her name softly. Emma. He seemed to be filled with regret over something, thinking, if I had believed in that letter, this wouldn't have happened. As Ian thought about it, his hand reached back into his pocket for the letter. The 2 events written in it had already come true. Emma's attack and the appearance of the demonic beasts in the forest. Looking at and rereading the letter in his hand made him reflect deeply, which means there's a high chance demonic beasts will also appear during the hunting festival. Since it's written as monsters this time, it must be even stronger than before. Gritting his teeth tightly, he resolved, if that's the case, I won't be able to stop them alone. I'll have to ask Professor Derek for help. A voice called out, Master Ian. It was the Saintess calling Ian, asking, I thought you were discharged. Did you come to visit? To which he replied, I just dropped by for a moment. Ian took the opportunity to ask about Emma's condition. How is Emma? And the Saintess answered him, with continuous treatment, we can keep her alive, but that doesn't mean she will recover. Bringing her hand close to Emma to check on her, the Saintess said, I see. Regarding that, she mentioned that if we offer a valuable sacrifice, she might be cured. Ian asked curiously, what kind of sacrifice is it? To which the Saintess gently replied, an offering possessing strong holy or magical power. The Saintess emphasized, usually, it's the remains of demonic beasts. However, not only are they difficult to obtain, but even her father would find it hard to acquire such an item. Ian clenched his hands tightly into fists, a grand sacrifice coming to mind as he asked, would offering a high-ranking demonic beast be enough? Knowing it was said to be worth 20 gold, the saint was still giving Emma a checkup, sighing softly. Unfortunately, it's not enough. She turned to Ian with a suggestion. However, a growth path equivalent to that magical beast might just do the trick. Ian nodded in understanding. I see. Ian quickly said his goodbyes to the saint. Thank you for explaining. If you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave now. She nodded gently. The saint offered him a reassuring smile. I'm sure a miracle will come Emma's way. So let's keep faith and watch over her together. Walking away, Ian pondered the possibilities, wondering if the monster mentioned in the letter was truly strong enough to serve as a proper offering. But deep down, he lacked the confidence to defeat such a beast on his own and knew he needed backup. Thinking to himself, I can't handle this by myself. Anything stronger than that beast means I'll have to go consult the professor. Ian picked up his pace, walking briskly toward the office. He pushed the door open with a grave look on his face, blurting out, "Sorry to disturb you, Professor." Seeing him full of energy, Derek remarked, "Looks like you're all patched up now. What's on your mind?" Urgency written all over his face. Ian pressed the professor for a solution. "If a magical beast stronger than that wolf appears, could you handle it, Professor?" The professor remained calm and composed, replying, "That's a tough question to answer, mainly because no magical beast stronger than those should be appearing at all." Confused and flustered, Ian pressed further. "Huh? But didn't a beast suddenly appear out of nowhere last time, too? So isn't it possible that an even stronger one could show up?" Crossing his arms, the professor countered, "The chances of something like that happening in the southern forest are practically zero." As images of terrifying wolf beasts with bared fangs flashed in their minds, Derek explained, "Magical beasts manifest randomly wherever there's a heavy concentration of raw magic power. That's precisely why the Empire keeps a tight leash on areas near civilian settlements, to prevent them from breeding." Still puzzled, Ian asked, "But they strayed out of the southern forest all on their own. Do you know why? Was it because of the hunting festival?" Recalling the swordsman who slew beasts during the festival, the professor confirmed, "Precisely. They keep their numbers in check and prevent any overly powerful ones from emerging." Refusing to let it go, Ian insisted, "But what if a strong one actually managed to survive?" The professor promptly shut down the idea. "Those creatures thrive on combat and radiate a massive presence. There's no way one could survive without being noticed." He then added, "If one somehow managed to survive, it would have to possess an extraordinary ability." Ian clenched his fists in frustration. This wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. Cursing under his breath, "Damn it, I'm worried precisely because there is a powerful monster out there." The professor continued with a nonchalant tone. "Besides, the hunting festival is a competition to see who can hunt the strongest beast. So what if a powerful one shows up?" Disappointment washing over him, Ian lowered his head and murmured, "Are you saying you don't care if students get injured or even killed?" Caught off guard, the professor replied, "That's not what I'm saying. The whole point of the competition is to push students to improve their skills, so we can't just step in and interfere." Fixing him with a firm look, the professor added, "Besides, overcoming a crisis is part of the training." Ian yielded with a heavy heart. "I understand." With despair clouding his eyes, Ian thought to himself, "So he won't do anything until something actually goes wrong. Looks like I really have no choice but to handle this on my own." As the clock struck 12:10, a purple-haired girl carrying a food tray passed by quietly. Teen and his group of troublemakers immediately started picking on her, mocking, "Look, isn't that the rude girl?" Syria kept walking, ignoring them completely, though she thought to herself, "They kept their mouths shut for a while, but now they're starting up again." Teen glanced sideways with a sneer, taunting, "All right, I heard she's the one who was abandoned by her adoptive mother, right?" Hearing those words, Syria reached her breaking point. She spun around and glared right at them. Teen smugly taunted, "What's your problem? Got something to say to me?" Reminded of where she was, she decided to turn around and walk away, telling herself, "Just ignore them. No idea where they heard that rumor, but I shouldn't waste my energy on these jerks." Teen kept egging her on, shouting, "Yeah, keep ignoring me like you always do." He then sprinted past her, deliberately blocking her path, shoving Syria hard enough to send her tray and beef dish crashing to the ground, casually tossing in a sarcastic remark, "Oh, sorry about that, smarty pants, little Yerdina." The plate shattered into pieces on the floor. Meanwhile, he and his clique just stood there laughing, getting a sick kick out of it, boiling Syria's blood, as she gritted her teeth in helpless rage. Cut to the scene outside the academy. Ian strolled along with a smile, gazing up at the sky and talking to himself, Man, it's been forever since I ate anything other than infirmary food. Passing by a few gossiping students, he overheard a girl saying, "Did you see that earlier?" She was literally shaking with rage when she walked out of the cafeteria. The other girl chimed in, "Is it really okay for us to just stand by and ignore it like that?" She continued, "I mean, she is part of the Yerdina family." That name instantly caught Ian's attention, making him stop in his tracks. A arrogant male student scoffed. So what? Word has it her family considers her a total disgrace because her mother comes from a low social standing. If the Yerdinas actually stepped in, wouldn't the story spread across the entire empire? He kept rambling enthusiastically. Besides, if anyone were to stick their neck out for her, it'd probably only be that senior. What was his name again? Before he could finish, a voice cut in, answering his question. "Are you talking about Ian Purkis?" The guy turned around and replied automatically, "Yeah, exactly, that's the guy." But his eyes went wide with shock as he realized the guy standing right in front of him was the exact person he'd just been talking about. Ian glared at him menacingly. "What did you just say?" The student stammered nervously, nothing at all." Breaking into a cold sweat, he avoided eye contact and tried to change the subject. "Nice weather today, isn't it, guys?" But when he looked around, his friends had already ditched him and run off. Frantic, he yelled out, "Hey, you traitors!" Just as he tried to bolt too, Ian grabbed his shoulder with an iron grip, saying, "Mind if we have a quick chat?" Absolutely furious, Ian dropped his tone to a deadly threat. "I got quite a few questions for you." Moving to another scene, Ian pushed open the door, grumbling about why he had to deal with this, his face contorted in frustration. Why do swordsmanship majors even have to study geometry anyway? All these areas and lines are driving me crazy and making me nauseous. Leto handed a piece of paper to Ian, saying, "Hey, take a look at this." Ian glanced at the paper, puzzled. "What is it?" As he skimmed through it, he snatched the paper in utter shock and panic. What's with this article?" The article read, "The hero who repelled the magical beasts in the southern forest. Third-year student Ian Purkis, 23, has become the talk of the town among the student body. After slaying numerous beasts in the southern forest, Mr. Purkis took down a total of 10 magical beasts, including high-ranking ones. This remarkable achievement marks a significant milestone, proving without a doubt that he truly belongs among the high nobility." Meanwhile, Syria Yerdina, a 22-year-old second-year student who previously showcased brilliant potential as a top swordsmanship student, fled in cowardice, abandoning her friend and leaving him in mortal danger. Ian clutched his head in pure chaos. "Syria ran away and left me in danger? She literally just wanted to call a teacher. And why is this article praising me so much?" Leto crossed his arms with a smug grin as if nothing was wrong, replying, "Well, because drama sells better." He painted the picture further, the arrogant Yerdina fleeing, while a lower-class noble slays high-ranking beasts. There's no juicier rumor than that. Listening to him, Ian felt a strong urge to punch his friend in the face. Feeling utterly lost, Ian asked, "Do you know who wrote this trash?" "If I don't set the record straight," Leto advised him to give up. "Forget it. Do you honestly think the prom queen is going to listen to your explanation?" Ian stood there wide-eyed and open-mouthed, asking, "You mean that girl who couldn't care less about commoners?" Defeated, Ian sighed. Then there's really no way to change it." Leto replied cheerfully, "Just take it lightheartedly. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Treat it like a joke." Ian shot him a glare, countering, "Because this is terrible for Syria. Nasty rumors about her have been piling up late." In a flash, the two were sitting on a bench outside the academy buildings. Ian explained, basically, Teen was spreading vicious rumors about Syria, and now everyone else is parroting them. Sitting with arms crossed, Ian recounted his actions. "I gave those brats a good earful, so I doubt they'll dare talk about it out in the open again." Leto asked, "What year are those brats in?" Ian guessed, "I think second years, considering their brown cloaks." Closing his eyes, Leto shared his suspicions. Teen's crew consists of third years, and now second years are suddenly getting involved too. "I've got a really bad feeling about this." Ian asked, confused. "Bad feeling about what?" Leto analyzed the situation. With things being this chaotic, someone is likely pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Who else could spread rumors so publicly while subtly orchestrating the bullying of the victim. Isn't Teen the obvious suspect? Those thugs from the Northern Kingdom have never had good intentions towards Syria. Ian questioned further, do you really think a noble from the borderlands could hold that much influence? Leto broke it down seriously. It makes much more sense if someone is pulling the strings. Someone with a broad enough intelligence network to know about Syria's background. Gripping the newspaper tight, Ian wanted to find the mastermind too. If that's the case, then only one thing is clear. He stood up with firm determination, stating, we need to prioritize dealing with Teen and his lackeys first. They definitely know something. Dusk had fallen over the campus. Ian's footsteps quickened as he spotted Syria walking ahead of him. Thinking with relief, finally found her. Smiling, he raised a hand to greet her warmly. Syria, are you okay? It seems like a lot of bad things have been happening lately. Ian froze in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief, as he grabbed her arm, asking urgently, hey, what happened to your head? Syria stood there drenched in alcohol, her eyes filled with deep humiliation and resentment. Rewinding to mealtime in the academy courtyard, two idle students were gossiping. Looks like she only dared to show up at the cafeteria again because it's lunchtime, huh? They blatantly insulted Syria as she walked past. If I were her, I'd be way too embarrassed to ever show my face around here again. Oh, come on. She still needs to eat. Even with a lowborn mother, a girl's gotta survive, right? Their vicious insults ignited a fiery rage inside Syria. The duo kept snickering. Do you think she might actually have a different father? The guy next to him chimed in. I bet. If she was picked up off the street, anything's possible. Syria gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, her mind racing with anger. Where on earth did they hear those rumors about my mother? I let slide last time, but I have to say something this time. She turned back and walked up to them. Seeing her face, the two nobles sneered mockingly. What's with that scary look on your face? The dark-haired guy shot her a malicious glare, taunting. We were just talking about some lowborn trash, but did that hit a little too close to home? Syria's rage boiled over as she glared at them with pure hatred. Gritting her teeth, I will never forgive you. Syria charged straight at them, but she suddenly stepped into an electric trap. The trap clamped tightly onto her leg, making her panic. A trap? Trying desperately to break free, Syria thought, I'll shift my weight to the other foot. Acting immediately, she shifted her weight, only to trigger yet another trap, completely losing her balance. Not again. She tumbled hard onto the ground, while the two nobles burst into triumphant laughter. Thanks to you, we got ourselves a great show. Uncorking a wine bottle, they poured it directly over her head, sneering sarcastically. Oops, my bad. Guess my hand slipped. You okay, Syria? He gloated further. This path is pretty dangerous, so you'd better watch your step next time. Didn't you know? He tossed the empty bottle onto the ground. Syria knelt trembling on the dirt, her mind burning with indignation. Normally, you can't cast magic without a ritual standard. Seeing their smug, triumphant grins, she was certain they had set this up right after leaving the cafeteria this morning, just waiting for her to fall into the trap. Humiliation and helplessness welled up inside her. She saw through their whole scheme, yet couldn't do a single thing about it, forced to watch them walk away. Syria recounted the event calmly. Since I fell for their trick, I debated whether I should just beat them up. But I held back. To my family, my mother is basically invisible, so picking a fight without cause would only bring more trouble. Hearing this, Ian furiously protested. What do you mean, without cause? You had every right. They publicly humiliated you. Syria lowered her head, replying softly. He feigned an apology, pretending it was just an accident. As for the rumors, they never mentioned my name explicitly. Overflowing with grievance, tears spilled over her eyelashes and dripped onto the back of her hands. So they'll easily get away with it. She burst into tears, her voice choking up, while I'm the one who gets in trouble with my family. Seeing Syria crying so bitterly, Ian fell into a quiet silence, deep in thought, plotting something in his mind. After crying it out, she wiped her tears away with her hand and said, I feel a bit better now. Thanks for listening to me. Ian immediately denied it. You are not okay at all. Syria looked at Ian's retreating back with confusion. I am, because you're here with me, Senior. Ian replied coldly. Maybe you're fine. He gritted his teeth, pronouncing each word with lethal intensity. But I'm not. I am definitely not okay with this. At the training grounds, the thugs following Teen Eitri had gathered together. They were bragging about bullying Syria like it was some glorious victory. That girl couldn't even dodge basic magic and got herself trapped. Eitri smirked with satisfaction. Did you pour the juice over her? The guy boasted proudly. Of course, it gave her a luxurious bath that she couldn't afford in her whole lifetime. Eitri's attention suddenly shifted elsewhere. Ian stepped up and stood right before them, his face dark with fury, his eyes radiating pure, murderous intent. Eitri asked suspiciously, Ian Purkis, what business do you have with us? Standing tall in front of the group, Ian growled through gritted teeth. Which one of you assholes spread those rumors about Syria's personal life? They shrugged and sneered back, huh? Is that chick your girlfriend or something? Why should we tell you? That's our private source. Before he could even finish his sentence, Ian's fist slammed directly into his face, sending him flying to the ground. Wiping blood from his nose, he screamed in rage. Are you insane? You low-class, noble trash. Do you want your family destroyed? Another strike from Ian's sword swung downward, blasting him backward until he crashed hard into a stack of wooden crates. Seeing his buddy get beaten up, another guy couldn't hold back and lunged to punch Ian from behind, screaming, You crazy bastard. Ian anticipated his move completely, swinging his sword in a counterattack that launched the guy high into the air. As they lay groaning on the ground, Ian calmly sheathed his sword, turning around to threaten them. Well, I didn't expect you guys to spill everything right away anyway. His eyes flashed with sharp intensity, every word dripping with power. That's fine. I'll just keep beating every single one of you until you decide to apologize and talk. Looking at the others gripping their swords tightly, Ian analyzed the situation silently. Judging by how they hold their weapons, the magic user was likely the guy I just took care of, which means Teen is the only real threat left. Teen's face was eerie in its calm detachment. Ian warned himself, he's the top third-year student in the swordsmanship department, so fighting him won't be easy. Determination flared on Ian's face as he resolved. But since things have come to this, worrying about details is useless. I'll take care of these lackeys in front of me first, then handle him. Several thugs charged toward him, yelling, Get him! He's all by himself. Ian counted silently. 3 of them. A confident smirk touched his lips. My skills have definitely improved lately, but I should still go all out against this crowd. Ian lunged forward with explosive speed straight at one of them. Their blades collided with a loud clang, his sheer power instantly overwhelming his opponent. Ian exerted his force and threw him off, telling himself, 1 down, 2 to go. Suddenly, a sneaky strike came at him from behind, taking Ian completely by surprise. Ian turned back to look at the other 2, who unexpectedly teamed up, leapt into the air, and launched an attack straight toward him. They screamed, Die! Refusing to back down, Ian blocked both incoming strikes simultaneously all by himself. Bracing his body, he overpowered them both and threw them off, then quickly swung his sword, landing a devastating blow right on the head of one thug. Incapable of defending himself, the guy collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold. Seizing the momentum, Ian lunged toward the remaining thug, who was frantically taking a defensive stance, pulling a hand axe out from beneath his cloak and putting every ounce of strength into his grip to deliver a lethal blow to the guy. With his opponents lying scattered and defeated, Ian stood there panting heavily, recovering his breath after the clash. He turned his gaze to Teen, who had been watching from the sidelines, and growled in a low voice. Now it's just you and me, Teen Eitri. Hearing his words, Teen Eitri merely knit his brows slightly and asked with genuine curiosity, How on earth did your skills improve so rapidly? Did you drink some kind of secret elixir from Syria during your training session this morning? Realizing Teen knew about everything, Ian cursed in anger. You crafty bastard, how do you know we trained together? Have you been stalking us? Teen Eitri replied nonchalantly. Let's just say you've caught my attention recently. After all, you did manage to win twice in a row. Another tense battle erupted between them. Ian gritted his teeth, barely holding out against Teen Eitri's relentless onslaught. Overwhelmed by his opponent's brute force, Ian gradually lost ground and was pushed backward. Meanwhile, Teen Eitri maintained a cold, composed expression, as if defeating Ian was child's play. Swinging his massive broadsword, he blasted Ian backward through the air. Gripping his sword tightly, he smirked triumphantly. "Looks like I'm not the one who's going to lose today. Your physical skills have improved, but your magic hasn't." Ian thought anxiously. He's right. Even if I can read and react to his moves, if I don't do something about his magic sword, I'm going to lose this fight. I have to find a way to deal with it. Even though my magic power has slightly increased, going head-to-head with him is still a losing battle. Teen Eitri unleashed a terrifying wave of magic, compressing power so violently that the surrounding air trembled. Wild lightning bolts rained down, as if intent on tearing Ian to shreds. Gritting his teeth, Ian desperately held his ground, but the barrage of continuous strikes gradually sapped his stamina, forcing him down to his knees. Seeing him struggle, Teen Eitri let out a mocking chuckle. "You're surprisingly resilient, but don't think you can win this fight just by dodging around like a rat." Having seemingly figured out a counter-strategy, Ian declared with newfound confidence, "Just wait, you bastard. I'll shut that mouth of yours in a second." Unfazed, Teen Eitri countered, "I'd love to see you try. If you pull it off, I'll take my defeat like a man." Men of the Northern Kingdom are always ready to accept the outcome of a fair match. Hearing such shameless words, Ian cursed under his breath. "Fair, my ass." A coward who bullied Syria because he couldn't defeat her dares talk about being a man. Giving Ian no room to breathe, Teen Eitri instantly lunged forward with a flurry of strikes. Narrowing his eyes, Ian carefully observed his movements and finally spotted an opening above him. But before he could exploit it, a surging wave of force swept from Teen Eitri's blade with such terrifying power that Ian froze in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Teen Eitri's attacks grew increasingly fierce and relentless. Unable to hold out any longer, Ian was slammed hard into the dirt. Enduring the pain, he forced himself up, clenching his grip on his hilt and thrusting it deep into the ground for support. Thinking to himself, what the hell was that speed? In front of him, Teen Eitri strolled forward casually with his sword slung over his shoulder, suddenly blurting out, as if remembering something, "I've been curious about something. During your first match against that girl, I saw you dodge an undodgeable strike, as if you literally bent space itself. How did you do that?" Teen Eitri's question filled Ian with suspicion. Is he talking about the time I was possessed by the evil spirit? Only true masters can utilize spatial footwork. Thinking of this, something suddenly clicked in Ian's mind. Wait, footwork. Looking closer, he realized the ground around them was remarkably soft. His eyes gleamed with astonishment as he glanced down at the dirt. Deep footprints were sunken all over the ground, holes carved into the earth from their ongoing duel. This is it, my one and only path to victory. Teen Eitri's monotonous voice droned on. I'm actually quite fascinated by that technique. He continuously swung his blade toward Ian, asserting with certainty, I'm sure you'll dodge my attack again. Ian forced himself back on his feet once more to face an opponent vastly superior in strength. He tried to calm his racing mind just a little bit more. Finding it amusing, Teen Eitri smirked and asked, What's wrong? Seeing Ian remain motionless, he sneered, Have you given up on fighting already? Little did he know he was walking straight into a trap. All right, now I just need him to charge in. Teen Eitri took heavy steps forward, each heavy footfall stomping down onto the earth, causing the soft ground to sink bit by bit. But the very instant his sword came swinging down, Ian tilted his body, dodging it by a hair's breadth. Teen Eitri's eyes went wide in utter disbelief. Seizing the golden opportunity, Ian counterattacked so fast that the naked eye could barely track it. Teen Eitri was blown backward, forced to retreat repeatedly to defend himself. The color drained from his face as dark bruises began spreading across his skin. Seeing him still standing, Ian thought, he took that directly? What a monster! Refusing to give his opponent a moment to breathe, Ian rushed forward like a hurricane, his terrifying speed completely catching Teen Eitri off guard. He could only gape in sheer horror before his entire body was launched backward through the air. The brutal impact slammed him onto the hard ground, but what terrified him even more was Ian's cold hand clamping firmly around his neck. Teen Eitri thrashed around in desperation, his voice hoarse. What are you doing? Let go of me. Ian offered no response, merely raising his hand axe with a cold expression, ordering in a low growl, "Cut the crap." Looking like a demon straight out of hell, Ian tightened his grip on his neck, his voice echoing with lethal menace. "And shut your mouth." Teen Tree glared in terror, unable to utter a single word. "What?" The sharp blade of the axe came hacking down, causing his body to convulse violently as wisps of aura burst from his face like a deflating balloon, rapidly draining every bit of his vitality. Still unsatisfied, Ian thought furiously, "You dirty bastard! How dare you pull underhanded tricks behind someone's back?" He raised his axe once more. "Trash like you deserves to be ground into mincemeat." Having dealt with the guy, Ian finally felt his mind clear up, surrounded at last by peace and quiet. But right at that moment, an oblivious fool barged in, shouting, "You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me? I am Lupin, third son of Count Rainila." He threatened Ian, "If you get on your knees right now." Before he could finish his sentence, Ian hurled the axe straight at him. The idiot stared blankly in the direction the axe had flown, completely unaware of the deadly danger closing in. Ian asked nonchalantly, "Sounds like you want to be ground into mincemeat too. Now that you're awake, why don't you tell me where you got that information about Syria?" Lupin stammered, at a total loss for words. "Ugh. Well," he hurriedly blurted out everything he knew. "I don't know anything. All I know is that a blue-haired girl told us. That's all. I have no idea who she is." Catching the key piece of information, Ian pressed further. "Blue-haired?" Trembling with fear, Lupin babbled, "I heard about Syria's mother from her. I swear I don't know anything else. I swear that's everything I know." Ian slowly walked over to him. Lupin hung his head low, awaiting his judgment in terror. Ian's voice dropped to a grim, dark tone. "It really was useless expecting to extract any real intel from you guys. Fine then. Remember this lesson well. There won't be a second time." Sparing Lupin's life, Ian breathed a quiet sigh of relief in his heart. This should keep Syria out of trouble for a while, because if these scumbags try pulling anything dirty behind my back again, they know a lunatic like me will come straight for them. Still, since these bastards spread rumors about Syria's past, Lupin sat there dazed, staring blankly at Teen Tree's fallen body, while Ian clenched his fists, filled with burning indignation. He resolved inwardly, "I swear I'll hunt them down and crush every single one of them." Syria scanned her surroundings, but the familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. Thinking to herself, "He's not here either. Did something happen to Senior Ian? Could it be that he wanted to get revenge for me yesterday?" But no matter how angry he was, suddenly, mocking laughter rang out near her ears. "Look, it's the orphan girl." Syria turned around to find her bullies standing there. One girl sneered at her. "What are you glaring at? It's not like you can run home to your mommy, right?" Those words made Syria tremble with rage. These bastards. Her hands, gripping her sword, trembled uncontrollably. Syria tried hard to force herself to stay calm. "Calm down. They're just trying to provoke me, but I can't do anything reckless." Seeing Syria fail to retaliate, the two girls pushed further. "Gosh, look at her. She looks so furious. Look at that glare. I guess that's what happens when you don't have proper parents raising you. That's why she's only half a noble, right?" Right at that moment, Teen Tree coldly cut them off. "Enough." Turning toward him, they asked, "Who are you?" His voice sounded dark and ominous. "I'm telling you two to leave right now, unless you want to end up like me." Failing to understand what Teen Tree meant, they offered a forced smile. "There must be some misunderstanding. We were just chatting with an acquaintance." But Teen saw right through their weak excuses. "Save your excuses, because that lunatic Ian didn't even give us a chance to explain before doing this to us. He's the reason we ended up in this state." Taking in the battered, bruised state of Teen Tree and his crew, the two girls finally felt a surge of genuine terror. Shaken, they stammered, "What are you talking about? This isn't some act, is it?" Teen Tree turned his attention back to his main task, calling her name, "Syria Yurdina." He and his entire crew bowed deeply in unison, apologizing sincerely. "I am deeply sorry. I won't ever bother you again." Syria responded with utter indifference. "There's no need to make such a big scene out of this. You could have done this somewhere else to save yourselves the embarrassment." But Teen Tree leaned in and whispered into her ear with a quiet growl, I'm making a scene for a reason. If vague rumors start spreading, we'll become laughingstocks. It's much better to leave the impression that that crazy bastard beat us to a pulp. To be honest, I still dislike you. You're rude, but what pisses me off even more is that you're stronger than me and have such a solid backer. However, knowing how to make powerful allies is also a skill. Be sure to tell Ian about what happened today. Watching him walk away, Syria thought to herself, he's smarter than I thought. Suddenly, she froze in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her eyes. The two girls who had been mocking her earlier were now bowing deeply as well, their attitudes completely sincere. We are so sorry. We will never do it again. Syria had no idea how to react to the surreal situation. She thought, if I were all alone, I would have just endured it, thinking there was nothing I could do. But I can't keep relying on his help forever. Next time, I'll definitely handle it myself. Elsewhere, inside an opulent room, an annoyed voice called out, Mr. Ian. The saint asked him with annoyance, do you just enjoy getting yourself injured? Or something? No. More importantly, is it true that you fought against 8 people yesterday? Exhaling a helpless sigh, she continued, I helped you because you had a valid reason. But if it weren't for those circumstances, House Rainila would have made a huge deal out of this. Hearing that name, Ian asked in surprise, Rainila? The saint confirmed, yes, the Count is clearly displeased. Realizing what happened, Ian thought, so he kept his promise, but there's no way he'll give up on revenge. What should I do? What if they put pressure on my family? As he racked his brain in distress, the saint added, of course, I explained the situation properly. When you told me what happened, I naturally had to take your side. After all, the sanctuary will always protect justice. Besides, I owed you a favor from last time anyway. Hearing her words, Ian was completely taken aback. A favor? Reading his expression, she instantly guessed. Oh, looks like you don't remember, do you? It's no big deal anyway. Don't worry about it. Emmanuel. Ian forced an awkward smile as he heard her mention the name. Emmanuel? Inwardly, he cursed up a storm. Damn it, you evil spirit. What the hell did you do during that week? The saint is someone I could never even dream of meeting outside the academy. There's no way her explanation was just a simple explanation. What kind of massive favor did that spirit pull off for her to help me like this? While his mind was spiraling in chaotic confusion, a voice suddenly called out from outside. Ian. Celine dashed over happily and threw her arms tightly around him, asking, is your injury okay? Seeing her so excited, Ian felt utterly helpless. Why do you jump on me every single time we meet? Pouting her cheeks in a huff, she asked, seriously though, why do you care so much about that girl? You're always sacrificing yourself for her. But Ian replied, that's not it. I do the same for you. Didn't I promise to protect you? The room fell quiet under the faint, shimmering light. Deeply moved by Ian's genuine words, Celine murmured, so, you still remember. Ian affirmed with absolute certainty. How could I ever forget? He reminded her, high-ranking nobles had their eyes on the mine in your family's territory, and they plotted to get rid of your uncle. When I saw you, my best friend, crying in the flower garden, I made up my mind right then that I would protect you. Overcome with emotion, Celine wrapped her arms tightly around Ian. He continued to comfort her gently. Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll definitely protect you. To me, you're like a real little sister, so of course I can't just stand by and do nothing. Celine froze entirely the moment she heard him call her that. Little sister? But the touching scene turned ice cold when she stomped hard on Ian's foot. Celine furiously interrogated him. We were having such a touching moment. Why did you have to go and ruin it like that? Ian hopped around holding his throbbing foot, still clueless about what he'd done wrong. What did I do wrong? His foolish question only drove the girl in front of him even crazier. Ugh, forget it. What's the point of explaining anything to an idiot like you? She decided right then, fine, then we just need to resolve Syria Yurdina's issue as fast as possible. Once that's settled, Ian's interest in her will naturally fade. People talking bad about her isn't anything new, but the situation has shifted now. People are starting to mock her openly right to her face. And it's not even people who hate her or have ties to her. Most of them are high-ranking nobles with mutual connections across the academy. Thinking to himself, Ian remembered Leto said something similar. He asked Celine, can you guess who's pulling the strings from behind? She replied, First off, it can't be second-year students. A whole crowd turned to bully her, not just one or two. So there's likely someone behind them within teens, third-year group. Next, that leaves first years and fourth years. But there's no way it's first years, right? They don't even have any connection to Syria, Ian deduced. Then there's a high chance it's among the fourth years. Celine reminded him. Leto said he'd be late. Why don't you ask him to investigate? But Ian declined. I'll handle it. He has plenty of connections anyway. Inwardly, he weighed his options. A fourth-year student, a high-ranking noble, and that blue hair Lupin mentioned. That narrows it down significantly. Now all that's left is finding the culprit. Inside the infirmary, Ian walked out alone, talking to himself. I never thought discharge from the infirmary without anyone accompanying me would feel this lonely. As he walked, he bumped into someone. It was Emma's father. He spotted Ian too. He immediately bowed in greeting. It's been a while, young master. Ian quickly raised a hand. There's no need to be so formal, sir. Ian asked hesitantly. How is she doing? Emma's father's hands trembled as he answered mournfully. They said she's still fighting for her life. I'm truly a useless father. I don't know what I can even do anymore. Seeing the man consumed with guilt, Ian offered words of comfort. Please don't say that, sir. I'm sure a miracle will happen. Looking at him with deep gratitude, the man said, I heard you slayed the magical beast that attacked Emma. I truly don't know how to repay you. He grasped Ian's hands to express his thanks, making the boy feel a little embarrassed. As the man gripped tighter, Ian replied, It attacked me first, so I merely fought back. Why doesn't deserve your gratitude, sir. He pulled his hands back, leaving the man flustered. Apologies, I didn't mean to. Ian replied, It's all right. The man hurriedly explained, I just couldn't hold back my desire to express my gratitude. Well then, I shall take my leave first. With their conversation ended, the two went their separate ways. Ian resolved in his heart, I'll do whatever it takes to save Emma. Standing in front of the clock tower, Ian stood deep in thought. Leto's network really is vast. Remembering Leto's beaming face, got it, leave it to me. But how are you planning to compensate me? Ian could only sigh. Even if I just sit and wait, he'll definitely find the culprit. Thinking as he walked, Ian soon arrived at Syria's training spot. Not surprised in the slightest, he thought, I knew you'd be here first. Watching Syria practice from a distance, he felt as though the atmosphere surrounding her had shifted. Syria trained so diligently with her sword that she didn't even notice his arrival. Watching her execute her moves so proficiently, he wondered to himself, how did I even manage to win against her back then? Seeing her finish her set, he walked up and asked warmly, How are you holding up? Wiping away her sweat, Syria turned around, saw him, and bowed with a slight blush on her face. Not well at all. I'm not okay without you by my side. Senior Ian, confused by her sudden words. She realized she had spoken out loud and quickly looked away in embarrassment. Shifting her gaze, she asked, What about you, Senior? Ian replied with a hint of tension. Same as usual. By the way, what were you practicing just now? Syria explained. It's my family's secret sword style, the Royal Lion technique. It's a technique that creates rapid, consecutive slashes to make it hard for the opponent to tell which strikes are real and which are feints. Since I lack experience, I can only draw 3 lines right now, but true masters could draw up to 10 in a single strike. Realizing it was a crucial family secret, Ian asked, Is it really okay for you to show me a secret sword style like that? Syria replied, It's fine. Even with your skills, you wouldn't be able to copy it anyway. I mean, realizing her words sounded blunt, she stammered in panic. I mean, you're already quite strong as you are. Hearing that stung Ian's pride slightly, but he could only laugh it off awkwardly. No, you're right. Syria then spoke up. I'm truly sorry. I'm so sorry. Ian smiled back. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Ian sighed inwardly, thinking, looks like she's getting better at understanding other people's feelings. She even feels bad for what she said. Beneath the full moon, the two chatted comfortably. Syria mentioned, I heard about what you did yesterday. Expressing her gratitude, she added, Thank you so much for taking care of that for me. Ian took both her hands in his. Don't mention it. We help each other out when needed, right? He smiled and said, After all, we're friends. Under the moonlight, Ian's bright smile was so dazzling that Syria stared in awe, completely missing his next words. so you don't need to worry so much. Her head practically steaming, she could only lower her face to avoid his gaze. I guess my situation isn't that terrible after all. Syria pulled her hands back and said hesitantly, but of course, that doesn't mean you should overdo it. Looking up with a smile, she told him, I'll have to solve my own problems from now on. Her transformation caught him off guard. Why the sudden change? Ian replied, flustered. All right, but if anything comes up, just tell me. Startled, she snapped back to her usual self. Did I say something wrong just now? Ian quickly denied it. No, nothing at all. Let's start practicing. Syria trained with intense focus, completely ignoring him. Watching her practice, he noticed her aura was far more stable than before. Looking closer, he turned and asked her, Did the color of your aura change? Syria confirmed, yes. Seeing her answer so casually, he exclaimed in shock, Wait. That's not a minor detail. Ian recalled the previous color of her aura. Though the difference was subtle, it had definitely changed. Its blue hue used to be much paler. A person's aura color reflects their state of mind. If it changes, it means something deep within them has shifted as well. Yet she remarked, I don't feel any different, though. How strange, Ian thought, feeling a bit suspicious. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Could it be related to the rumors about her mother being exposed? She flinched at the mention of her mother, clearly uncomfortable whenever the topic came up. Syria answered frankly, Although it hurt deeply when people brought it up, I don't think it has anything to do with my aura's color. After all, that happened a very long time ago. Ian asked in surprise, a long time ago. She silently recounted the story. Yes. When I was 6 years old, my mother was banished from the Yerdina family. She begged desperately not to be separated from me. The vivid memory of her mother kneeling and begging her father to stay replayed in her mind. She continued, But my father called the knights and ordered them to drag that disgusting woman out of here immediately. In the blink of an eye, they dragged her away while I could only stand frozen before that horrifying sight. Yet even until the very last moment, my mother kept reaching her hand out toward me. The image of her mother's reaching hand was permanently etched into her memory. She added softly, Fearing I'd be banished too, I pretended not to see a thing. Though her face remained expressionless, her eyes hid a deep sadness. In the end, my mother was gone, and my elder sister, standing beside me, said, If you don't prove your worth, you'll meet the exact same fate. Syria sheathed her sword. From that moment on, she poured everything into swordsmanship just to prove she was useful. Hearing her story, Ian felt a pang of heartache that a 6-year-old child had to endure such a trauma. The moonlight grew brighter as fireflies danced around them. He asked gently, Is that why you want to beat your sister? To prove you're strong enough to defeat even the family heir? Syria replied, I used to think so. Raising her head high, she answered, But now, I just want to prove to myself that I'm not weak. Syria reassured him so he wouldn't worry. Besides, I'm fine now. She added quietly, Because I have you, Senior Ian. Worry welled up inside him. I can't leave her alone now, especially after hearing that. Making up his mind, he declared, All right, in that case, you just need to win the hunting festival. She gasped in shock, Defeating Delphine, the strongest student in the academy, in a one-on-one duel would be extremely difficult. But since the hunting festival is a team competition, we'll definitely find a way to pull it off together. The moonlight cast a bright glow over him. Cut to a scene of a girl reporting to Delphine, There are rumors that your little sister will be participating in the hunting festival. She replied nonchalantly, It doesn't matter. Spreading rumors about her mother. Delphine sat cross-legged arrogantly in her chair, her overwhelming aura radiating outward, enhancing her authoritative presence. Was merely an appetizer to welcome her. Looks like I'll have to thoroughly crush her now. Under the blazing sunlight, Ian's voice echoed, Great job out there. Sirius smiled and replied, You too, Senior. Covering his face with his hand as he gazed up at the sky, Ian thought to himself, It's about time I reread that letter. I was so caught up in Sirius' situation that I completely forgot about it. All right then, I still have work to do, so. Before Ian could finish, Syria hesitantly grabbed the edge of his sleeve. Senior, shyly, with a faint blush on her face, she asked, Would you like to have breakfast together? Ian offered a helpless smile. Sure, I'll head out after we eat. But suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Ian, you terrible senior. It was Celine standing nearby, waving excitedly. Are you done with morning practice? Who are you calling terrible? Celine shot a disdainful glare toward the person standing next to Ian. Syria muttered softly, Good morning. Celine smirked at the sight. You're about to go eat breakfast, right? Stepping forward, she wrapped her arms tightly around Ian's arm, hugging it against her chest. Then let's go together, just the two of us, like we always do. Ian felt put on the spot. Huh? Since when did we start having breakfast together every day? Unable to just stand by and watch, Syria reached out with her fingers. No. Frowning, Syria grabbed Ian's sleeve. Wait a minute. Onlookers nearby began whispering among themselves. What's going on over there? Look at them. Talk about drama. Celine pressed Ian's arm tighter against her chest. She provoked. Do you have some business with my Ian? Smirking inwardly, Celine thought, Did this girl swallow gunpowder or something? Syria demanded firmly. Let go of his arm. Who do you think you are to stop us? We've always been like this. Celine glared annoyance at Syria. Now you're standing in our way just because you got a little closer to Ian? He only pays attention to you out of pity because you have no friends. Ian stepped in to mediate. Hey, I never said anything like that. Syria's face darkened, just as I thought. Turns out you're not a good person at all. Are you one of those people talking behind my back? Are you trying to paint me as the bad guy? Syria stepped directly in front of Celine. Did I say anything wrong? Whenever I see you displaying that ugly inferiority complex of yours, I think that description fits you quite well. After all, you said Senior only pays attention to me because he pities me, right? Syria leaned close to Celine's ear and whispered, If that's the case, I'll just keep playing the pitiful role so we can stay together forever. Unable to take it any longer, Celine reached for her sword. Don't you dare get in my way. Syria radiated a cold, imposing aura. Go ahead and draw your sword, because I'm reaching my limit too. Celine gritted her teeth in pure fury. Beneath the rustling leaves, a deep male voice shouted, Enough. Ian turned away with a stern expression. Both of you leave me alone. Surprised, Celine unconsciously uttered, Ian. Both of them slumped glumly. Tears welled up in the corners of Syria's eyes, while Celine closed her eyes, enduring the frustration. At the dining table, Ian had dark circles under his eyes as he stared blankly up at the sky. Leto raised a hand and asked, So that's the reason you ditched both of them? Ian confirmed. Syria started getting mad, and Celine kept saying weird things, so I just got annoyed. Leto laughed heartily, taking a sip from his glass. Haha. Now, that's an enviable situation. Two beauties fighting over you. Didn't you realize that? Ian barked angrily. Shut up before my fist lands on your face. Leto continued explaining. Well, I bet Celine's feelings are pretty complicated right now. After all, a rival suddenly popped out of nowhere. Ian looked blank. Huh? What do you mean? Setting his glass down, Leto sighed. What an idiot. Ian, you're hopeless. You're the one who brought this up in the first place. Whatever, forget it. What about the investigation I asked you about? Why are you rushing me so much? I told you it'd take about a week. I've already asked my ex-girlfriends, my current girlfriends, and a whole bunch of people to look for a girl with green hair. Just wait a bit longer. Ian judged him. You total playboy. I didn't expect it to take this long. Leto enthusiastically took a sip of water. If we found her right away, it wouldn't be much of an investigation, would it? Suddenly, Ian spoke up. By the way, I have a question. He muttered softly. Do you think a letter could come from the future? Leto crossed his arms in confusion. What's wrong with you today? You keep saying weird things. Ian quickly reached into his pocket. Fine. It's best if I just show you. Look at this. Leto's blue eyes widened. Looking at Ian's hand in confusion, Leto asked, Look at what? Come on. I'm telling you to look at this letter from the future. Leto joked. Did you eat something spoiled? He reached his hand right through the paper in front of Ian. There's nothing in your hand. Ian's heart raced in utter disbelief. What is this? His hand passed right through it. Leto asked with concern. Don't tell me you got cursed and you're having a mental breakdown or something? Ian stood up abruptly and asserted. No, this is how I found out about Emma's accident and the monster attack the other day. I avoided it because it was written right here. And another thing, it says a very powerful monster will appear during the hunting festival. Leto spoke calmly. Isn't it obvious that strong opponents show up during the hunting festival? The fourth-year students sent out will be returning, after all. Ian struggled to explain. No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that an extremely dangerous magical beast will appear during the festival. Still finding it hard to believe, Leto reassured him. All right, does a letter really need to emphasize that the hunting festival is happening this year? Even though every student in the academy already knows that. Ian stared at the piece of paper, trembling with anxiety. What's going on? Our conversation isn't connecting at all. Don't tell me I can't reveal the contents of the letter to anyone else either. Leto interrupted Ian's spiral of thoughts. Let's just say you're telling the truth. If so, there's a high chance some sort of temporal interference is occurring solely around you to prevent a disaster from happening. Two giant question marks practically hovered over Ian's head. Disaster? What do you mean? Leto explained exhaustedly. This is a serious topic, yet you're too dense to even get it? Space-time manipulation can only be performed by the highest tier of magic, but even that has its limits. Do you know why? Ian scratched his cheek, thinking, I feel like Emma said something similar before. Because it's extremely difficult to use? Leto lamented. Good Lord, I must be insane for asking you. Since it alters the natural order of the world, it naturally comes with severe restrictions. Take the dire wolf monster attack earlier as an example. How were they defeated in that letter's original future? Was it because you read the letter? Think about it. That letter couldn't exist unless those monsters were defeated first. That means the past is the future, and the future is the past. The resulting paradoxes would throw the entire order of things into chaos. In other words, knowing information about the future means. Seeing Ian's bewildered look, Leto stated gravely, if you make one wrong move, you could end up destroying the entire world. Ian stuttered. I could destroy the whole world? Leto set his glass down, declaring firmly, exactly, so I'm telling you to be careful. Well, I assume the sender is trying to prevent something terrible, but since the space-time disruption only affects you and your information is limited, as long as you don't do anything reckless, there shouldn't be a problem. A drop of sweat rolled down Ian's cheek as he thought. Even so, I might still be holding the fate of the world on my shoulders. I'm just a countryside noble. How am I supposed to handle all of this alone? Blocking the glaring light with his hand, Ian wondered inwardly. What should I do from here on out? Before he could process his thoughts, a brusque voice rang out. Hey, you. Ian slowly turned around. Elsie pouted. Are you the one who beat up my little brother? Countless swirls of blue magic surrounded her body as she stood proudly with arms crossed, followed by the heavy sound of hundreds of approaching footsteps. Ian struggled to breathe as he stared at the crowd ahead. He was completely surrounded. Assessing the situation, Ian guessed. Did she come to get revenge for her brother? He swallowed hard. If she's that brat's sister, she must be the infamous Elsie. Did you really think a son of the Raynila family would let things slide after someone like you paid a visit to our estate? Ian let out a heavy sigh, clutching his head in exhaustion. The leader of one of the Academy's two major factions. Even though the Saintess tried to mediate, that brat still came after me. Sigh. And he even brought his sister along. I'm truly finished. Looks like I'll have to take a beating before this escalates any further. Sister, this guy is no pushover, but running away would be pathetic. Before the Raynila siblings could finish arguing, their subordinates were already collapsed on the ground. A blonde girl stood there, lightly brushing her hands in the air. She cut in, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Oops, sorry about that. They were standing in my way. Her steps were graceful in the quiet space. Delphine flashed an elegant smile, gently sweeping her hair to the side. Why don't you stop acting tough in front of the students? It's quite an eyesore, Delphine added disdainfully. Elsie gritted her teeth in irritation. You're as rude as ever, your Dina. Both radiated intense bloodlust as they glared at each other. That's my line. Ian stood there watching their confrontation, utterly flustered. You're blocking the way, mind stepping aside? Shut up and scram. Ian chuckled quietly to himself. This is the first time I've seen Senior Delphine up close. Before this, I've only seen her in newspapers or from afar. Ian sidestepped, preparing to slip away. Since she's Siria's sister, maybe I should talk to her for a moment. Plus, this is the perfect chance to escape this place. Suddenly, A black-haired youth grabbed Ian's shoulder. Where do you think you're going? Don't tell me you're trying to run away. Ian waved his hands defensively. No, I wouldn't dare. As he spoke, his hand was already resting on his hilt. Ha! I really don't want to fight, but a taunting voice made him freeze. Aha, so that's how it is. Elsie placed her hands on her hips and sneered. You like him, don't you? I don't mind waiting another night. So go ahead and enjoy yourself with him. But what do you plan to do? Elsie glared sharply at Ian. After everything he did to your sister, before she could finish, a spray of hot blood erupted into the air, stunning both girls. Ian now held a sharp axe, while at his feet lay a poor student clutching a bleeding arm. Ian's voice dropped into a low growl. Senior Elsie, say whatever you want about me, but I won't let you drag Syria into this. His face turned ice cold, his golden eyes sharp. How do you intend to pay for that? The sheer killing intent radiating from him startled Elsie. She recoiled in fear, her voice losing control. He's trying to attack me. Despite that, Ian charged forward, leaping up to deliver a heavy axe strike right into the blonde youth's face. He collapsed to the ground as blood sprayed uncontrollably. Another opponent lunged at Ian, yelling, "You bastard!" Ian moved fluidly, easily dodging all incoming sword strikes. He blew the attacker away with a powerful cleave of his axe. Raising his weapon high, he judged calmly, too slow. Ian slammed the butt of his axe straight into the unluckiest student's face, leaving him unconscious, mouth agape, and eyes rolled back. Ian stood there composed and emotionless, amidst the pile of fallen students. But a bolt of blue lightning suddenly zipped past him, prompting an instant reaction. Ian gritted his teeth and leapt away from the violent magical strike. Looking straight into Elsie's eyes, Ian praised her. Not bad, that's more like it. Smirking in satisfaction, he added, let's make this a fair fight. After all, I just cleared out all the flies. Elsie threatened. You're insane. Do you really think you could defeat me? Her words only made Ian lose his patience. We won't know until we try. With a powerful leap, he cut through the air, lunging directly at Elsie. In a split second, Ian swung his hand high, landing on the ground and launching a surge of mana straight toward her. Elsie deployed a defensive barrier to block the blow. Gasping for air, she sneered, how do you expect someone at your level to break my shield? A ruthless grin spread across Ian's face. Then let's keep trying, and see how long your shield can hold up. Silence briefly fell over the battlefield. Elsie let out an amused smirk. Crossing her arms proudly, she boasted, break my shield? Pure delusion. Well, your moves earlier were indeed impressive. You managed to take down my attendance, but a third year like you could never. Before Elsie could finish, Ian channeled his mana into his blade. A loud impact resonated as Elsie strained with all her might to hold her ground. Ugh, she screamed, you bastard. But before Elsie realized it, it was too late. Ian's hand had reached her barrier, pinning her to the ground. Ian swung his axe. You sure are confident. Losing control, he struck the barrier repeatedly. Let's see if your mouth still works once your shield shatters. Elsie scoffed inwardly. Ridiculous. I'm one of the top mages in this academy. Does he really think repeatedly hitting it will break my shield? While this fool is completely focused on swinging his axe, I'll quickly cast my spell and crush him. Ian's eyes were entirely devoid of composure as he relentlessly hacked away. By the time Elsie realized what was happening, her prize barrier had shattered into pieces. Her hands trembled as she clutched her staff. The surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. Whoa! He just kept striking until it finally broke. Elsie's body trembled, her blue eyes brimming with tears. Someone please, help me. Ian narrowed his eyes in fury. What? Why are you suddenly begging for your life now? I thought you were prepared to die the moment you mocked me in Syria. Tears trickled down Elsie's cheeks. But you wouldn't actually kill me, right? No, I don't want to die. Driven mad, Ian raised his axe high. Then you shouldn't have started this in the first place. Besides, death is a fitting outcome for a duel over one's honor. The sound of crumbling stone echoed right beside Elsie's ear. She shut her eyes in sheer terror. Ian gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. I'll let it slide this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. He slowly pulled himself up. As the other students stared at him in utter horror, a voice suddenly called out, stopping him in his tracks. Hey! Delphine looked at Ian with intrigue. may I borrow a moment of your time? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. In front of the academy courtyard, Leto sat there bursting into laughter, pointing at Ian. Well, I was wondering who that was, but turns out you really are that axe-wielding maniac. Ian let out a long sigh. Huh, do you want to test how that feels too? Oh my, look at you, acting all tough. By the way, I heard you're meeting Senior Delphine. Yeah, that's right. But what could she possibly want to talk to you about? No idea. We're meeting tonight, so I just agreed for now. Ian turned serious. By the way, did you find out who spread the rumors about Syria? Yeah, I did, which is why I came looking for you. Leto handed over a piece of paper. Read this. Opening the letter, Ian pondered silently. Leto looked up at him. What's with that look? I didn't expect you to be this calm. Ian crossed his arms, visibly annoyed. There's a reason for it. Looking up at the sky, Ian mused, we currently have very few clues, but when I thought about why someone would pick on her, that had to be it. Leto was slightly surprised. So you just confirmed your theory using the info I gave you? Ian nodded. Pretty much. So, what are you planning to do now? Ian stated resolutely. First, I'm going to meet that person, and what I do next will depend on their answer. In the sunlit forest, Syria murmured anxiously. Senior Ian, looking at the report in her hands, a hint of sadness crossed her face. He got into another fight because of me. She felt a bit embarrassed thinking about it. Senior Elsie approached Senior Ian because he handled the people spreading rumors about me. Even though I said I'd handle it myself, he ended up helping me again. Suddenly, Ian appeared. Why do you look so down? Syria gasped. Senior Ian. She hurriedly hid the report behind her back. Well, her shoulders trembled as she sniffled. I'm so sorry about what happened the other day. I suddenly treated Celine like a villain. Ian felt awkward. Don't worry about that. I was a bit annoyed back then too, but I'm not mad anymore. Don't worry. Syria shyly raised her eyes. But I'm always standing behind you, just watching you help me. Twiddling her fingers, she added, this time too you fought the people bullying me, and even Senior Elsie got involved. Ian's face lit up like a starry night. It's fine, just rely on me. Whenever either of us is in trouble, we should lean on each other. Next time, you might be the one helping me out. I understand. Syria pouted. Then, looking at Ian with an enchanted gaze, she asked, can I hug you? Her words caught Ian completely off guard. Her body leaned gently toward him. Ian wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. Wait, even so. Their bodies met under the warm sunlight and falling leaves. Flustered, Ian looked upward, his heart leaping wildly. Hey, what on earth is going on here? Syria was truly happy as she was embraced, but just as she was dreaming, his voice shattered the moment. Syria, Syria bashfully turned her face away to hide her flushed cheeks. This is all because of my mom. She always hugs me when I cry, so her head was spinning in circles. Am I making you upset? I didn't mean it like that. It's just that I felt. Syria struggled for words, turning away in embarrassment. Her jade-green eyes lingered for a moment. Are there sepia flowers here too? Syria quickly deflected to another topic. This kind of flower is usually only found in the northern region. I've never seen it grow this far down south. Ian suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, sepia flowers. With all the bullying going on, I completely forgot about it. But the whole reason I approached Syria in the first place was to find out if she was the sepia I was looking for. I'll take this chance to ask her. Ian spoke up. Do you like flowers? Syria replied with a flower-like, radiant smile. Yes, my mom loves flowers, so I like them too. Ian stared at her in deep thought, marveling. With this emotional connection, maybe she'll name herself after a flower? But I have no idea why she's hiding her own name. Anyway, this flower must be deeply important to that person. And in that letter, the part saying we'd grow closer after the hunting festival has been on my mind too. Could Syria truly be sepia? If it really is her, Ian was thunderstruck. Is she also the one I'm destined to marry in the future? Ian shook his head and muttered to himself, no way. No matter how trustworthy that letter seemed, she's still just a junior. I shouldn't get distracted by this. Time to focus on work. He smiled down at Syria. Hey, Syria, can I ask you another question? This one is a bit personal. Syria looked puzzled. What is it? Is Senior Delphine really guaranteed to be the heir of the Yardina family? What about your chances of becoming the heir? Syria refused the thought. Me? I don't have enough recognition or capability to be the heir. My sister holds all the real power, and everyone in the family heavily supports her. I see. Has your sister ever tried to hold you back or keep you down? Syria's face darkened as she murmured, "Keep me down?" Ian fell into deep thought, instinctively resting a hand on his chin. You're a daughter of the Yerdina family too, so you too must be fighting for the succession. Syria clenched her fists tight. I've never gone against her. Syria's eyes burned with resentment at the thought. I've always stayed quiet and done whatever I was told. She always warned me that if I wasn't useful to the family, I was completely worthless and had to obey every command. That's why I've always stayed on high alert. At least, right up until I decided to take part in the hunting festival. Her cheeks flushed as she questioned him. But why are you so interested in this? Oh, there's no special reason. Ian placed a hand on Syria's small shoulders. Though I suppose I'll probably have to fight your sister soon anyway. Ian offered a bright, reassuring smile. So I just want you to know clearly what kind of person she is. Evening at the upper-class nobility dormitory in Aylis Hall. The butler bowed, raising a hand. Thank you for waiting. I'll show you to your room right away. Ian nodded in thanks. Just Senior Delphine and me. Looks like another weird rumor is about to pop up. Even so, his gaze remained fiercely determined. Lady Delphine, Ian has arrived. A clear voice echoed from inside the room. Come in. This is my one and only chance to uncover the truth. Ian calmly pushed the door open. Excuse me, but the moment he looked inside, his face instantly flushed bright red. Welcome. Delphine sat gracefully with her legs crossed in a deeply alluring pose. The Axe Prince's body completely froze up. For the first few seconds, his mind raced. What on earth? Why is she dressed like that? He stammered. Senior Delphine, you should probably go change first. What's the matter? You don't like it? Don't I look gorgeous? Delphine gave a subtle, teasing smirk. Well then, that's even better. Please have a seat. Ian carefully sat down on the chair opposite her. With all due respect, I think it'd be a good idea to mind your appearance when meeting a man. Delphine casually poured wine into her glass. Why on earth would I need to do that? Seeing beautiful things makes people want to possess them, doesn't it? A woman's body is one of those things, after all. But for most women, a man's desires are dangerous. That's why they cover up their bodies to protect themselves. However, absolutely no one could ever possess me. So why should I ever worry about something like that? Ian broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, that's true. Nobody in this entire academy has ever managed to beat her. Plus, it's not really a big deal anyway. You look pretty innocent anyway. I grew up in the countryside, so I don't really understand these kinds of things. You'd better get used to it starting now. This is going to be part of your daily life. Ian laughed it off awkwardly inside. Why do I feel like she's trying to seduce me? Now, then, let's get straight to the point. Delphine cupped her face, tapping her fingers excitedly against the table. Become my ally, Axe Prince. Me? That's right. I've never met anyone as interesting and courageous as you. Naturally, you'll also receive the absolute best treatment across all departments in the academy. Glancing down at the table, Ian carefully calculated his next move. Does she seriously want to recruit me just because she wants me? No way, that's it. There has to be another reason. Before I give you my answer, I want to ask you a question too. Delphine looked right at Ian, ready. And then, he asked slowly, did you know that Syria's reputation has been dragged through the mud lately? Delphine bluntly confirmed it. I've heard about it. Those fools really don't know fear, pulling a stunt like that against someone from the Yerdina family. I've already tracked down the identity of the student who leaked Syria's confidential information, and I've confirmed that person has been coming in and out of this very dormitory. Lifting the wine bottle to pour a refill, Delphine asked smoothly, what are you trying to say? Let me paint the bigger picture for you. The person spreading rumors about Syria's mother has to be someone from Yerdina. They must have the connections and status to make people openly look down on and insult someone. And finally, that person had to know confidential information about Syria's mother, things only someone inside the family would know. Put all of that together, and there's only one person who could be behind this. And that person is you, Delphine Yerdina. Delphine smirked. I thought you were just a little mouse. This is genuinely surprising. Ian challenged her. But why would you want to humiliate your own precious younger sister? You didn't have a reason before. But you do now, right? He glared at Delphine with deep hostility. Because Syria, who always obeyed your every command, suddenly decided to challenge and defeat you at the hunting festival. Delphine closed her eyes in partial agreement. Your deduction sounds pretty reasonable, but without any actual proof. Ian shot her a sly look. If that's what you want, I'll just go find that blue-haired student. That's enough out of you. Delphine confessed with a ruthless grin. I was the one behind it. Truth be told, I was planning to just leave the brat alone. But then she suddenly announced she was going to challenge me at the hunting festival. So I had to teach her a lesson about never defying her master. Ian reached out his hand in utter confusion. Defying her master? Syria just wanted to prove herself. Delphine stubbornly pressed on. Let's drop that. Do you intend to become my ally or not? Because to be honest, I didn't expect your abilities to be this impressive. But not long after those words left her mouth, Ian swung his axe, smashing the glass cup into pieces. He coldly declared, I'll have to pass. Working under someone like you doesn't sound like a good idea at all. Delphine Yerdina gently swirled the glass of red wine in front of Ian, sweet-talking him with a seductive tone. By the way, do you intend to become my ally? Because to be honest, I didn't expect your abilities to be this impressive. Bright moonlight streamed directly through the window pane. Ian swung his axe in a fierce attack straight toward Delphine, shattering her wine glass into a million pieces. Pure anger etched across his face. He bluntly exposed her. I have to refuse. Working under a piece of work like you doesn't sound like a good time at all. Hearing that, she smiled with a knowing, cryptic look. Oh my, am I really that obvious? Delphine set the shattered wine glass down on the table. But with lightning-fast reflexes, she whipped a dagger out from her waist, pointing it straight at Ian's throat with a menacing tone. Now then, I can't just let things end like this anymore, can I? Ian looked down at the blade pressed against his neck, completely caught off guard. Turns out she was hiding a secret weapon on her all along. Delphine flashed a triumphant grin. At least I need to have something to protect myself. She pulled the dagger back and spoke cheerfully. Still, the more we talk, the more interested I get in you. Not many people would stay completely unfazed in a dangerous situation like this. She stepped forward, pressing her body close against Ian's, and chuckled with a twisted smile. This just makes me want to break you in and make you my prey even more. Seeing her overflowing smugness, Ian sneered. If you try that, you're going to regret it. Delphine dropped her playful facade, laughing lightly. Me? Regret what? If that moment ever comes, it'll mean I've already been defeated. She turned on her heel and said casually, Anyway, let's call it a night here. Time for you to head back. Ian muttered under his breath. I'd love nothing more. With that, he hefted his axe, charged right toward Delphine, and roared. But I'm still not ready to let this go yet. Delphine's gaze glanced at him, and she swung her dagger up to block Ian's attack. The blade of the axe grazed past her shoulder, drawing blood. Ian stood stunned with wide eyes. Delphine unleashed a strike, her eyes filled with murderous contempt. You still have a lot of practicing to do, Axe Prince. The axe was batted away as a sharp blade flashed across his arm. She smiled with excitement. But don't get too discouraged. If you had pulled that move on anyone else instead of me, you would have succeeded. Right after that, Delphine dropped to one knee and delivered a fatal blow. Ian gritted his teeth in shock as his wine glass shattered all over the floor. Delphine stared at Ian with a piercing gaze, her blade stopping just as it touched his throat, while he wore a triumphant smile. Ian's sword was also touching Delphine, leaving neither of them willing to concede defeat. She thought with annoyance. Right after dropping his axe tonight, he didn't hesitate for a second to draw his sword. Thinking back on it, Delphine grew even more suspicious, feeling as though he never intended to finish her off with just that initial axe swing in the first place. Ian said calmly, It seems you've misunderstood something, casually calling me the Axe Prince all this time, when a sword is actually my main weapon. Delphine refused to back down, flying into a fit of rage. Did you seriously intend to kill me? If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have been able to catch you off guard. But don't get the wrong idea. You haven't won yet. Ian wasn't about to back down either, replying with confidence. What are you talking about? You're the strongest person in the academy, so if I can push you to this extent, it means I've already beaten you. Unable to accept it, Delphine bit her lip and thought. He's right. Even though I lower my guard, This is the first time I've ever been pushed this far. Maybe that's why I got so greedy. Then she smiled and denied it. Absolutely not. Ian refused to let it go. You really are stubborn. While she was busy talking, the tie of her nightgown loosened and began to slip down. Ex-Prince, the outcome of this match needs to be made completely clear. Before she could even finish her sentence, her night robe slipped off, leaving Ian in absolute shock. Panicked and blushing furiously, he turned his head away and stammered, "No, Senior Delphine, this is a bit." Delphine bashfully covered her semi-nude body. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door along with a maid's voice. "Lady Delphine, may I come in? There's been way too much noise coming from your room, so I came to check." Delphine replied, "I'm fine." But Ian's sword-wielding hand accidentally brushed against her wound, making her let out a cry of pain. Terrified by what she heard outside, the maid threw caution to the wind and forcefully shoved the door open to rush inside. What met her eyes was an utterly humiliating scene between the two of them. The maid flusteredly apologized. I am truly sorry. Please forgive my impudence." And with that, she bolted out of the room. Standing there with a deeply flushed, embarrassed face, Delphine stammered, "Wait, it's not what it looks like." An awkward silence enveloped the entire room. Ian gave a fake little cough, leaning down to pick up his precious axe. "Oh boy, what's this? How did an axe end up just sitting here out of nowhere?" Ian hurried over to the door, bowed politely to Delphine, and said solemnly, "Let's just call this one my loss." "Well then, have a good night." He slammed the door shut, leaving Delphine standing there all embarrassed. The next day at the academy, students started buzzing with gossip. "Did you hear the news about Senior Delphine?" A blue-haired student replied. "We're about that guy Ian already reached your dorm. Causing trouble again." "Huh?" Another student chimed in. "Yeah, apparently he used alcohol to threaten the senior when she had her guard down. I guess that guy is just the type to drink whenever he's in a bad mood." While they were busy rambling, Ian's familiar footsteps approached, and the groundless rumors continued to spread far and wide. A brown-haired student kept running his mouth. "I've known that guy for 3 years now, but I never imagined he could be so vile. Someone who hides behind a facade while acting nice is way scarier than someone who just hides their strength. Right?" Ian was already standing right behind his back, and the other student noticed and warned him. "Hey, stop talking." Still clueless, the brown-haired student shot back. "What did I say that's wrong?" Before he could even finish his sentence, he caught sight of Ian looming directly behind him. Without even a word between them, the two of them bolted away in a panic, screaming at the top of their lungs, "It's the Axe Prince! Run for your life!" Ian let out a sigh. Another weird rumor pops up. He looked up at the sky helplessly. How do these kinds of rumors spread so fast? At this point, I can only assume someone is purposely trying to spread these lies. He walked past the bulletin board and noticed a crowd gathered around it. Out of sheer curiosity, Ian stepped closer to take a look. Turns out, the hunting festival was only 12 days away. The official schedule announcement read, "The hunting festival, hosted by His Great Majesty Emperor Aeolus, will take place on the 30th of this month. Participants who capture the strongest magical beast in the forest will be declared the winners, and a special prize will be awarded to the team that catches the largest quantity of magical beasts. Registration opens from midnight on the 16th until 1800 hours on the 23rd. Eligibility: all students across all years and departments. Team applications must consist of 4 members." He stared at it intently and thought to himself, "If I've already decided to participate, I should sign up early." But upon second thought, Ian realized, right now it's just me and Syria. How am I supposed to find 2 more people? He muttered to himself, "I want at least 1 mage on the team, since we already have enough close-range attackers." After pondering for a moment, an idea suddenly struck Ian. What if I try inviting Leto? Leto pointed a finger right in his face with a scornful look. "Piss off. You must be dreaming if you think I'm joining your team." Ian looked at him with puppy dog eyes, full of expectant hope. "Oh, come on, don't be like that. Come with me, Leto." Leto protested. "What kind of expression is that supposed to be?" Ian kept pleading. "I just really want you to join." Leto angrily replied, "Stop it. You're getting creepier by the day." Ian said in a gloomy tone, "But having a mage is a solid idea." "Fine. If you're not going to join, at least recommend a good mage to me." Leto rethought his options. A good mage There should be a few candidates. His eyes landed on a newspaper resting on the table, and an idea sparked. Leto said with a grin, "Hey, Ian, just do exactly as I say." The newspaper on the table bore the headline, "Elsie Raynila loses her reputation. Is this the end for her?" Leto said cheerfully, "If you do that, you're guaranteed to find a good mage." A gloomy atmosphere blanketed the training grounds. Elsie grabbed a fellow student by the collar and yelled, "You're looking to meet your maker early, aren't you? Just because I lost once doesn't give you the right to mock me." Raising her fist, she said in a menacing tone, "Don't you ever look down on people." The terrified student begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, just let go of me, please." With murder in her eyes, Elsie gathered magical energy in her palm to intimidate them. "All right, for the next 10 seconds, if you can endure this without making a single sound, I'll let it slide." As the magic pressed directly against his body, the student shrieked, "Ah, please calm down, Senior." Seeing a large crowd gathered, Ian walked over and asked, "Senior, what are you doing?" She turned around, her furious eyes glowing with a blue light as she gritted her teeth. "Don't get in my way." But the moment she saw it was Ian standing there, her words abruptly stopped in her throat. Elsie froze solid on the spot. Calmly drawing the axe from her hip, Ian held it up right in front of her and smiled menacingly. "Could I borrow a moment of your time?" Elsie was instantly left speechless. Terrified and trembling, she couldn't utter a single word. Seizing the lifeline, the other student bolted away from the training grounds for dear life. Elsie bowed before Ian, trembling. Once everyone else had cleared out, Ian thought to herself in bewilderment, "She really does listen." Recalling Leto's words, "Whenever she cops an attitude, just pull out your axe. Doing that solves everything." Ian mused, "But Leto, won't doing this make me look like a total jerk?" Ian sighed and said calmly, "I just want to talk. Don't worry." It seemed like this approach was totally backfiring. Elsie trembled even harder. "Talk about what?" She backed away step by step. "I seriously have nothing to say to you." Seeing Ian step closer, Elsie stammered through unshed tears. "Stop right there." Taking a defensive stance, she screamed, "I'll do whatever you say. Just put that damn axe away." Ian gently placed a hand on her hood and patted her head reassuringly. Wearing a warm smile, he softened his voice. "You must be exhausted." Comforted by the gesture, Elsie seemed to calm down a bit. Wiping away her tears, she grumbled resentfully, "Jerk." Completely confused, Ian thought, "Why am I being called a jerk?" Elsie burst into tears. "Because of you. Everyone's making fun of me." Glaring at him resentfully, she said, "They're saying I'm an idiot who cried over losing to a third-year student." Instead of comforting her, Ian bluntly admitted, "Well, you did cry, though." Elsie denied it. "No, I didn't." He laughed out loud. "Let's just drop that for now." Wiping her tears away with her hand, Elsie complained bitterly, "To sum it all up, this is entirely your fault." Ian replied casually, "Is that so? I was actually planning to just let you beat me up to call it even." His expression darkened, his voice growing heavier. But then you know who showed up. Delphine's image flashed across Elsie's mind. Stunned, she gasped, "Delphine Yerdina." Ian said sternly, "Exactly. So why don't you go get your revenge on Senior Delphine?" Elsie asked out of curiosity. "How?" Ian replied calmly. "Senior Delphine declared that she's going to win this year's hunting festival to uphold her family's honor. So if she loses, it'll be a massive humiliation for the Yerdina family." Elsie chimed in, "She totally deserves it." Ian continued, "In that case, would you like to join the hunting festival with me?" Elsie looked confused. "But why on earth should I team up with you?" Ian's face darkened, startling her so much that she stammered, "Never mind. Forget I said anything." Ian sighed. "I know you don't think much of me, but can you really stomach just standing by and watching Senior Delphine win? Just thinking about that smug expression on her face makes my blood boil. That's why I'm asking you to join up with me." Ian said calmly, "If we cooperate, we can definitely win." She fell deep into thought for a moment. "Fine, even though I have a feeling you're scheming something, whatever deal." Ian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Looks like the basic lineup is finally done. He thought to himself, Senior Elsie will provide magic support and find the right openings to strike, while I stay up front to block enemy attacks and create openings for offense. Thanks to that, Syria will be able to unleash her finishing moves. But if we do that, the pressure of drawing enemy aggro will all fall on me. Ian looked up at the sky and mused. Since I'll be the only shield, we definitely need one more person. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Someone talented, or even better than me. Someone I can easily coordinate with. The Celine family has ties to hunters, so she can definitely track magical beasts with ease. He remembered his sparring match with Syria, where she nearly overwhelmed him. Draw your sword already. Even though keeping those two girls near each other made him a bit nervous, Ian cast a distracted gaze toward the foot of the mountain. But this is no time to be picky. I'm about to do whatever it takes to convince her. As dusk fell, Ian managed to find Syria, only to get grabbed by the collar and looked at in confusion. Syria, what on earth are you doing? Syria looked at him, trembling as she asked, Why did you go meet my older sister yesterday? Ian looked blankly back at her. Yesterday? He asked, baffled. Senior Delphine and me yesterday? Syria's voice trembled. Senior Ian, you're thinking about another girl right now, aren't you? She tightened her grip. Wincing in pain, Ian defended himself. No, you're the one who brought it up? Syria finally let go of him, and Ian let out a breath of relief, but she glared at him, gritting out every single word. That wretched woman is trying to steal Senior Ian away from me. Panicked, she started biting her nails, even though he promised he'd stay by my side. Seeing this, Ian broke out in a cold sweat. Another weird rumor popped up already? Never mind, I don't have time for this, he said calmly. Look, most of our team members are already sorted out, but I figured we needed another mage, so I invited Senior Elsie. Syria perked up with excitement. With her on board, we won't have to worry about lacking firepower at all, he added. As for the final member, I'm thinking of Celine. Syria frowned unhappily. If it's her, our team's just going to be filled with pointless bickering, Ian replied. But there's nobody else as skilled as her. Syria lowered her head, looking dejected. I just don't like people who are always so reckless like that. Ian felt a headache coming on. I figure it wouldn't be easy. Those two are like oil and water. Clenching his fist with determination. But I can't back out now. We have to register and win this festival. Ian placed a hand on Syria's shoulder to encourage her. I know it's going to be tough, but can you trust me just this once? With that, Ian offered a comforting smile. Feeling that gentleness, Syria finally relented. Fine, I'll trust you, Senior Ian. Ian smiled inwardly. Great, that's sorted with Syria, but there's still one more matter worrying me. The last person is Celine. If she agrees to join, my dream lineup will be complete. But will she actually say yes? Evening at the academy courtyard. Celine sat huddled on a stone bench. Ian walked up to her and asked politely, How have you been holding up? Celine looked up in surprise and blurted out, Ian. She stood up and stammered, I'm so sorry about what happened back then. He replied, Don't worry about it. That's all in the past now. Celine responded happily. Does that mean we've made up? In that case, do you want to grab a bite to eat together tomorrow? It's been such a long time. Ian looked slightly flustered. Sure, but I wanted to ask you something first. Scratching the back of his head, he asked, Do you want to join the hunting festival team with me? Celine looked puzzled. The hunting festival? Ian looked a bit sheepish. Yeah, I was planning to join with Syria, but we didn't have enough members, so... And of course I know you two don't get along, but... Celine weighed her options for a moment before speaking. All right, I'll go. Ian asked happily in disbelief. Really? Are you sure? Celine smiled blissfully. Of course, besides, there's nobody else who coordinates in battle quite like me. So obviously I have to go. Ian smiled happily to himself. She agreed way faster than I expected. With Senior Elsie and Syria both being top-tier students, we don't have to worry about our damage output anymore. Now I'm just still wondering how on earth he knew its weak spot was its horn. And thanks to that letter, I already know the monster's weaknesses, so our chances of winning are pretty high. Ian's only real headache was team coordination. You always love rushing into fights, and your communication skills are basically zero. Plus, Syria and Celine always get annoyed the second they lay eyes on each other, so things probably won't go smoothly. After pondering for a bit, Ian came to a final conclusion. First things first, they've got to learn how to work together. All right, I'll put them through some safe training exercises. Surely those two wouldn't actually start fighting in a genuinely life-or-death situation, right? The morning sunlight streamed gently through the leaves of the clear, blue sky. But the atmosphere between Syria and Celine was nothing like that. It felt like a snowstorm was brewing between them. neither of them saying a word. Opposite them stood Ian and Elsie, looking just as tense. He thought to himself, talk about walking on eggshells. Elsie was the first to speak, breaking the awkward silence, though a clear scowl was plastered across her face. She crossed her arms and snapped. And you call this a team? Seriously, you call this a team? Mid-sentence. However, a finger tapped her shoulder, and the next second, someone suddenly shoved an axe right at her face, scaring the daylights out of her and making her blur out mile a minute. I'm sorry, okay? I won't do it again. Ian placed a hand on her shoulder, bringing his face dangerously close to hers with a dead serious expression. You promise? Startled out of her wits, she squeaked out a promise. He stood back up, his face returning to normal as he reached out to flick the brim of her hat and warn her, things are hard enough right now, so don't go pouring oil on the fire. She muttered under her breath, but how are we supposed to practice like this? Well, not that it's impossible, I guess. But Celine just stared right at them and asked, what is she even doing? Syria kept quiet and said nothing, but Celine nonchalantly pressed on. If you two are just going to stand around chatting, why don't you reschedule the practice for tomorrow? Hearing her out, Ian finally snapped back to reality and chimed in cheerfully. Oh, that's right, a special guest is going to join us. Elsie looked utterly shocked. How on earth does a low-ranking noble like you have any connections? A loud explosion echoed through the air as thick clouds of dust billowed everywhere. Syria and Celine immediately slammed their hands onto the hilts of their swords, dropping into a defensive stance. Taken completely by surprise, none of them could get a word out. Staring at the swirling dust storm ahead, Elsie shrieked. What is that? From inside the smoke, a voice shot back. Is it you kids? When the hazy smoke finally cleared, the figure standing before them was none other than Derek, the legendary beast hunter. He lowered his gaze, looking down at the group as he asked, so, you're the ones who want to become beast hunters? The two girls, Celine and Syria, along with Ian, all bowed their heads in respect. Ian politely chimed in, yes, we look forward to your guidance, Professor Derek. But Elsie just pointed a finger straight at the professor and shouted aggressively, huh? A beast hunter? Right as she eagerly put on a display of defiance, a hand reached out and grabbed her shoulder. I've got zero interest in. The second she saw Ian whip out his axe to intimidate her, she wisely read the room and swiftly changed her tune into something much sweeter. But of course I'll be participating. Professor Derek pointed a thumb at his chest and grinned heartily. All right, first things first, we need to test everyone's rank. Just treat me like a monster, and you have 2 hours to track me down and land a decisive blow on me. True to form, Elsie spoke up first, her voice brimming with confidence. Piece of cake. Just you wait, you old gorilla geezer. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Professor Derek vanished in the blink of an eye. Even Ian was caught completely off guard. Huh, where'd he go? Derek had vanished deep into the forest, leaving leaves to scatter wildly in the wind. All four of them stared out at the forest ahead. Ian asked, shall we get going then? The four of them stepped into the woods together, each scanning a different direction to search for Derek's trace. Taking the lead, Ian muttered, this is just a test, so you'd think he'd cut us some slack. But the professor just vanished like that, playing the role of a beast hunter without leaving a single trace. Syria scanned the right side, searching intently as she replied to Ian, as expected of the professor, I can't feel his presence at all. Celine chimed in, still, if we search carefully, we're bound to find some clues. Ian turned back to look at Celine, raising a hand in approval. That's the hunter bloodline talking. Beaming with pride at his words, Celine couldn't help but boast. Of course. Highborn silver spoon, nobles wouldn't get it. Planting both hands on her hips, Elsie fired back. What's that supposed to mean? Even I get it. Syria glanced at Celine, opening her mouth as if to say something, but thought better of it and stayed silent. Feeling like someone was staring at her, Celine whipped her head around and snapped with wide eyes. Good grief, are you uncomfortable or something? What's your problem? Syria replied, I was just thinking it's really unfair that everyone assumes I don't get it simply because I'm a pampered noble. Ian quickly raised a hand to cut them off, stopping in his tracks to warn them carefully. Cut it out, both of you. I found a trace, Let's head over there. Right before their eyes was a footprint stamped into the grassy soil. Celine flushed, gazing at Ian with total admiration. As expected of Ian senpai, did you learn this from hunting with me? He lowered his gaze to look at her. Celine, it's time to get serious. Ignoring him entirely, Celine pressed on with a wistful tone. Remember? The very first time you asked to come along with me. Syria looked forward and cut in with a warning. We didn't come here to play around. Focus. Celine turned her glare back towards Syria, narrowing her eyes. What? Are you jealous you couldn't muscle your way into our conversation? Syria frowned and pressed back. Are you seriously sure I'm the one who's jealous? So what if I went with Senior Ian? Celine replied coolly. He only let you tag along to make up the numbers anyway. But you're the one starting things. Syria narrowed her gaze sharply at Celine, emphasizing every word. Only to make up numbers? If that's what you actually think, you better drop it right now. Lashing out in annoyance, Celine raised her voice. Why do you always act so high and mighty when you're this much of a brooding stiff? Cat got your tongue, or what? Out of nowhere, a shoe appeared perched on a tree branch above them as a voice drifted down from right over their heads. Hey, kids! Ian glanced up at Professor Derek, who was standing there brazenly with both hands shoved deep into his pockets, casually drawling. See? Monsters don't just sit around running away. Processing those words, Ian suddenly shrieked at the top of his lungs. Run, everyone! The professor swung his foot down, stepping right off that branch. Boom! A massive shockwave blasted right through the exact spot where they had been standing a second ago. Yes, that man was truly Derek. Dropping down from above, he called out, Not only can you idiots not hide your tracks, but you're even busy messing with each other. Standing up straight, he added with a grim tone, If this is how it is, I've got nothing left to teach you. Right in front of him, a brilliant turquoise aura pulsed around Celine and Ian. Both of them had dropped to one knee in a defensive stance. He glanced off to the side, spotting Elsie channeling support magic through the staff in her hands. He gave a nod of approval. For Elsie to cast support magic that fast, not bad at all for a little mage. Elsie flashed him a cheeky grin, pulling her staff back toward herself as the magical energy flared even brighter, her voice dripping with confidence. Obviously, I happen to be the top fourth-year mage, you smelly old man. Lightning fast, he closed the distance in a flash, grabbing the hand Elsie was using to hold her magic staff and catching her completely off guard. So what if you are? What about the rest of your teammates lagging behind in skill? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he threw a devastating blow straight at Elsie, sending her tumbling away to the side, leaving behind the most crucial member of the team, a fragile, physically weak mage. Watching Derek's relentless assault on Elsie, Ian mentally cursed up a storm. Damn it. If we just stick together, we can use our numbers to our advantage, and, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Syria charging straight at the professor, sword in hand. He screamed out, Stop, Syria, don't do it. Derek calmly watched Syria barrel toward him, a mocking, nonchalant smirk playing on his lips. Why so reckless? Stepping back just a single pace, he effortlessly dodged Syria's sword slash. She completely missed. He calmly instructed her. In situations like this, you should be strategizing with your teammates and cooperating. By the time Syria realized something was wrong, he had already slammed a closed fist down heavily onto the back of her neck. Syria collapsed right down beside Elsie. Derek shifted his gaze over to Ian. Now then, what are the remaining two of you going to do? Ian didn't bother answering his question. Elsie's support magic was still active on him. At that moment, Syria was gritting her teeth, struggling to force herself back up. She wasn't completely knocked out, but she was definitely dazed. Elsie was out of commission, but Syria might still. After rapidly assessing the situation, he proposed to the person right beside him. Celine, go help Syria out over there. She's the strongest one, so if we want to beat him. Celine stared straight ahead, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly as she resolutely shot down Ian's suggestion. No, we can win even without her. Ian was completely taken aback by her response. Unable to believe she'd actually say that to him, he turned to her and yelled, Are you out of your mind? Even in a situation like this? Celine squeezed her eyes shut and screamed out, looking thoroughly aggrieved. I just hate how much you baby her. Feeling someone approach from behind, Ian's eyes went wide as a single bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. His voice was gentle, yet it carried an unmistakable, terrifying weight. Even if it was just a reminder for your own good. Like the teacher said earlier, Derek suddenly materialized right in front of Ian, his glare terrifyingly intense and utterly serious. Monsters don't wait. The sky remained clear blue, the wind blew, and leaves drifted lazily on the breeze. He looked down with a sigh at all four of them sprawled out around him, crossing his arms, his coat still draped casually over his shoulder without a single scratch on it from the spar. He sneered, "Absolute chaos. Zero teamwork." He looked down at Celine, his face suddenly turning dead serious as he called her out by full name, Celine Haster. Celine struggled back up to her feet, propping herself up with both hands, refusing to say a word as she hung her head to listen to him. "Why on earth are you even in this party?" Leaning on his sword, Ian gritted his teeth in bitter frustration as he thought. Practical training is dangerous, so I figured they'd at least try to cooperate, but they're just picking fights over petty garbage. He frowned slightly. "I've got to do something about this." Evening fell, and the sky outside the academy bloomed with stars. The sound of running water echoed as someone turned a faucet on full blast. By now, Celine had completely calmed down. She lowered her gaze to the running water and murmured softly, "Ian." She recalled memories of Ian from when they were kids, how doting he used to be back then, even patting her head and smiling as he said, "It's all right, Celine. It's not your fault." As she pushed open the restroom door to step out, she spotted a folded piece of paper lying right at the threshold. She blinked in surprise. She crouched down, picked up the note, and unfolded it. Scrawled inside was a message. "Meet me at the clearing in the eastern forest at 10:30. There's something I need to talk to you about." She instantly recognized Ian's handwriting. Crouching there, her face flooded with a mix of curiosity and confusion. What could this be about? Is he going to yell at me about the training session? Maybe he's going to confess to me there. Promptly on time, she headed out to the rendezvous spot. Gazing up at the star-studded sky, her spirits soared, and a light blush dusted her cheeks. Was she actually treating this like a date? Catching sight of a figure standing ahead of her, Celine called out, "Ian, what's this about?" Ian was still wearing his uniform, a sword gripped in his hand. He looked at Celine coldly and uttered a single word, "Hey." Taken aback by his stark demeanor, Celine flusteredly asked, "What are you doing out here at this hour? You said you had something to tell me, didn't you?" He stared right at Celine and replied, "Spit it out. Just how long do you plan on keeping up this petty feud with Syria?" She threw her hands out to the sides, staring at him in disbelief as she protested. "Huh? What are you talking about? That rude wretch took things way too far." He pressed on. "Anyone with eyes could see you were the one who provoked her first." Celine kept silent for a moment as a sudden surge of anger flared up inside her. She furrowed her brow, locked eyes with Ian, and snapped, "Fine, yes, I did it on purpose. She gets on my nerves." With a slight frown, Ian's expression turned stern. He pierced her with a sharp, resolute gaze and stated firmly, "That's enough excuses. Fight me. It's the only way to end this once and for all." Celine stared at him in utter bewilderment. "A fight? What are you even talking about?" Without a word, Ian coldly tossed a black sword toward her feet. She caught the blade as it landed before her, still hesitating and deeply flustered. "Wait a second. Isn't this a real sword?" Her face still bore a look of pure confusion as Ian answered, "That's right. You won't be able to make any more excuses if this is a real match." She stared back at him tensely, still unable to wrap her head around why he was doing this, her eyes guarded. "No, I mean, why on earth do we have to fight?" Maintaining his icy composure, Ian completely brushed off her previous panic. "Talking things out isn't going to do a damn thing, so let the winner decide." As for Celine, for reasons unknown, the moment she dropped her confused expression, she beamed a sweet smile right at him. Had she lost her mind out here in the wild forest? Ian slowly drew the sword from his waist, his handsome face maintaining an unshakable, deadpan corporate boss swagger as he readied his stance. "We've always settled things this way, haven't we?" Drifting back in her memories, Celine recalled when they were both just innocent, carefree kids. Ian had looked thoroughly amused when she, the crying crybaby trailing behind him, had snapped, "If I win this race, you have to make up with me." Celine had chased after him, thoroughly pissed off, likely knowing full well she'd never beat Ian in a race back then. Who gave you the right to decide that? Ian back then, and the man standing right in front of her now barely looked any different. Celine narrowed her eyes slightly. You really haven't changed much, have you? After a moment spent reeling in confusion at Ian's antics, she scooped the sword up off the ground and braced herself to fight the charismatic CO type standing before her. Fine then. Honestly, this is probably better than staying pissed off all the time. Celine dropped into her battle stance. Her movements sharp and decisive the second she slid her blade down to her waist, exuding pure boss lady aura. Any hesitation in her eyes was completely gone. In fact, all the previous signs pointed to one undeniable truth. Ian was about to get his ass handed to him. So, how do we decide the winner? Ian had been ready for a while, holding his sword straight up. Until one of us yields. Ian was still trying to take the initiative and rambling on. But before he could even finish his sentence, Celine darted forward with lightning speed, unleashing the opening strike. Let's do this. Ian's cool, badass expression vanished into thin air, replaced by sheer shock and overwhelm as he took the brunt of an attack faster than a bolt of light. Unable to believe his eyes, Ian stood there slack-jawed. Right then, a spark of electricity flashed in Celine's eyes, completely eclipsing whatever aura Ian had brought to the fight. Fragmented thoughts raced through his mind. What the hell? I know her magic control is better than mine, but to this extent, Celine rained down blow after blow, leaving Ian with zero time to dodge. The tables had turned. The panic was now shifting from her to him. The sheer barrage of her assault forced him into a hasty retreat, his expression twisting entirely. Did you take a mana booster? Once again, defying all logic, the fierce boss lady radiating murderous intent suddenly reverted back to her innocent, pure self in a split second. Celine looked gravely down at Ian, who was reeling and half-kneeling on the ground. The spirit that possessed you taught me that it's always best to pour everything you've got into a single decisive strike. Ian slowly hauled himself back up as she spoke. At first I thought that was just a bunch of nonsense. Thoughts raced through Ian's head. I didn't expect it to actually work. Damn it, curse that spirit. Meanwhile, Celine kept her heartthrob facade locked in place, gripping her sword hilt tightly as she continued. He was teaching him all sorts of unnecessary things. With that, Celine brought a lethal strike down right toward Ian. From her expression and speed alone, it was obvious she had heeded the advice of that spirit and poured her absolute all into a single blow. Seeing this, Ian deftly sidestepped while his mind kept racing over what had just happened. Every strike is getting heavier. Taking a direct hit means game over, but her movements are slowing down. Thinking on his feet, Ian dodged Celine's earth-shattering blow. The ground trembled beneath the impact, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Ian finally spotted his opening and moved. And with every strike she threw, she kept leaving openings behind. He launched his counterattack, his speed easily matching Celine's. Yet she was still one step ahead, suddenly materializing right behind him with a furious look, ready to unleash a fatal blow that would give Ian zero chance to dodge. Panicking, he whipped his head around, looking completely blindsided by what had just transpired. Celine shouted at the top of her lungs, "My blade is about to reach you. You can't block this with your bare hands." But out of nowhere, the guy magically whipped out a hefty axe and chopped it straight towards Celine. That unexpected counterstrike caught her, slicing her slightly and drawing a tiny trickle of blood. Landing on his feet, Ian stared at Celine in sheer shock. "Damn it, how did you dodge that?" Celine clutched her wound. "Everyone knows you're a sword and axe user." Ian stood there armed to the teeth, holding a sword in one hand and an axe he'd magically pulled out from thin air in the other. With a blank expression, he thought to himself, "Looks like I need to change tactics." Faster than light, Ian hurled the axe straight up into the air, seemingly right toward Celine. She screamed out, lunging toward the hovering axe. "You think grabbing that is going to change anything?" But surprise, Grandma. she suddenly realized that wasn't the axe from before. A sword, spinning through the air like a propeller, was actually Ian's sword. Celine shrieked. "Are you out of your mind?" And when did that axe find its way back into his hand? A spark of electricity flashed in Ian's eyes, an aura identical to the one Celine had when she launched her opening attack. He swung the axe down with crushing force, smashing hard against Celine's blade and knocking it straight out of her grip with a blinding flash of light, sending her flying backward with a pained expression on her face. Seizing the moment while Celine was distracted, Ian lunged forward. Over on her side, Celine was stumbling as she tried to pick her dropped sword up off the ground, still reeling in shock for what had just happened. My sword, Ian had already closed in, posture locked to thrust his blade right at her. Too slow. A thought flashed through his mind. I'll aim for her arm. That way I can keep the injury to a minimum and she won't be able to attack anymore. Panic written all over her face. She grabbed her sword and whipped around just as Ian charged in. But wait. Ian's sword tip was positioned far too low to hit her arm. Wait, if I keep going like this, I'm not going to hit her arm. Celine's expression right then was so innocent, it practically served as a weapon against the boy standing before the blade. It was going to pierce straight through his heart. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than fresh blood stained the steel. A thrust had just pierced through the clash between them. Yet the blood-soaked blade wasn't Ian's. It belonged to Celine. The sword tip, resting right against her chest, was trembling violently. He had managed to stop himself just in time, letting the tip of Celine's blade impale his arm instead. His face couldn't hide the pain, mixed heavily with sheer endurance and restraint. Celine sat frozen on the ground, her other arm hanging limply at her side, staring blankly at Ian's blood dripping down the tip of her weapon. He used his bare arm to stop the blade. Tears welled up in the corners of Celine's eyes. She thought to herself, if he hadn't done that, I would have. She lifted her tear-streaked face to look at Ian, whose expression was no longer stern, replaced instead by the gentle look of an innocent, helpless boy. Ian tremblingly placed a hand on Celine's head, calling her name softly, Celine. A warm, forgiving smile played across his lips as his hand rested warmly atop her head. I won, right? Touched by his overwhelming sweetness, Celine stared up at him with wide, tear-filled eyes. Ian, both of their swords lay discarded side by side on the ground. Ian told Celine, I want you to... Before he could finish, she anxiously cut him off. More importantly, you need medical attention. Ian kept that same gentle expression as he looked down at Celine, worlds away from his previous corporate boss persona. He continued, I want you to apologize to Syria and give it your absolute all at the festival. Celine cried as Ian patted her head. Is that really all you wanted? There's so many other things you could have. Before she could finish, Ian lost consciousness and collapsed straight to the ground, leaving Celine in a panic. Ian. Ian woke up in an unfamiliar bed, the window beside him thrown wide open to welcome the early morning sunlight. A voice drifted over from somewhere. Ian forced himself up through the pain. So you're finally awake? Ian still looked half asleep. Ugh, I've been here the whole night. Stretching her arms, Celine stood before Ian like she'd just woken up from the best sleep of her life. At least your injuries aren't too severe considering. Ian replied, Yeah, it doesn't hurt nearly that bad. No sooner had he said that than the two of them suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette standing right behind Celine, both staring off in the same direction. Confused, they called out the newcomer's name in unison. Syria? Ian asked in surprise. Why are you here? Syria stepped further into the room, approaching his bedside. The saintess told me you were badly injured. Judging by the sullen look on her face, Celine clearly wasn't thrilled about Syria showing up. Suddenly, Celine sprang right up to her feet in front of Syria, catching her off guard. Yes, Celine's expression flipped a full 180 degrees, transforming instantly from irritation to remorse. I'm sorry for always picking fights with you. I won't do it anymore, I promise. Standing behind them, Ian silently observed the scene unfolding. Good job, Celine, but don't nag her. If she doesn't want to forgive you, it's ultimately up to her to decide. Syria answered nonchalantly, leaving Celine practically slack-jawed. I stopped caring a long time ago. Celine's body began to tremble as she averted her gaze. Is that so? Syria remained completely unfazed. That's right, because things have always been this way around here anyway. Syria's expression suddenly shifted. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she lowered her head slightly in quiet acceptance. Since I'm partly to blame too, I accept your apology. Celine seemed to brighten up when she heard that. Syria continued, let's make peace from now on. Celine beamed with a bright smile and eagerly grabbed Syria's hand. Okay, let me make peace with you, Syria. Syria was caught off guard by the handhold. Oh, okay. Seeing them hold hands made Ian breathe a sigh of relief. Things are going better than I thought. At this rate, nothing will stand in our way during the hunting contest. Our team members are really talented, but we had some internal friction. Now those issues are resolved. Ian had a firm look in his eyes with a smile on his lips. All that's left is perfecting our teamwork. The Saintess walked in out of nowhere, catching everyone in the room off guard. She asked cheerfully, looks like you're feeling much better? Suddenly, her voice dropped, and she flashed a smile that was both gentle and chilling. Could you two please leave the room so I can treat Ian? Hearing that tone naturally sent a shiver down Ian's spine. What the? Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Celine silently looked at the Saintess, then bowed her head and spoke up. He's very important to me, so please take good care of him. She chuckled softly. Of course, I understand. The Saintess continued. However, if he's that important to you, you should have made sure he didn't get hurt in the first place. Celine froze for a moment upon hearing that. I understand. As soon as Celine stepped out the door, the Saintess turned and gestured for Syria to leave as well. You should leave the room too, Syria. Seeing Syria hesitate to leave, she asked, is something wrong? Syria asked sheepishly, can I stay? The Saintess answered with a smile, but her words held no humor. Why? Are you his fiancé? Put on the spot, Syria blushed furiously and stammered. No way, I'm not his fiancé. The Saintess pressed on relentlessly. Then are you his girlfriend? Bombarded with such questions, she flustered completely. No, it's not like that. Hearing the answer she wanted, the Saintess said softly, in that case. She gave a little smile and pushed Syria out of the room. Please step outside. Syria was pushed out before she could even react. Returning to the room, the Saintess turned serious. Ian, please hold out your hand. Ian held out his hand as told. You didn't really have to kick everyone out of the room. The Saintess grabbed his injured arm and channeled spiritual energy into it, making Ian shiver. She asked suspiciously, you didn't hurt yourself just to impress those girls, did you? The Saintess gripped Ian's arm tightly and raised it high, threatening. You are not allowed to get injured ever again. Startled by her action, he panicked. But if you keep doing this, you're going to be the one giving me another injury. Ignoring his words, the Saintess gently warned, you've been getting injured way too often lately. If you get hurt again, you might suffer permanent damage. Panic-stricken by her words, Ian stammered, really? I'll be more careful. Both fell silent for a moment before the Saintess finally broke the ice. This is my advice as the Saintess. Looking at him, she advised sincerely, if you're planning to participate in the hunting festival, I think you should reconsider. Her eyes studied Ian intently. Your body has reached its limit, Ian. Yet a lingering doubt remained in his heart. Even if you say so, I can't just not go. Seeing his silence, she calmly stood up and said, promise me that, all right? Ian looked up, stayed quiet for a moment, and agreed, all right. Suddenly, a foot stepped inside as a voice echoed. What's going on here? Things look pretty serious. Urin, a third-year student and the Saintess's bodyguard, asked with a smirk, did something happen while I was gone for a month? Ian brightened up upon seeing his friend again. Urin, didn't you say you went to the Holy Kingdom? Urin slowly walked over. Yeah, I went there to take care of a few things. The Saintess turned to greet him. Welcome back. Did you manage to safely retrieve the 2 items? Reaching his hand into his pocket, he replied, yeah, sorry for taking so long. That old guy was so stubborn, so, pausing there, he brought out a box containing a crystal. This is the blood crystal. Sitting on the bed, Ian couldn't contain his curiosity either. A blood crystal? Urin held up the crystal. That's right, this is one of the holy relics given to the Saintess, and it's the only one in the Holy Kingdom. He explained its effect to Ian. Using this can boost the Saintess's healing powers. As long as a person isn't dead, they can be saved. With that, Urine brought the crystal close to Ian for him to look. Ian couldn't believe it, his eyes glued to the crystal. As long as they aren't dead, they can be saved? Urine didn't hesitate to add, "That's right. With this, Lady Emma can be saved too." The Saintess closed the box. However, this is an extremely precious relic. She held it reverently with both hands. So unless it's a matter of grave importance, and the Holy Kingdom authorizes its use, it will stay right here. The Saintess picked up where Urine left off. "I want to save him too, but please understand that I can't do it on my own." Ian still couldn't take his eyes off the box. "I understand." The Saintess placed her hand over her chest in a bow. "We'll be taking our leave now." Yet she didn't forget to remind him, "Ian, please keep your promise." Watching the two of them walk out the door one after another, Ian let out a heavy sigh. He quietly replied to the Saintess in his mind, "If I had a choice, I wouldn't go either." Ian touched his injured arm, but there are too many alarming issues here. He recalled the determined look on Syria's face. "I promised Syria that we would win." Then he remembered Emma lying in pain on her hospital bed. Besides, if a high-tier magical beast appears, we could harvest it to heal Emma. A bloody letter constantly lingered in Ian's mind. And above all, if I ignore that warning letter, a major catastrophe will occur. He hung his head, feeling consumed by guilt inside. "I'm sorry, Saintess." Ian tightened his grip on the bandage wrapped around his arm. "I'll do my best not to get hurt." Every passing day was a day of relentless effort. 8 days before the event, Ian diligently trained his injured arm. 6 days before the event, they trained like crazy. With 5 days left, time was ticking away, and everyone pushed themselves to the limit in training. On the day of the event, everyone gathered in the courtyard, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement as people rushed about. Ian quietly surveyed his surroundings, and now, with his hands in his pockets, he stepped forward alongside his group. "Shall we get going?" Suddenly, they spotted a group of people chatting merrily. Elsie couldn't hold back her tongue and scoffed. "Oh boy, looks like this ragtag group actually managed to pull themselves together, huh?" She crossed her arms, her annoyance clear as day. "The least we can do is avoid dragging each other down." Ian turned around to cheer everyone on. "We're all trying our best, as if our lives depend on it, right?" Elsie agreed. "True, but the basics are just the basics. The real battle is going to be a whole different story." Walking beside her, Ian chatted, "You're right, but now that we can function as a team." Out of nowhere, a dagger came flying straight at him. Quick on his feet, Ian pulled out his axe and blocked the dagger. Behind the dagger, a group of people was approaching. Delphine greeted him with an amused smirk. "Long time no see." Her eyes gleamed with malice as she uttered 2 words, "My prince." Ian yelled angrily. That was dangerous. Yet Delphine remained utterly nonchalant. "Oh my, aren't you overreacting a bit?" Ian frowned when she shot back. "You could easily dodge it, couldn't you?" Delphine stepped closer, extending a hand as if offering a truce. "Anyway, I just wanted to come over and say hi." Pausing for a moment, Delphine dropped her voice and muttered a few words to my younger sister. "Being singled out, Syria panicked, huh?" She flashed a sinister smile. "Syria." Delphine's words felt like a giant hand crushing her tight. "Just give up and get out of the way." Every word uttered felt like a heavy boulder crushing Syria, just like she always did. A letter appeared. It was the very first letter, and its contents read as follows. "From the bottom of my heart, I am grateful to the department head. Since that day, our bond has grown deeper. Plus, that was the first time I won the hunting festival. I wondered what would happen when I ran into that monster. But thanks to you, I managed to survive. To this day, I still wonder how you knew its weakness was its horns." Ian was quite taken aback upon hearing this, saying that is pretty terrifying. He glanced over at Syria, who was visibly shaken by those words. Why did she suddenly say, "Syria, just give up"? Ian knit his brows tightly, annoyance flashing in his eyes. Even if she really is the next heir to the family, this is just ridiculous. Right as Syria was trembling, unsure of what to do, someone stepped up to shield her out of nowhere. "What a joke." Elsie gritted her teeth and yelled out loud. "Are you insane? We're going to win this hunting festival, so keep your nose out of our business. Who do you think you are?" Delphine remained nonchalant. But I was talking to my sister, wasn't I? Hearing that, Elsie blew her top, raising her fist and shouting, "Do you even have a brain?" Telling her to give up is the same as telling us to quit the competition. Meanwhile, Ian was next to her, cringing and trying to hold her back, feeling like his ears were about to explode. "Senior Elsie, calm down." Ian held her firmly by the shoulders. "Turn around. I was actually going to say something, but thanks to her blowing her top, I'm much calmer now." Without giving a second thought to his words, Elsie kept shouting at the top of her lungs, "Could an outsider like you please mind your own business and get lost?" Delphine remained cool as a cucumber before the raging tiger. "Like I said, I'm talking to Syria." Memories she thought she had forgotten resurfaced one by one in Syria's mind. "Remember this, you will never beat me." Delphine's dark, sinister voice echoed in Syria's head. "And if you can't prove you're useful, get ready to meet the same fate as her." The image of her mother along with Delphine's threatening words haunted Syria's mind, making her tremble uncontrollably. "And don't even think about standing against me." Suddenly, a call snapped her out of her painful memories. "Syria." Syria jolted awake, looking up to find the person who had called her name. Ian walked over to her side, offering a comforting smile. "You're not that little kid who can only stand by and watch in silence anymore." Looking at her surprised yet fear-stricken face, Ian spoke softly, "Don't be afraid. This is the exact reason why you entered this competition." Reassured by his encouragement, Syria regained her composure, her hands balling into fists with newfound determination. Syria looked straight into her sister's eyes. "I'm sorry, sister." Her gaze showed an unprecedented resolve. "But this time I won't back down." Delphine didn't seem surprised at all. She smirked. "Is that so? Well, to be honest, I'm thrilled to hear you say that." Delphine flashed an eerie smile, her eyes filled with madness. "It's been a long time since I had a rival from within the family like this. It'd be so boring if it ended too soon." Delphine casually taunted, "So go ahead and struggle all you want." With that, she turned and walked away with a cold expression. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Senior Delphine." Delphine's expression instantly flipped to a bright smile as she turned her head back. Ian quickly tossed the dagger right back at her. "You forgot this." Before Delphine even had to move a muscle, Olmar swooped out of nowhere and caught the dagger. He used his axe to block the dagger and batted it right back toward where Ian was standing. He nimbly reached out his hand and caught the dagger, then asked them with a stone-cold face, "Don't want it back?" Delphine giggled as if nothing had happened. "You can keep it as a reward for blocking my surprise attack." Hearing that, Ian looked down at the dagger and fell into deep thought. What am I even supposed to do with this thing? Without overthinking it, Ian shoved the dagger straight into his pocket. "All right then, I'll hang on to it for now." Olmar walked over to greet him. "You're pretty handy with an axe, just like your nickname." Ian hesitated as he asked the man in front of him, "You are?" Before he could answer, Elsie jumped in to answer for him. "He's Olmar the Twin Axes, a pretty famous mercenary among the fourth-year students." Putting her hands on her hips, she stated her deduction. "Looks like since you're both axe users, you piqued his interest." Olmar twirled his two axes in the air. "Let me see your axe skills." Without waiting for Ian to say anything, Olmar showed off a few basic moves for him to see. Ian watched him like he was a clown and sank into thought. What does he even want? Should I kick that axe out his hand? While Olmar was still busily putting on a show, what do you think? He pulled an axe out from his coat. Ian swung his arm hard, knocking the guy's axe right out of his hand. Caught off guard, Olmar couldn't process what had just happened. "What the?" Stunned, he scrambled backward to avoid the spinning axe. Olmar planted his feet firmly on the ground, trying to stay steady. He forced a chuckle. "You're pretty reckless, suddenly swinging your axe like that." Ian nonchalantly raised his axe and replied, "I just wanted to show you my skills, too." Right at that moment, Isaiah came looking for them. She pointed her finger and shouted loudly, "Hey, why did you suddenly take a detour?" Frowning, Olmar explained, "Isaiah, I was just trying to show him my skills." Fermin walked over as well, softly reminding Olmar, "It's time." Finally, Olmar gave in, "All right, Fermin." Before leaving, he didn't forget to pitch Ian, "Hey, if you're ever interested in joining the circus, come find us." Hearing that, Ian froze for 5 seconds. Huh? What? The circus? Meanwhile, Olmar left with his group. Once the group had departed, Delphine bade farewell too. Well then, see you soon in the forest, axed Prince. Celine walked up to Ian and asked, "What were they doing here? Trying to challenge us or something?" Ian frowned as he watched the group leave. As if I know. Who knows what goes on in her head? Cutting to the gathering courtyard, the organizers' voices echoed from the loudspeakers. Before the competition begins, we will review the rules once more. Ian listened eagerly to the announcement. As everyone knows, the rules of the festival are very simple. The monotone voice of the organizers continued over the speakers. Each team will have 8 hours to capture magical beasts. Ian's group listened intently as well. Afterward, the judges will evaluate based on the rank of the captured beast to determine each team's final standing. They stared intently into the forest, thoughts unreadable. The competition will now begin immediately. All contestants, please assemble at the starting line. As soon as the signal was given, Ian calculated in his mind, well, if I can catch that horned monster, I'll finally be freed from those annoying letters. His expression turned cold. Just you wait, I will crush you. Ian's eyes burned with fierce determination to win this competition. 3 hours after the festival began, Ian's group was making their way into the deep forest. Everyone on high alert, scanning their surroundings. Elsie put her hands on her hips in frustration. We need to hurry up and catch something, or we can say goodbye to the championship. Her face was full of annoyance. For the past 3 hours, we've just been wandering around here without finding a single thing. Celine recalled what had happened over the past 3 hours. You're right, we've only found a few small-scale magical beasts. With that, she turned to ask him, Ian, what are we going to do? We have to catch something quickly before we get eliminated. Ian was equally helpless. I know. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. Why didn't that letter say anything about the monster's location? Just as they were about to move forward, Sirius stopped them. Wait, everyone. Everyone turned to look at her. Question marks all over their faces. Syria dropped her voice. Something is very strange. Her eyes turned cold. I can't sense any presence around us at all. Following Syria's remark, Celine looked around as well. Now that you mention it, the forest is way too quiet. Ian grew increasingly tense too. This is just like last time when I ran into that high-tier magical beast. All the animals in the forest vanished. Elsie happily stepped forward. After 3 hours, our hard work is finally paying off. Suddenly, she pointed in a certain direction. I can feel a thick surge of demonic energy over there. Elsie's expression shifted drastically. It has to be at least a high-tier magical beast. Ian looked coldly in the direction she pointed. If even Senior Elsie says so, there's no mistake. That's definitely the horned beast. The group instantly huddled back to back, every face strained with extreme tension. Everyone, stay on high alert. The 4 of them carefully ventured deeper inside, when suddenly their feet slammed to a halt. Right in front of them lay a pile of animal corpses scattered all over. Hot sauce splattered everywhere. Ian observed carefully. That's... Before he could even finish his thought, Sirius spoke first. It's not just normal animals, but magical beasts too. What on earth happened? Ian's group scouted around. The high-tier monster that attacked Emma did this too. Suddenly, the entire group stopped and looked up at something. He fell into deep thought. That monster... After a moment, Ian suddenly realized something. I thought it tortured its victims just to show off its power. They quickly ducked behind the bushes to watch 2 monsters fighting each other. Ian's mind was still racing with thoughts, and I never expected its parents would do the same thing too. The horned wolf monster seemed to catch the scent of humans. It bared its razor-sharp teeth and charged like crazy toward Ian's group. He shouted in panic to warn them. Everyone, get ready. The horned wolf leaped, stepping right on the head of the bear it was fighting. It lunged like a moth to a flame straight toward their group. Ian spoke up to reassure the team, holding his sword in front of him and ready to charge. Everyone, do exactly what we practiced. Senior Elsie, use your support magic. Elsie replied, got it, and acted immediately. She raised her wand to cast a shield spell. She shouted, first, stay alert and see what its traits are like. Celine calmly analyzed. There are no knocked down or impacted trees around. It looks like its mobility is extremely flexible. Ian gritted his teeth with determination. In that case, We have to fight in an open space. Streams of support magic were unleashed, and the whole team burst forward. Elsie shouted, "Speed up!" The shield immediately followed to protect them. Right at that moment, Ian turned around and said, "Senior, its weak spot is its horns." "How do you know that?" Elsie doubted. He affirmed firmly, "Just trust me." Syria aimed straight at its protruding horn and slashed fiercely with her sword. The magical beast sensed the attack and instantly stood up on its hind legs, rearing back toward the sky. They looked tiny, standing underneath it like pieces of candy. What the hell? Why is this monster so huge? It angrily whipped its claws towards Syria. She quickly reacted by ducking to dodge. She thought to herself, "All right, just keep doing this." Before she could calculate her next move, that overwhelming giant claw came crashing down from above before she could even react. A voice rang out, "Don't be scared, act fast." It was Celine. Syria instantly regained her composure, agilely dodged, and charged at the magical beast with her sword. If it's at this distance, her face was tense, breaking out in a cold sweat. "What the hell is this?" A voice exclaimed. Syria's attack generated a massive gust of wind, but the magical beast easily dodged it. They were astonished. No way. While Syria's sword was embedded in the magical beast's body, its neck suddenly stretched out by a meter, aiming straight for Celine, standing behind. Ian was shocked, his expression more tense than ever. Damn it. So this is why I could move around so freely in the forest. He swung his sword and shouted loudly, "Celine, get out of the way." But Celine had already reacted in time and nimbly thrust her sword straight into its incoming mouth. The sword bounced out, and Syria quickly caught it. Right at that moment, its forelegs suddenly shot out to attack them. Celine and Syria quickly retreated to keep a safe distance. What on earth is this thing? They must have been exhausted too. I can't track its attacks. Drawing all of its attention is really tough. Celine spoke up. They needed to quickly figure out a countermeasure against those bizarre attacks from the magical beasts. Syria worriedly asked, "What do we do now? If we follow our training, it's going to be really hard." Ian replied, "Honestly, I can't think of any better way either. We'll just have to bet on Sister Elsie's magic." Suddenly, ablaze with fierce determination, he said, "We won't attack, but instead draw as much of its attention as possible." At that moment, the magical beast suddenly lunged forward and unleashed a magical attack at them. Ian quickly reacted by pushing Celine away to protect her. The released magic shook the entire forest, blasting wooden tree trunks into pieces. Ian was blown back, crashing into a tree trunk. Everyone anxiously asked, "Ian, are you okay?" He struggled up, propping himself on his sword. That impulsive attack just now was exactly like its offspring's. "Watch out, it's charging," he said. Celine hurried into combat position. Elsie spoke up, "I'll cast the shield again." Ian's eyes blazed with killing intent. "No problem. Let's pull off a big one to finish it." The magical beast rushed forward with terrifying speed. Celine took charge of the head, while Syria retreated toward its belly. She slashed fiercely with her sword, but it managed to react in time, batting Celine away so hard that she slammed heavily into a tree trunk and screamed in pain. "Celine!" Syria called out loudly. At that moment, Elsie signaled, "The magic is ready. Hold it in place." Ian and Syria instantly sensed that the magical beast was targeting Elsie to attack. Syria agilely dashed forward and said, "Senior Ian, back me up." Her swung sword collided with the magical beast's claws. Ian seized the opportunity to dash out and stab fiercely into its mouth. A loud noise erupted, and the shock wave shook the ground. Ian hurriedly signaled Elsie, who was standing nearby. "Aim for its horn, Sister Elsie." "Got it, I'm coming." She initiated a large magic circle aimed at the magical beast. The radiating flow of magic blurred their vision, making the whole space spin. Ian silently marveled. "I heard this fifth-tier magic circle doesn't even appear in the Academy. She is truly amazing. Nothing can withstand a blow like this." He quickly pulled back his sword and looked toward the magical beast, only to find it completely unfazed after taking the full brunt of Elsie's magic attack. Ian was shocked. What the hell? Damn it! Elsie felt helpless. This monster has lightning resistance. Watching the magical beast run amok, he could only stare in astonishment. No way. The letter didn't mention anything about this. Why does it have lightning resistance? Senior Elsie isn't skilled in other elemental magic, he thought to himself while dodging attacks from the magical beast. I need to buy more time to think of another way. Ian secretly observed closely. There was a small gap between its body and its horns. Realizing this quickly, he yelled loudly toward Elsie, "Senior, cast a magic one more time." Elsie continued with skepticism. "Didn't you hear me say it has lightning resistance?" Elsie trembled as she looked behind Ian. "No matter how many times you attack, look behind you." Ian spoke up as he turned around to look. "We don't have time." His eyes widened. Damn it. The magical beast was preparing to cast its magic attack on them once again. If it had lightning resistance, it naturally could use lightning attribute magic too. A giant magic orb was condensing inside the magical beast's mouth, flashing a blinding light as if it would tear space apart. Ian was shocked, left with no choice but to stare wide-eyed. The ivory-brown letter with its formal border closed the story of that day, with the sharp strokes of ink writing. Whenever I asked, you would just smile and say you had your own way. Even now, 7 years later, that remains a mystery. Even after defeating the monster, though we were suddenly attacked, we were somehow the ones who managed to claim the spoils from the monster's carcass. And now I find myself grateful for the raid on that day. The beast's thunderous blow came down, flashing with a gloomy light. He turned to Elsie and yelled loudly, "Senior Elsie, run!" It was spine-chilling, a creeping sense of dread. Elsie vaulted outward, dodging away. Syria, Yerdina, and Elsie tumbled down. Celine Haster dashed up to shield Syria, leaving Elsie horrified. This thing made it so hard for her to face. Then she leaped high into the air, bringing her sword down on the charging magical beast. "Tis!" Ian Purkis shouted. "Hey, if you got the guts, target me, not them." The magical beast, with its razor-sharp, blood-dripping teeth, stared fiercely at Ian Purkis. It channeled its magical power and swung its claws at Ian. He skillfully dodged the blow, muttering to himself, "Until the senior successfully cast the incantation, I have to distract it at all costs." It continued attacking him, lunging forward. However, he pivoted around. "Wait, it's my turn." The axe in his hand accurately targeted its body, sending blood splashing everywhere. He said, "It's not over yet." Its fury reached its peak, and a mysterious black color radiated across its entire body. Roar! Realizing the anomaly, Ian Purkis tried to dodge, but was knocked flat to the ground by it. He tumbled down, thinking to himself, "Damn it, my ankle." Taking advantage of Ian Purkis's pain, the magical beast lunged forward, opening its mouth wide, as if to swallow him whole. He panicked. Damn it, is this the end? Syria Yerdina rushed forward, unleashing the Yerdina secret technique, the Imperial Lion Sword. 3 consecutive strikes landed on the magical beast, but it didn't suffer a scratch. It continued rushing forward quickly, successfully dodging the follow-up strike that came down. Ian Purkis was astonished. "Are you kidding me? Can that thing really dodge such super fast and dense moves?" Syria Yerdina panicked. "Senior, what do we do now?" Ian Purkis asked. "Where is Celine?" She replied. "It looks like she still can't move." Ian said, "Well, this is her first real combat mission, so can't really blame her. The 2 of us will handle it." Elsie shouted loudly, "Hey, I'm all set. Stop it from moving around again." Ian Purkis looked at the fiercely charging magical beast and asked Syria Yerdina, "Can you block one of its hits?" She replied, "Yes, I can." But she shot a doubtful look at Ian Purkis. "But precisely, what are you trying to do?" He replied, "I already have a plan. Please trust me." Syria Yerdina raised her sword into a defensive stance and said, "Understood." Syria Yerdina rushed at the magical beast. It roared angrily, but its strength seemed greater than hers. Syria Yerdina couldn't hold out, sweat pouring down as she gritted her teeth and endured, while the magical beast looked equally distressed. Suddenly, Ian Purkis leaped forward, using his defensive axe to strike its horn. His arm was bitten by the magical beast. He shouted, "This is exactly what I was hoping for, you monster." Then he jumped up, slashing at its nose with his axe in a flash of light. Ian Purkis sprang up, wielding the other sword in his hand, thinking, With this opening, I can stab straight into it. Action followed words. He drove it down into the monster's head, causing blood to splatter and making it screech. Then he leaped high up. The magical beast looked up, its eyes filled with hatred, opening its mouth wide as its magic flared bright. Ian Purkis looked at it with contempt. Hey, you're way too slow. The magical beast raised its head to the sky, spitting out a dazzling blue burst of magic. Now consumed entirely by madness, it triggered a massive explosion. Syria Yerdina and Ian Purkis dodged the attack. It glared at him angrily, and he provoked it. How do you like that? How does it feel being burned from your skull all the way down to your toes? The magical beast collapsed flat onto the ground. Ian Purkis thought to himself, even with lightning resistance, its insides surely couldn't take that. Everything inside its body, like its brain and internal organs, must be burned to a crisp now. You're done for, you monster. Elsie stepped over. It couldn't have passed out that easily, right? Is it actually dead? Ian Purkis stepped onto the magical beast, yanking out his sword, which was stuck deep inside its body as blood sprayed everywhere. He replied, Definitely dead. This is our prey right here. Elsie was surprised. You guys picked the right prey to hunt. This thing actually seems to have a name. Syria Yerdina asked. Turns out this is a named monster? Ian Purkis thought to himself. So this is a named monster. Then Emma must have. He said, Looks like we're definitely going to win. Syria Yerdina cheered happily over the victory. Ian Purkis looked at her and praised silently. So adorable. Celine ran over from a distance and asked, That monster had a name? Ian Purkis looked at her, thinking, Celine seems fine too. Looks like I'm the only one heavily injured here. But if this is the only casualty, it's more than fine. He looked at the magical beast and praised. Good job. We just need to take this back. Elsie retorted. No need to rush. Take a break for a bit. We still have plenty of time. Ian Purkis rebutted. No, it's not over yet. There might still be people around. He thought to himself. Wait a minute. Didn't the letter mention? A man who appeared to be someone's retainer rushed up and struck Celine, making her spit blood. Ian Purkis finally reacted, shouting, Celine. Then he charged forward to slash at that guy. However, Ian Purkis's action was blocked. Another long-haired, black-haired guy rushed in and knocked Ian down to the ground. He angrily fought back. Delphine Yerdina slowly walked over and smugly said, What a pity you guys were this close. Elsie was frozen in place, and Syria Yerdina lamented, Oh no, can't move anymore. The long-haired guy pinned Ian Purkis down, not giving you a chance to fight back. Delphine Yerdina looked down with contempt and spoke up, If you take this back, you guys will win. Syria Yerdina was so furious she trembled. Delphine Yerdina continued, So, naturally, I can't let that happen. In the pitch-black night in the middle of the deserted forest, Delphine's voice echoed even louder, carrying a hint of mockery. We're so close, aren't we? Seeing Delphine appear, Syria suddenly felt uneasy. Everyone hadn't even regained their composure after the surprise attack. This was clearly an outright robbery. She looked down at Ian, who was struggling. If you bring that back, you'll be the winner. And of course, there's no way in hell I'm going to let that happen. Delphine looked smugly at Syria, her voice full of challenge. Want to fight, Syria? She stood there, completely flustered, her head still filled with memories of everyone's hard work and effort. She tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, her eyes gradually growing resolute. Yeah, I can't back down. Hearing those words, a flash of interest appeared on Delphine's face. Interesting. Right after that came a series of rapid, continuous attacks. She seemed more confident than anyone else. Every strike was powerful and decisive. Syria had no choice but to pour all her strength into blocking. Delphine didn't stop her onslaught, mocking her as she fought. But you know full well, with that level of skill, you can't beat me. She finished her sentence with a strike that sent Syria flying into the distance. Despite taking a heavy blow, she still stood up strong, her hands gripping her sword tight. Thinking it would make her back down, it actually stirred up the strength inside her instead. Yeah, I know. But I can't just stand by and watch. I'm not a crying kid anymore. Finishing her sentence, she poured her strength into the sword in her hand and charged at Delphine. A strong gust of wind swept behind the blade, making Delphine even more thrilled. Looks like you've grown up a bit, Syria. The two figures collided like lightning, only a single slash echoing like a flash passing by. Syria stood frozen in place, her head hanging low. Right after, Delphine stood completely unharmed, her voice sounding mockingly regretful. As long as I'm still the head of the family, I'll spare your life. So why go this far? Why go this far? Ian struggled through the pain and shouted at her. Aren't you ashamed of being so cruel to your injured little sister? Fermin pinned Ian down while holding back his own worry. Stay still, or your wound will reopen. Delphine noticed the concern, but remained indifferent. Fermin, don't you think you're being way too merciful to the enemy? If they're being too noisy, just finish them off. Those words made Ian even more furious. You bastard, you coward. Delphine sneered, as if those words didn't affect her in the slightest. Coward? So what? It's your own carelessness, not mine. As she spoke, she turned around to look at the monster lying motionlessly on the ground, staring at the prize she had obtained without breaking a sweat. She turned back to look at Ian, who was screaming in despair, and spoke softly as if reminding him, never drop your guard. Ian was suspicious. He still couldn't understand how her team knew their exact movements. How did you find our location? Delphine seemed to know she would get this question and answered nonchalantly. The dagger. He was slightly surprised, but then it gradually clicked. So everything had been set up beforehand. He was just too blind to notice. Delphine continued. I placed a tracking spell on a dagger I gave you, just as a precaution. I didn't expect it to actually come in handy. He fell silent. It's all my fault. Because of me, Senior Elsie, Celine, and even Syria, everyone got hurt. Delphine's voice kept echoing in his ears, just accepting it like an idiot. Everything before his eyes suddenly blurred. Damn it, I'm losing consciousness. Seeing this, Delphine raised her voice even higher. Oh my, looks like the Axe Prince is about to pass out. The contents of the letter gradually replayed in his memory. In this situation, I won't be able to protect what's written in the letter. What's going to happen? The more he thought, the more terrified he became. What will happen? Emma Vildi, after losing the finals, Syria won't be able to bear her family's cold treatment and will leave home. An even scarier thought popped into his head. And when he appears, the world will be destroyed. My family, my friends, everyone I love. The more he thought, the more he trembled in fear. Please don't forget. Images of the people beside him gradually going cold in his arms suddenly flooded back. Just when it felt like everything was sinking into despair, those thoughts acted like a miraculous burst of strength driving him forward. If only there was the potion Emma made. No. If only Syria had the chance to grow after winning the finals. The urge inside him grew stronger the more he thought. So I have to keep my eyes wide open if I don't want to lose the ones I love. When did the corners of his eyes get blurry? He didn't want bad things to happen in the future, nor did he want to see the painful past repeat itself. Delphine still stood there, lamenting. It's a bit harsh, but getting caught up in gloomy thoughts like that can't be helped. After all, this world is a place where only the strong survive. Although she felt a slight sting of reluctance in her heart, if Syria wasn't strong enough, she would be the one suffering the pain. Before her thoughts even finished, a sharp axe blade whizzed past her, embedding itself into the monster's body, spraying fresh blood, followed by Fermin's painful scream, leaving a trail of fresh blood where the axe swift as lightning grazed through. Delphine was shocked. She turned around only to see Fermin squirming on the ground, clutching his face. At the same time, he had somehow broken free from restraint and stood tall, his eyes displaying unprecedented determination as he growled. Let's fight around, my lady. In front of Delphine, Fermin was holding his face, leaving her somewhat surprised. His nose was torn open, and blood was gushing out uncontrollably. She hadn't expected him to be able to pull off a move like that. In this condition, blood would flow into his airway, meaning Fermin wouldn't be able to move for a long time. What surprised her even more was that she hadn't even noticed the axe early. Looking at Ian's resolute gaze, he himself hadn't expected he could still stand up. It hurts so much, my head is ringing, but for some reason, my body is surging with power. This condition should be enough. Meanwhile, Olmar, standing on the side witnessing it all, spoke up with a slight tremor in his voice. Hey, Axe Prince for injuring Fermin. I Omar Double Axe, will make you pay. Before he could even finish his sentence, Ian rushed forward and thrust his sword right at him. Omar couldn't react in time, nor could he dodge, taking Ian's hit head-on, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. Delphine's eyes flickered with a flash of surprise from afar. After taking down Omar, he calmly asked, "What?" Looking at Omar squirming on the ground, he was probably still dizzy from his previous tackle. He planted his sword into the ground, his voice calm. "Didn't you want to make me pay?" That was immediately followed by a sword plunge straight into his chest. A scream echoed out, not just from Omar, but from Isaiah as well. The person standing nearby, watching Isaiah, spoke up hurriedly. "Step up, summon your wand." "All right, I'll do it. Step up." With those words, the wand in Isaiah's hand waved, streams of blue light bursting forth. "I'll turn you into a honeycomb too." Ian swung his sword once more, his flexible body nimbly, dodging every single string of her magic with ease, his blade tearing through the streams of light. She screamed, "It's useless." Isaiah looked on in astonishment as her magic faded away. "That technique, that's impossible." Not only did he dodge her move, but he also managed to injure her in return. This power didn't match his struggling appearance from earlier at all. She yelled, "What did you do? Stop!" The searing pain from her leg made her drop to her knees. She was still in complete shock. What on earth helped him recover his stamina so fast, making him even stronger than before? Seeing Ian stepping closer toward her, she couldn't help but tremble. "Stay away from me." Looking at her terrified face, he didn't hesitate to land a blow on her. Isaiah collapsed, falling unconscious. Ian remained indifferent. "Stop making noise. It's annoying." Perhaps Delphine also realized his sudden burst of power. She stepped forward. "Axe Prince, how did you use that technique just now?" That was definitely a secret technique that ordinary people couldn't learn or use. "Explain what's going on." Ian slowly picked up his sword. "Secret technique? Or whatever. I don't give a damn." He looked at her, his eyes full of defiance. "Bring it on." "The first letter. That was the first time I won. Even though it was thanks to you and everyone else." The memory of that day became a turning point in my life. My feelings for you grew ever since that day, making it a crucial moment in my life. Before that, you probably never thought someone could mean so much to me. Right now, Ian stared straight at her, confident he could defeat Delphine this time. He had to do it, beat her, then make her pay for everything she did today. Ian spoke, "Let's fight." Facing his challenge, Delphine seemed as if she wanted to advise him. "Stop what you're doing, Axe Prince. The martial arts you used to beat Omar are definitely a secret technique of the Holy Kingdom. And that weird trajectory of the axe when you threw it at Isaiah, could it be that the Sword Guild taught you?" What Delphine said reminded him of before. Unifying stillness and motion. Put simply, unifying stillness and motion is when a stationary object and a moving object merge as one. It's the core principle of the Sword Guild's lesson. Those were the exact words Syria had told her before. Is something like that even possible? In the dark night, Syria turned back to look at him. Of course. Everything is still before it moves from a single touch. Observe your surroundings closely. When you start to feel the things you think are stationary and the things you think are moving merge together, only then can you take the first step of unifying stillness and motion. He asked, puzzled. Then how am I supposed to do that? The stream of thoughts flashed through his mind, leaving him unable to understand why they appeared or why he had these memories. Returning to reality in front of Delphine's question, he had no desire to waste any extra words. "I have no idea what you're talking about. It's all just a misunderstanding, isn't it?" Delphine tightened her grip on her hilt guardedly. "The techniques of the Sword Guild are strictly controlled and managed, meaning there's no way you learn them legally." As she spoke, Delphine drew her sword, a layer of magic enveloping it. "Yet you keep insisting it's a misunderstanding. You just don't want to tell me where you learned them, right?" Her sword was already in a combat stance. "If that's the case, I'll just make you spill it, even if I have to use force." Finishing her sentence, she charged at him, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes. Ian also got into a combat stance, but right now he could only use a sword with one hand. Damn it, I can't fight properly with just one hand. Because of that, he could only dodge her continuous attacks to avoid getting hurt. Seeing Ian continuously dodging, Delphine spoke up, If you keep running away, you won't be able to win against me. As she spoke, she swung another strike toward him. Dodging endlessly wasn't a solution either, so he had no choice but to switch to attacking with his axe. As the axe blade swung up, Delphine's voice followed right after. Axe Prince, your intentions are as clear as day. Finishing her sentence, Delphine spun her sword and unleashed a massive strike resembling the claws of a lion. Coming at him from all directions at once, Golden Lion's sword. A sword slash came crashing down. Delphine was extremely satisfied with the move she just executed, looking arrogant as ever. Well, still think you can beat me, Axe Prince. Even though her attack landed heavily, it only made him more intrigued. This is nothing. I'm definitely going to beat you. Seeing Ian's unwavering momentum, a slight shock flickered in her heart. What is he talking about? Golden Lion's sword? Combining feints and real strikes is a skill so complex that even reacting to it in time is a feat in itself. With the Axe Prince's skill level, there's no way he could distinguish between a real attack and a feint. Yet his momentum didn't slow down in the slightest. Delphine's excitement grew even stronger as she looked at his cold, unreadable face. Even in this situation, it only makes me want to toy with you even more. Finishing her sentence, she tightened her grip on the hilt and slashed repeatedly at Ian. He moved his body nimbly, dodging every single blade streak. Watching him continue to dodge her attacks, Delphine gradually became annoyed. Even if he can't beat me, does he think he can just keep dodging forever? Still, his spatial control around him is unnaturally good. Not letting him keep dodging, Delphine raised her voice mockingly. Now that's a bit disappointing. Are you just trying to buy time? Delphine's voice was full of confidence. By the way, I doubt you can keep dodging much longer. Her words seemed to bring him a bit of clarity. Can't keep going. I feel like I've been here before. Being able to dodge an undodgeable strike. It's almost as if space itself is warped. That spatial awareness is quite impressive. Did you create some special spatial technique? Leto's words popped into his mind again. Ian, how about applying topology to swordsmanship? He seemed to realize something. Spatial topology, and then its unifying stillness and motion. As his thoughts faded, he decisively threw his axe straight at Delphine. He thought to himself, all right, go big or go home. Seeing the axe flying over, Delphine swung her sword to block it, laughing coldly in her heart. Throwing away your weapon. Are you that desperate? However, his thoughts went in a completely different direction. Desperate? Of course not. I don't have the talent to bend my body like a monster. Which meant he rushed toward Delphine like a flash of light. Right when the distance between the two almost closed. Only then did she realize, I just have to bend something else instead. He was already standing right in front of her. He won this match. Ian's move caught Delphine completely off guard. He leaned in near her ear. Lady Delphine, I'm afraid I win this time. By the time she regained her composure, the tip of his blade was already touching the skin of her neck. Delphine spoke up. I admit you won this time. I lose, Axe Prince. She pushed the blade away. I didn't expect my first defeat to be at the hands of a nobody. Even if I don't want to believe it, I have to. Delphine sheathed her sword, the corner of her mouth curling up. For the honor of the Urdina family, I swear I will leave quietly. Congratulations on your victory, Axe Prince. Before she could finish speaking, a sudden pain in her chest hit her before she could react. Ian's blade had already been thrust in her chest at some point, blood spurting out. Don't go ending the fun on your own. We're not done yet. Ian held the dagger tight. All his built-up resentment poured into it. We're fighting this match by the law of the jungle, remember? Fresh blood dripped onto Delphine's shoulder, flowing down her hand and falling drop by drop onto the ground. She wanted to fight back, but was completely helpless. But in this state, I can't even swing my sword with one hand. Blood soaked through Delphine's clothes. She gritted her teeth. What the hell are you trying to do? Defeating someone who already surrendered is pathetic. Ian paid no attention to her words, pouring his force into a slash that left a deep, bloody gash. Besides, sometimes you have to finish what you started, right? Delphine still didn't understand what he meant by finishing what you started. Ian stood opposite her, his eyes deep and dark. You harassed and hurt Syria. Apologize. Delphine couldn't believe her ears. Apologize? Why should I apologize for doing what it takes to win? Ian immediately tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. Because if you don't, you die. A streak of killing intent flashed in Ian's eyes. Just a simple apology, and everything will be over. I'm being pretty merciful here, don't you think? Delphine also realized these weren't empty threats. Since we're in the forest, cleaning up after finishing me off will be easy for him. Supposing I fight him right now, with both my arms injured, I'll definitely lose. Delphine let out a heavy sigh. Fine. So now I'm in a position where I have to beg for my life? Huh? Ian didn't want to waste breath either. If you want to survive, then yes. Delphine gritted her teeth and squeezed out the words heavily. I am sorry. I'm sorry for hurting you, and sorry for trying to steal your monster. I'm sorry for everything I've done. She suddenly froze. As for Syria, the rumors I spread about her mother and the harassment, it's all my fault. I'm sorry, and I won't do anything like that ever again. After finishing, she looked at him, reverting to her arrogant tone from earlier. Is that good enough? I think that apology was pretty sincere. Seeing him say nothing, she blurted out again. What? You're not going to say it's not sincere enough or something like that, are you? Ian didn't bother arguing with her. I never expected any sincerity from you in the first place. I just want to make things clear. He leaned in close to her ear. If I suspect the Yerdina family is trying to get revenge on us for this, I won't hesitate to throw you to the monsters as food. You get what I mean, right? Your threats made Delphine shudder. She also cautiously replied, Got it. In the twilight glow, everything was finally resolved smoothly. The first letter. That's right. However, it was covered by dirt and dust. It's time to get ready. I don't know whether or not I'll be searching for those beautiful memories with you again. It's not too bad, though. Winter has passed, and something that doesn't quite smell like spring yet is drifting in. Even though it's been a long time since the last snowfall, I find myself still looking forward to a faint ray of sunlight, no matter how hard I have to try. Tonight, I'm once again waiting for the day I get to see you again. Ian, my beloved brother. I pray for your safety wherever you may be in there. On the stage, the judge announced, Greetings to the senior students of the Academy. It's finally time to announce the winner of the hunting festival. Down below, the students gathered together, creating a noisy commotion. Hey, because of you, we almost came late. The gray-haired, yellow-eyed boy laughed. What's your rush? Everyone knows the winner is going to be Delphine Yerdina. The blue-haired, blue-eyed boy replied. No way. I just saw her getting carried out on a stretcher. The yellow-eyed boy was stunned. What happened? Who's going to be the winner then? The professor on stage continued the announcement. Over 500 students participated in this festival. As for everyone, you've tried beyond my expectations, but there's one team that won indisputably, he continued announcing. However, a very dangerous incident occurred during the festival this time, which was estimated to cause many severe casualties. The crowd below whispered among themselves. What the hell is going on? The professor spoke up again, but thanks to a group of students who bravely risked their lives to stop it, successfully eliminating the danger, I would like to extend my most sincere gratitude to you all. Now I will announce their names in order. The crowd fell silent, waiting for the results. The first person announced by the professor is a fourth-year student from the Magic Department, Elsie. Next is a second-year student from the Night Department, Celine Haster. The third person is a second-year student from the Swordsmanship Department, Syria Yerdina. The Saintess whispered to Ian, I already reminded you not to get hurt no matter what. And finally, the representative of the third-year student group from the Swordsmanship Department, Ian Purkis. Each student will receive a bottle of dragon's blood as a reward. The crowd below buzzed again. A bottle of dragon's blood for each person? That's a royal item. I'm so jealous. More importantly, what's with those clothes? The professor continued speaking. One more thing, we will grant this group full rights to dispose of this corpse. The professor said to Ian, it's probably worth around 10,000 gold coins. Ian thought to himself, 10,000 gold coins? Actually, I plan to use it to help Emma. He thought, but the whole team captured it together, so I can't just take it for myself. I wonder if I can explain it to them. Elsie stepped forward. You made the biggest contribution. You can do whatever you want with it. The Ranila family won't care about things like this anyway. Syria Yerdina also smiled and said, I agree with Elsie. You can do whatever you want with it. Celine Haster also stepped forward to advise. Getting that bottle of dragon's blood is enough for me. You just keep it. Just winning the hunting festival is already the biggest reward for me. Ian Purkis asked anxiously. Is it okay, Saintess? The Saintess was surprised. Huh? Is he calling me? He looked toward her and asked. With this, can Emma make a full recovery? Fireworks exploded, filling the sky with vibrant colors. The Saintess watched intently. Then she smiled brightly, clasped her hands over her chest, and said, May you soon receive blessings for your kindness. Ian Purkis smiled joyfully and brightly. Emma was still lying in the room, not yet awake, while fireworks burst lively outside the window. The hunting festival had finally come to an end. Brilliant, colorful fireworks still lingered in the air. The Saintess said, Emma's treatment will begin tomorrow, so don't worry too much. Thank you for everything you've done, Ian. Besides, you really did a great job this time. I've healed your hand, but it will leave some after effects. Ian Purkis looked down at his tightly bandaged hands and replied, It's fine, my reflexes might be slightly reduced, but I've prepared myself mentally. I won't be able to hold a sword like before. But if it's to save Emma, this sacrifice is worth it. Ian thought to himself, if someone died in the incident, I'd live the rest of my life in regret. The Saintess looked at him with admiration and said, Sacrificing yourself to help others? You're making me jealous. Ian asked, Huh? What do you mean? The Saintess looked at Ian and replied, You're still the same as always, aren't you, Ian? She pulled Ian's hand and handed him a round red pill. An instantly dazzling light burst from the pill. He was taken aback. After the light faded, she replied, All done. Go back and give this pill to Emma. He was shocked. This thing is extremely valuable. Saintess, isn't this way too reckless of you? She smiled brightly at him. Exactly. That's why we have to keep this a secret. Ian immediately replied, I didn't see a thing. The Saintess praised. Very good. Hurry back to your team. Everyone must be waiting for you. Ian turned to leave and said, Thank you so much. Saintess, I'll be taking my leave. She watched Ian Purkis's departing back and whispered, May the gods bless you. His team gathered in a crowded, noisy group. Elsie excitedly raised her beer mug high. Everyone, let me hear a toast. Everyone was laughing and chatting happily. Ian walked over. No matter how much time had passed, they were still a strange group. He asked Leto Einstein, Hey, why are you sitting here? Leto looked up and replied, Come on, are you not letting me sit here just because I didn't join the festival? Celebrating is everyone's business. We still have final exams and internship notices waiting for us, so happy occasions like this are pretty rare. Ian replied, You're right, but drink less to take care of your health. Syria Yurdina shouted loudly. Ian, I have something to tell you, just between the two of us. He asked, What is it? Then he suggested, Let's go somewhere quieter. Celine Haster watched the two of them, looking somewhat annoyed. Under the moonlight, Ian asked Syria, Now that you've won, are you feeling a bit happier? She replied, I'm not really sure. Even though I won, the one who defeated my sister was you. Ian comforted her. At least you proved yourself, didn't you? She asked. So I won't have nightmares anymore, right? Ian replied, I can't say for sure, but I know one thing. Continuing, I won't let you worry anymore. Syria Yurgina Blushid. Akching Esagipso. I have something to tell you. Ian was surprised, thinking to himself, just as I thought. Here it comes. She bowed deeply and said, Thank you so much. Ian, thank you so very much. Ian thought to himself, It's just a thank you. He was truly surprised. Even a simple thank you made her this embarrassed. That's so like Syria. She continued, I've learned so many things being with you over the past month. He thought, a month ago, we were just classmates. Who would have thought we could understand each other to this extent? He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a necklace. But since Syria was bowing deep, she didn't see it. She continued, I wanted to give you something as a gift, but I didn't know what to get you. He held the necklace out in front of Syria and said, I happened to find it. I thought you'd like it, so I bought it. Sepia flowers. Your mother liked those flowers, right? Real flowers will wither, but the ones on this pendant won't. Ian scratched his face awkwardly. It didn't cost much, but I hope you like it. Celia blushed, Ido. From the bottom of my heart. I really like it. I'm so happy. She thought to herself, "You're so special." On the back of the necklace was engraved, "Syria, first love." Celine stood nearby watching the two of them laughing and talking happily together. Deep inside, she felt extremely uncomfortable, clenching her hands into fists. Seeing Ian Purkis, Leto asked, "Hey, what are you guys talking about just now? You've been single for a long time, too. You should find someone." Ian replied, "We didn't talk about anything specific or serious." Leto teased playfully, "Now that I think about it, the Saintess seems to be unusually nice to you. Did she fall for you, too?" Ian replied right away, "What are you talking about? That makes no sense. You bastard, are you drunk?" Leto's face flushed red. "No, I'm not drunk. I'm serious." He marveled. "If you keep acting like this, the entire academy is going to fall for you." Ian said, "Stop talking nonsense." Then he shooed Leto away. "Go back to your room and sleep." Ian Purkis returned to his room and took off his jacket. He thought to himself, "More importantly, no matter how I think about it, the person who fits me best can only be Celine. Could I become her boyfriend? How should I act around her?" That afternoon, the sunset light covered everywhere. Ian Purkis put on his cloak and walked alone to meet a mysterious person. She spoke up. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Glad to see you." He asked, "How's the situation on the Eastern Front line?" That person explained, "We're severely shorthanded, but the enemy's numbers keep growing. We're reaching our limit." She continued, "If the supply line were stable, things would be different, but it isn't. The situation is getting worse. We're also trying our best at the capital." Ian stared at the woman and said, "However, you also know that the Western and Southern front lines are struggling as well." The scene behind her terrified him. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the tree trunks red. She said, "Delphalum has approached." He was horrified. "What? Say again." That person's voice rang out again. "We can't hold them back." It turned out Ian Purkis had a nightmare. He suddenly woke up right after those words. He muttered softly, "Why do I keep having this nightmare? I'm almost getting used to it." He wondered, "But now it's even worse? Is it because I drank too much earlier?" He picked up the water bottle beside him, intending to drink, but then spotted a letter stamped with a red seal. He was surprised. "This is—" then opened it to read the letter. Every line of text appeared clearly before his eyes. "To my love, Ian Purkis. Have you ever thought about love? I don't know if it's because I'm in a new relationship or because I broke up with the love of my life a few months ago, but recently I've been thinking about it a lot." Holding the letter in hand, Ian's face looked extremely flustered, sweating profusely from anxiety. "Since I got another one of these, does it mean something else is going to happen?" The letter stated, "The fact that you specifically chose an orphanage for the field mission that year and the way you fought so fiercely that day." Suddenly, Ian's expression darkened, a glimpse of shock flashing in his eyes. "So after the hunting festival, there's a field mission at an orphanage?" Line by line sent warnings to him. "Don't be careless just because you're far away from me. God is always watching the world. If you cheat, you will be punished." Accordingly, from Lucia, with love from afar. The second day of the leap month, year 571 of the imperial calendar. Ian suddenly paused at those lines. "Oh, wait, Lucia." Sweating, he grimaced in disgust. "Not Sepia, but Lucia? What kind of scoundrel am I in the future? Oh, come on, you bastard." He read on. "Let me summarize what I know so far. First, if the calendar flipped by itself, that means there's a possibility I lost my memory again. Second, it seems he drank the reward for the hunting competition's first-place winner, dragon's blood. Dragon's blood is one of the best elixirs in this world. The amount of mana in my body has doubled, surging like a waterfall." Suddenly, Ian realized something. Wait, if all this time has passed. Scene cuts to an early morning. Ian slowly walked up to a large, imposing house. Maybe Emma has woken up. He raised his hand, knocked on the door, and announced, "Saintess, it's Ian." As Ian stood waiting, he recalled the whispering chatter of passers-by, thinking to himself, "Since nobody is looking at me, nothing strange must have happened." The door creaked open. "Well, if that's the case, I'm relieved." Ian stared blankly as a flash of light zoomed past his eyes. He gritted his teeth, clashing swords with urine. "What is this? Why all of a sudden?" Urine dashed forward powerfully. Blood splattered everywhere. Ian was still bewildered by what just transpired. He wondered, what the hell is this? Urine bluntly criticized him with a cold voice. You came back even weaker than before. Ian touched the wound on his face, a look of confusion on his face. Looks like something really did happen. Entering the large house, sitting opposite Ian was the Saintess. Urine stood behind the Saintess with a stern demeanor. The Saintess glared angrily with a judging, probing gaze. Ian sat nervously on the chair, breaking into a cold sweat, his eyes darting around frantically to avoid eye contact. He thought to himself, there are signs of a battle all over the living room, cracks all over the walls. Since this mess hasn't been cleaned up yet, it probably happened very recently. Ian was somewhat puzzled. Could I have been the one who caused it? Suddenly, the Saintess spoke in a serious tone. So, the Saintess interrogated, you don't remember anything that happened this week? Ian replied awkwardly, that's right. The Saintess suddenly burst out laughing. The Saintess slammed her hand on the table and yelled, do you think I'm going to believe that? In his heart, he wanted to argue back, but it's the truth. Ian spoke up. I swear to the Saintess that I'm not lying. I really can't remember anything. On the contrary, the Saintess remained suspicious. So you're playing dumb? Suddenly, the Saintess snapped her fingers and spoke up. I get it now, Ian. If that information was classified, then so be it. Are you telling me to forget what happened the other day and just hand over the information to you? Seriously, just how important is this organization? A letter was teleported over. Ian remained seated in silence with a bewildered look. Classified information, organization. What's this about? Can she do that with holy power? The Saintess placed a letter on the table and spoke. This is the list of orphanages that are still struggling despite receiving aid from the Holy Kingdom. Ian clenched his hands on his lap, asking himself nervously, why did I request this? He suddenly remembered something from the lines of the letter he had read. Wait, orphanages. Yeah, Ian hurriedly picked up the letters on the table. I'll make good use of it, Saintess. The Saintess questioned, what the hell do you plan to use it for? He looked away, answering hesitantly, I don't know either. The Saintess stood up in anger. So you mean I don't need to know, huh? Purple lights appeared around the Saintess as she declared coldly, all the kindness I've given you all this time was for nothing. I'm done here. Then the Saintess left in a hurry, leaving Ian watching her departing back. He stared blankly, asking himself, what on earth happened for the Saintess to act like this? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his train of thought. Urine spoke up. It looks like someone possessed you. Ian immediately asked back, possessed? Urine answered right away. That's right. If you've lost your memory, that would explain it. Back then, your eyes were a different color, and you were stronger than usual too. Ian forced a smile. I got stronger? So he saw me fight. He pressed further. Urine, was I the one who made a mess of this place? Urine's face showed a bit of surprise, pointing at his shoulder as he asked back. Don't you remember slashing my shoulder? Ian was flustered, sweat pouring down his face as he suggested. Yeah. Could you tell me what happened? Urine readily agreed. All right, I'll tell you exactly everything that happened. I don't know why you and the Saintess were here, but when I arrived, the atmosphere was already tense. Why was Urine here? Ian recalled the bright, friendly image of Urine greeting him. Hey, Ian, sorry. His gaze suddenly turned extremely sharp. Because of my position, it's hard for us to meet in private. Ian spoke in a serious tone. Then allow me to get straight to the point. Can you give me information on the orphanages facing financial difficulties in the East? Hearing those words from Ian, the Saintess felt a bit uneasy. Even though they've received support from the Empire, okay? The Saintess softly brushed it off. I'm sorry, but no matter how close we are, Ian, I cannot hand over internal information of the Holy Kingdom. Ian continued. Is Archbishop Eindel doing well? The Saintess glares down. Why are you suddenly bringing him up? Ian's fingers toyed with the rim of the teacup on the table as he spoke thoughtfully. I heard that some forces are trying to bring him down. Then he just kept talking. If someone is trying to bring down the conservative Archbishop Eindel, wouldn't it be correct to assume that it's the work of the progressive faction? Listening to those words of his, the Saintess looked displeased, frowning slightly. However, I can ignore that matter if you hand over information about those orphanages to me. Standing behind, Urine nervously glanced down at the Saintess. The Saintess only recently started using Eindel's downfall to bring him down. That was supposed to be top secret. So how did Ian know about it? He looked up at Ian's calm expression as he raised his teacup to sip and enjoy it. Just how? No, that doesn't matter right now. If we aren't careful, our plan will be completely ruined. The Saintess also looked up at Yurin as if hinting at something. His eyes met hers, flashing with determination. Not just Ian. We must find everyone who leaked the information and stop them from spreading it further, even if we have to use force. Ian moved the teacup away and let out a light chuckle. His expression transformed, gradually becoming cold and sharp, his voice somewhat tense. Just try it. Right as he finished his sentence, Yurin angrily rushed forward, intending to swing his sword to attack Ian. But he calmly and lightly threw the teacup he was holding hard forward to counter. Yurin used his sword and knocked the cup away. Ian's eyes widened in shock. With his reaction time, he shouldn't be able to dodge it. He immediately stood up, swinging his weapon downward forcefully to attack Yurin. But he was able to dodge quickly. Suddenly, Yurin stumbled from Ian's relentless assault, a hint of worry passing across his face. My balance. Seizing the moment while Yurin was off balance, Ian used his axe to give him a slash. In Yurin's heart, a trace of regret showed. Damn it, I left an opening for him. Facing Ian's continuous, lightning-fast attacks, Yurin thought to himself, his axe is shorter, which means it's faster. I can't beat him in terms of speed. Witnessing the intense battle unfolding, the Saintess suddenly shouted out loud, Yurin! Yurin smiled softly, his eyes glancing upward. Ian glanced behind him and saw the Saintess with her hands clasped against her chest, a warm golden light radiating around her. Yurin quickly charged forward, swinging his sword to attack while smirking triumphantly. The Saintess's support is always top tier. Yurin's brows furrowed, his eyes sharp and lethal, as he shouted out loud, You can't dodge this one. Ian didn't reply, simply launching a swift counterattack that caught Yurin completely off guard. Yurin's eyes widened as he looked behind him. What the? Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword to block Ian's axe. Doesn't matter, I can still block this. Ian slammed his axe hard into Yurin's shoulder, sending blood spraying everywhere. Yurin grit his teeth in agony, trying his best to endure the pain. Before his eyes was Ian's chilling, terrifyingly cold expression, making Yurin gasp. No way. The Sword Society? The second letter, to my beloved Ian Purkis. Have you ever thought about love? I don't know if it's because I'm in a new relationship or because I broke up with my ex a few months ago, but I've been thinking about it a lot lately. I think love is like a tree. You don't realize it's there until it sprouts. And then it just wraps around your heart. Ian quickly slammed another sword hard into Yurin's other shoulder, making him scream out in pure agony. Gritting his teeth, Yurin looked down, his face darkening. Damn it, my injured arm is keeping me from going all out. The Saintess slowly approached him. She swung her fist with full power to attack Ian, but he reflexively backed away in an instant. She struck hard with a punch wrapped in a blinding burst of light. Yet Ian remained completely calm, looking down at her with cold, sharp eyes. Catching his breath heavily, Yurin thought to himself, the Saintess used the Holy Kingdom's martial arts and still couldn't touch him? Does he actually know that style too? The Saintess was about to charge forward, shouting with fierce determination. Ian's eyes were terrifyingly serene as he glared up, slightly lifting one leg to block her advance. Without giving her a chance to turn the tables, he hastily grabbed the arm she was using to channel her magic. Something happened right before Yurin's eyes that snapped him wide awake, leaving him in absolute shock. Watching Ian swing his arm with a surge of red magic to slam the Saintess hard onto the ground, Yurin realized, isn't that the Holy Kingdom's secret art? Moon swap? Yurin backed away, yelling out, Saintess, are you okay? He barked angrily. Ian, do you really dare lay a hand on the Saintess? Ian tilted his head slightly, replying with cold indifference. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth. The Saintess, visibly flustered and confused, demanded, Who are you? Why are you doing this? A flash of confusion flickered across Ian's eyes as he spoke. Ah! The Saintess closely watched Ian's every move. He slowly stepped forward while she lay on her side, watching him intently, without blinking. Then Ian sat down on a chair, his voice echoing with absolute authority. I am Ian Purkis. Hearing that, The saintess shouted back in anger. I didn't ask for your name. I asked who the hell you actually are. Yurin added in a low tone. The secret art you just used definitely belongs to the Holy Kingdom. And that strike earlier was a secret technique from the Sword Society, wasn't it? He continued. Both are secret techniques of major organizations, and there's no way an ordinary person could learn both. Clutching her injured arm, the saintess winced and bit her lip, forcing herself up with great effort. He's right. Tell us the truth. Ian, I have the authority to handle most nobles. Ian's face showed not a single trace of fear as his hands began channeling powerful streams of red magic, preparing to attack again. Seeing this, the saintess panicked, raising her voice stuttingly. What the hell are you doing? She looked up in dread. That's a dragon. She kept questioning in disbelief. Dragon blood calligraphy. What is your connection to the royal family? Ian didn't answer, quietly resting on his chair with a stern, emotionless expression. Seeing what had just unfolded, Yurin couldn't hide his utter shock. Dragon blood calligraphy. Rumor has it that it's a royal secret technique that can be cast instantly without prior knowledge. The image of a brilliant golden sword surrounded by golden dragons. It was only passed down to high-ranking branch family members or the royal guard. And since Ian could use it, he had to be connected to the royal family. In that case, it wasn't surprising that he knew those secret arts, and even about the archbishop. Yurin stared at Ian, mouth agape. So that's royal magic. Ian called out to the saintess. He spoke up. This would have been simple if you had just handed over the information from the start, but your refusal made things complicated. The saintess gritted her teeth and snapped. A petitioner stabbing my knight and breaking my arm? If I had a few more knights here, you wouldn't be acting like this. Ian sat there, casually tapping his knee, and asked sternly, Is that so? You really think so? The saintess frowned slightly, listening closely to him. Do you realize I could burn this whole place to the ground with a single snap of my fingers if I wanted to? Ian's gaze flickered with a chilling, dangerous intensity. The outcome is already set, so stop stalling. The saintess gritted her teeth in frustration, lowering her head as she hesitated. Fine. Since I'm cooperating, please turn a blind eye to the situation regarding the archbishop. Ian replied coldly. Of course. He suddenly walked over, making Yurin flinch in surprise. Ian yanked the axe out, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The moment he pulled the blade out of his body, Yurin collapsed to his knees, groaning in pain. Ian glanced back at the saintess, who was bowing her head. He mocked her sarcastically. Feel humiliated yet? He walked straight past them, leaving Yurin and the saintess behind in absolute daze. That's the price for being stubborn. Cutting back to the present, Ian forced an awkward smile, sweat dripping down his face. Someone who knows the secret arts of both the Sword Society and the Holy Kingdom, and is even connected to the royal family, possess my body. He asked himself internally. Why, though? I'm just an ordinary guy. Suddenly, Yurin walked up, clapped a hand on Ian's shoulder, and teased. I'm a bit disappointed, but current Ian is pretty weak and stupid, which actually makes him kind of fun. He waved his hand dismissively. See you later. Try not to get possessed again. Ian hesitated before replying. Right? See you around. Just as Ian opened his mouth to say something else, Yurin slammed the door shut and left. All right, Emma's gone. Looking down at the piece of paper in his hands, he fell deep into thought. No choice then. I'll have to handle this myself. I just picked up a quest at the orphanage, and I need to go complete it to replace my final exam. Scene cut. Ian stood before a grand, majestic castle. Let's check the quest board first. He walked over to see people ripping flyers off the wall. Everyone was carefully picking their quests, which made sense. The points awarded depended on the quest difficulty. But if you picked something too hard, you'd likely fail, so most people went for safe quests with decent points. Ian looked around carefully for a good while. I don't really care about points, so those quests don't interest me. What I want is, on the wall, the flyers fluttered gently in the wind. A quest for an orphanage in the east that was receiving aid from the Holy Kingdom, which was currently facing a financial crisis. Ian noticed a specific poster that read, Client, Duford Orphanage. Objective, track down and eliminate monsters. Reward, 25 gold coins. Estimated difficulty, low to medium. Demonic bees spotted in the forest next to the orphanage. This is the one. The estimated difficulty was low, so the reward was small, making a quest nobody would bother looking at. He picked up the paper to read it more closely. If you hadn't threatened me, I probably wouldn't have been able to push back the raid and destroy their den in time. He thought to himself. At first glance, it looks like a simple monster-slaying quest, but the letter said they ran into a raid and even destroyed their nest. I think I get the situation over there now. Ian quietly folded the paper and tucked it into the inside pocket of his shirt. Got the quest. Now I just need to find a teammate. He began calculating in his head. It'd be easy if I could get the people from my team at the hunting festival to join, but second years and below aren't allowed to take quests here, so Syria and Celine can't go. Still, who else is a third year? Ian pondered quietly. It'd be great if I could invite Urin, but he's busy protecting the Saintess. I want to invite another swordsman, but my social circle is way too small. He stepped away from the crowd, scratching his head and racking his brain. There's only about a week left. I need to find someone right away. But who should I get? Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm, and before Ian could even process what was happening, he was pulled along. He just stared at the person's back, asking in confusion, "Who are you?" The person pinned Ian straight against the wall. Leto frowned, cupping his chin as he silently observed Ian for a long time. Suddenly, he let out a bright smile and spoke up. "You really are the Ian I know." Ian broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "Is there anyone else around here who looks like me?" Leto's expression suddenly flipped, his tone dropping low. "Actually, yeah, there's someone who looks just like you." He pointed right at Ian's face. "You said you lost your memory again, right? That means you got possessed again." Ian said nothing, merely letting out a forced, weak smile. Ian suddenly remembered Urin saying the exact same thing. So he questioned him, "You're being really direct. Did something happen?" Leto replied seriously, "Yeah, I actually talked to him before. Or, to be precise," he continued, "I talked to the future version of you inside your body. The second letter. Of course I'm talking about you. I still get butterflies thinking about how flirtatious you were when you hit on me. Honestly, did you approach me with an ulterior motive? Although what you did at the orphanage was pretty suspicious, you were asked to track down and eliminate the monsters around it. But there are plenty of places like that, including villages in the Perkis territory." Leto demanded sharply. "Hey, who are you?" Ian replied coldly. "Who am I? Well, Ian Perkis, obviously. Why do you pull me into this alleyway all of a sudden to ask me that?" Leto instantly brushed it off. "Cut the crap. My Ian isn't this calm, and he looks a whole lot dumber." Ian continued. "Yeah, I'm definitely not the Ian you know." Ian's eyes turned sharper than ever. "I'm someone from very far away, but you still can't deny the truth. I am Ian." Leto hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking up. "So you're saying you're Ian?" he asked with a deadpan face. "How old was Celine the last time she wet the bed?" Ian answered with a blank face. 12, but Celine will claim otherwise." Leto followed up. "Why did Ariel and I break up in our second year?" Ian answered immediately. "Because you got caught cheating on her with her younger sister. Ariel was so embarrassed that she kept any rumors from spreading." Leto kept firing questions. "How much money did I lose gambling when I was a freshman?" Ian replied, "You said it took me about 2 years to win it back for you, so probably around 200 gold. Leto felt a wave of confusion internally. Even though I'm asking about embarrassing things that only Ian and I would know. A flash of fluster crossed his face. Back when Ian suddenly started acting weird, he claimed he was receiving letters from the future, though he wasn't creative enough to make up something like that. Leto asked in a grave tone, "Are you really from the future?" Suddenly, he clenched his fist tightly. I knew something happened, but he raised his fist and lunged forward to attack, yelling, "What are you planning to do with Ian's body, you bastard?" While future Ian was possessing current Ian's body, current Ian's personality vanished, which was why he lost all his memories. In other words, my friend is currently being possessed by his future self. Leto kept shouting angrily. "Of course I'm pissed. Don't take it personally, you bastard." Ian quickly caught his hand. Leto screamed, "Shut the hell up and beat it. Give him back." Ian's face darkened, and he finally spoke up. "Don't worry. I won't be staying here for long. I'm only doing what needs to be done." Leto angrily turned away. "And how many times have those things you needed to do almost gotten Ian killed?" How long are we supposed to keep cleaning up your mess? Ian grit his teeth and replied, If I don't do these things, everyone is going to die. Hearing that, Leto's mouth dropped open in complete shock. Ian quickly released Leto's hand, turned around, and walked away. It was nice seeing you, Leto. But Leto still had too many doubts in his mind. I can't just let him walk away like this. At the very least, I need to ask why he possessed Ian. He called out, Why go this far? He asked anxiously. Out of everyone, why did you have to come back to the past? There has to be a way to stop the possession. Ian's footsteps suddenly came to a halt, his gaze sharpening as he turned his head back to explain, Because I failed. Scene cut. Ian looked slightly startled and asked back, What do you mean my future self isn't like current me? Leto stood tall with his arms crossed, answering, You always run into the weirdest stuff. You really don't know what failed? Well, it's not like I know either. Sparks of fire flickered on Leto's fingertips. I'll explain it visually, so pay attention. Picture it like this. Future Ian's starting point is a place where a massive fire broke out and a ton of people died. If he possesses you and stops that fire, then you'll just go on living in a future where that disaster never happened, right? Ian listened intently. Now here's the question. Where do you think the future Ian who possessed you will return to? You wondered. Well, wouldn't he go back to his original future? Leto answered, Exactly. He'll go right back to the future where the disaster already happened. And when that happens, you and the Ian who possessed you become two completely separate entities. The two of you will have entirely different futures and become two totally different people who only share a past. Ian forced a faint smile and replied, There's still something I don't get. He continued, The future described in the letter sounds super peaceful and happy. It doesn't sound like a future where everyone got wiped out like he said. Leto brightened up and explained further. There's an easy explanation for that. That letter must have come from an altered version of the future. The future mentioned in the letter and the future of the guy who possessed you aren't the same. Time has already been altered once, so there's a chance it got changed again. Ian lowered his head slightly, resting his hand on his chin in deep thought. Wait, if that's true, where did the future I saw in my dream come from? If each letter comes from a different lover, that means every future is different. Endless doubts surged inside him. Good grief, just how many different futures are trying to reach out to me? Suddenly, Leto interrupted his train of thought. And there's one more thing I haven't mentioned. He began recounting. He left and headed for the forest. I'm sure he did something there, but I haven't heard any rumors yet. At that moment, a massive question popped into his head. Is there still something I need to do that I don't know about? A brief flicker of panic crossed Ian's face. Did you say the forest? Leto replied right away. The southern forest where the hunting festival was held. Ian gasped in alarm. The southern forest? Oh, how's Emma doing? Leto instantly asked back. Emma? All right. You don't have any memories of what happened this past week. Behind the door where Emma was, a knock sounded, followed by a voice. Yes, just a moment. Emma opened the door and asked softly, Who is it? Oh, Ian. Ian asked with an awkward smile. Did you get fired? Emma replied calmly. Of course I got fired. What are you standing outside for? Come in. Ian flinched awkwardly. All right. Ian scratched his head, asking shyly, How have you been lately? I have something to tell you. Sorry for being late. Emma looked confused. What are you talking about? We already met. Emma pointed strictly at her eyes and continued. Your eyes were like this back then. Don't thank current me. Thank the me who visits next time. Don't you remember? Ian blushed awkwardly. Well, yeah. Emma stepped closer and took Ian's hand, opening her heart honestly. Thank you so much for saving me, Ian. I heard everything you did for me. That the monster you gave up on to save me was worth over 10,000 gold coins. How could I ever repay you? Ian scratched his head, looking away to avoid her eyes. Don't worry about it. You don't need to repay me. Emma shouted back, brushing his words aside. Of course I have to worry about it. Emma lowered her head, her body trembling. What should I do? Should I become the Perkis family's alchemist? How can I ever pay you back? Ian noticed her tightly clenched hands, trembling violently. Damn it. I only did it to relieve my own guilt, but it ended up becoming a heavy burden for her. He spoke softly, Liv. Hearing Ian's words, she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Just keep living normally. Ian's gentle voice resonated clearly. Achieving your dream. Making medicine so herbal gatherers won't get hurt. Earning money. Graduating from the academy. And living a happy life with your dad. That's how you repay me. Emma suddenly let out a chuckle, which quickly turned into a loud laugh. Ian asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you laughing?" Emma wiped away her tears. "It's just, you're so typical Ian. That's why I'm laughing. You're such a good-hearted idiot. Keep acting like that, and a girl like me is going to end up taking advantage of it." She leaned in closer. "Now then, is there anything I can help you with?" Ian immediately replied, "About that. Do you remember when we talked about whether sending a letter from the future was possible?" Emma answered, "Yeah. Why are you so interested in that all of a sudden?" "Well, I read a book and got curious. It even said that not just letters, but souls can travel back to the past too." She rested her chin on her hand, closing her eyes in deep thought. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open as she spoke. "I used to say it was completely possible, but maybe that's not the case." Emma closed both eyes again and told Ian calmly, "If it's possible, I can't think of two scenarios." But Ian still didn't quite get what she meant. He stood there dazed and asked back, "Two scenarios?" Emma's next words left Ian in utter shock. His eyes went wide, his mouth agape, and cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. The end of humanity, or the erasure of Delphium. Up until now, Ian had been completely clueless like an alien, standing there with a dumb look on his face, asking one question after another. The end of humanity? Seeing Ian look like an idiot who just dropped in from Mars, Emma still explained it to him calmly. She reached her hand out, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "If the world is destroyed, the god Ars will lose his power, and if Delphium vanishes, others will be able to use its power too." Hearing Emma's explanation, Ian was still 30% confused and 70% skeptical. He furrowed one eyebrow and thought to himself in frustration, "So my future self really came from a world that got completely destroyed." Seeing Ian's ultra-tense attitude, Emma quickly tried to smooth things over. "I thought we were just talking about some random book, but you're taking this way too serious." Before Ian could even fully digest the information, Emma instantly shifted the topic. Turning around to walk away, she glanced back at him with a casual smirk. "Forget about that boring stuff. You're heading out for your practical training soon, right? I have something I need to give you." Curious about what she was giving him, Ian brushed the previous matter aside and asked, "What is it?" Emma walked over to a cabinet and reached up to pull down one item after another. Holding a massive bag with one arm, she picked through her supplies while rambling on. "This, of course, and this one." Seeing her move so feverishly as if she were trying to hand him her entire house, Ian replied in utter bewilderment, "Emma, that's way too much." Hearing that, Emma turned around, stared dead at Ian, and said, "I know, but you should bring along all the necessities just in case." Emma's vague answers had been leaving him completely clueless this whole time, making him stand there with a totally dumbfounded look on his face again as he asked, "Just in case of what?" Reminiscing about that time when her face went deathly pale with panic as she knelt on the grass, desperately shaking Senior Delphine, who was lying motionless on the ground, Emma recalled the event while telling Ian, "Not too long ago, Senior Delphine was found in critical condition in the southern forest. If I hadn't found her, she might have died right then and there. We had split up that day, and she went deep into the forest. Something definitely happened, but there's been zero news about it." Hearing that, Leto's face instantly popped into Ian's mind, sparking a suspicion as he thought to himself, could it be that future bastard who ran into Senior Delphine in the forest? Suddenly, Ian reached out his hand and asked Emma back. Maybe something else happened instead. Now, it was Emma's turn to have no clue what he was talking about. Her face went completely blank as she blinked at him, mouthing back, "Something else?" An image flashed in Emma's mind of her standing outside Delphine's room, only to be blocked by the guard's arm, denying her entry. At the same time, her voice recounted hesitantly, I went to visit her, but I was turned away. I heard even her best friend, Ides, wasn't allowed to see her." At this point, Ian's face looked like he was completely screwed. His expression darkened completely, like he had just ruined his pants, with cold sweat dripping down nonstop. He mumbled a quick reply to Emma. Got it. But inside his head, he was worrying endlessly. That bastard beat her again. How the hell am I supposed to clean up this mess? A little later, he was seen stepping outside, carrying Emma's ridiculously giant bag in one hand. With a bright, cheerful grin on his face, he looked at her and said goodbye. All right, I'm heading out. Thanks for the medicine. Emma came outside to see him off as well. Crossing her hands behind her back, she leaned forward slightly with a picture-perfect smile and replied, Don't mention it. Just come by whenever you need anything. On top of that, she didn't forget to remind him, Be careful in the forest. What a true buddy. Before closing the door, she grinned ear to ear with her cheeks flushed as red as ripe tomatoes, calling out one last line with a huge smile. I'm really looking forward to seeing you again. The following day came with clear blue skies, and the sound of Ian's footsteps echoed through the grand halls of the palace as he marched forward. Ian walked up and stood before Delphine, who was sitting on her bed draped in pure white robes, wrapped in painful-looking bandages from head to toe. Sitting there, Delphine stared out the window, taking in the scenery. Standing beside her, Ian thought to himself without daring to utter a single word out loud. I wasn't allowed to visit her at first either, but a single letter changed everything. Ian stared down at the letter left on the bed, sent by Ian Purkis, with an exasperated sigh. The letter read, If you don't want to suffer anymore, just accept the visit. Looking at the letter without a hint of surprise or confusion, Ian simply thought to himself in bewilderment. Just as I expected, it was thanks to my future self. Suddenly, Delphine gritted her teeth so hard her entire body trembled violently. Seeing her like that, Ian stood behind her with his mouth agape in worry. Having been in the room for a while, he finally opened his mouth to check on her. How are you feeling now, Senior Delphine? Instead of answering the kid's question, Delphine held back her rising anger, turning around to snap at him. Why are you here? As she asked, Delphine furrowed her brows tightly like a grumpy old lady. She kept biting her lip hard as if holding back tears, looking utterly tormented. Appearing not to notice her clear disgust, whether he was playing dumb or was genuinely oblivious, Ian casually replied without a shred of shame, I came to see how you were doing. We're close enough to visit each other, aren't we? Those words were the final straw. Delphine couldn't hold it in any longer. Closing her eyes with a scowl, she completely blew her top and screamed at the top of her lungs. How dare you say that? You were the one who did this to me. Right after screaming her head off, Delphine immediately whipped her head away, refusing to even look at Ian's face, completely fed up with him. Staring out the window, she muttered, Did you come here to mock me? To see how insane I've become? Ian had been standing frozen behind Delphine the entire time without bothering to sit down. He just stood there with a blank, dazed expression, listening to her rant to herself. Look, go ahead and look. My pride, my confidence. You completely shattered them. Look at the person you broke. I don't have a single drop of self-respect left. Seeing that their camaraderie was beyond saving, Ian didn't talk back once despite being berated the whole time, only managing to mumble softly, Does it hurt, Senior? But while saying that, he felt deeply sorry for her, while silently muttering in his head, Things are worse than I thought. Even though I didn't do it, I still feel so guilty. What the hell, man? You didn't even do it, yet you feel guilty? What are you, a living saint? Hearing the guy ask such a painfully obvious question made Delphine pissed off as hell. Scowling in rage, she whipped around to glare at Ian and barked furiously. Of course it hurts. But right after screaming right in his face, Delphine suddenly deflated like a popped balloon. Drenched in cold sweat and visibly flustered, her lips quivered as she continued. It hurts a lot. Yeah, we get it. It hurts. Calm down. Delphine then whipped her head away again. She raised her hand to softly wipe away her tears, not wanting Ian to see. She might be battered, but her pride was still intact, sickly, but still flexing her ego. Seeing Delphine start to sniffle, Ian stood there and thought to himself in pity, how pitiful. But why is she acting like some tragic female hero? But tossing aside any pity for poor Delphine, His attitude flipped faster than a pancake. Ian hardened his face and pulled an interrogative tone on the bedridden, sick Delphine. Did you know that Syria only cries when she talks about her mother? Yet her own older sister took advantage of that and led the bullying against her. Didn't you feel anything when you bullied her? Hearing the while bedridden, snapped Delphine wide awake. She gripped the blanket tightly with one hand, turning to look at Ian with a sudden pang of guilt, raising an eyebrow as she stammered out an incomplete sentence. But without letting Delphine finish her sentence, Ian lowered his head, gritting his teeth in pure anger as he unleashed a rapid-fire tirade right in her face like a machine gun. We didn't even look at Syria when she was crying, so don't go acting like a victim just because you got beaten up a little bit. You make me sick. Damn, bro, saying that to a sick person is a straight-up sin, you know? And to a girl, no less. Feeling like those insults weren't enough, Ian dropped one final lecture to seal the deal with Delphine. It seems like you seriously need a reality check on your attitude, senior. Hearing those words left Delphine so shocked her eyes went wide and white in utter disbelief. Her eyebrows kept twitching as if pulled up by an invisible string. Sitting on the bed, her mental state collapsed completely. On the verge of tears, ready to burst into full-blown crying if cursed at one more time. Her brows dropped low as she stared dead at Ian, stammering back. What? Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Ian stepped closer to Delphine's bed, scaring the living daylight out of her as she trembled in fear. Stay back. You said you wouldn't attack me anymore. As Ian leaned in, he reached his hand into his inner coat pocket to pull out something mysterious, sending a chilling shudder down her spine. Looking like a terrified mess, Delphine covered her head with both hands, shaking like a leaf as she let out a brain-melting groan. Ah, please don't hit me again. After that, she let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Nobody had done anything yet. Nobody had even touched her. But instead of pulling out something dangerous, Ian simply pulled a single piece of paper from his inner pocket. Seeing Ian place the paper right under the blanket in front of her, Delphine froze dead in her tracks, completely stunned into silence as her shaking stopped. She scowled in confusion, having no idea what was going on or what the hell that paper was. While staring intently at the puzzling piece of paper, Delphine kept holding her head with both hands like a total lunatic. Ian's voice echoed cold as ice again. You're free during the upcoming practical mission, aren't you? Having zero clue what the hell Ian was blabbering about, Delphine, 30% confused and 70% anxious, bit her lip so hard it looked ready to bleed out. Trembling all over, she still managed to squeeze out a reply. What? Yeah, I am. Staring at Delphine's completely stunned face, which had been frozen for 5 seconds in disbelief at what she just heard, Ian uttered a sentence that was painfully blunt. Fix your nasty personality by doing some volunteer work. Saying that to a lady is beyond rude, man. Having said his piece, Ian didn't bother giving Delphine another glance and turned around to leave immediately. Still not entirely satisfied, he glanced back at her slightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a calm smirk as if nothing had happened, continuing to nag her. We're leaving next week, so get ready beforehand. Before Delphine could even process everything that had just happened, seeing the clueless bastard dusting off his hands and walking away made her call out reflexively, wait. But Ian remained as cold-blooded as a ruthless killer. He stepped out of the room and slammed the door shut with a click. Keeping one hand shoved in his pants pocket, he thought to himself grimly, I'll never know what happened to my future self, but this is a huge win. Among all the swordsmen, almost nobody is stronger than Senior Delphine. I can ask her about that next time. Knowing she's both gorgeous and insanely strong, yet throwing such obnoxious lines at her. Are you out of your mind, dude? Replays of past events suddenly flashed through Ian's mind, from Elsie looking at him in a furious, scowling rage as she screamed at Delphine, Arg, why isn't it me? To the moment he randomly raised a sharp, gleaming axe in one hand, scaring the absolute crap out of her as she jumped up with a scream. Recalling those memories, Ian continued his internal monologue, and after convincing her, I managed to recruit Senior Elsie too. will be taking the two top fourth-year students on this orphanage mission. Moments later, Ian was seen gripping a handbag tightly. Before he even realized it, a week had passed and it was time to depart. Standing before the teleportation gate, many people were gathered alongside Ian in front of a giant tear in the air that looked like a cosmic black hole. Up front, an instructor was guiding them. Once you pass through this gate, you'll instantly travel to major hubs across the continent. Ian's destination was the RF Force Orphanage, located far away from the major cities. Ian stepped forward and handed a small piece of paper to the instructor, his other hand still tightly clutching his bag. Walking forward, Ian's mind wandered as he thought. So we'll have to rent horses and travel for another half day. An image popped up of Elsie grinning brightly as she walked ahead, followed by 3 male students escorting her, looking as proud as peacocks. Along with it came Ian's thoughts. The 2 fourth years each have a few followers with them, and they clearly have some prior business to handle. So it looks like they'll arrive a day or 2 after me. Image after image kept flashing through Ian's head. He really seemed to have quite an imaginative mind. Now came a scene of short-statured Elsie standing face-to-face with Delphine. The two of them looked anything but harmonious, as if sparks of electricity were constantly flying between them. Delphine looked smug beyond belief, standing with one hand on her hip and a contemptuous smirk on her face. Ian's stream of thought kept flowing effortlessly. If I consider this the price to pay for their strength, spending a few days alone isn't that big of a deal. Suddenly, just as he was about to step through the spatial gate, a strange noise echoed behind Ian, catching his attention. Turning his head to check the situation, he was instantly greeted by the disgusting face of the Saintess giving him a side eye. On top of that, she covered her mouth with her hand, rambling insults at him. Why is this piece of trash here too? In stark contrast to the Saintess's condescending attitude, Urin, standing behind her, let out a friendly smile the moment he saw Ian. He waved at Ian like a best friend of 10 years. But Ian only focused on that woman's obnoxious face, thinking to himself in annoyance, maybe I should just end this quickly with an axe. Ian then furrowed his brows, turned around, and casually asked her, "Do you hate me that much?" The two of them stood in the ultra-giant room bathed in bright sunlight, squabbling like cat and dog. The Saintess replied, "I merely let my disgust slip out by accident." "Ah, actually no, those are my true feelings." Seeing how this woman spoke without a single shred of hesitation, Ian felt 30% helpless and 70% done, saying, "You're not even trying to hide it, are you?" Moments later, the Saintess walked ahead of Ian. Glancing back, she shot him another disdainful look like he was some stray dog on the street, taunting him nonstop. "It seems you don't have any companions. Shouldn't you pay more attention to your own situation? You reap what you sow." The 3 of them stepped into the spatial gate together. Ian turned to look at the Saintess with a scowl, his face twisted as he explained to that nasty woman, "My companions had some business to take care of, so they'll be arriving late." Hearing that, the Saintess decided to let it slide for now, though she still asked back with a skeptical look, "Is that so?" "I'll believe you for now." Garbage Ian. Poor Urin could only walk behind them awkwardly, watching the two bicker back and forth without being able to do anything to diffuse the situation. Now it was Ian's turn to taunt the Saintess. Raising an eyebrow with a contemptuous squint, he looked at her with a mockingly snort and asked, "Is your team only made up of 2 people for this mission? Are you sure it's not, because of your terrible personality, that nobody dared to join you?" But this chick proved to have a pretty thick skin. Staring dead at Ian, she placed a hand on her chest and replied concisely with a proud, smug grin, "Well, as the Saintess, I shall wander wherever I please. I'll be doing some volunteer work instead of a practical mission." As the two talked, both wore smiles on their faces, yet the atmosphere was crackling with violent sparks of thunder. Ian turned to face the Saintess directly and let out a smile, casually stating, "I wish everyone could see right through your hypocrisy. Goodbye, two-faced Saintess." The Saintess didn't back down either. She kept looking down at Ian with utter contempt, flashing a brilliant smile as she struck back. "I shall return those exact words right back at you." Garbage Ian, standing behind them. Urin was so bewildered listening to their bickering that he broke into a cold sweat. Having satisfied his urge to argue, Ian dusted himself off and walked away, not forgetting to drop a goodbye. I'm heading off. Standing behind, Yurin watched Ian walk away alongside the Saintess. Suddenly, he stepped forward to strike up a conversation with Ian. Tilting his head with a pageant-worthy friendly smile, Yurin asked, "Hey Ian, where are you headed?" Seeing Yurin suddenly come up to talk to him, Ian let out a soft "huh," before quickly replying, "Jordo Orphanage." Hearing that, Yurin let out a joyful smile and said to Ian, "Looks like we'll be traveling together for a bit." Standing behind them, the Saintess had a reaction completely opposite to Yurin's. Startled out of her mind, she gasped and complained dramatically, "Oh dear Lord, why must I endure this trial?" Seeing this woman maintain such an antagonistic attitude toward him the entire time, Ian scowled in frustration, staring dead at her while inwardly cursing. Seriously, this woman. But completely ignoring Ian's pissed-off expression, the Saintess kept her eyes closed, rambling to herself. "However, I am the Saintess, and if this is the will of the Almighty, I shall obey it absolutely." The Saintess's hypocritical face, muttering the phrase, "obey absolutely," suddenly popped into his mind, leaving Ian completely clueless as he asked back dumbfoundedly, "What does that mean?" Suddenly, the Saintess hardened her expression, furrowing her brows tightly as she patiently explained to him, though she still didn't forget to throw in a taunt. "How surprising to see a thug like you take an interest in the teachings of the Almighty. Absolute obedience means devoting oneself unto death, if that is God's will." The Saintess then walked ahead with Yurin, leaving Ian standing there like a fool behind them. As she strode toward the spatial gate, she continued lecturing him. "A person like you will never understand the true value of obedience." Ian, trailing behind, didn't give a damn about her taunt. He just kept walking while talking to himself in his head. It seems my future self said something similar. Even after arriving in front of the gate, Ian was still lost in thought. There's no way he would just say something meaningless. There had to be a reason he said that back then. Suddenly, as he thought about it, Ian parted his lips slightly as if lamenting his miserable life, complaining nonstop in his head. How did I even end up in this situation? Remembering back when he held the letter, sweating cold drops in utter confusion, Ian had initially thought it was just someone's idea of a prank. But when Emma was covered in blood from head to toe, sitting helpless on the ground, looking exhausted to the point of passing out, he thought to himself, but from Emma's ambush to the hunting festival, everything happened exactly as predicted in the letter. A strange wolf that looked terrifying beyond belief appeared out of nowhere, its mouth covered in blood, leaving Ian utterly shocked with his eyes wide and mouth open. It was thanks to those letters that he managed to avoid those incidents. Ian's feet kept striding forward while his mind never stopped churning. How exactly were those letters sent from the future? I still don't know if failing to protect the future really leads to the apocalypse. But standing tall inside the spatial gate moments later, Ian hardened his face, clenching his fist tightly in determination as he resolved internally. There's one thing I must do. This time as well, I'll follow the signs and prevent the tragedy. In severe pain, Ian slowly cracked his eyes open. What am I doing again? He looked toward the sword and suddenly realized, right, I'm fighting that thing. Standing right before Ian's eyes now was Guilford, displaying his razor-sharp teeth. He struggled to push himself up and spoke out loud. "That was a close one. Damn it, I thought I was a goner for sure." At that moment, the man suddenly unleashed a highly dangerous strike. Despite his exhausted strength, Ian raised his sword high with unyielding resolve. "Bring it on, you trash. I'm not done yet." Instantly, the two engaged in an intensely fierce clash. Sensing that the opponent was far too powerful, he grimaced and thought to himself, "I can't lose to a monster like this." The tension in the air between Guilford and Ian grew even thicker. Suddenly, the man arched his body and let out a terrifying roar, while Ian gripped his weapon tightly in hand and lunged forward. With eyes blazing like fire, Ian thought to himself, if what that second letter said is true, a few days ago, inside that peaceful building, a calm voice echoed out, "Thank you for taking the trouble to come all the way here." It was the composed voice of the orphanage director, Guilford. Unfortunately, I can only entertain you with this cheap tea. I'm truly sorry. Sitting opposite him, Ian cheerfully replied, This is more than enough. Please don't worry about it. Guilford let out a gentle smile and said, By the way, I was really surprised that not only a young master from the academy came. He then turned to look at the saintess and continued, But even the saintess herself came here in person. Hearing that, she immediately answered in delight. There is no place on this earth where the Almighty's blessing does not reach. Hearing her words, Ian complained inwardly. Out of all the orphanages, why did she have to pick this exact one? Then he recalled the previous letter and deduced, but using the second letter as a clue, this is the only mission related to an orphanage. The monster extermination quest fits it perfectly. Just as Ian was lost in thought, the saintess's voice rang out again. Though, Ian really surprised me. She turned to look at him with a bright smile and remarked, Both aggressive and arrogant. Someone like Ian doesn't seem to have a single bone of civic duty in his body. I wonder what brought all this about. Hearing that, Ian grumbled silently. This woman, seriously. He quickly spoke up to change the subject. Before that, I'd like to ask something. Ian's tone turned slightly serious. Is this mission really just a regular monster extermination? Faced with this question, Guilford remained silent in thought for a moment before slowly speaking up. It started late at night a few months ago. At that moment, memories flashed by alongside Guilford's voice. That night, I took a little girl who complained that she couldn't sleep out for a walk in the garden. But suddenly his voice dropped low and mysterious. That was when it appeared. Guilford's voice trembled slightly with fear. A giant demonic beast that looked like a primate. A scene flashed of that tiny girl being snatched up by a rough hand in an instant, before it darted away into the deep forest. He recounted gloomily. It grabbed the girl in the blink of an eye and vanished into the dark night. Hearing his next words, Ian was slightly stunned. Since then, it has appeared once every month. The saintess beside him also widened her eyes and grabbed a child each time. Guilford's tone carried a hint of dread. Soon, it will appear again. That fear became clearer on his face. And then, another innocent child will. Seeing Guilford's distress, the saintess immediately encouraged him. You don't need to worry. We will cooperate and put an end to this tragedy together. Could you tell us a bit more? The conversation came to an end. Ian escorted her outside. Suddenly, the saintess asked him, You realized it too, didn't you? Ian answered right away. Yeah, it's definitely no ordinary monster. He spoke in a grave tone, appearing precisely once a month, targeting only one person, and being smart enough to kidnap people instead of killing them on the spot. Ian added his assessment. It feels like it possesses human-level intelligence, at the very least, a high-ranking monster. He was currently deliberating a plan alongside the saintess. Relying solely on our current strength might make it difficult to resolve this smoothly. We should try seeking assistance from the Holy Kingdom. She flatly replied. If he could, he would have called for help long ago. He was currently deliberating a plan alongside the saintess. Relying solely on our current strength might make it difficult to resolve this smoothly. We should try seeking assistance from the Holy Kingdom. She flatly replied. If he could, he would have called for help long ago. Her tone was absolute. Unless there's evidence showing a much grander conspiracy lurking behind this incident, we won't be able to sway them at all. Hearing that, Ian calculated internally. If we can't count on help from the Holy Kingdom, our current forces consist of just me, the Saintess, and Urin, plus Delphine and Elsie, who will arrive later. Suddenly, he let out a helpless laugh. At least everyone's skills are reliable. We should be able to handle it, provided they actually cooperate. Contrary to Ian's expectations, Elsie shouted at the top of her lungs. No way. She snapped back angrily. What do I get out of doing something like that in a middle-of-nowhere town like this? Delphine beside her also let out a heavy sigh and spoke despondently. There is no reason for me, the heir of the Urdina family, to meddle in such a petty affair. Watching his plan fall apart, Ian refused to give up, resolving with determination. I'll do it myself, of course. This is my duty as an O. I changed my mind. That's actually a great idea. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and stated, However, as I explained, We need to take turns keeping watch to prepare for the monster's attack. They kept listening to Ian with extremely bored expressions. Right now, we only have information on its appearance, so please pay close attention to guard against unexpected situations. They kept listening to Ian with extremely bored expressions. Right now, we only have information on its appearance, so please pay close attention to guard against unexpected situations. Before Ian could finish speaking, her gaze, filled with utter disgust and murderous intent, cut him off. He looked on blankly and asked, "What are you unhappy about this time?" The Saintess snapped back sharply. "In the end, you're just using force and threats to make them obey. It's practically torture." Hearing that, Ian felt completely helpless, thinking to himself, "She always finds a way to complain about whatever I do. Talking to her is a total waste of time. Given the dire situation, this is the best preparation we can make. After this, all we can do is stay vigilant and do our jobs well." At the orphanage, a lively atmosphere filled the air as they cleaned up alongside the kids. From the warmth the Saintess offered to the children, to the grimaces on Elsie and Delphine's faces as they struggled to swallow food that wasn't to their taste. Outside, Ian remained on high alert, keeping watch over everything. He thought to himself, "It's been 3 days and still nothing. I wonder if that thing is scared because our numbers grew. Still, nothing happening is for the best." Suddenly, Ian complained in fatigue. "Elsie is so late. Her shift started a while ago." Because of that, he went inside to look for her. "Elsie, it's time for the shift change. Did something happen?" Before Ian's eyes was a chaotic scene, accompanied by Elsie's loud shouting. "Seriously, you brats. Stop messing around. Get off me. I'll make you all pay." A child's face looked equally distressed. "Save me." Seeing this, he immediately turned stern and spoke up. "Elsie, step outside for a moment." Outside, Ian questioned her directly. "You don't need to get angry. You could just talk to them gently." Elsie stubbornly shot back. "They were the ones who messed with me first." Hearing that, he continued. "Why are you being childish with kids? I get how you feel, but they're just children after all." Hearing those words, she blamed him heavily. "What do you know?" Not wanting to escalate the issue, Elsie conceded, "Whatever, forget it. If you're going to lecture me, go somewhere else. I'll go on patrol alone and come back." Ian immediately warned her, "Elsie, don't go near dark places. At least take a lantern with you." Unaware that Guilford in his monster form was right ahead, Elsie turned her head with a scowl and replied, "Just leave me alone." Seeing what was ahead, Ian was struck with absolute horror. Right then, Guilford launched a swift attack on her. Ian instinctively let out a loud shout. "The second letter, it was from that day on that I started paying attention to you. Before that, I only felt threatened by you, but gradually I came to believe that every action of yours had a reason. After all, if you hadn't threatened me that day, we would never have been able to repel the attack and destroy that nest in time. Once again, I want to sincerely thank you. Thank you for teasing me when I was still an innocent girl. Thank you for the long-lasting pain from my hair condition. And thank you for letting me stand by your side. It was all God's blessing." Emmanuel, Guilford's attack struck unexpectedly, accompanied by Ian's frantic scream. "Elsie," he scowled, thinking to himself, "Damn it, she's too far away." Instantly, Ian raised his sword high, his eyes blazing with fire. By the time the man grabbed Elsie and vanished, Ian realized he was too late. Up ahead, she was screaming in utter terror. Seeing that, Ian was deeply panicked. "You bastard!" He immediately gave chase with all his might, sprinting frantically without caring about anything else. Ian yelled out, "Stop right there!" Against that massive figure, there was no way he could catch up. It ran far too fast and vanished out of sight. Ian kept running deeper into the forest, lost his way, and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Standing in the middle of the dark woods, he muttered to himself, "It got away." But he quickly calmed himself down, thinking, "Get a grip. I need to do whatever I can right now. My senses are way sharper than before. I can definitely track it down." Keeping his focus sharp, he asked himself, "Where is it?" Ian's power quickly located the enemy's position. "Found you, you bastard. How did it manage to dive so deep into the forest so fast?" At that moment, his pupils contracted, revealing his absolute shock at his own newfound strength. Ian picked up the movement and thought, where is it running off to all of a sudden? Once again, Ian lost Guilford's trail. The magical beast's presence had vanished, leaving behind only the faint residual aura belonging to Elsie. What on earth is it looking for? On the cold ground, Elsie was groggily coming to. Rubbing her head, she muttered to herself, "Did I pass out? Looks like I'm in the forest where those magical beasts are hiding." Suddenly, mocking images flashed in her mind, annoying her. Terrible, horrible memories suddenly came rushing back, making her think, did that monster kidnap me just because I look small? What a massive mistake. I'll make you pay dearly for pissing me off. Standing in the deserted forest, she quietly plotted her next move. Looks like they're starting to gather. I heard there are smaller beasts living in this forest too. Right then, Elsie slowly began chanting a spell. I'll show you the true power of the Rainila clan's greatest genius mage. In the blink of an eye, several terrifying demons lunged out right as her voice echoed. The power of Elsie Rainila manifested as her voice instantly became steady and resolute. Shield. Even so, a monster monkey recklessly charged at Elsie. Infuriated, she unleashed a spell to strike back. Lightning strike. With that surge of power, Elsie slammed the monster monkey straight into the ground. Raising her staff, she called down thunder to blast the other beasts as well. Without stopping, Elsie followed up with an even more ruthless attack. Suddenly, a figure ambushed her from above, another monster monkey taking her on directly, forcing her to yell, "Damn it, my shield!" Elsie flew into a rage. Lightning flash. She shot a quick glance behind her and thought, the ones I zapped earlier are getting back up. This is literally the worst. If only there was a swordsman here to hold them off in front. Right at that moment, a monster monkey charged forward savagely. Suddenly, a streak of light cut through the air as Ian appeared, reaching out his hand and calling out, "Elsie, are you okay?" Seeing him come to her rescue, Elsie felt secretly relieved. Ian covered the muddy ground with frantic, swift footsteps as they bolted. Curious, Elsie asked, "Why are we running away? Let's take this chance to wipe them out completely." Ian replied immediately, "That's impossible. They have an overwhelming advantage in this dense forest, plus more of them might come rushing at us. Escaping the forest is our top priority right now." To which she asked, "What if they keep following us?" His tone turned tense. "I heard the smaller ones won't leave the forest. Even if they chase us, we'll have a much bigger advantage outside than in here." With the exit now clearly in sight, Ian cheered mentally, "We're almost out." He glanced back, thinking everything was fine and that they weren't being chased anymore. If we just head straight back to base. Just then, Guilford appeared behind them, baring his fangs terrifyingly, causing Ian to shout out loud, "That's the monster from before." Instantly, the creature leaped down, making Ian move his feet rapidly as he drew his sword. Ian bravely stood his ground against Guilford to protect Elsie. His face contorted in irritation as he thought, this thing is way too fast for its massive size. I barely blocked that. With that thought, Ian swung his sword repeatedly, engaging in a fierce clash. From behind, Elsie called out, "Hold on a bit longer. I'll cover you with magic." But he instantly refused. "No. Use your magic to signal the base and let them know where we are." The beast was ridiculously strong, putting Ian in a tough spot. Damn it, I can barely hold out for even a second. Right then, Guilford raised his razor-sharp claws, preparing to deliver a horrific strike. Fortunately, in the end, only Ian's sword was knocked away. He quickly pulled out another weapon in utter disbelief. "Are you kidding me? Did this monster just use aura?" Once again, Ian's weapon was sent flying by Guilford. On the side, Elsie screamed in panic, "I'm ready. I'll send the signal right now." Hearing that, the monster instantly switched targets. Ian immediately realized what was happening. Seeing Guilford sprint toward her, he could only scream at the top of his lungs, "Elsie, look out." Right at that moment, Elsie's signal shot off a deafening crackle of thunder into the sky. The lightning bolt soared high above, illuminating her completely stunned face. Because the scene before her eyes was Ian taking a fatal blow from Guilford to shield her. Even without the upper hand, he arrogantly faced the creature and said, "Hey, if you don't want to die, you better get the hell out of here." Right now, my friends are on their way. Guilford's eyes rolled back with a flash of fiery rage. He instantly pulled his claws out of Ian's stab wound and scrambled away on all fours as fast as he could. Ian turned his head slightly toward her and asked, "Elsie, you're not hurt, right?" Elsie felt that Ian was the one who should be worried. This is not the time to be asking that. His face was now pale as a sheet and his voice slurred. Yet he somehow looked completely fine on the outside. The moment he finished his sentence, Ian collapsed straight onto the ground to her sheer horror. "Ian!" Her scream grew increasingly desperate. "Hey, Ian!" The second letter read, "I miss you so much and always pray for your safety. PS1. I heard that Brute from the Empire was recently exiled to Aaroncourt on the western side of the continent. Serve him right. PS2. Don't think you're safe just because you're in the Imperial capital. The gods are watching over the entire world. If you cheat on me, you will suffer proper punishment from afar. Thinking of her beloved, Lucia. Year 571 of the Empire, month of reincarnation, day 2. The Saintess poured the wine with a decisive hand. In a flash, the two wine glasses clinked together, sloshing gently. She then took a soft sip in an instant. Seeing this, Ian spoke up. "I had no idea you drank." To which the Saintess humbly replied, "I only started recently. If I don't use alcohol to blur my senses, I really can't stand this reality." Suddenly, he asked, "Do you understand how Sepia felt by now?" Her tone instantly turned a bit snappy. "You really shouldn't bring up another woman when we're in a situation like this." Hearing that, Ian quietly poured more wine without a word. The two raised their glasses together again, opening up as the drink took effect. The Saintess finally shared her inner thoughts. "I used to be extremely confident in the power I possessed." Ian followed up, "After all, saving others without letting anyone get hurt is truly a rare gift, especially in a chaotic world like this." Even so, she was still deeply conflicted, "But now I'm not so sure anymore. It's useless. I really can't change a thing with this power." Ian quickly reassured her, "Please don't torment yourself any further. Right now, the situation on every front has reached a dangerous red alert. It seems the Holy Kingdom intends to abandon the Holy Capital to fend for itself." Her tone turned somewhat solemn. "This is definitely because of the news that the Saintess has passed away." Then her voice gradually turned to anger. "Why did things have to turn out this terrible? If only we had completely settled the incident at the orphanage back then." Hearing that, he immediately remarked, "At a time like this, dwelling on what-ifs isn't going to do us any good." The Saintess suddenly clenched her fists and replied, "I know that, but we have no choice but to follow orders blindly." Right then, Ian's mind felt a bit hazy. Are these fragments of memories from the future? His vision was slightly blurry, catching a very familiar face. The Saintess's voice suddenly echoed, "Oh, you're awake?" As Ian woke up inside the orphanage, her voice continued, "I just coaxed the kids to sleep and was about to close my eyes for a short break." The Saintess slowly recounted the events. Right at that moment, thunder suddenly boomed from the deep forest, and Delphalum assured me it was a distress signal. So I rushed over immediately. Hearing that, Ian could only give a strained smile and reply, "It's a relief you were still awake then." Suddenly, her tone became extremely serious. "There is nothing to smile about here. When I reached the scene, you were in critical condition. Ian, if that stab wound had been just a little higher, you would have died. Looking at it from a certain perspective, you got incredibly lucky." The Saintess didn't forget to mention Guilford. It was also fortunate that the director quickly grasped the situation and prepared an empty room, so we were able to treat you immediately without wasting a single second. Listening to her words, he softly thought, "I really have been bothering everyone way too much. I don't even know how to apologize properly." She continued to strictly instruct Ian, "Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. I still have to cleanse the rest of the demonic energy lingering inside you." Immediately, Ian responded with a bright smile, "I'm so lucky to have the Saintess here to help." She didn't soften up despite the compliment. "All right, cut the formal pleasantries and hurry up and tell me the details of what happened back then." Only then did he slowly recall everything. "There are a few points that leave me quite troubled. First off, those small monkey beasts seem to be acting as an organized pack." Ian continued, That massive alpha left the kidnapped child deep in the forest and seemed to entrust the rest of the job to the lower-class beasts. It even ignored Senior Elsie without any intention of finishing her off. However, I still can't figure out their true goal or what they plan to do with the kids. Suddenly, he hesitated a bit. Furthermore, this next part is the hardest to believe. What Ian was about to say next would probably shock anyone. It seems that Leader Beast is capable of using aura. The Saintess's eyes instantly widened. A creature like a magical beast actually knows how to use aura? I've never heard of such a strange thing in my life. Without stopping, he continued. It moved at such extreme speed that I can't be 100% sure. But from my perspective, that was clearly the case. Suddenly, her voice sounded a bit exhausted. The list of things we need to figure out just keeps getting longer. Ian suddenly fell into deep thought. A high-intelligence beast that knows how to command its own kind and can even use aura. Now I can say for certain that there's some terrible secret hidden deep inside that forest. The broom swept softly across the floor, unable to sweep away Elsie's troubled thoughts. Recalling that night, she blamed herself. It's all my fault that Ian had to. Just thinking about it made Elsie grit her teeth and clutched the broom handle tightly. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, my little big sister." She scowled and retorted, "Hey, stop calling me that name, or I'll beat you up." The child ran over excitedly and shouted, "He's awake." The girl's next words suddenly made Elsie blush. "The guy who saved you. Everyone said he woke up." Hearing that, she immediately bolted off. "Hey, please cover my cleaning duty for a bit." The little girl called out in surprise. Wait, where did she run off to, leaving her work unfinished? Now, Elsie's face was bright with relief. He's alive. He actually made it back from the brink of death. Standing in front of the door, she hesitated a bit. Gosh, he gave me such a scare. Anyway, I just need to take a quick peek at him. But another worry crept up in Elsie's heart. How should I even talk to him? In what capacity do I even face him? Now, that worry grew bigger and bigger. Why on earth would someone like him risk his life to save a person like me? She remembered her unhappy childhood, always being looked down upon by her own family, just because of her small stature. I had to fight to protect my status by spreading fear through brute strength and ruthlessness. There's no way anyone would genuinely care about someone like me. Since she was little, Elsie had to accept that this was just the law of nature. I understand that better than anyone. That was why she felt so thoroughly confused. So what reason did he have to do that? Suddenly, the door right in front of Elsie opened. Seeing her, Ian was slightly surprised, then softly called out, "Senior Elsie." She responded hesitantly, "I heard a rumor that you woke up, so I just came by to check on you." Contrary to Elsie's previous anxiety, Ian smiled brightly and said, "Thank goodness. Are you hurt anywhere?" Facing this morning sunlight, her heart seemed to flutter. Feeling self-conscious, Elsie snapped defensively, "Look at the state you're in. How do you have the free time to worry about someone else?" Her nagging grew louder and louder. "I seriously don't get it. You're the one who just came back from the dead. Are you even aware of that? Don't go dreaming that I'll easily thank you just because you saved my life." Suddenly, Elsie lowered her voice. "In the first place, what kind of crazy reason did you have to throw yourself out there to save me? I'm such an idiot. In the end, this is the only way I know how to communicate." Ian gently replied, "I don't know if this counts as a proper reason, but..." His voice turned clear and bright. "At that moment, I simply felt like I absolutely had to save you. Nothing else crossed my mind at all. It was as simple as that." Those words seemed to move her. "Seriously, you always act so stupidly. What kind of weird answer is that?" Elsie lowered her head, smiling happily. "That is definitely not a convincing reason at all, you know?" Suddenly, Ian brought up another matter. Before I could finish my sentence, she ran off. "All right, Senior, about those magical beasts." Watching this scene, the Saintess felt a bit helpless, just turning her back and walking away without a single word of thanks. Looks like those unpleasant rumors about her weren't entirely made up after all. Ian didn't mind at all, merely chuckling softly as he spoke. "Come on, as long as she's safe and sound, my mind is at ease." Then he continued, "Back to the main point. Do you mean that even in a dire situation like this, it's hard for us to call for reinforcements?" The Saintess replied gently, "This is clearly an unusual incident, but we still lack concrete evidence to convince the Knights to deploy for an affair of this scale. Hearing that, Ian followed up, I understand we need concrete proof, but if we rely solely on our current forces. She agreed and replied, Indeed, with our small numbers right now, there's not much we can manage. Outside, a few new arrivals had appeared, leaving him asking blankly, Why do you have that look on your face? Is someone else coming? The Saintess immediately answered, When I reported your incident, I received word that they would set off immediately to come here. Looks like they've arrived. From outside, several lively voices echoed. Is it here? Is it this room? Open the door quick. Those figures turned out to be Leto, Celine, and Sepia. Ian. Senior Ian. Ian. Seeing them arrive, he was thoroughly surprised. Leto, Celine, and Sepia too? Is it really you guys? Observing Ian's condition, Leto spoke up. Jesus, why do you bring a mountain of trouble upon yourself every single day? Celine added gently, We took the fastest carriage possible to get here the moment we heard the news. Are you really okay, Senior? Right then, the Saintess spoke up. Well then, I'll take my leave so you all can have some private space to talk. Take care of your health. Seeing this scene, Ian was stunned. She flipped her switch back to the innocent act so fast. It's genuinely mind-blowing. Right at that moment, Sepia grabbed Ian's hand. She spoke up gently. I've been worried sick ever since I heard you went to hunt those magical beasts, Senior. I really didn't expect you to be injured this badly. He beamed with a bright smile and replied, I'm so sorry for making everyone worry, but your presence right now is an absolute lifesaver. I was actually seriously considering asking for your help. Right now, Ian silently reassessed the situation, a Saintess along with her loyal guardian. Two highly promising, talented swordsmen from the great Yerdina family. A fifth-tier battle mage with practical long-range support capabilities. And a theoretical mage to back us up with extensive knowledge and research. With this overpowered lineup, our combat strength can easily rival a small-scale Knight Order. Because of that, he made a firm resolution. We will definitely uncover every dark plot those magical beasts are brewing in that forest, and wipe them out without leaving a single trace. Celine shouted in panic, No way. Beside her, Sepia also chimed in sternly, I object to this. Seeing this fierce opposition, Ian blinked blankly. What? Hold on. What do you mean? She immediately raised her voice. Senior, do you seriously want to form a team to search that dense forest? Is it something a person who just woke up should be saying? Over here, she questioned him as well. Before coming here, I heard everything from the Saintess. She said Ian needs complete bed rest. Suddenly, Leto chimed in too. We all know you're incredible, man, but I honestly think you should head into the city to get a proper checkup. Just like that, 3 pairs of eyes stared at Ian with a mix of caution and worry. He thought to himself, let's see. These guys rushed all the way here just because they were so worried about me. Ian scratched his head in frustration, thinking, yet I went ahead and blurted out such reckless things before even letting them catch their breath. I was such an idiot for acting so hastily. Realizing this, he immediately replied, I'm really sorry for making you all feel uneasy, but I can't leave this place just yet. Seeing how stubborn Ian was, Celine sighed helplessly. Senior Ian, honestly, Sepia beside her also murmured softly, Senior Ian, to reassure them. He quickly and gently explained the situation. I know this is dangerous, but please trust my decision. If we don't resolve the existing problem here right now, Ian's tone gradually grew more serious. A tragedy even worse than the hunting festival might strike us soon. Just as expected, Sepia immediately replied, I had a feeling you'd answer like that, Senior. Beside her, Celine also let out a tired sigh. Figures right on prediction. Seeing that, he was even more surprised. What kind of reaction is that from everyone? Leto spoke up as well. What do you mean? None of us ever expected we could stop you in the first place. Seeing and hearing their reactions, Ian wondered to himself, is that really how they see me? Despite feeling helpless, the 3 of them cheerfully asked him, So, how can we help? Receiving his friend's trust and companionship, Ian's eyes overflowed with happiness, bringing a bright smile to his face as he replied, Thank you so much, everyone. First off, I'm not sure what happened while I was knocked out, so I want you guys to start searching from the edge of the forest right away. As twilight fell, a voice echoed from inside the room. You really know how to exploit free labor, don't you? In the quiet night, Ian suddenly blurted out, "Still no suspicious signs today?" He scratched his head in confusion and continued, "That's strange. We've been scouring the forest for days now, yet there hasn't been a single development." Sepia's voice spoke up. "We even expanded our search scope deep into the interior, but we still haven't sensed the presence of any magical beasts." Leto suddenly speculated, "Do you guys think they fled somewhere else?" Hearing that, Celine remarked dubiously, "If that were true, that would be wonderful." Ian immediately spoke up, intention to warn everyone, "No way. These beasts are much craftier than you think. There's no way they'd run off just because a few more of us showed up." "Even so," she answered with a touch of impatience, "but days have passed, and it's been completely peaceful." Beside her, Sepia chimed in, "If they were planning something, shouldn't they have made a move by now?" Piecing together all the available information, a thought flashed in Ian's mind. Or could it be? Suddenly, he speculated nervously, "Are they ambushing us, waiting for me to come to them?" Time passed under the twinkling stars of the night sky, until early the next morning, when Ian was walking through the forest with Delphine. Out of nowhere, she spoke up, "Are you sure you're good to walk around? I heard you're still supposed to be recovering." He replied with a guilty conscience, "If the Saintess finds out, you're definitely going to get chewed out." Ian instinctively touched his wound and affirmed, "It seems I still need the demonic energy cleansed, but moving around isn't a problem." Hearing that, Delphine questioned him in concern, "So you haven't fully recovered yet? Why are you in such a rush?" Facing her cold glare, Ian stated firmly, "It failed its last attack, but it's been dead silent ever since. Looking at it from the flip side, that means we have no way of knowing when it'll show its fangs again." As he spoke, his eyes filled with fierce determination. "To force them to reveal their true goal, I think we need to throw out some bait." Delphine casually remarked, "In that case, throw the little one in. She's the ultimate bait." Ian let out a strained chuckle and replied, "That idea sounds pretty terrifying." As they walked their patrol, he opened up to her, "The main reason is that I want to see it with my own eyes." Ian's tone grew increasingly earnest. "That's why I came with you, Senior Delphine. I feel like I can trust you to watch my back." Facing those words, her expression suddenly turned unreadable. A somewhat fearful thought crossed Delphine's mind. This guy beat the hell out of me before, and now he wants me to cover his back? I seriously can't figure out what's going on in his head. Suddenly, Ian accidentally noticed something. He carefully inspected the ground and spoke up, "Is this a trace left behind by something that just passed through?" Ian gazed far ahead and thought, "The grass in this area isn't growing well either. It leads deeper into the forest. That means this is definitely a trail." With that realization, he immediately turned to her, "Senior Delphine, there's a very suspicious mark right here." Suddenly, she signaled for him to be quiet. "Hold on." In an instant, a thick, dark aura surged forth like a sharp, pungent spice. Delphine's face quickly tensed up. "Get in position." Ian also turned solemn upon hearing her say, "It's magical beasts." Watching the blurred, swift movements, Delphine confirmed, "A whole bunch of them just showed up." Standing amid the suffocatingly dense, demonic aura, Ian gasped to himself, "We got surrounded in the blink of an eye. Looks like they really were waiting for me." His eyes were now taut as bowstrings, hypervigilant. It seems the Alpha isn't here. Is it intentionally hiding? Out of nowhere, Ian spotted an incoming strike cutting toward him. He urgently swung his sword, slashing down a monster monkey. "You're not escaping." Amid the spray of red blood, Ian assessed his own condition. "Thanks to the dragon essence, my sensory energy has noticeably upgraded. My mana quality and aura density right now are completely different from before." Just as he thought that, another fierce monster monkey pounced on him. He said with confidence, "Bring it on, all of you." That confidence was instantly shattered as Ian panicked. "What? That sword?" It was the monster monkey trying its hardest to snatch his weapon. "You bastard." In a split second, the monster monkey was flung far back, losing its balance and crashing onto the cold ground. Delphine had stepped in, decisively adding a finishing blow. She then reminded him, "Don't drop your guard. Axe Prince. Delphine didn't forget to coordinate with Ian. Leave this side to me. Hearing that, he entrusted it to her immediately. I'm counting on you, Senior Delphine. In the heat of battle, Ian felt anxious but steadied himself. My wound hasn't fully healed, so I'm not in peak condition. But as long as I follow my senses and stay calm, I can take them down. He gripped the hilt tightly, a heavy weight still lingering in his mind. My body couldn't adapt in time back during the hunting festival, but I can do it now. That inner resolve served to fuel Ian's strength. His aura exploded as he was surrounded from all sides. Spinning around, he caused the monster monkey's red blood to splatter. Tightening his grip on the sword, he took a deep breath, his gaze infinitely sharp, when he suddenly threw that sword right into the middle of their mad charge. Moving with agility, Ian thought to himself, on the left. Just like that, he grabbed the monster monkey's arm under their glaring eyes and instantly delivered a thunderous strike straight into the beast, causing a violent impact. I won't let you do that. Ian's eyes cut like a sharp axe raised high as he swung down brutally without hesitation. Standing among the pile of gruesome corpses, he gasped, "That should be all of them." Ian then turned hastily toward Delphine. "Are you all right, Senior Delphine?" She flatly replied. "That concern is a bit redundant." Looking around, he spoke up. "For now, let's gather their corpses to investigate. Once we're done, we can sell them and donate the money to the orphanage, no big deal." Delphine replied blankly. "What a fantastic plan. Do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me." She walked away in annoyance. "Let's head back quick. I don't want to linger in a creepy place like this any longer." Right then, the sharp sword was decisively pulled out. When Ian suddenly realized something, looking at the bloodied monster monkey attempting to crawl away, he said coldly, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Witnessing that stubborn move, Ian thought to himself, did this thing intentionally try to move toward that side? Looking at the monkey monster's cunning, treacherous face, he grew even more certain. I knew it. Its goal isn't just hunting. There's definitely something else up ahead. With that thought, he hurled his sword forward with firm determination. I'm going to go find out what its real objective is right now. Under the peaceful sunlight, a voice echoed from inside the building. "You're seriously incredible." Duin spoke up beamingly. "I just did a quick math. This haul must be worth up to 300 gold coins. Are you sure? Donating all of this to the orphanage." Facing this, Ian responded with a bit of bashfulness. "First of all, we need to solve the kids' food situation. Because of the monster rumors, relief supplies and volunteers have completely vanished." Duin found it puzzling, yet smiled as if lifting his spirits. "I don't really get your real motive, Ian, but either way, it's a truly noble gesture." Duin suddenly instructed excitedly. "Anyway, take care of the Saintess while I go turn this into gold." Ian agreed, of course. Just like that, he rolled off with the cart full of monster monkey corpses, while Ian stood back, casually waving goodbye alongside the Saintess beside him. Suddenly, she flashed a dangerously sweet smile and asked, "Ian, don't you have anything you'd like to explain to me?" He stammered in confusion. "What? No, I don't." A few sound effects of physical discipline echoed out as the Saintess instantly erupted in fury. "Are you crazy? You just got your wound examined, and you already sprinted out to slaughter monsters." Hearing her scolding, Ian groaned in pain. "Wait, you just hit me right on my sore spot." She still didn't let up, unleashing a barrage of scolding. "Do I look like your personal holy power recovery potion?" He groaned again. "You hit the exact same spot again. That hurts like hell." On the soft ground, the broom strangely lost a few of its bristles. Perhaps not because of the hard ground, but because of Sepia's intense, murderous aura. "It seems the two of you are remarkably close." Hearing those words, the Saintess immediately turned around with a gentle smile. "Sepia, this is a complete misunderstanding. I was merely setting Ian straight because he dared to treat his own life so cheaply." He flared up and raised his voice. "Misunderstanding my foot. This is her true nature." She suddenly put on a terrifying face and replied, "So the two of you being close isn't a misunderstanding then?" Right then, Leto quickly chimed in, "Cut the nonsense. I have something important to discuss with you." Beside the castle wall, Ian's voice echoed out. "Leto, what's up?" He replied, I carefully examined each corpse and the materials you brought back, and I've come to an overarching conclusion. Leto's voice suddenly grew choked up. I sincerely hope I predicted wrong, but... Impatient, Ian urged. What on earth are you rambling about? He spoke up with a tense face. It seems this incident involves a demon. Guilford's voice blended with the warm lamplight as he spoke. I sincerely thank you, Ian. Standing before him, he said saintly, because you contributed such a massive budget to us. Ian scratched his head bashfully and said humbly, No, this wasn't my personal decision alone, so please don't be so formal, sir. Suddenly, Ian grew curious about something. There's one thing I'd like to ask you, sir. Hearing that, Guilford immediately calmed down. Forgive me, I got a bit too emotional. What is it? Out of nowhere, his face went blank at Ian's words. Rumor has it that before you retired, you were a renowned monster hunter. Guilford quickly composed himself and answered Ian, I was no capable hunter by any means. Now, I'm just an old man who even finds walking to be a chore. Out of his honest and kind nature, Ian unexpectedly made a request. Director, please use your wealth of experience to give us some advice. According to my classmate's assessment, this incident isn't just a simple monster disturbance. Ian's increasingly firm words made his stomach churn in panic. In fact, this is very likely the work of a demon. Ian didn't stop there. Continuing his explanation, they acted as if they were guarding something completely contrary to the wild nature of beasts. And then there's the alpha dragging the kids deep into the forest before leaving. His voice grew clearer. After analyzing their behavioral patterns along with the gathered materials, the most reasonable hypothesis is that a demon is manipulating this beast behind the scenes. Cold sweat now drenched Guilford's entire face. Based on what I experienced back at the Great Forest, this is indeed a situation that gives us cause for concern. Right then, the Saintess spoke up in shock. Speaking of the Great Forest, where a demon has persisted for 1,000 years, isn't that dragon domain territory? Have you actually set foot there before? His voice suddenly turned terrified. I still remember every single detail as if it happened just yesterday. A memory from the past was quickly brought up by Guilford. The path was treacherous beyond belief, filled with magical beasts and deadly toxic flora everywhere. Every step felt like a journey into a living hell on earth. His voice carried a shock of pure terror, a horrific power like a natural disaster, impossible to resist. His voice remained deeply solemn. I was forced to bitterly realize the utter helplessness of tiny creatures like us humans. Returning to reality, Guilford's voice held a touch of earnestness. In the end, my entire mercenary squad was wiped out to the last man. And how humiliating it is that I was the sole survivor, living on so pitifully. Witnessing this story, all three of them froze in shock, their faces filled with tense concern. Guilford suggested, Ian, I think it's best if we suspend this investigation. He even offered a very reasonable persuasion. If the involvement of a demon turns out to be true, this will no longer be a standard monster hunting mission. You've already helped us far too much. Right at that moment, Ian's resolute voice cut in. No, we can't just abandon this halfway. Standing his ground firmly, he spoke up. Senior Elsie was nearly taken, and I almost lost my life. Ian looked at the young children outside, his resolve burning even brighter. Most importantly, if we back out now, those kids will have to live in constant fear that they could be dragged away at any moment. Just like that, his persuasive arguments kept pouring out. We must continue the investigation. As long as we find solid evidence of a demon's presence, we can call for reinforcements. Hearing that, Guilford pondered for a moment and said gently, If you've made up your mind to that extent. The Saintess and Leto silently listened to him sum up the current situation. It's highly likely that massive alpha beast is a demon. Ian chimed in. What is it trying to hide in that forest? Why kidnap the kids? We need to clear those things up first. From behind, Leto quickly chimed in with an idea. In that case, let's split into investigation teams. It seemed he had thought about this beforehand, as he cleanly laid out the plan. You're injured, so you, the Saintess, and I, since I don't have combat capabilities, will stay at the orphanage. We'll examine the materials and set up a perimeter guard. The rest will conduct a thorough search of the forest. With a deep gaze, Leto stated with certainty, and the moment we get evidence that a demon is involved. Before he could finish, the Saintess cut in. I will immediately signal for backup from the Holy Kingdom's Knights. Hearing that, Ian asked impatiently, how long will it take for the Holy Knights to get here? She replied, if we follow standard procedures, it'll probably take about 2 weeks for them to arrive. Hearing that, he shouted in shock, 2 weeks? That's way too late. We need to take it down as soon as we find it before the consequences get any worse. The Saintess shared his sentiment, so she reassured him, I understand how you feel, Ian, but acting like that is too reckless. Her words held careful consideration. Even if we have extra hands, holding out is a different story. Didn't you almost die yourself? Leto beside her agreed. She's right, Ian. Over here, Guilford listened to everything and chimed in as well. They're right, Ian. A demon and a magical beast are on 2 completely different levels. Courage and spirit alone won't be enough. Having almost all his resolve shut down, Ian's face darkened with annoyance. In the end, Ian had no choice but to comply. Got it. I'll follow everyone's directions. However, if things take a turn for the worse, I can't make any promises. Suddenly, the door opened right as the words were spoken. So for now, let's discuss the plan for the expedition. Guilford glanced over, confused about what was happening, only to be surprised when the little girl appeared, prompting him to call out, Jean, what's wrong, sweetie? The girl replied softly, Big sister said dinner's ready. Everyone come eat. Aren't you guys hungry? Guilford walked over affectionately and gently replied, Thank you, dear, but the adults are a bit busy right now. Even so, Jean pleaded, If you guys don't go, she's going to fly into a rage again. Seeing this, Ian thought to himself in helplessness, when on earth did Senior become that kind of person? Guilford turned around with a forced chuckle and said, Sorry about that. She's still so young. I'll tell her to run along right now. The Saintess smiled immediately and replied, It's fine. We've finished discussing the important points anyway. She then added, We can continue this conversation after dinner. Before long, night fell. Ian was patrolling alone around the orphanage when he suddenly thought to himself in a daze, a demon? Driven by that hunch, Ian looked toward the orphanage wall and saw nothing. He kept walking, thinking to himself, I just hope nothing bad happens until we find evidence and the Holy Knights arrive. It's just that I can't shake off this awful gut feeling. In a flash, Guilford in his monster form suddenly appeared behind Ian with fierce eyes. Ian quickly spun around, swinging his sword to counterattack. But the figure behind him turned out to be... The sword was about to strike Guilford in his human form, when he gracefully twisted his body, casually dodging the slash while grabbing Ian's wrist. Only then did Ian snap back to his senses and recognize Guilford. Director, Guilford unconsciously showed a pale expression and said, Calm down. It's just me. Breathing heavily, Ian panted, Guilford, Director, what was with that killer intent just now? And those footwork techniques? Realizing he had swung his sword by mistake, Ian bowed repeatedly in tension. I'm so sorry, Director. I thought a demon had appeared. Guilford replied gently. It's all right. He let out a sigh and spoke softly. Looks like you're pretty tense. Guilford expressed his thoughts. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a short walk. Who knew I'd almost lose my life? Hearing that, Ian felt even more guilty. I'm truly sorry. Suddenly, his expression darkened, as if loaded with deep meaning. Facing him, Guilford revealed his feelings. Young master, seeing you right now reminds me of my younger days. Hearing that, Ian felt both confused and a bit nostalgic. Your younger days, sir? The director quickly continued. Yeah, I used to be a passionate young swordsman and mercenary myself. His tone gradually turned nostalgic. As long as I had this sword in hand and my comrades by my side, I truly believed I could overcome any hardship, no matter how severe. Then suddenly, Guilford said with a touch of regret, Now it's all just a distant memory. Ian blurted out in complete shock, Headmaster. A moment later, he said casually, as if stabbing at Ian's conscience once again, Look at me, rambling on like a senile old man. Guess that's what happens when you've just come back from the dead. Right then, Ian finally caught his drift. Is he seriously mocking me right now? Guilford then brought up a proposal with a serious tone. If you're that terrified of demons, Would you like me to teach you a way to stand against them? Stunned, he blurted out, a skill like that actually exists? Could it be anything better? But aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Seeing his unnecessary hesitation, the old man immediately reassured him. With these legs, you don't need to worry at all. Didn't you witness it with your own eyes just now? Hearing those words, Ian truly put his faith in him, so that movement back then was... It's a bit late to keep talking here, though. Guilford suddenly stumbled forward, saying with a chuckle, "Come find me when you wake up. I'll take my leave now." He quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Just like that, Ian quietly watched his retreating back as he walked away. Left alone, he wondered to himself, was that emotional moment earlier really just in my head? Right here, two wooden swords clashed together in a tense sparring session with Guilford. Struggling to keep up, Ian thought to himself, so fast. Even though his movements seem slow, his sword path is frighteningly fast. If I lose focus for even a split second, I'll definitely be brought down immediately. With eyes as sharp as a blade, he effortlessly knocked Ian's sword aside. In the blink of an eye, Ian stood in sheer horror as Guilford held a blade to his neck. The training came to a stop, and the old man smiled. How was that? Ian's face immediately lit up as he replied, "That was amazing. I yield." Guilford then modestly said, "My skills have certainly grown rusty. If not for this match with you, I might have completely forgotten everything." Still, he remained in utter awe. That was incredible. I had no idea you could unleash a blow so powerful and sharp. What's the name of that technique? The old man patiently instructed Ian. You must keep your eyes fixed on the blade until the very last moment, and then instantly throw everything you've got into a single strike. I call this technique the season-breaking slash. Drenched in sweat, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. I'm definitely going to master it. Please spar with me a bit more. Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed. Stop right there. It was the Saintess, rushing over with a look of utter panic on her face. What on earth do you think you're doing? Ian casually replied, Saintess, as you can see, I'm just training. She pointed at his blood-soaked abdomen and yelled, Do you see what this is? Only then did Ian snap back to reality and notice the wound, thinking, guess I really overexerted myself, huh? The Saintess immediately ripped into him again. I explicitly told you to rest. You're just completely ignoring me now, aren't you? Facing her fury, Ian felt utterly helpless, thinking, how on earth did I get caught by someone so dangerous? Without listening to any reason, the Saintess quickly grabbed his arm and dragged him along. Follow me now. Ian blurted out in confusion. Wait a second. Standing alone, Guilford muttered to himself. With this much, I think I've finally gotten the hang of it for now. Out of nowhere, an eerie presence emerged right behind his back. Long time no see, Lord Guilford. He whipped his head around in alarm. It was Mitram, a mysterious-looking man. Behind the quiet wooden door, the anxious voice of the Saintess leaked out. I can't believe you're still conscious. Why push yourself to this extent? Ian gently replied, We never know when the demons might strike. I'm just worried about the kids, that's all. Hearing his response, she gritted her teeth in a bit of helplessness. Even now, you're still acting so hypocritical. As she tended to his wounds, the Saintess indifferently remarked, No matter what happens to those orphans, it wouldn't affect your life in the slightest anyway, would it? Ian glanced at her and said softly, Isn't that a bit much? That's hardly something a Saintess should say. She dismissed him once more. I don't want to hear that from someone acting completely out of character. What you're doing, Ian, is it really out of genuine concern for those kids? Those words from the Saintess hit Ian right where it hurt. He immediately sat up straight. That's... She cut him off firmly. That's enough. I don't need to hear your excuses. All I'm saying is you don't need to push yourself that far. Standing up to leave, the Saintess said, Your treatment is done. You can go now. Walking down the hallway, Ian grumbled quietly in annoyance. Seriously? I thought we were getting a little closer, but she didn't have to say it like that. Right then, a child's voice called out, Big brother. It was a little girl. Ian gasped, Rin. She asked innocently, Are you mad? Realizing it, he questioned himself and quickly explained, Is it that obvious? No way. I'm not mad at all. It's just that my wound still hurts a bit. Rin softly replied, Oh, okay. A thought flashed through Ian's mind once again. Is it really out of genuine concern for those kids? I just can't get that line out of my head. Rin's innocent voice sounded again. If you're not mad, can you help me tie my hair? He replied helplessly. I don't know how to tie hair either. Even so, Ian gently took the little girl's hand. Want to come with me to find someone better at it to help you? Rin beamed, yes. As they were walking, Ian unexpectedly ran into Guilford and Mitram. Seeing how respectful the headmaster was toward him, Mitram politely replied, No need to see me out. It's already hard enough for you to walk. Guilford nodded. All right then. Ian stepped forward and asked, A visitor? Guilford was taken aback for a moment. Guilford quickly introduced him. This is Lord Mitram. He came to discuss the management of this facility. Back when this place was first established, he provided a great deal of support. Ian inadvertently noticed the old man's trembling hand and couldn't help but feel bewildered. Being considerate, he asked, Headmaster, are you feeling unwell? He answered instantly, It's nothing, I'm just a little anxious, that's all. Guilford then hurried away, leaving Ian in deep suspicion. Well, I'll go work on the ledger now. Excuse me. Ian agreed, sure. Ian's eyes were now filled with unanswered questions. Watching his retreating back, he thought to himself, this man named Mitram, I feel like I've met him somewhere before. Time continued to pass, as Ian narrated. A few days went by without anything happening. Rin sold the monster carcasses and brought back a lot of money and food. My body has recovered well enough that I no longer have to worry about the Sainus' nagging. His narration continued. The only minor headache was that most of those supplies were just flour. According to Run, delicious food would only spark fights among the kids. That was probably a conclusion drawn from actual experience in this place. Ian continued his thought. Meanwhile, based on Leto's deductions, we managed to identify a few suspicious locations. By then, a 4-man patrol team had been formed to comb through the forest. We kept up a slow but steady search, gradually narrowing down our area of investigation. Before long, the most suspicious spot was pinpointed on our hand-drawn map. A voice chimed in. This was it, and that was Ian's voice. According to the records, this location connects to the most pathways. This cave is very likely their main hideout. Delphine then added, Around that area, small monsters are gathering in groups. Even by a rough estimate, their numbers must be in the dozens. I also think this place is the most suspicious. Hearing that, he immediately voiced his opinion. All right, I'll go with you guys this time. This will be our final search mission. Ian didn't forget to remind them. Prepare thoroughly and we'll head out at sunrise. No matter what happens, we have to secure evidence and report back too. Just as they finished discussing the plan, a blood-curdling scream echoed out. Monster! He and the Saintess rushed outside in panic. What happened? The child pointed a finger while crying. A monster, a monkey monster, just appeared. The next words hit Ian like a sharp needle, plunging straight into his chest. It took Rin. Ian clenched his fists in rage. Damn it. Up until now, it only showed up at night, and only when no one was guarding. His gaze turned icy. Senior Delphine, lead us to that cave right now. Delphine frowned and warned him, calm down. Axe Prince, you know full well that acting right now is reckless. At least give us time to prepare. Celine chimed in with advice too. She's right, Ian. We can't just barge in right this second. Losing his composure, Ian raised his voice. But what if something happens to Rin while we wait? The Saintess stepped forward and cut him off. Ian, please calm down. She scolded him in a cold tone. If you're willing to sacrifice the Academy's students all for the sake of an orphan, that responsibility goes way beyond what a single person can bear. Leto also tried to console him. Ian, I get how you feel right now, but if we just rush in without a plan, the casualties will only pile up. Knowing that was true, Ian could only bite his lip tightly and swallow his boiling rage. Leto suggested, we can allow scouting until sunset, but if it's to rescue Rin or kill that demon, I absolutely won't permit it. You understand what that means, right? If you want to save Rin, act without gambling with your life. Ian gritted his teeth and replied, I understand. He turned back to prepare the necessary supplies. Ian stuffed them all into his inner coat pocket, Emma's medicine, recovery potions, plus water and medical gauze. I'm fully prepared. Suddenly, Leto stepped inside from outside and called, "Hey, Ian." He handed over a scroll. "This is a Tier 2 fire spell scroll. Most beasts are afraid of fire, so make sure to use it only when it's absolutely necessary." Ian thought, in surprise, "This thing is worth dozens of gold coins." He spoke up and said, "Thank you." Leto reminded him, "I'm not giving this to you just for your sake. Make sure you protect Celine well, or you're dead meat to me." Guilford stepped in, interrupting their conversation. "Young master," he spoke with apologetic tone, "I'm sorry for dragging you into such a dangerous situation. Please come back safely." Guilford closed his eyes, putting on a reluctant front. This might sound cruel, but at the end of the day, she's just an orphan. If things turn dangerous, even for a moment, Rin. But Ian cut him off. "I get what you're trying to say, but please, headmaster, stop talking like that." He brushed past him coldly. "I'm bringing her back." Being ignored like that, Guilford flew into a rage. Leto watched as the old man's entire body trembled, his face darkening completely. Ian led the group out of town, their objective being to gather tracks and evidence inside the cave to prove the demons involved. He hesitantly added, "And if possible, we'll rescue Rin." Ian also urged everyone, but above all else, prioritize your own lives. His eyes turned noticeably cold. "Let's move." A fierce battle against the horde of monsters broke out. Ian's hand gripped his sword tightly as tracks belonging to Rin appeared near the forest entrance. He calmly observed and analyzed the situation. The monsters that were supposed to be hidden deep in the forest are now swarming out and trying to attack from the outer perimeter. This is strange. They captured Rin, but left her near the edge of the forest. For some reason, it looks like they acted in an extreme rush. Ian raised his sword. "I don't give a damn what reason those monsters had. We just need to wipe them all out." Everyone also gave it their all to help eliminate the beasts. The Saintess unleashed her purification magic. Meanwhile, standing by her side to protect her, Celine and Elsie coordinated in perfect sync. Ian swung his axe, bringing down the very last monster. Losing his composure, he shouted out, "The monsters inside the cave. They came out earlier and were waiting for us here." Monster corpses were piled high all around them. "We've taken down at least 50 of them, yet there's still no sign of Rin or any demon." Ian looked inside, and not far from where they stood was the entrance to a cave. "Let's head inside quick." Delphine surveyed the surroundings, a cave leading underground, even though there isn't even a mountain around here. Celine cautioned carefully, "This isn't a natural cave. It's dangerous inside. So let's proceed with extreme caution." Ian moved forward cautiously, thinking to himself, there are no traps inside at all, and it's not as deep as we thought. Whether by magic or human labor, building a massive artificial cave like this is no small feat. They must have decided that digging any deeper wasn't worth the effort. His footsteps suddenly ground to a halt, but what awaited them down below was an utterly terrifying sight. Ian stood frozen in shock at the grotesque scene before his eyes. What on earth is that? Deep down at the very end of the cave was a slimy, hand-shaped creature with an abnormal number of fingers, squirming continuously. From its main body, the outer skin was ripped open, exposing the raw flesh beneath. The fleshy masses on the ground were pulsating up and down, just like beating hearts. Duin suddenly spoke up. "That shape. I've seen it before in a book about the Great Holy Demon War." He recounted, "An ancient monster said to have been born from Delphilim's severed thumb. That's the nest of flesh and the seed of flesh. According to records, even armies blessed by the gods hesitated when facing it." Ian questioned in disbelief. "The Great Holy Demon War? That's just a mythical story, isn't it? So why would it be in a place like this?" The Saintess interrupted. "Unfortunately, I think we should retreat." She spoke tensely. "We didn't find any demons, but we stumbled upon a monster straight out of myth. Even without physical proof, if I use my status and position to testify, we can definitely mobilize a large army right away." Looking down at the monster with a hint of panic, the Saintess said, "It's tragic for that child, but if she was brought here, there's practically no chance she's still alive. Continuing the search right now serves no purpose." Ian could only bite his lip to suppress his anger. "We made it all the way here, only to end up this helpless?" Gritting his teeth, he ordered, "Conceal your presence and fall back quietly." Celine and I will cover the rear, while Senior Delphine leads the way. Let's go. Rin turned around. That's a wise decision. Suddenly he screamed at the top of his lungs. What the hell is that? Duin yelled in pure panic. It's suddenly rushing straight toward us. Everyone run. Looking up at the cave ceiling, they spotted a giant eye staring right down at them. You gotta be kidding. It was a trap that only triggers when the prey tries to retreat. She backed away in shock. I really thought there weren't any traps. What a dirty trick. Ian quickly called out. Senior, stop complaining and hurry up with the support magic. Elsie quickly turned her head back. You don't need to tell me twice, I'm on it. Huh. She looked behind her and screamed. Ian, behind you. Thanks to her warning, Ian drew his sword just in time, dodging an attack from the monster. He tried to hold off the creature while signaling to Elsie. I can only stall at least one of them. Keep moving forward, don't worry about me. A single sword strike slashed down, severing a chunk of flesh. Blood spurted out from its body. Green splatters of blood sprayed from its body onto Ian. Acidic poison. Celine screamed in worry. Ian scrambled backward, dodging the pool of toxic blood. I'm fine, just keep going. He clicked his tongue, frowning heavily. Up in the air, the monster was still mutating into a blob of slimy mud. It charged forward while spewing streams of toxins. Still, his situation was looking grim. A creature straight out of myth. Ian swung his blade fiercely and roared. There's nothing special about you. The finishing blow sent it crashing heavily to the ground, dead for good. Only then did Ian turn his head back. Looking down at the lump of flesh below, he analyzed, the others haven't woken up yet, so I can take my time. I braced myself, thinking even holy knights would tread carefully around this thing. But those weak monkey monsters were way stronger than this crap. Suddenly, the lump of flesh from earlier twitched, catching Ian's attention. You're seriously still alive? A figure inside the flesh was struggling to crawl out, muttering endlessly under its breath. Kill. Ian froze completely as he caught a clear look at the person's face. Kill me. Please kill me. Rin writhed in agony amid the gory mess on the ground. It hurts so bad. Kill me, big brother. Finally, total silence fell over the cave. Ian tightly clutched Rin's hair tie, standing motionless for a long time. He lowered his head, his lips pressed into a thin line. Rest in peace, Rin. Everything went dark before Ian's eyes, and his head felt like it was splitting in two. Not again. Memories that don't belong to me are flashing by. A voice echoed inside his head. I found it. The way to turn someone who became a flesh seed back to normal. Ian answered listlessly. What good is it now? They're already dead. Please stop wasting time on meaningless things like that. The saintess in his memory frowned and asked, Since when did you become so cold-blooded? The person I knew before was much gentler. Ian replied coldly. Even reminiscing about those days is a luxury now. The saintess waved her hand with a cold snort. I'll do whatever I want. I have to go to battle now, so please leave. Ian, standing behind her, suddenly spoke up. I know this mission isn't easy. His eyes darkened slightly. But make sure you come back alive. The saintess turned around and chuckled softly. You really are a kind person. The memory shifted back to a peaceful place where cherry blossoms were in full bloom. Ian walked silently toward the cherry blossom tree. Looking at the saintess's battered body, he spoke, The result you achieved by throwing away your own life has only delayed our doom by a tiny bit longer. Ian questioned her. What is there for you to smile so happily about? Not far from there, the corpses of the villagers lay scattered everywhere. Even if you manage to purify this corruption, not a single person can be brought back to life. Yet you're this happy just because you could turn those corpses back into human form? I never thought blind obedience would lead to an ending like this. With a dark expression, Ian commanded, Vice Commander, send a messenger to the royal capital. He mourned her passing in silence. The noble sacrifice of a master created a miracle, and thanks to that, the retreat operation on the Eastern Front ended in success. Ian turned and walked away coldly, harbor unimaginable hatred. Or more accurately, the exact reason why he would eradicate every single one of them. The beasts, the demons, the dark priests, and the mythical monsters. All of them with his own hands. Everyone outside had safely evacuated the cave. Celine bit her nails in anxiety. Why hasn't Ian come out yet? Just then, Ian slowly walked out. Elsie quickly noticed his unusual demeanor. He's out. Carrying Rin's corpse with a dark expression on his face, Ian stepped outside. He laid her down gently and said, "This is the fate of the kidnapped children. They turn into flesh seeds." The saintess looked surprised. Flesh seeds? Isn't that just a creature from mythology? Elsie asked in panic. Does that mean it isn't just a myth? Ian replied with a gloomy face. That's right. So we need to find a solution immediately. The saintess quickly responded. If I issue a mobilization order to the nearby temples under my authority, we can summon the royal guards and priests. They can't compare to holy knights, but they'll still be a significant fighting force. Ian replied softly, in that case. But right at that moment, a barrage of flesh seeds shot out from the cave entrance, cutting off his words. The flesh seeds flew toward his back, attempting to attack Ian, but his hatred surpassed everything else. Ian calmly drew his sword, and with a single slash, he instantly wiped out the group of flesh seeds. Both Delphine and Sepia were astonished. Senior, you can use the golden lion sword style? Ian hesitated for a moment. He stepped forward, blocking the way to protect everyone. Saintess, please go to the temple immediately and issue the mobilization order. Hearing her name called so suddenly, the saintess was stunned. Ian turned his head back with anger in his eyes and demanded, I can't let those kids suffer for even a single second longer. I want to save them from this torment, even if it's just 1 second sooner. Very quickly, they left to mobilize their forces. Celine led the group to clear a path back, with Ian following closely behind them. Ever since I saw Rin inside that flesh seed, memories I don't even recall having keep flooding back. So the reason I can use the Golden Lion sword style is thanks to memories from my future self. You've completely mastered it, Celine asked in confusion. Ian, if we're borrowing the temple's strength to defeat the monsters, do we need to protect the children at the orphanage until reinforcements arrive? Ian answered with difficulty. No, we're going to escape. After provoking them to this extent, those beasts definitely won't leave the orphanage alone. I know it's going to be tough, but our only option is to get the kids out of here. Delphine asked anxiously, will they really give us an opening to evacuate the children? And even if we're lucky enough to escape, where would we even take them? The saintess offered a suggestion. If it's the temple, they can definitely provide at least a temporary shelter. However, we can't move all the way to the temple in one go. What? Let's evacuate the kids to the neighboring village first, Ian instructed. I'll explain the situation to Mr. Guilford. Ren asked, should I come with you? Ian quickly refused. No. Ren, get ready to set off so we can leave the moment I get back. Elsie agreed as well. She's right. Whether we fight or call for help, we need to evacuate the kids first. Ian pleaded, I'll inform Leto. Act quickly the moment we arrive. Saintess, after you report to the director, please head to the temple immediately. Leave the evacuation of the children to us. After being assigned their tasks, everyone immediately sprang into action. Understood. As evening approached, medals still lay on the desk. Guilford stood motionless by the window. I see. So that's how it is. The saintess recounted everything. It breaks my heart to say this, Director, but that's why we need to leave right away. We can't afford any more casualties. Guilford turned around and asked, I understand. By the way, Saintess, did you inform Leto about this? The Saintess replied, Ian said he would tell Leto, so please don't worry. Guilford suddenly turned his head, his expression cold. Is that so? Then it's already too late, Saintess. The Saintess was stunned. What? Meanwhile, in another location, Ian was running fast, searching everywhere. Leto. He tried looking everywhere he could think of. Leto. Ian looked around in confusion. He's not here either. He thought to himself in annoyance. What is that guy doing disappearing without a word? Where did he go? Suddenly, a weak voice sounded from behind him. Ian. He turned his head in shock. Ian quickly entered the room. We don't have time. If we don't leave right now. His eyes suddenly froze. Ian screamed in fury. Leto. Leto was lying in a pool of blood, gasping for breath, in agony like he was dying. Damn it. Ian rushed over. What happened to you? What bastard did this to you? Leto handed over the book in his hand. Read this, hurry. Ian flipped through the ledger while looking in horror. Is this the orphanage's financial record? Wait, what's with this deficit? With a situation like this, it should have been impossible to keep operating. Leto struggled to reply. Yeah, impossible, right? But the truth is a single person covered all those expenses. Isn't Mitram the man who was here the other day? Clutching his stomach, he wheezed out. By now, you should have realized it. This orphanage was never a normal place to begin with. Ian finally realized, don't tell me. Leto nodded weakly. Yeah, the one who did this to me is the director of this orphanage, Guilford. Meanwhile, the Saintess looked at Guilford in confusion. Too late? What do you mean? Guilford picked up his sword and replied casually. Exactly what I said. He unsheathed his sword, saving Leto and escaping this place. It's all far too late. The Saintess backed away in fear. I still don't understand. Guilford said slowly. The injuries Leto suffered have probably pushed him past his limit. Suddenly, a frantic scream echoed from outside. Monsters are surrounding us. Outside the window, swarms of monsters clung to the glass. At the same time, Guilford revealed monstrous, non-human eyes. This orphanage has been completely surrounded by monsters. The townspeople scattered in sheer panic and despair. Damn those monsters. They were hiding all along. The moment I arrived, they surrounded the entire place. The demon definitely ordered them. Damn it, at this rate, we can't escape. The horde of monsters breached the outer wall, charging in to attack. Duin quickly barked orders. Damn it, get the kids inside right now. Elsie screamed aloud. Get inside, you kids. Taking advantage of the chaos, a monster pounced to attack her. But Delphine rushed over just in time and sliced it to pieces. She turned around and sneered coldly. You're getting in the way. Can you hurry it up? Elsie smirked mockingly. Don't act all high and mighty just because you helped me once. A swordsman protecting a mage is common sense, isn't it? Sepia charged forward with her sword. I'll help too. Celine was also helping everyone. I'll evacuate the children. Duin rallied everyone to fight. All right, hold the line now. The Saintess finally realized the truth. So, you're the demon? Headmaster Guilford. Guilford merely let out a soft chuckle and said, I'd like to tell you a story. His eyes turned unnaturally demonic. When I was young, I also grew up in an orphanage. I was very lucky to learn swordsmanship under the guidance of a wonderful director. For a long time, my dream was to open an orphanage of my own. The Saintess backed away in confusion. Then why would someone like you do something like this? This isn't the future you dreamed of. Guilford glared at her. Once I started, I realized that with my meager funds, it was completely impossible. Children hurting other children. I could only stand by and watch them fight over every bite of food. A dark shadow appeared just in time, reaching out a helping hand. Right around then, they came to find me. We already had an old connection between us. The Saintess recognized them as well. The Cult of Darkness. Guilford continued, the condition was that I had to hand over one child every month, and in return, they would support us with hundreds of gold coins a month. The Saintess screamed in rage. So you sold out the children for that? Knowing full well they would suffer horrifying pain. Guilford picked up his sword. By sacrificing just one child, dozens of others could be saved. That's a reality you nobles could never possibly understand. He coldly held the sword to draw his own blood. This is the reality we are facing. Blood trickled down Guilford's arm in a long line. But since the Saintess genuinely loves the children, I'll give you a chance. A magic circle formed from the blood. Even I don't take any pleasure in eliminating a Saintess. The Saintess was shocked. What is this? Guilford proposed. This is a blood contract from the Cult of Darkness, a pact formed by wagering the lives of both parties. If the Saintess promises never to reveal this, you can return without losing a single hair. It's very simple. Just drop a single bead of blood right in the center. The Saintess frowned, assessing her options. He's revealed himself and is even using dark cult magic. The mark on her chest glowed. There was no doubt about it, but the color of his soul hadn't changed in the slightest. The Saintess sighed softly, thinking of Ian. Just how much did he already know? The Saintess finally spoke up. I understand your story completely. Guilford, go to hell. Did you really think I'd accept a condition like that? Guilford's eyes widened abruptly, and he grabbed the Saintess's arm, pulling her close. So you've chosen the hard way then? Guilford roughly slammed the Saintess to the ground. and stomped on her arm, making her cry out in pain. Guilford raised his sword high. Hate me all you want. The Saintess closed her eyes in terror. Stop. Somebody help me. Please. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Save me. Ian. Right at that moment, an axe came flying out of nowhere. Guilford felt it coming and turned his head, raising his sword to block the flying axe. My head. But the axe flew in with such immense force that it slashed clean through Guilford's arm anyway. His arm immediately spurted blood. The axe flew back to its owner, Ian, headmaster. He warned coldly, Don't you dare lay a finger on our snobbish Saintess. With tears in her eyes, the Saintess scolded him. Even at a time like this, you still talk like that. She scrambled to her feet. But thanks to you, I survived. Ian ordered, Head to the 4th floor hall. Leave the rest to me. Leto's condition is extremely critical. The Saintess hesitated briefly. But you, all by yourself? Ian cut her off with a shout. Hurry up. The Saintess clicked her tongue softly. Got it. I'm trusting you. Guilford turned his head coldly. Who said he wanted to attack the Saintess? You think you could just leave? But Ian had already leaped forward, swinging his axe at Guilford. As the Saintess ran off, she called back words of encouragement. Ian, hang in there no matter what. Ian replied. Make sure you heal Leto. He's bleeding heavily. The Saintess answered confidently. Don't worry. I'll save him no matter what it takes. Blocking the direct strike, Guilford spoke up. Young Master Ian, won't you let me go? I did all this to save the children. Ian's grip tightened. Save the children? After everything you've done, you can still say that. He swung his axe up in fury. Enough talk. With a dark expression, Ian brought his axe down. Now let's end this. Guilford quickly parried with his sword, offering praise at the same time. This speed. Even I find it tough to keep up. As the two clashed, he continued to provoke him. But do you really think these predictable moves can defeat me? Right then, however, Guilford was backed into the corner of a table with nowhere left to run. Ian cleaved down with his axe, shattering the table to pieces. But Guilford managed to nimbly dodge the strike. Taking advantage of the opening, he slashed at Ian from behind, but Ian ducked to dodge the blow and leaped up to counterattack in the same breath. Ian relentlessly swung his axe, striking at vital spots. Guilford smiled and praised him. Impressive axe control, but your attacks are far too basic. Ian spun around, right on cue. You really are slow on the uptake. The axe shockingly split Guilford's sword in two. Glaring furiously, he roared, My sword. Ian drew his sword as well. Taking advantage of Guilford struggling against the axe, Ian swung his blade, delivering a decisive slash that sent the old man falling backward. Guilford's entire body was cleaved open, all his strength completely draining away. Ian charged forward like a man possessed. It's over, Guilford. Blood dripped onto the floor. In an instant, Guilford was completely taken over by demonic power. Manifesting his true form as a beast, he caught Ian's arm. Over, young Master Ian. Guilford's face transformed into a monkey with razor-sharp fangs. This is where it truly begins. Leto woke up upon hearing someone call his name. Leto, please open your eyes. He looked around blankly. Saintess? I don't have an ounce of strength left. Suddenly, the Saintess brought out a red gem. This is bad. Under her power, the gem immediately glowed brightly. Leto finally regained his senses. Are you awake? The Saintess let out a sigh of relief. If I had been any later, it would have been dangerous. Leto asked suspiciously. Using something like that on me, is that really okay? The Saintess chuckled softly. You don't need to worry about that. I promise to save you no matter what. The window in the room shattered open, and Ian leaped backward to dodge an incoming attack, standing face to face with the demonized Guilford, a creature who surrendered what was most precious to him in exchange for power from the demon god, a vanguard in Delphilim's invasion force, and the commander of the beasts. Guilford recounted a tale from the past. One night, after losing my comrades in the forest and accepting my end, I encountered a vampire. Back then, I formed a contract and obtained this power. Ian asked suspiciously, What did you trade away? Guilford's voice was completely nonchalant. My comrades. He told me to eat their flesh to satisfy my hunger. He laughed out loud, and I did just that. It felt weirdly exhilarating. Ian observed the power emanating from Guilford's body, aura, I knew I wasn't mistaken back then. Guilford suddenly raised his claws. He tried to attack Ian, but Ian managed to step back just in time to dodge. Even so, Ian's body still took the blow from the claws, his shirt tearing open as blood spilled out. Damn it, I clearly dodged it. The way its claws attack is bizarre. That aura's trait is illusion. Guilford leaped forward and shouted, I told you to watch the blade until the very last moment, as he unleashed another strike. Ian tried his absolute best to escape. He swung his axe and hurled it far outward, blood immediately spraying into the air. Nothing was left in Ian's eyes except pure astonishment. The axe had embedded itself straight into Guilford's neck, yet it didn't seem to bother him at all. No way. Ian had no choice but to use his sword to block the next barrage of claws. Why isn't my axe even flinching him? He fought against him in an anxious state. His recovery speed is terrifying. Guilford caught Ian's sword and kicked him far away at the same time. Ian's body slammed hard into the wall, shattering it completely. Guilford grabbed the sword as well and stepped outside. He threw the sword down right in front of Ian. Ian did everything he could to crawl closer and grab it. Guilford said disdainfully, It's still far too early for this to end. Now, get up. Ian braced himself against the excruciating pain to stand up. He pointed his sword forward once more. Come on. Damn it, this is just the beginning. Guilford rushed forward with terrifying speed, leaving Ian severely dazed. This aura stream is really troublesome. Because of the illusion, I can't read his moves at all. He could only rely on pure instinct to dodge the strikes. What kind of movement even is this? Yet Guilford was still able to catch Ian's attack with pinpoint accuracy. Too slow, young master. I can see right through all your moves. Ian was shocked. What? Right at that moment, Guilford landed a solid punch straight to his stomach. Ian was sent flying far away once again, collapsing completely exhausted onto the ground. Guilford walked over with a smirk. You should have trusted your own senses instead of being fooled by the illusion. Pity. Looks like you won't get the chance to use my final lesson. Ian panted heavily and cursed inwardly. Damn it, my broken ribs are piercing into my lungs. I can't even breathe. The Sanus's voice echoed in his ears again. Ian, please go along with it. Don't resist. Ian's hand crawled forward. Don't speak as if this is the end. Guilford turned his head in surprise. Ian had downed an entire bottle of healing potion and managed to stand back up. Guilford recognized it as well. That's quite a potent medicine, but it can only keep you alive. Right now, you don't have an ounce of strength left to fight. Ian barked in a deep, grim voice. Shut your mouth. He raised his sword. Bring it on. At that blatant provocation, Guilford curled his lips into a faint smirk. He immediately charged forward to show Ian what true power really was. Even when facing Guilford's overwhelming power head-on, Ian stood his ground resolute. Guilford's eyes glinted briefly. He recalled the memory of Rin along with her keepsake, the hair tie. Guilford raised his claws without hesitation and struck. Ian's eyes lit up now. He spun around to dodge the blow with speed invisible to the naked eye. His eyes locked onto the target, but Guilford had already noticed them. Simply perfect, even though he couldn't dodge that strike. No, it was far more than that. Ian stood behind Guilford and unleashed the season-breaking slash. Ian panted exhaustedly. Try recovering from this wound too. Why don't you? Lying in a pool of blood, Guilford remarked with admiration, magnificent. The season-breaking slash was truly flawless. Is this how my pathetic life finally comes to an end? Ian asked in astonishment. Why did you hesitate just now? Guilford looked at Rin's keepsake hanging from Ian's hand and softly replied, My weakness held me back. That's all. He even warned him, if I die, the flesh tree will run wild. With your power, there's nothing you can do about it anyway. Ian declared loudly, I won't let things end the way you want. His gaze was unshakably resolute. I will never give up. Guilford reverted to his human form. You are strong. His eyes went dim. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Ian gritted his teeth and replied in anger. If you're going to hell, go by yourself. The monsters sensed something unusual right at that moment, and they suddenly turned around and fled. Celine was momentarily stunned. What? The monsters suddenly started running away. What on earth is going on? The Saintess rushed over as well. The power controlling the monsters has vanished, which means Ian managed to defeat the demon. Supported by her, Leto let out a faint chuckle. That guy is really something. Elsie was surprised. What? He defeated a demon all by himself? A student from the academy could actually do that. Delphine sheathed her sword and stepped forward. Does that mean we passed this ordeal? A voice echoed from behind. No. Ian staggered forward with difficulty. Everyone, get ready. Celine cried out in panic. Ian, are you all right? You look so severely injured. And get ready for what? The monsters have already run off. Ian pointed his finger toward the distance. Everyone turned their gazes in that direction at the same time. It's coming this way. On the far side of the forest, a surge of dark power enveloped the entire area. The flesh arm, along with its seeds, was crawling toward this direction. They drew closer and closer, a countdown to the impending disaster. As long as it exists, nothing can ever truly end. The flesh seeds rapidly crawled forward. Elsie backed away in terror. Dealing with just the horde of monsters was exhausting enough. How are we supposed to face those things now? Delphine reminded her in a soft voice. Calm down and think. Axe Prince, they're still quite far away. We can still run. Ian held his stomach, panting heavily. If we retreat, the kids will definitely die, their numbers will multiply, and new flesh nests will be born. The Saintess raised her voice in confusion. So you're saying we should take care of them right now? Take a look at yourself. You can barely even stand. She tried to persuade him. It's not just you, Ian. Everyone is completely exhausted. Haven't we done enough already? If we keep going, Ian shook his head gently. No, to save everyone, we have to take that thing down. He remembered the awful memory of the Saintess sacrificing herself. If we run away now, the future will only be far worse. The Saintess frowned even tighter. Even if it costs you your life? Ian raised his voice. I'm prepared for that. The Saintess clenched her fists and let out a cold huff. She scolded him indignantly. Seriously, what is wrong with you? The Saintess looked at Ian. I thought you were the cold-hearted type who wouldn't even bat an eye after killing someone. Yet now you're ready to risk your life in an unwinnable battle for some kids? He merely looked at her in silence. Blushing, the Saintess raised her voice to ask, which one is the real you? If you have some hidden agenda, just spit it out. Ian simply answered calmly. Feel free to suspect me all you want, but my plan won't change. I'm going to protect those kids. The Saintess let out a sigh. So you're really set on fighting then? Fine, if that's how it is. She clasped her hands in prayer. Everyone gather around me quickly. Before heading over, I'll heal you all. Power radiated from the Saintess's hands, immediately surrounding everyone and bestowing a healing blessing upon them. Celine said in surprise, everything's completely healed. Sepia marveled. It feels like I was never injured in the first place. Delphine tested her arm movements. It even boosted the buff effects. This is nothing like those fake healing spells out there. Elsie snapped back crossly. What did you just say? Ian was astonished. Saintess, this is... But the Saintess quickly put her hand over his lips, whispering softly, this is a secret. The Saintess held Ian's hand reluctantly. You must come back alive. Duin urged them. Let's move. The faster we go, the faster reinforcements will arrive. The Saintess replied, all right, time to go. Duin grabbed the Saintess's hand to lead her away first. We can exit through the back gate. Hurry up. Ian looked at his hand, which had just been handed a red gem, thinking to himself, I'd rather you just tell us to make it back alive and be done with it. Besides, isn't this thing way too small? Leto turned to look at Ian. I know this is asking a lot, but can you guys fight outside this facility? He explained, we need to keep the children as far away from this battlefield as possible. If you can buy us just a little time, I'll evacuate the kids. The children still didn't understand what was going on. Peeking from behind the door, don't go outside. Is it over yet? When is the headmaster coming back? Ian replied, got it, I trust you. Celine suddenly tugged on his sleeve, hesitating. Ian. He turned his head in surprise. Celine. Ian tilted his head and asked, are you scared? Leto immediately stepped away. I'll be taking my leave then. Celine replied in fluster. It's not that. Ian spoke up right away. If you're scared, you can fall back. He reminded her, but once you draw your sword, there's no running away anymore. Kill or be killed. It's one or the other. And if you plan to keep staying by my side, moments like this will repeat themselves over and over again. Celine's eyes grew much firmer. She replied clearly, I'm ready. Ian smiled too. Good. Outside, the flesh arm had already made it inside the gates. All right, everyone out and form up. They hurriedly divided the tasks. Me, Sepia, and Senior Delphine will block them and destroy anything that charges at us. Celine, protect Senior Elsie. Senior Elsie, unleash as much wide-area magic as you can. And most importantly, facing the flesh arm head-on this time is going to be far more horrifying. Ian shouted at the top of his lungs, survive. Leto's footsteps grew faster and faster. He sprinted through the buildings, cursing in frustration. Damn it, everything's already started. Leto burst into the orphanage and called out loudly, kids, move fast, we have to get outside right now. The children cried out, but there are monsters outside, I'm scared, I don't want to go. Leto thought anxiously to himself, this is bad, the kids are in a panic. A little girl came up and grabbed his hand. Mister, where's the headmaster? I haven't seen him for a while. Leto hesitated. If the kids find out about Guilford's true identity, they'll panic even more. So for now, he could only soften his voice to comfort her. The headmaster is fighting alongside the older kids. You guys know he used to be a monster hunter, right? Leto patted the girl's head. Headmaster Guilford asked me to take care of you all, so we need to move fast. The little girl bowed her head. Okay. Leto thought to himself, hang in there, Ian. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ian was giving his all fighting the swarm of flesh seeds. Delphine used firepower to incinerate them, while Sepia used ice magic to slice them into pieces. Celine was also giving her everything in the fight. Elsie conjured a bolt of lightning and screamed, I'm firing. Everyone get down. Ian ducked his head down as a blast of lightning shot straight toward them. The intense light from the electrical arc blinded everything in the surroundings. The lightning swirled around them, forming a temporary protective circle. The flesh seeds wriggled and crawled forward in swarms, spewing lethal toxins and lashing out with sharp claws. Ian was busy fighting off a horde, unable to wipe them all out. He turned his head in worry. They're targeting Elsie. Ian yelled out, watch out. A group is charging right at you. Celine used her sword to block the incoming flesh seeds. There are too many. I can't hold them all off alone. Another cluster broke through, and she charged toward Elsie. Elsie backed away in sheer panic. Help me. Ian. An axe came flying in right on time, cleaving through the nearest crawling flesh seed. Elsie still hadn't recovered from the shock. Ian finished off the other group, right at that exact moment. He charged over, his sword slicing through every creature attempting to reach Elsie. He stood in front as a shield to protect her. Senior, are you hurt? Ian demanded. Keep chanting your spell. Ian tightly gripped the axe in his hand. We've already taken down dozens of them. His eyes remained fixed on that hideous hand-like entity, yet it kept continuously vomiting out one creature after another. He thought to himself, damn it, just a quick glance shows their numbers far exceed the missing children. Just how many lives has this thing devoured? After a brief moment of thought, Ian barked out orders loudly. Celine, Sepia, support Senior Elsie. Sepia responded short and clear. Understood. Celine looked at him and acted decisively as well. Got it. He turned his head to look at Elsie behind him. Senior Elsie, if you can, finish it off in one go. She replied calmly. All right. Seeing that she understood the next move, he leaped up without hesitation. Ian headed straight toward where Delphine was fighting. Senior Delphine, you have to hit it head on. She looked at that hideous thing in disbelief. Hit this thing head on, as if possessing sentience. The creature let out a roar that startled everyone. Why did it suddenly? The thing contracted itself into a mound of slime. Delphine didn't hesitate for a second longer, launching a direct attack, just as Ian had advised. She swung her sword with brute force at the exact moment Ian hurled his axe forward. Driven by momentum, the axe looped back to his hand like a boomerang. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Delphine, Ian noted, even while burning, it keeps attacking. It seems this mist is making the seeds even more aggressive. Looks like it won't die that easily. Even while analyzing the monstrosity before him, his senses remained hyper-aware, allowing him to detect a sneak attack in an instant. Watch out for the poison. Reacting swiftly, the two covered each other's backs to push away its reaching tentacles. Delphine shouted back, worry about yourself first. Suddenly extending its form as it regenerated, the creature mimicked a human voice once more. You cannot win. Catching Ian off guard, those words caused him to briefly lose focus. whereas Delphine leaped lightly into the air to engage it. What did you say? She pressed the offensive relentlessly. Turns out this disgusting freak can actually talk. Spitting threads, laced with poison, it fired a barrage straight at her. Delphine used the flat of her blade to block the incoming strike. But that reckless move scared Ian out of his wits. Senior Delphine. He swung his blade to fend off the razor-sharp claws raking toward him. Damn it. Ian watched in sheer disbelief as the monstrosity morphed, sprouting countless pale, bony talons. What is it going to be this time? Single-handedly battling several sharp claws, Delphine sought to keep everyone's composure intact. Don't panic, everyone. Keep attacking. It's not vomiting out any more seeds. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught the creature attempting a sneak attack from behind her. Before Delphine could even counter, a streak of lightning struck down, scorching the intrusive appendages black. As electricity surged violently, Elsie smirked mockingly. Stop wasting time. You're getting in the way. Delphine returned a cold smirk of her own. Such an arrogant brat. Snapping out of his daze, Ian stepped forward with a clear objective. We need to lure that nest away from Senior Delphine. He bellowed at the horrifying entity. Even if you are a flesh nest. Ian swung his sword. You must have bones, you bastard. The creature thrust its bony limbs out to resist, its attention successfully drawn as it launched a continuous stream of strikes toward him. Its skeletal legs whipped through the air with terrifying speed. At that very moment, Ian hurled his axe once again. Take this. The axe struck the monster's body directly, only to bounce right off. This axe can split boulders in half. How did it just bounce off? A gaping hollow opened on the creature, revealing sunken faces with pitch-black eye sockets. You cannot win. Ian tumbled across the ground, narrowly dodging the incoming blow. Rolling over, he scooped up his axe while swinging his sword to block the entity's assault. Those clumsy legs are trying to move. I won't let it escape. Shock rippled through everyone as they watched it move. What? Propping itself up on its talons, the creature leaped toward Ian several times, startling him. This monster is this fast. Though its claws appear to be made of white bone, they flex like vines, coiling tightly around his leg. Delphine urgently swung her sword, severing the bone structure to free him. Ian praised her inwardly, as expected of Senior Delphine. She warned him, don't lower your guard, Axe Prince. Refusing to yield, two of those legs charged forward in unison, striking down toward Ian. But he managed to evade them just in time. Season-breaking slash. Yet once again, the blade in his hands was brought to a dead stop. Ian panicked. Damn it, even my sword can't cut through it. In that single moment of hesitation, he was sent flying by a heavy blow. Coughing up blood, Ian thought bitterly. Neither the sword nor the axe works. This is pathetic. The grotesque creature gloated smugly. You cannot defeat me. Watching it gloat, Ian thought to himself, a mythical beast truly isn't something to mess with. Its talons morphed and regenerated yet again, leaving him with no solution in sight. There has to be a way to stop. Ian accidentally noticed something. Those marks are, the monster is still humming to its seeds. As it focused its attention on its seeds, Ian pushed himself up to sit. I need to spawn more seeds. Realizing his dire situation, he thought, have I really been cornered this far? Ian yelled out, everyone protect the kids. It wants to create more seeds. The monster let out a deafening roar at the exact same moment. Celine gasped in panic. What? Sepia and Elsie snapped in frustration. Damn it. Irritation grew among them. These things keep blocking us from getting close. Elsie unleashed her magic to clear them out. Lightning lash. She called out to her teammates. This is my limit for now. Cover me quickly. Sepia charged straight ahead. Leave the evacuation to me. The children looked back at the writhing swarm behind them and shouted in fear. Just a little more, and the children would be fully evacuated. Leto received timely cover right when he needed it most. Leto beamed with relief. Sepia urged him on without turning back. Hurry up. I'll hold them off here. He gave her a thumbs up in praise. Thanks. I'll tell Ian you're the absolute best. Blushing with embarrassment at his words, she snapped back. What are you talking about? Focus on your job. Sepia turned her attention back toward the main battlefield. The pressure was closing in tighter around Ian's position. Senior, he shot a quick glance at her. Sepia, how are the kids? She swiftly reported the situation to Ian. The children have just been completely evacuated. Still holding off those cumbersome legs, he commanded, "Quick, tell everyone to run as far away from here as possible." Unwilling to leave him behind alone, Sepia protested. "But what about you, Senior?" Ian looked up at the creature and declared firmly, "I'm going to finish this thing." With a sword in one hand and an axe in the other, he stood resolutely as if he already knew its weakness, backed by a solid plan. On the battlefield where Ian was fighting the seed-spreading monster, another explosive clash erupted. The impact knocked him back all the way into the building complex. Mid-combat, his thoughts raced. "I've taken a few hits, and the poison is making my body heavy. With the Sanus's charm gone, just dodging its attacks is pushing me to my absolute limit. Physical attacks aren't working." If that's the case, Ian waited for the creature to draw closer. It continued to hum its familiar line, "Seeds." He looked up at it. "The only way is to burn it to ashes." Enraged, the monster flailed its claws wildly, demanding its offspring, "Give me my seeds." Suddenly, it halted its assault. Seizing the opening, Ian leaped high into the air. Once again, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the shapeless monstrosity. As blades and claws crossed, their chaotic exchanges accidentally sliced open supply sacks stored in the warehouse. Ian immediately scattered the contents all around, quickly drawing the monster's focus back to himself by continuing to fight it directly. Excitedly, it lunged forward. "Found you." Ian was knocked down yet again. The blow dislodged both the axe and sword from his grip. At the same time, various jars and bottles tumbled onto the ground from the violent shockwave. Sitting up, Ian cursed under his breath. "Damn it, that hurts like hell." Those lifeless faces peered out at him once more, mocking, "You cannot defeat me." Staring back at it intently, he reached his hand inside his coat. "You're right, my attacks don't work on you. But you seem to be afraid of fire, aren't you?" Ian pulled out a scroll. "This should be more than enough firepower." The monster recoiled in surprise. "Wait." Getting up, he stepped closer with a confident threat. "Do you know what it means to be blown to dust?" The scroll in his hand burst into violent flames. Grinning, Ian hurled it straight at the monster. "Let's go to hell together, you piece of trash." Crackling flames rapidly spread and danced through the air, illuminating the entire storage building like a massive torch in the dark night. Standing outside, Leto stared toward the direction in shock. What on earth? Resting her hands on her knees to catch her breath, Delphine bit her lip tightly and called out his name. "Axe Prince." Elsie watched the raging inferno in utter disbelief. "No way." Celine began calling out in a panic. "Ian," staring blankly at the charred, burning building, she cried out, "Ian, Ian, where are you?" A collapsed wall was all that separated the two. On the other side, Ian lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of any remaining strength. Weakly fluttering his eyes open, he called her name. "Celine, my bag, the potion." Forcing himself to glance at the monster, Ian saw it engulfed by the massive fire, motionless and burning continuously, letting out a soft sigh of relief. "The flesh nest. Looks like I pulled it off." Celine rushed over. "Ian, stay conscious." Ian, reaching out his hand, his mind continued to race. "My body has no strength left." Celine's echoes grew louder and closer. Ian, yet he could barely hear her. Is it finally over? Suddenly, he remembered the hair tie in his hand, the one he had once used to tie someone's hair. Having never done it before, it had looked a bit awkward. He had clumsily tied that lovely braid. "Sorry about that. I'm really bad at this." Yet the little girl had offered him a sweet smile. "I love it. It looks great." That innocent voice echoed in Ian's subconscious during this life-or-death moment. "Thank you so much, Ian." Eventually, the dark night passed. Ian finally showed signs of waking up. Opening his eyes, he took in the sunlight flooding the room. "Where am I?" A voice replied. "Where else?" "The sanctuary." Leto stood with his arms crossed, waiting for him to awaken. "How are you feeling?" "The saintess said your wounds are mostly healed." Ian sat up. "Leto, I think I'm fine." The only thing lingering in his mind was the moment he grit his teeth to tear open the scroll and set the building ablaze. I only remember tearing the magic scroll and causing a massive explosion. But after that, looking down at his hands, Ian felt somewhat surprised. How on earth did I survive? Leto scolded him in irritation. That's my line. You actually dared to blow yourself up. If it weren't for the Saintess, you'd be lying neatly inside a coffin by now. Ian was shocked as well. She heal me again? Still grumping, Leto added, make sure you thank her properly in person. You completely exhausted her. Hearing those words, Ian thought to himself, I was prepared to lose at least an arm. Don't tell me she used the bloodstone again? Leto continued recap what happened while he was unconscious. While you were out, a full-scale investigation took place at Guilford's Park. Since it's been ages since a demon last appeared, both the Holy Kingdom and the Empire are in complete chaos. Ian was more concerned about something far more important to him. What about the kids? Giving a dry chuckle, Leto said, seriously, you just came back from the dead and you're already worrying about the kids? They're all safe, don't worry. Leto updated him on their situation. The children are being protected at a nearby pavilion and have been taken in by another reputable facility. The Saintess personally stepped in to handle everything, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Suddenly remembering another detail, Leto added, by the way, thanks to this incident, you've become crazy famous. Everyone outside is talking about it. Ian wasn't particularly thrilled. Talking about what? Leto held up a posted notice featuring Ian's face prominently displayed for him to see. Here, take a look. The Axe Knights defeat the demon. A portrait of the Axe Knights commander, the man who led them, Ian Purkis. The story was written vividly. The Academy students blessed by the Saintess slayed dozens of beasts. You led them. You supported everyone and single-handedly slayed the first demon to appear in decades. Axe Knight Ian Purkis. Ian's expression went cold upon hearing that title. Axe Knight? Why does that sound so lame? Leto kept adding more news. Actually, rumors about you have been circulating lately anyway. In just a few months, from a hunting competition to slaying beasts, defeating the Urdina sisters, and even shutting up the notorious tyrant Elsie. He marveled as well. Hearing that string of achievements put together is truly insane. Adding enthusiastically, he continued, anyway, word is that the Imperial Knights are extremely interested in you. Hearing this, Ian felt a bit hesitant. The Imperial family? Even someone who awakened an aura attribute like Senior Delphine struggled just to pass the entry exam, right? Why me? He suddenly recalled certain things. Maybe it isn't impossible after all. Based on my memories of the future, there were clear traces showing I once belonged to the Imperial faction. Does that mean I really joined the Imperial side in the future? Ian took the notice while listening to Leto say cheerfully, anyway, thanks to our great commander, the entire Axe Knight squad received extra rewards. Yet Ian himself didn't care for that cheesy title at all. Stop mentioning that name. Ian wanted to check on last night's Flesh Nest incident. By the way, is there any news regarding the Flesh Nest? Leto had more chatter to share with his friend. That's under investigation too, but they want to keep it a complete secret from the public. He rambled on. If news leaks out that a mythical monster appeared, it'll only cause more panic. They'll probably come to tell you to keep your mouth shut sooner or later. Ian understood that as well. That's true. Glancing around, Leto suddenly lowered his voice. As an insider, I overheard a little something. It seems they've almost identified the mastermind behind this. Nobody's around, right? Those jade-green eyes locked onto him. Though you've probably guessed it already. An image of a specific person immediately flashed in Ian's mind. Turning serious, Leto confirmed, yeah, it's that bastard listed in the ledger. And investigators say he's. He continued, most likely a high-ranking priest of the Cult of Darkness. Ian knitted his brows. The Cult of Darkness? His hand clenched the paper until it crumpled. Because of them, those innocent kids had to. Seeing Ian's intense fury, Leto grew a bit nervous. We've gotten involved with people we really shouldn't mess with. So what's your plan now? Ian looked at him sternly. For now, there's nothing I can do right away. Besides, no other trouble has popped up yet. The only thing I could do at the moment is pray we don't get dragged in any deeper. The scene shifted to a luxurious room, where a noble young lady sat cross-legged, reading a notice. The son of a border baron single-handedly slays a demon. Lowering the notice featuring Ian's face, she looked at the person standing solemnly before her and asked, As an Imperial Knight, what's your assessment of this? That arrogant voice called out the name of the person standing opposite her, Island. Keeping an emotionless face, she looked at her master. Forgive me for saying this, but I believe this is an exaggeration. Lowering her head, she explained, in just a single month, he stood out at the hunting competition and was rumored to have slayed a demon all by himself. In my opinion, it's merely an embellished heroic tale inflated by public rumors. Resting her chin on her hand, the young lady smiled faintly. Whether it's true or false, we'll know the moment we meet him. Setting the notice down on the desk with her elegant hand, she instructed, when Ian wakes up, make sure to inform him. She issued a command gracefully. The fifth princess of the empire, Scene, will soon arrive to meet him. In a distant, scorching desert marked by the deep footprints of two individuals pressed into the sand. Two hands held each other tightly, refusing to let go. One person spoke first. How does it look to you? The girl whispered. It's quite an impressive view. Under the scorching desert sun, a monster sealed in place by a magic circle couldn't budge an inch. Nestling close to the young man, the girl lowered her voice. I never thought these eyes would summon something so terrifying. Looking at the massive, hairy creature, Ian wondered aloud. If this thing were released, how long could we hold out? Scene remained silent, offering him no answer. Hands still tightly intertwined, the two stared together toward the monster's blood-red eyes. Regrettably, even holding out is impossible. She urged him, Ian, there's no time to hesitate. Please make your decision. Delphine is drawing near. Ian snapped awake abruptly. Sitting up from the infirmary bed, he escaped the dream he had just experienced. That dream just now was another vision. Looking around in confusion, Ian thought, please. His eyes fell upon a neatly placed letter on the small table. Damn it, my head hurts so bad. Damn it, feels like my head is about to explode. Yet Ian pushed through the agony to inspect the letter, the ritual, the beast attack, the dark priest, and even the dragon's eye. This time, the scale is even bigger. At the bottom of the letter, a line of small text caught his eye. Those who possess dragon tears cannot understand the human heart. Ian gulped down his tea in one breath, his eyes still glued to the letter in his hand. Damn it, this doesn't look like some ordinary trouble. I have absolutely no clue what I should do next. His eyes caught a piece of paper folded in half, jammed into the crack under the door. What's that? Ian walked over and picked it up, a letter. What? Is this a summons or something? If you got something to say it to my face. He slowly opened it. The letter instantly burst into flames. The blaze roared, consuming it right in his hands. Panic-stricken, Ian threw it aside and stumbled backward onto the floor. What the hell? Who on earth did this? The fire kept dancing in midair, refusing to die down. It suddenly clicked for Ian that he was looking at a message from the future. Within the flickering flames, text materialized. You who dared lay a hand on the royal family, receive your punishment. Ian let out an exhausted shout to himself. What in the world did that guy do? After a few days of rest, he was finally able to reintegrate into campus life. Striding forward, he recalled the horror of being pinned under dozens of prying eyes and whispers. Turns out he's still alive. Why would he do something like that? Ruining my day first thing in the morning. Ian couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, future me. What the hell did you do? First off, let's trace back my memories. Chasing the thread of memory, he recalled meeting Celine and Syria, looking a bit disheveled. You two look exhausted. What happened? Celine replied enthusiastically. We were training together this morning. He locked that memory in. So right after getting discharged from the hospital, I bumped into Celine and Syria. Then came Elsie's overly enthusiastic wave. Yinek say? Everyone present turned bewildered glances at the two of them when she called him that. Ian panicked too. Present Ian paid close attention to every detail again. And after that, I ran into Senior Elsie as well. I told you not to call me that. Future Ian continued his journey holding mouth-watering bottles of fine wine. Finally, I can go drinking again. Present Ian tried to recount once more. After that, all I remember is getting smashed alone in my room, though I might have overdone it a bit. He walked under the cold glares and sneers of the people around him. What on earth did I do for people who used to die to meet me to turn this cold in such a short time? They didn't even bother hiding it, gossiping openly as he walked past. Just ignore him. He's finished. The girl next to him didn't hide her contempt either. Isn't that the guy holding a weapon? Ian inwardly cursed at himself. Did he mess not just with a regular noble, but with the entire royal family? Someone even spoke up loudly, making him freeze in his tracks. I knew this would happen the moment he got praised and grew arrogant. Did he really think he'd walk away scot-free after doing that to the princess? Tin and his lackeys mocked him. Ian, so good to see you. Lucky I get to see your face one last time before you step into your coffin. Is your family still doing fine? He stood there laughing mockingly. Looks like the princess hasn't done anything too drastic yet. Seeing him, Ian let out a terrifying smile. Look who it is, Tin. You showed up at the perfect time. You're just the guy I wanted to see. Ian spoke, and his actions instantly followed. He grabbed an axe and chopped right next to Tin's face, leaving Tin frozen solid, pale with terror. His group was also beaten to a pulp, sprawling on the ground. Tin, I'm going to ask nicely now, so answer me truthfully, or else I'll have to resort to harsher measures. Blood splattered across his face. Ian smiled like an executioner straight out of hell. Tell me more about what you just said. What did I do to the princess? And what's this about my family? Sweat poured down Tin's face. You crazy bastard, you're still talking about asking nicely at a time like this? Ian's axe had no eyes or ears, so refusing to listen to off-topic drivel, he whacked the back of Tin's neck with it. Grabbing Tin by the hair, he ordered, "Speak." Ian glared at him. What happened back then? The events were recounted. When Ian snapped back to reality, he sat staring blankly at the bottle in his hand. Right then, someone walked up to strike up a conversation, and he merely spared a side glance. You must be the infamous Senior Ian. The fifth princess, Scene, accompanied by her entourage, approached him with a friendly smile. I am Scene, a first-year student in the magic department. I told you I'd visit. Do you remember? The other students began whispering among themselves. Look, the princess herself came to meet that rumor-plagued Ian. I'm so jealous. His status is definitely going to skyrocket after this. He stood up, still remaining silent. Ian acted with utmost politeness, bowing down to greet the princess. A pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. Scene returned the courtesy with a smile. No need to be so formal. At the academy, I'm just a regular student. Yet his eyes were ice cold as he looked at her. So, is there something you need from me? Scene made her offer. I'm glad you're quick on the uptake. I've been quite impressed by your achievements, Senior. Would you like to join me? She named her price. Of course, not for free. I'll give you anything you want. Ian responded indifferently. Anything? Scene said confidently. Yes, everything. For example, with my recommendation, joining the Royal Knights is completely within reach. She continued chatting with him with a smile. Now that I think about it, you're the second son of Viscount Cautreau, right? Presenting a lavish sign-on gift, she asked, how about becoming the legitimate heir? I will guarantee you both the guy, Chuck territory, and the position of the next head of the family. Ian maintained his arrogant posture. Head of the family? I've never even thought about it. Scene kept showing off her influence. If I want it, it's not difficult at all. She laid out her terms. It's not a complicated condition. Just kneel before me and swear loyalty to me and me alone. She ended her sentence with a question. What do you think, Senior? Ian waited for Scene to finish before speaking. Actually, he unstoppered the bottle he'd been holding the whole time. I was thinking about something. Scene waited in excitement. What is it? Tell me, whatever you want, I can grant it. Island's face twisted in sheer horror. The other female attendant was so shocked her jaw dropped, having to cover her mouth with her hand. Meanwhile, Scene's hair was soaking wet, dripping water drop by drop. Ian poured every last drop of water from the bottle right over her head. Have you sobered up yet, princess? He smirked. Guess this still isn't enough, huh? Her escort Island drew her sword and leaped forward to attack him. Yet he calmly turned his gaze toward her. Reaching out a hand, the incoming blade was stopped dead in its tracks. This slow, and you still call yourself the princess's bodyguard? He struck down, instantly defeating her. Too slow. Scene and the other guard were stunned by Ian's speed and reaction time. He slowly stood up straight again. Pathetic. Useless fools. Ian coldly stepped over the defeated Island. If what I poured had been poison instead of water, your master would already be dead. He drew the sword at his hip as he walked past Scene. Even now, The sharp tip of his blade pointed directly at the group behind her, turning their faces pale as sheets. After seeing what I did, not a single one of you dares to draw your sword. Are your hands frozen? Draw your swords right now, you useless fools. The clear blue sky stretched wide, with white clouds floating lazily. Many were horrified witnessing the scene before their eyes, because Ian had effortlessly taken down the nearby royal guards. He stood there, criticizing them bluntly. Your royal guards are remarkably weak. Looks like they need to be retrained. Seeing this, Scene grew furious, her voice low and tense. I will give you one last chance. She barked orders in frustration. Kneel down right now and swear your loyalty to me. Do that, and I'll act as if nothing ever happened. Ian immediately shot back coldly. And if I refuse? Hearing this, Scene snapped in anger, shouting, You think you can leave this empire in one piece? No matter what means I have to resort to. Now filled with fierce determination, she declared, I will crush you, because I can see through all human desires and fears. Showing not a trace of fear, he spoke up. Those eyes of yours seem pretty useless. You can't even see my one and only desire, so I refuse. Ian continued with utter contempt. Your sweet words and heroic ideals won't work on me, princess, because in the future, those things won't be worth a damn thing. Scene let out a faint smile upon hearing that. What kind of nonsense are you babbling about? Fine then, starting today, by royal authority, your friends and everything you hold dear will be destroyed. He cast a disdainful glance at her and asked, How long will it take you to wrap all that up? Scene immediately responded with full confidence. For a minor task like that, 3 months is plenty. Ian was somewhat surprised by this time frame. 3 months? The next second, he suddenly gripped his weapon tight. Ian released an overwhelming pressure, catching her completely off guard. Scene was instantly injured in the hand, letting out a painful cry. His axe was spinning in midair, before Ian summoned his weapon back to his hand. Unable to hold back her anger while injured, she cursed. You bastard! While Scene remained silent, he mocked. 3 months is way too long. Ian brushed past her and said, If possible, please get it done within a month. Provoked, Scene yelled in rage. Responsibility. She screamed at Ian's retreating back. Do you really think you can handle the responsibility for this? Ian smiled and answered back. Well, it's not like I'm the one who has to take responsibility anyway. Meanwhile, Ian grabbed the blonde-haired man by the hair, his voice dripping with menace. Completely insane. Though grabbed, the man showed no fear. Realized it now, huh? It's not just you. Soon your friends, your family, everyone's going straight to hell. Before the blonde-haired man could finish speaking, Ian physically cut him off. Shut up. You're annoying as hell. Standing there, Ian thought to himself with contempt. What was he thinking, going out of his way to provoke the princess like that? Suddenly, a voice called out. Ian, you're back? You bastard. Hearing that, he turned around immediately. This voice. L'éton. Ian was then stunned by the sight before his eyes, asking in utter surprise, What happened to you? Leto stood there dazed and replied, What do you mean? The news about someone throwing water on the princess is going viral right now. Ian shot back impatiently. Drop that for a second. Give me a cup of coffee. We need to talk. Afterwards, he just kept blabbering on. Look at those pieces of trash who think their lives are too long. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Ian was furiously calling out those scoundrels. Taking a sip of water, he impatiently reminded him, Sit down. Doing this will only make things worse. If you fall for their provocation, you're walking right into their trap. Right now, Ian was furious. That princess. Before he could finish, Leto cut him off. Watch your mouth. Say one more word, and you'll be charged with lèse-majesté. Then he pointed out the problem. Every time he shows up, don't you get more and more aggressive? Ian focused on recalling what had happened and calmed himself down. I'm sorry. Leto reassured him right away. It's not entirely your fault either. This was to prevent the apocalypse, right? But still, it doesn't feel pleasant at all. He couldn't help but ask, Why do you think he did something like that? He instantly answered Ian's question. Who knows, but looking at the hunting festival and the orphanage incident, I don't think he'd do something meaningless. Then, while practicing his martial techniques, Leto added, Thinking along those lines, something is definitely going to happen this time too. He acted like that, so you could prepare in advance, most likely. Ian agreed with his precise deduction. If I hadn't gotten involved with Syria, I wouldn't have joined the festival. And if I hadn't gotten the Saints' permission, I wouldn't have gone to the orphanage either. Meanwhile, writing down characters, he said, so there must be a reason behind this incident as well. Hearing that, Ian asked curiously, you mean there's some deeper reason for throwing water on her? Leto confirmed it immediately. Exactly. So from now on, you need to trace the clues that future Ian left behind. He countered Leto's logic. How am I supposed to know which trail to follow? He continued blabbering on. Word has it he went to see the Saintess. Only then did Ian feel reassured and speak up. Really? Good. At least we have a clue. Having found answers to his doubts, he declared, then I'm heading off right now. Leto pulled something out from under his shirt and stopped him. Hold on a second. He handed Ian an item. This is a letter from your little sister. She sent it to me because you never bother replying. Seeing it, Ian asked in surprise, Leah sent a letter? Next, Ian stared blankly at the item in his hand while Leto reminded him, I don't know what future you was thinking, but move fast. He brought up an important matter. The princess has already started making her move. The letter displayed lines of text. To my beloved big brother. Thanks to your support, the Merchant Guild is on the verge of collapsing. But I will continue to support your academy life from Heptrue, your sister who loves her brother dearly. I would be very happy if you replied. The scene shifted to the church, where someone was currently praying. O Lord, please save this lost sheep. I cannot stop thinking about the horrific punishment awaiting me. My heart is endlessly restless. Is this also a trial you have bestowed upon me? That person was none other than the Saintess. Of course, that's because you always care for those poor, homeless children. He's very kind and surprisingly knows how to show love to the weak. He's also rarely honest, which makes him look kind of cute. Seeing this, Ian asked bewilderedly, What on earth are you doing? Mid-prayer, she gasped upon hearing him. Ian, how did you get in here? He reminded her displeasantly. That's quite a noisy greeting. Ian then pointed toward Den. It's not like I burst through the door with an axe. No need to look so startled. Do and open the door for me. The Saintess cleared her throat softly and asked with curiosity. So, what brings you here? He brought up the main topic directly. I came here previously, didn't I? Her eyes narrowed in silence for a moment before she finally answered. I've heard the rumors. The Saintess suddenly raised her voice. This time you fought with the Royal Guard Knights themselves, didn't you? You just got discharged from the hospital, and you're already causing trouble again? Ian scratched his cheek, hesitating. Well, no, there's actually a deep reason behind all this. That wasn't me. The person back then was someone else taking over my body. Losing her patience, she yelled. Enough already. Consider yourself lucky this time, but everything has its limits. Do you have any idea how bad your condition was at the orphanage? Your entire body was severely burned. Even your internal organs were completely crushed. The Saintess stood there, ranting on and on. If it weren't for the medicine you brought and the remaining piece of blood crystal, you would have died right on the spot. Why do you always risk your life to that extent? Learning the truth, he pondered, realizing she really had used it. Meanwhile, she was still yelling. You were supposed to just eliminate the demon and fall back. If you had abandoned the kids and waited for the Knights, we could have handled it safely. Right at that moment, Ian cut the Saintess off. He smiled faintly and spoke up. Even if it's inefficient, there are times when one must walk the path they believe is right, following it without resistance. I suppose that's called accepting one's fate. The Saintess froze for a moment upon hearing Ian say such words. He continued with absolute seriousness. From now on, I'll be a bit more careful, so stop being mad. Can you tell me what happened when I came here last time? Ian recounted the matter honestly. My body got taken over again this time, so I don't remember anything. She gradually calmed down as well, replying, spouting nonsense again. Fine, I'll temporarily believe you this time. Then the Saintess recounted what had transpired. Honestly, nothing particularly strange happened. He suddenly showed up demanding something, and after receiving it, he left straight away. He didn't bother listening to a single word I said. He caught the crucial piece of information. It was that item. Ian interrogated immediately. What did he demand? She resolved his query. An item that can purify curses and erase low-tier dark magic. I gave him a bottle of holy water. And in the third letter, the contents read, "To my beloved, please forgive this foolish lover for bringing up the past again, when we should be promising each other a happy future together. Tonight the moon is full and round, and my heart misses you so much that I cast aside my childhood bashfulness to write to you. Memories rush back like waves crashing into my heart, only to recede again. The memory of that day has become the guiding compass of my life. Yet I cannot help but worry that to you, they remain unpleasant memories." At this point, Ian asked back in confusion, "Holy water? You mean that stuff?" The saintess confirmed it with him right away. "That's right. You poured it into a water bottle. Why would such a rare item be?" Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted, "Hey, what is holy water used for, and how do you use it anyway?" The saintess questioned Ian in anger. "You demanded such a luxury item, and you don't even know how to use it?" Then she explained attentively. "Holy water can also be used to heal minor injuries, but its true purpose is purifying curses and dark magic." He picked up on the key phrase, purifying. Does it only take effect upon direct contact with the body? The saintess confirmed Ian's deduction was spot on. Exactly, but unless it's an emergency, going to the temple is much more effective. Based on that information, he thought to himself, so the thing future Ian splashed on the princess was holy water kept in a water bottle. But why hide it? If the princess was cursed, she could have gone to the temple herself or asked a royal mage to dispel it. There were plenty of ways, weren't there? The saintess was still ranting on and on. Even so, I still can't comprehend what that princess is thinking. Only then did Ian snap out of it and let out an exclamation. She pointed a finger at him and asked, "She's just the fifth princess. What gives her the nerve to do that to you?" "Ian, aren't you the master of the Dragon Blood Scriptures?" A few pieces of information the saintess mentioned regarding the Dragon Blood Scriptures. It is magic granted only to a select few members of the royal family, and only the emperor of the empire himself can bestow it. That thing carries immense authority. In other words, the master of the Dragon Blood Scriptures is essentially a representative of the emperor, and no one dares to mess with it, even if the opponent is a member of the royal family. The catch is that if the master doesn't display the Dragon Blood Scriptures themselves, no one has any way of knowing their identity. Seeing Ian look bewildered, she let out a small sigh and grew even angrier. "Don't tell me you haven't shown the princess the Dragon Blood Scriptures yet." The saintess gritted her teeth in absolute fury. "When you threatened me, you looked like you were ready to blow this whole place sky high. Yet at the critical moment, why on earth won't you show it to the princess? Someone like the fifth princess would cling to you endlessly the moment she laid eyes on it." He replied with a touch of fluster. "Of course, but the current situation is extremely complicated, because Ian knows that the only person who knows how to use it is him." She questioned him in confusion. "Even if it has to be kept secret, you should at least reveal your status. Just activate it quickly. Shouldn't that be enough?" Seeing that, Ian denied it. "No. Is that thing really that easy to use?" Annoyed by him, the saintess knitted her brows and yelled, "Stop fooling around with me." Her irritation was boiling over. "Back then, you sat pompously in my chair, nonchalantly using your gaze to activate the Dragon Blood Scriptures." Knowing he had committed lèse-majesté, he bowed. "Back then I was just healing my wounds." But the saintess refused to accept the explanation. "Are you playing dumb again?" Seeing things turn sour, Ian made a run for it. "That's enough. I'll take my leave now." Ian unstoppered the fallen saintess. Seeing that, she was beyond furious. "Feel free. How utterly impolite. I was worried about you. Yet you only came here to mock me?" Getting yelled at, he replied in fear, "No, but that's the truth." Losing control, the saintess just screamed out, "Whenever you need something, you come running here, but whenever I want to meet, you never." Then Ian suddenly flinched, letting out a soft gasp. Realizing she had slipped up, she quickly covered her mouth. A second later, the saintess immediately kicked him out. "I don't care anymore. Get out right now. You immune dummy." Pushed outside, Ian snapped back to his senses and wondered, what was that just now? Afterward, he strolled along while pondering. Let's organize the information first. Future Ian didn't reveal the truth about the holy water or the Dragon Blood Scriptures to anyone. Present Ian focused deeply on analyzing the situation. There's only one reason. His use of the holy water and the dragon blood scriptures must be kept strictly hidden. There has to be a clear reason why none of this can be exposed. He couldn't help but mutter softly to himself. They could at least let me know why. If I could use the dragon blood scriptures, things would definitely look up. Just then, someone's voice spoke up, startling Ian. This bitch actually has a pretty nice face, at least. He quickly recognized it. Was that Emma? Meanwhile, the guy was teasing Emma. Now I can actually believe the rumor that crazy bastard Ian dropped 10,000 gold just to buy you. Hearing that, she retaliated furiously. Nonsense. You don't get to insult Ian. I'm leaving. Let go of me right now. But he still gripped her wrist tightly. Quite the reaction you've got there. But you know what? And then he slapped her hard across the face. How dare a commoner like you order me around? Huh? Know your place. Having struck her, he said gloatingly, bark some more. If you entertain me, your family will stay safe. The man behind him joined in with a sneer. I'll toy with you a bit more until you finally come to your senses. Right at that moment, Emma let out a surprised gasp. Wait, displeased, he turned toward where she was looking. Why are you looking away? Ian's cold voice echoed out. Hey, what the hell do you think you guys are doing? Hit with a sudden attack, he screamed in agony. My hand, my hand. Ian stood there, saying coldly, You crazy bastard, I've heard a few rumors about you too. But now, he was utterly enraged. You dared chop off a noble's hand, all for some low-class commoner? The young man standing nearby turned pale as a sheet. You bastard, you think a low-ranking noble like you can pull a crazy stunt like this and walk away? He immediately stepped toward him with a smile. You got that right. I am crazy. You guys know that all too well. But I'm a madman who even dared to lay a hand on the princess. Then Ian drew his axe. I don't give a damn what noble family you belong to, but if you dare touch my friend, radiating pure murder intent, he swung his axe. I'll make sure you learn what the consequences are. Afterward, Delphine arrived at the scene, saying in surprise, What is this? She stared intently at Ian and said, The team captain asked me for help, so I came over. Turns out you've caused an even bigger mess this time, haven't you? Standing there dazed, he asked, Can you handle this then? According to them, those guys are sons of high nobles. Delphine then spoke up with confidence. Young Master Axe, I am Delphine Urdina, you know? Cleaning up petty trash like this is child's play for me. Ian immediately turned to ask for her help. Then I'm counting on you. Please protect Emma for a while, and don't let her get hurt. She replied to him, Fine, got it. I owe her one anyway. Not stopping there, Delphine continued. Besides, it seems the princess is genuinely furious. The imperial family has issued a decree to all 5 great families to pressure the Chu territory, both militarily and financially. At this moment, he analyzed it inwardly. Turns out that's why my sister sent a letter like that. Ian asked curiously, What does the Urdina family plan to do? She answered his question. What else? I can't disobey the emperor's order, but since the Urdina family spoke up to handle it ourselves, no one else will intervene for now. I've arranged to delay their march, which should buy us 3 to 4 weeks. Now, he spoke with gratitude. Thank you. That's enough. While you stall for time, I'll settle everything smoothly. Now Delphine had a slight question. I know you have a plan, but what are you planning to do? Ian tightened his grip on what he was holding and said, First, I'm planning to drop by the newspaper office. He laid out his plan. This is the latest weekly issue, and there are plenty of articles clearly trying to stir the pot. First Emma, then Leto. People close to me are getting targeted one by one, so I'm going to take care of this first. Hearing that, she remarked, Sounds reasonable. Ian was quite puzzled to hear Delphine say that. Reasonable? Suddenly, Delphine glanced over at Emma. Listen carefully. Then she whispered to him, This is classified information. But the real reason behind the journalism club, learning the truth, Ian marveled. Now I see why they were acting so aggressively. Delphine warned him carefully. You'd better act fast, those guys are dirty. Next, Ian bowed gratefully. Thanks for the info. I'll be off then. I'll leave the rest of the cleanup to you. She stood there saying calmly, Leave this place to me. Then he urged her along. Emma, let's go. Senior Delphine agreed to help us. Emma looked at Ian in bewilderment, exclaiming, Ian, she timidly tugged gently at the hem of his clothes. And then Emma spoke with deep sincerity. I'm sorry. This happened because of me, and I have nothing to repay you with. Yet you saved me every single time. He smiled to reassure her. Don't overthink it. The medicine you gave me has helped me many times over. A simple thank you is enough. She didn't know what else to say except, thank you, Ian. Time passed, and late afternoon soon arrived when someone shouted, Hold it! Unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in. The guard warned him displeasedly. Only members of the journalism club are allowed inside. Move along. Ian glanced around to assess the place. The journalism club has an entire building to itself. Talk about special treatment. He glanced at him and said, At first I didn't get why it received such favoritism. But if it's the student branch of the Royal Intelligence Agency, everything makes sense now. The guard suddenly grew anxious. What on earth are you talking about all of a sudden? Ian spoke on calmly. Looks like your acting training still has a long way to go. The next second, he instantly summoned his axe. Right at that moment, a sword unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere. He felt a bit of fear witnessing this sight. Ian spoke nonchalantly. I gathered all the facts before coming here. Drop the boring act and get straight to the point. He cut to the chase. I don't want to talk to you underlings. Bring your club president here. In the third letter, Part 2 read as follows. Once again, I sincerely apologize for the painful memories you had to endure. I dare not claim to understand how you felt, suffering injustice and pain all alone for everyone's sake. Even so, ever since that day, not a single day has passed where I didn't regret what happened, especially after realizing that everything you did was for me. The emotion sparked that day continues to torment me. The only feeling in this lifetime that makes my chest tighten as if my heart were about to melt away completely. The guard took a hard hit to the face from Ian. Unable to withstand it, he immediately collapsed onto the floor. Seeing this, the remaining guards shouted loudly, Don't lower your guard. This is the guy who single-handedly brought down 4 royal knights. In this moment, Ian pondered. When Emma was hit, a flash crossed my mind, an image surfacing in his memory. In that memory, a girl was being consumed by flames as a sacrificial offering in a ritual. That scene was burned into Ian's brain. Looking closely, I could see that the girl only had one eye. Perhaps that was why my rage couldn't be quelled. I just wanted to put an end to all of this. Meanwhile, they charged forward all at once. He could easily dodge the guard attacks in a tight space like this. Ian immediately swung his axe in a battle. You really think your coordinated attacks are going to work? A guard who couldn't hold his ground cursed. Damn it. He continued his attack mercilessly. Is it because you belong to the intelligence agency? Next, Ian launched an attack brimming with killing intent. And then he quickly charged forward. Ian wiped out those in front of him without showing a shred of mercy. Not a single one of you will escape the pain. Yet another young man couldn't withstand it and went down. Then he quickly closed in to blitz the young man, wearing glasses. Choke, he tried to gasp out. Damn it, you already know our true identities. Yet you still dare to do something like this? Ian spoke with absolute calm. You want to know why? Right at that moment, he caught someone behind him trying to pull a sneak attack. Reacting swiftly, Ian grabbed his wrist and slammed his opponent onto the floor. It was you bastards who started this ridiculous farce in the first place. Watching this scene, the young man with glasses gritted his teeth. You bastard! Ian glanced over to see what he would do. Instantly, the young man with glasses slashed at his arm. You're a fool for turning your back on me. Ian calmly chuckled. As expected of the Imperial Intelligence Agency, getting beaten to a pulp and yet stubborn enough to crawl back to hand over your lives. You've been a big help to me. Thanks to you, I realized I need to send you straight to the grave. He couldn't believe it, glaring at him in shock. Wait, in the end, the young man with glasses collapsed under Ian's axe blade. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Staring at his own hand, Ian muttered, Damn it, is there some kind of paralyzing poison smeared on it? I need to wrap up this fight as fast as possible. Then he walked up to a door and let out a sigh of relief. Ian kicked the door wide open. Is it here? Glancing at the person inside, he shouted, Nearest, leader of the Royal Feather Society. Nearest immediately greeted him with a smile. Welcome, Hidden Axe Prince who's been making a racket downstairs this whole time. I was wondering what was going on down there. Ian couldn't help but exclaim. We just met for the first time and you're acting like we're best buddies? I only have one demand. Never touch anyone close to me ever again. Then he pointed his axe straight at her. Seeing this, Near showed no fear and even burst out laughing. Growing even more confused, Ian scratched his head with the handle of his axe. Then she grew serious, staring intently at him, unable to hold back any longer. He spoke up, still confident. Are we? Then I won't hold back anymore. Suddenly, countless knives came flying, catching Ian completely off guard. What is this? Realizing things were bad, he hurriedly dodged away. Those knives continued to chase after Ian. Right now, he was trying his best to dodge the danger. Ian cursed angrily in his mind. Damn it, I can't sense a single thing from these incoming knives. I've never heard of Nearest having a trait like this. Meanwhile, Nearest walked toward him, speaking nonchalantly. Oh my, getting this scared over just a few daggers? The next second, he kicked the table hard, sending it flying. Taste this. In an instant, that table bore the brunt of countless slashes. She sliced the table into pieces, then smiled mockingly. Come on, put some power into it. Prince Axe, the poison must have kicked him by now, so standing firm should be pretty tough for you. Then Nearest charged forward to attack, giving Ian no time to react. Damn it, her speed is insane. He backed away a bit, calculating his moves. Times like these, Ian suddenly shifted his trajectory, or when I need to take a risky shot. He flipped through midair to regain the upper hand. Only then did Ian let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Lucky I managed to land a decisive hit before becoming completely paralyzed. Not stopping there, he taunted. At this rate, I won't be able to move in a moment. Nearest couldn't hold back a burst of loud laughter. It's been ages since someone managed to injure me like this. My mind feels sharp as a tack right now. He stared at Nearest in utter shock. She survived taking that hit? She stood there nonchalantly. So, shall we settle this properly now? Only then did Ian realize the problem. Is it a spatial pouch? Dropping 1,000,000 gold just to apply a trait to a uniform? Nearest tossed the daggers casually, saying offhandedly, it's a royal privilege. And he picked up on the key issue, gone again. Right at that moment, a blade dropped from the ceiling right toward the crown of Ian's head. Luckily, reacting quickly, he dodged the dagger. Ian glanced at her behind him, cursing. Damn it, he noticed a problem. The poison is slowing down my reflexes. Nearest said with contempt, it's bedtime, Junior. After that, silence returned to the room. Watching Ian restrained, she laughed mockingly. Honestly, I'm surprised. Tanking that much poison and still staying conscious. Props to you. This poison only disrupts mana flow. It won't kill you. But normally, anyone else would have passed out long ago. He couldn't help but ask. Looks like you've got a thing for poison, huh? Nearest confirmed it immediately. Yeah, obviously. After all, what could be as wonderful as poison? She smiled at Ian, especially when using it to crush a noble like you. As a commoner, I've had to witness far too many filthy, dark corners of this world that I never wanted to see. But everything completely turned around the moment I was recruited into the intelligence agency. Not stopping there, Nearest continued. Now then, why don't you tell me how you managed to track this place down? I'm really looking forward to hearing what kind of pathetic screams you'll make. Ian cursed at her right away. You lunatic. Unable to control his body, his eyes slowly closed. Damn it. Later, in a different space, a voice spoke up. So you've arrived? Ian, my loyal subject. Ian knelt there, answering respectfully. You summoned me, Your Majesty. Hearing that, the Emperor stared intently at him. Ian continued his greeting, Your Majesty. In the third letter, Part 3 read as follows. Honestly, I used to cry almost every night, because I kept thinking that we should have had a much better meeting. First love is truly a terrifying feeling. Looking at the women around you, every single one of them looks like a vixen's. And though I have 1,000,000 things I want to say to you, my own guilt surfaces in my mind, leaving me unable to speak a word. That was the first time I ever felt like that. Ever since the day that pack of monsters ambushed our convoy, I never truly felt alive. In the end, I even fell into the trap of a dark priest. But at that final moment when you appeared in that cave, true color finally returned to my life. That day, lying in your arms, I swore to myself that I would dedicate the rest of my life to you, living to make up for my mistakes. The Emperor stared at him, calling out softly, He brought up the matter he cared about. How's the battle going? Report to me with complete accuracy. Ian reported back quickly. The mighty warriors of the Empire. Those who have reached the master rank. There are 6 of them present there. He recounted what had happened, but now they have been completely wiped out. Delphilim's army has surrounded the grand sanctuary. Not stopping there, Ian continued. As long as I draw breath, I will not let them step past here, no matter what it takes. The Emperor caught the key phrase. You mean as long as you're alive? Then he stepped down from his bed, saying, Is this truly the centuries-old history of the Empire? Is human history destined to collapse like this? The Emperor then warned him carefully. Ian, humanity's last master, and my loyal subject. Ian answered immediately. Yes, your majesty. He then said with absolute seriousness, I shall bestow upon you the dragon blood scriptures. Stunned beyond belief, he spoke up, but that is something passed down strictly to the heir of the empire. The emperor suddenly cut Ian off. Heir? He spoke nonchalantly. On the brink of the world's destruction, traditions no longer hold any meaning. The emperor frowned, saying with utmost gravity, Ian, this is my final order. In his comatose state, Ian heard those words crystal clear. Save this world. After that, Ian slowly came to and opened his eyes. A moment later, he was fully awake from his stupor. Meanwhile, Nereus was wondering, how on earth did he find this branch? How could it be? The two behind this are royal family members. Suddenly, she noticed something, turning around with a gasp. Nereus thought in confusion. The dagger melted? I've never heard of his aura having this kind of trait. No, more importantly, how can he even use aura? She stared at Ian in his conscious state. He shouldn't be able to use mana, yet due to the poison's effect. He then said coldly, I was wondering where those daggers came from. Turns out hiding daggers inside aura and dropping them was just a cheap trick. Ian exposed Nereus's plan. You set it up in advance and used aura to drop them. Looking at her, he asked point blank, Am I right? Not stopping there, Ian continued. Nereus, or rather Findleston. Nereus asked in absolute panic. Who are you? She couldn't help but raise her voice. How do you know the name I cast aside so long ago? I'm asking you. How did you get information that was completely erased? Something like that should be kept strictly confidential in the deepest depths of the royal palace. The next second, Nereus went silent upon sensing an overwhelming pressure. Now, Ian pointed his finger at her. Standing there, he issued a cold command to Nereus. Shut up. Panicking, she realized the truth. The representative of the emperors, Ian? The next second, a massive explosion went off inside the room, knocking her back, making her let out a cry of pain. Nereus slammed into the wall behind her and fell down. Lying on the floor, she gasped out, What the hell? Now, Nereus interrogated Ian. Why? Where did you come from? He merely leaned down and replied, Nereus, I have no obligation or need to explain anything to you, and I won't repeat myself a second time. So listen carefully. Ian's eyes lacked even a shred of warmth. Do not question me back. The scene shifted to nighttime deep in the forest. He looked at the item in his hand and read, The axe-wielding killer has nothing left to lose, fearing not even the punishment of banishment. Ian responds to violence with violence, tenfold more brutal. Ian then raised his head to question Nereus. Dare to touch those close to him, and you'll face hell. You call this a correction article? Flustered, she quickly explained. I thought instilling fear first would be better than restoring your image, to ensure no one dares approach or touch those close to you. Lord Ian, if there's anything unsatisfactory about my approach, I will amend it immediately. So please, show mercy. Hearing that, he replied, Whatever, I just don't like the headline, but this method seems pretty solid. Ian then pondered seriously. 4 days have passed since I subdued Senior Nereus using the Dragon Blood Scriptures, and I've given the Journalism Club 2 orders. First was to ensure no one can touch those close to me. Gripping the paper, he analyzed. I don't care about clickbait articles, but created a situation where no one can cause trouble for me or the people around me anymore. Ian suddenly recalled the past and the second order. I told them to investigate the keywords mentioned in the letter. Remembering something, he asked, regarding the parade, the cave, and the dragons that I asked you to investigate, report what you found. Nereus answered nervously, I am deeply sorry, my lord, but due to the extremely tight time frame, we haven't been able to uncover much yet. especially since parade and cave are far too common words. We couldn't narrow down the search. Before she could finish, Ian cut her off. I'll review it myself. Speak. With no other choice, Nearest gave a report, trembling. First, there isn't much information regarding the parade. The most notable upcoming event is the Homecoming Festival. Based on that information, he deduced the Homecoming Festival. I guess that counts as a parade too. Ian recalled reading a line. Ever since the day that pack of monsters ambushed the convoy, I never truly felt alive. I even fell straight into the dark priest's trap. Now he felt a bit puzzled. I thought its scale would be rather small, though. Is their target really the Homecoming Festival? One thing became crystal clear to him. The parade is held at the end of the academy semester, and not only students, but even professors participate. Yet they actually dare to plan an attack on a massive parade stretching all the way to the city? Ian analyzed the situation seriously. Unless the Dark Cult wants to execute a massive suicide operation, otherwise, either they see immense value in targeting that event, or they have more than enough confidence to actually pull it off. After contemplating for a moment, he asked further. Understood. What about the cave? Terrified, Nearest closed her eyes and replied. We gathered almost nothing regarding that cave. We found a few holes on the outskirts of the city, but according to reports, they aren't big enough for a person to squeeze into. Bowing down, she added, I am extremely sorry. If you give me a little more time, I swear I'll find it no matter what. He agreed to Nearest's request. In that case, I'll give you a bit more time. Instead, search for newly formed places, hidden areas or regions called caves, even if they aren't actual caves, as long as they're big enough for a person to fit through. I want you to scour every single one without missing any. Grateful, she replied. Yes, my lord. Lastly, regarding the dragon's eye, right at that moment, Nearest noticed something unusual. Ian realized it as well. Someone's approaching. She immediately responded. Yes. Nearest assessed the situation. Looks like the fifth princess and her royal guard. Sure enough, Scene walked over, wondering, what on earth is she doing in this forest? Furious, she spat out his name. Ian. Scene was currently furious. Ever since the day I was humiliated by that guy, my brothers and sisters have been mocking me endlessly in their letters. They say I lack judgment or lack the composure of a superior. Honestly, lately I've been running into infuriating stuff nonstop. She recalled what had happened. Is Guard Island weak? Stop joking. She's top tier among the elites I carefully handpicked. It's just that Ian guy, who can easily overpower both Guard Island and my guards, is a complete anomaly. Scene turned back to give orders. Island. Looks like Ian pulled the journalism club to his side, but do you have any clues on which royal family member he's colluding with? The intelligence agency stepping in means at least one of my siblings is pulling the strings, right? Island answered hesitantly. I'm not entirely sure, but if it's him, I wouldn't be surprised if he used his own special methods to take over the journalism club. Hearing that, she questioned immediately. His special methods? Don't tell me you think he wiped out the journalism club to seize control? Scene reminded her in outrage. Get a grip. How long are you going to stay gloomy like that? The intelligence agency isn't an organization that easily submits to raw violence, is it? Bowing, she replied. I apologize. Suddenly, a loud scream caught her attention. In the distance, Nearest was on her knees, begging. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Her whole body was trembling violently. Please forgive me. Ian merely stood there, saying coldly, I'm certain I made myself very clear. Nearest, his eyes lacked a single trace of warmth. I won't repeat myself a second time. Didn't I tell you not to question me? In the third letter, Part 4 read as follows. So, I started learning how to cook a while ago. Although I'm a bit embarrassed to admit it. If I marry you, we might have to travel to many places and live without servants at times. Standing by my husband's side is both a duty and a privilege as a wife. Above all, seeing you happy would make me so blissful. People say love is the process of finding the lost half of one's life. But somehow to me, you are my entire life. Night fell before I even realized it. I have a mountain of things I want to write to you, but I'll put my pen down for now. Once again, thank you for protecting my eyes, and I love you more than anyone in this world. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Nearest suggested that both of them should withdraw early if Ian wasn't planning on using the Dragon Blood ancient rune to force the princess into cooperation. Ian remained silent, looking at the small girl while calculating his next move in his head. Since Ian carried the Dragon Blood ancient rune, all of Nearest's priorities had to go to him, even above the intelligence unit. The power granted by that rune conferred absolute authority, making it impossible for Nearest to disobey his orders. Looking at the princess approaching, Ian knew that revealing the rune would end everything right then and there, but he hadn't been officially granted it yet. If exposed, the princess would uncover the truth in no time. But it was too late to run now. The princess was already right there. Ian lowered his voice and ordered Nearest, "Scream." Nearest froze for a second, not yet realizing what was going on. Suddenly, Ian swung his hand, creating a violent wave of pressure as if punishing a subordinate. He gritted his teeth, reminding her that she wasn't allowed to question his words. Holding the battle axe in his hand, Ian put on the front of an overbearing tyrant, shouting at Nearest to shut her mouth and obey. He was intentionally putting on a show to blind the onlookers. The princess and her accompanying guard stood at a distance, watching this violent lesson with rather unfriendly expressions. Nearest wasn't one to fall short either. She dropped to her knees, begging pitifully. Her performance was so convincing that Ian secretly thought she truly was a pawn from the intelligence unit, worth every penny. Ian casually dismissed Nearest and demanded that she follow the set plan precisely. "Yes, my lord," she replied in sheer terror. She asked for permission to leave, her body starting to fade gradually into thin air. Witnessing Nearest vanish without a trace, Ian marveled at the intelligence team's bizarre ability. No matter how many times he saw it, it still felt strange. His eyes sharpened as he turned to look directly at the uninvited guest. He welcomed the princess with a sarcastic tone, not forgetting to mention that she had even brought along her personal guard. The princess was curious about the conversation just now, but Ian simply brushed it off, calling it a small request. She doubted Ian's confidence, assuming he had some massive backing behind him. Ian affirmed that he worked entirely independently. The princess burst into a contemptuous laugh, reminding him that no matter how smart he was at this academy, out there, he was just a bottom-tier noble. The princess laughed triumphantly, unable to hide her utter disdain for Ian's status. Ian started feeling annoyed, asking her directly what she was aiming for. The princess brought up the collapsing Udina family, just to mock him. She smirked, dropping an insulting line about Ian's younger sister. She heard that his sister was quite beautiful. She even maliciously advised Ian to sell his sister off for cash to survive after his family went bankrupt. This was the ultimate line Ian wouldn't let anyone cross. Ian let out a deep sigh, closing his eyes to suppress the rising surge of anger inside him. He took a step forward, his killing intent beginning to pour out and blanket the space around them. When Ian called the princess directly by her name, his eyes flashed with a menacing golden light. "Shirin Bella." His voice was dead cold. The accompanying guard widened his eyes in shock, unable to believe anyone would dare address the princess as an equal like that. The guard drew his sword and charged forward, shouting loudly, calling Ian a scoundrel for daring to insult the princess's name. But in the very next second, Ian's gaze flashed. His speed had already far surpassed their line of sight. Before anyone could react, Ian closed the distance and held his battle axe right against the princess's neck, leaving the guard frozen in his tracks behind them. The ice-cold blade pressed against the princess's pale skin, making her afraid to move even a single millimeter. Ian's killing intent right now was truly terrifying. In a close-up of the axe blade resting on her collar, just a slight slip would send her head flying from her neck. This time, Ian wasn't acting anymore. Ian calmly stated that he was actually the surprised one, seeing how she dared to risk her life without ever considering she could lose it at any moment. He mocked her overweening confidence. At this point, the guard could only stand by helplessly, trembling as he apologized, since Ian's power had completely overwhelmed him. I'm sorry, Your Highness," he whimpered. Ian placed his hand on the princess's shoulder, reassuring her coldly that he had no intention of sinking this axe into her for now. The princess trembled under his touch. Ian declared he only resorted to violence when forced to, and right now, she wasn't worth his effort to do so. The confrontation temporarily came to an end with the royal side completely humiliated. The scene shifted to a grand cathedral. This was where Ian had his next meeting. Inside, the saintess was talking with Ian. She invited him to visit the Holy Kingdom during the holidays, as it was less influenced by the Empire, allowing him to get some quiet rest. Ian tactfully declined, saying that given the current situation, it was hard to go anywhere far, and more importantly, if he didn't head home, his sister wouldn't let him off the hook. He suspected she hadn't called him over just for a casual invite. The saintess turned serious, informing him that a disciplinary committee was being formed because of that incident where Ian beat up those young nobles back then. "Oh, what did you just say?" Ian asked back in surprise. The saintess revealed that the princess had personally visited the hospital to see the guys he'd beat up. Even though Delphin had smoothed things over, the pressure from the royal family remained massive. Ian began to feel the trouble brewing bigger. The saintess affirmed that the Udina family couldn't simply ignore an order from the princess. With the princess getting involved, Ian wouldn't easily get off with a light disciplinary sentence. Could it be expulsion? The saintess sighed, unable to understand how Ian could remain so calm when his official punishment hadn't even been decided yet. Lately, every day students were being carried into the infirmary covered in injuries. Ian scratched his head awkwardly, correcting her that those cases weren't his doing. Ever since the newspaper cleared his name, no one was foolish enough to come looking for trouble with him anymore. The saintess asked back blankly, "Then, who on earth did that?" The answer lay in another corner of the academy. Celia was wildly venting her rage on a male noble student who dared to drop insulting words about Ian. The guy could only scream in desperation before her brutality. Celia coldly stated that he understood the situation correctly. She wouldn't go easy on anyone who dared to touch Ian. She declared that no matter who it was, as long as they dared to humiliate Ian, she was ready to throw away all reason to punish them at any moment. "It's also because of those trashy letters you guys shoved into his locker." Celia looked down at the person lying on the ground, growling a warning for him to never linger around Ian's locker ever again. Looking at the noble lying motionless in a pool of blood, Celia reminded him he'd better be careful not to let anyone see his pathetic state. She turned her back and walked away, leaving her sword loosely stabbed beside him. Celia told herself that reporting her would be useless anyway, since she had intentionally taken a few hits to fake a case of justified self-defense. Besides, there were no witnesses anywhere around here. Suddenly, Celine stepped out from behind a tree. She had witnessed the entire violent display just now. Celia felt a brief moment of fluster, but quickly regained her cold composure, asserting that she didn't see a thing. The sound of both their footsteps echoed on the empty path. Silence wrapped around the two girls. Celine took the initiative to break the ice, remarking that she and Celia seemed quite alike. Both were lonely souls who didn't have a single real friend. Celine smiled in relief, seeing that Celia had kept that exact same personality all this time. Both seemed to have found a shared resonance in their loneliness. Right at that moment, a voice called out their names. "Celine! Celia!" Both girls turned back to look. It was Ian. His sudden appearance caught them both slightly off guard. Ian walked over to greet them, explaining that he had been so busy lately that he hadn't had the chance to meet them again. He scratched his cheek apologetically. The two girls hurriedly denied it, saying they were doing fine, even though they were actually facing terrible pressure from Ian's enemies. Celia secretly swore she wouldn't forgive anyone who dared to mess with her. Ian saw right through their tiredness, knowing both were getting dragged into the mess he caused. A sincere apology escaped his lips. "I'm sorry." Ian's eyes looked solemn, seeing his friends suffer because of him. He felt guilty that his own shortcomings had affected them. Celine comforted Ian, saying he must have had his own reasons to do what he did. She was full of determination, promising to do her best to support him. Celia, standing behind, also clenched her fist in agreement. Ian was touched by their absolute trust. He silently promised not to let Celia's efforts and sacrifices go to waste. He would wrap up all this mess very soon. But to pull that off, Ian told himself he had to take action personally to gather even more information. He couldn't just rely on others. Ian turned to ask Delphin about the information on the cave she had found. Delphin crossed her arms, her face turning somewhat stern when mentioning the mission. Nereus suddenly barged into the conversation, jealous that Delphin was assigned a more important task than her. The two girls started bickering back and forth, leaving Ian with nothing to do but chuckle awkward. Delphin mocked Nereus's uselessness, saying that was the reason why Ian hadn't bothered calling her in a long time. Nereus blew her top in anger at her teammate's jab. In the distance was a pile of cargo crates being transported. Ian cut the two girls off to focus on the main point. He wanted to know the details about the secret passage Delphin had discovered. "Stop arguing and tell me about that cave." Delphin reported that she had found a secret passage leading directly from the academy to the outskirts of the city. This piece of information was extremely crucial for their upcoming plan. That passage was located deep inside Bralada Palace, the place the royal family often used as a dormitory whenever they attended the academy. So the purpose of that cave is, Ian deduced, Bralada Palace came into view, majestic yet hiding many dark secrets. This was a critical link in the series of monster infiltration events. That's right, it was an emergency escape route reserved exclusively for royalty. It was built using magic and kept as an absolute secret for hundreds of years. The dark underground tunnel appeared full of mystery. The scale of this passage had to be massive to ensure the safety of the entire royal family during a crisis. Ian fell into deep thought about its significance. Ian happily thanked Delphin, stating that this was precisely the information he had been searching for all this time. Delphin didn't miss the chance to throw in another jab, calling Nereus useless. "Thank you, Delphin," Ian said excitedly. Nereus yelled back in anger. "What did you say? I have important information, too." She refused to be looked down upon in front of her master. Her over-the-top reaction caught Ian's attention. Ian turned to ask Nereus what she had. The three of them stood in the middle of the schoolyard, forming an odd trio that drew glances from everyone around. "So what is your information?" he asked. Nereus brought up the high-tier monster they had slain at the hunting festival. She revealed that the investigation into its origin was ignored by the higher-ups and concluded as unknown cause. The image of the ferocious monster flashed back in memory. Ian was startled upon hearing the monster mentioned. His eyes turned sharp and cold. It seemed he had realized something unusual about that report. "Monsters," he muttered. The actual report stated that the group was attacked by a horde of monsters rather than just a single stray beast. Ian suddenly remembered this key detail. Right. Why on earth did I forget about that? How could an entire horde of monsters bypass the strict monitoring system to appear right in the heart of the city? This question kept drilling into Ian's mind, with threatening, shadowy monsters looming behind. Ian's eyes burned with concern mixed with resolve. He realized he was missing a vital link in this entire conspiracy. A hazy shadow with burning red eyes appeared behind him. At the end of the chapter was the content of the third letter from Mysterious Woman. She explained that the staff transfer wasn't out of jealousy, while also warning Ian not to get too close to the Saintess to avoid suspicion of colluding with foreign powers. At the bottom of the letter remained a hilarious statement. "This is definitely not out of jealousy, definitely not." The sign-off read, "From the woman who stays up all night thinking about you." In this world, whenever monsters appeared, there was bound to be a massive supply of mana behind controlling them. Ian Udina found it completely absurd that with a scale this massive, previous investigations hadn't found any trace of that mana source. Elsie seemed a bit hurt, asking herself if the information she painstakingly gathered was really what this commander needed. Delphin immediately spoke up to defend her, affirming that what Elsie found had genuinely helped the team a lot. The blonde girl Delphin was thrilled, giving a smug thumbs up because she felt she was still very important in Ian's eyes. On the flip side, Elsie was still fairly confused, not understanding what this pile of information had to do with going against the princess. Ian admitted he had a secret plan, but right now he couldn't explain every single detail to everyone yet. He began assigning tasks. Elsie would handle preparing lightning magic and recovery potions, while Delphin would be in charge of leading the vanguard. Having handed out the tasks, Ian scratched his head again, apologizing for always making the two girls take on the hardest parts. Delphin didn't mind it one bit, smiling brightly as she promised to prepare everything perfectly so Ian wouldn't have to worry. To her, every decision this commander made up until now had extremely valid reasons behind it. Hearing those words of trust, a faint smile appeared on Ian's lips. Speaking on behalf of the whole group, Ian affirmed under the title of commander that he wouldn't let anyone down in this upcoming deployment. The three of them looked toward the upcoming festival together, fully determined to show off their strength once again. Scene cuts to the training session, where Ian was struggling to hold off a powerful sword strike from his opponent. Professor Derek yelled out, telling Ian to focus more, because his mana density was far too low compared to his actual skill. Derek didn't hesitate to pour cold water on him, saying that at this rate, Ian would never reach the expert rank. Ian gritted his teeth, admitting he was slowly hitting his limit of endurance with this meager amount of mana. But Derek pointed out the fundamental flaw. What Ian lacked wasn't mana, but the reorganization of his own mental imagery. Through the eyes of a master, Derek clearly saw the cracks and hesitation lingering within his student's mind. The professor stood tall under the sunset, radiating an imposing aura that commanded respect. He warned that Ian's sword was now carrying the will of someone else, and he had to learn to master it. Ian realized with a daze that every time the soul of future Ian surfaced, he felt like a stranger to himself. Derek advised him not to put too much pressure on himself, since his actual level was already on par with most top experts. Ian thanked him for the advice, but in reality, his purpose for coming here today wasn't merely to practice swordplay. The professor chuckled, having already guessed that Ian wanted to ask him to step up security for the homecoming festival next week. Since no one knew how the monsters would strike, Ian wanted to have the most thorough preparation possible to ease his worries. With all preparations pretty much wrapped up, all Ian could do now was put his trust in himself and his companions on the big day. The story suddenly shifted to an ancient legend about a powerful race of dragons. It was said that even as time passed, there were still fortunate individuals who inherited dragon blood, manifested through the strange dragon eyes. Possessing these eyes meant being able to see through all the inner thoughts and emotions of others, a power traditionally considered divine. But to young Shuren Belada, that gift felt more like a curse when the innocent young girl asked her mother if she loved her. The mother's figure appeared, affirming firmly that she loved her with all her heart. But through her dragon eyes, Shuren clearly saw that her mother was secretly wishing she were a son to make it easier to fight for power and the throne. The mother stood stunned, speechless upon seeing her deepest secret exposed by a child. Shuren even read her mother's plan to assassinate other children just to raise her up to become the emperor. The little girl coldly exposed the truth that her mother didn't love her at all. She just wanted to exploit this bloodline to seize the throne. Terrified and flustered, the mother could only yell out, demanding Shuren to shut up immediately. Shuren sobbed in despair, realizing the love she had longed for was nothing more than a laughable pile of lies. A harsh scream of "I told you to stop" echoed through the quiet room. A knife dropped onto the cold floor along with the mother's trembling denials. Looking at her mother's panicked face, Shuren painfully understood that in her mother's eyes now, she was no different from a terrifying monster. In the dark memory, the mother could only utter fake words of love to cover up her own fear. "Don't look at me with those eyes," she screamed in panic as her secret was stripped bare. Shuren Belada snapped awake from her dream, lying dazed on the luxurious bed in the quiet night. She sat up, darkness engulfing the room, just like the long-standing loneliness she had been enduring. Holding the golden orb in her hand, Shuren wondered why her mother had left this behind for her after all those years of disappearing. Even with the dragon eyes, she still couldn't see through her mother's heart or the reason behind that sudden disappearance. In her mind suddenly flashed the image of Ian, the only man whose thoughts she couldn't read. She recalled their previous encounter. His arrogant attitude truly made her feel disgusted. A princess's pride was wounded when a lone noble like Ian looked at her with eyes full of pity. "You'll pay the price for that arrogance tomorrow, Ian," she told herself with a face full of resolve. The day of the festival finally arrived, with cheerful announcements sounding out, requesting elite students to prepare for the parade. Ian stood there watching the crowd, still maintaining a nonchalant expression even though he knew trouble was surrounding him. Shuren approached, breaking the bad news that the funding for his Purkis territory would be completely cut off after today. He didn't seem to care at all, making Shuren feel irritated once again by his excessive composure. She gritted her teeth, thinking Ian was just trying to act tough to cover up the fear inside his heart. Shuren affirmed that instead of pitying her, the only thing Ian should feel right now was terror before the royal power. Ian merely commented calmly that she had reinforced quite a lot of guards for this ceremony. As he turned to walk away, Shuren screamed in anger because he didn't seem to care about her threat at all. Ian understood that it was precisely because of her ability to read people's minds that Shuren had lost trust in everyone. His gaze at her remained unchanged, still pity for a soul so miserably lonely. Leaving the conflicts behind, Ian directed his gaze toward the parade that was beginning to move. Bustling crowds poured out onto the streets as the homecoming festival officially kicked off in a lively atmosphere. Students at the top of their departments proudly led the crowd through the busiest streets. At the rear of the parade, Ian strolled alone while others were enjoying the festive atmosphere. Suddenly, the Saintess appeared out of nowhere, smiling as she teased him about his dead last position. She said this spot suited him well, since nobody would dare stand near someone who talked with his fists like Ian. Ian grumbled, reminding her that she should stay back at the temple for safety instead of running out here to mess around. The Saintess smiled back, saying she didn't want to be lonely in the quiet academy, which was why she ran out looking for him. When Ian asked about Urin, she innocently replied that he was an elite student, so he had to be way up front, while she would act as his bodyguard. He let out a fed-up sigh. Originally, he wanted her to stay put in case anyone got hurt, not to take a stroll like this. While talking, Ian suddenly froze, his sharp eyes scanning around as if he had just sensed something. The Saintess, however, was drawn to two white cats by the roadside and excitedly ran over to compliment how cute they were. Ian told himself that the festival was already half over and everything was still peaceful. Could he have overthought things? He wondered if he had actually managed to ruin the enemy's plans after all. A sharp click sound rang out from the cat's direction, putting Ian on high alert instantly. Just a moment ago, the cat still had gentle blue eyes, looking completely harmless. But in a split second, its eyes turned a dead bright red, overflowing with hostility and killing intent. Ian's face distorted in horror as he realized that the thing in front of them was actually a magic trap. He screamed in desperation, telling the Saintess to get out of there immediately, just as the cat began to explode. A horrific explosion erupted, swallowing up the peaceful atmosphere of the festival in the blink of an eye. Ian shielded the Saintess the moment the explosion went off. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. These self-exploding monsters were truly outside his expectations. Be careful. Ian leaned down to check on the Saintess. Seeing Ian's face covered in blood and scratches, the Saintess couldn't help but call out his name in worry. A giant purple cat opened its maw wide, aiming to pounce on the female student lying on the ground. Ian swung his sword and sliced the monster in half, blood splattering everywhere. Can these monsters expand even further? Ian was starting to feel the pressure. The tiny white cat lunged forward to attack again. The injuries clearly slowed Ian's reactions down, forcing him to brace himself to hold his ground. Urin abruptly appeared to reinforce them. Ian reminded him to stay focused, as he couldn't protect everyone. The Saintess urged Ian to get treated right away, as the wound on his face looked pretty bad. But he brushed it off, saying he was fine and asking her to go save the more severely injured people first. To Ian, a single potion bottle was more than enough for these trivial scratches. These weren't high-tier monsters yet. As long as they kept their composure, the students could handle them. Run. Everyone, run toward the academy. A female student screamed in sheer panic. Ian downed a bottle of potion. Most of the lower years students lacking experience were losing their cool, offering no help whatsoever. A loud, commanding voice echoed amidst the chaotic crowd. Letitia stepped up to coordinate. The theology department would handle saving people, the magic department provided rear support, and the swordsmanship department took care of slaying the beasts. The students began to counterattack. They realized if they took down these cats before they had a chance to detonate, everything would be fine. The others quickly got into position as well to support each other, following the commander's orders. "Out of my way!" a mage shouted as energy gathered. A lightning strike of electronic burning crashed down, wiping out the horde of monsters in an instant. Ian smiled in relief. Luckily, he had asked them to prepare in advance. The situation began to stabilize as the students regained their calm. Now, the next priority was rescuing the civilians who had no combat capabilities. A knight used an axe to cleave a monster in two. Ian urged the citizens to quickly hide inside houses and asked the students to protect them. A man panicked as he saw a white shadow swoop straight down from above his head. Monsters from the sky? Ian looked up and froze. It was crows. Swarms of pitch-black crows were dropping cat bombs all over the city like rain. Ian's expression darkened as he realized the true scale of this attack. Red glowing light flashed continuously once more, signaling that more explosions were about to happen. The monsters were torn to pieces, turning into pitch-black streaks in midair. Professor Derek appeared, swinging his sword to clear the battlefield with terrifying force. He told Ian to leave things here to him and head back to protect the evacuating students at the academy. Ian was about to obey, but suddenly paused. He realized something wasn't right. Where was the princess? Shouldn't she be at the front of the parade? Ian looked around, but there was no sign of her. Damn it, am I too late? He sprinted at full speed in the opposite direction, ignoring someone calling out after him. Based on what the future Ian had done, the true target of this attack was definitely the princess. He had to save Princess Shuren, because the future of everything depended on this. The scene shifted to Belada Palace, which was also beginning to be tinged with chaos. Emma and a male student were running for their lives. The presence-erasing potion turned out to be completely useless, as the monsters could still see them with the naked eye. Hurried footsteps echoed against the ground as Emma tried desperately to escape the relentless pursuit. Exhausted, she slipped and fell onto the grass, with a monster pouncing right behind her. Fortunately, Ian arrived just in time. He shouted her name in utter panic. The giant purple cat lunged forward to attack, but a powerful slash blocked it right in its tracks. The monster was sent flying back, leaving Emma stunned as she stared at the savior standing in front of her. Ian snapped at both of them, asking why they didn't hide in the dormitory as instructed, but instead wandered around out here. Emma hastily explained that they didn't come out for no reason, but to track down someone extremely important. She revealed they found someone they had to follow. Ian froze, pressing to know who it was. Ian listened with a deeply contemplative look on his face. It seemed this matter was related to what he had done in the past. Emma asked if he still remembered that suspicious name they once saw in the orphanage's ledgers. A name flashed across his mind, shaking Ian to his core. Could the truth really be that terrifying? It was Mitram. Emma affirmed that he had infiltrated Belada Palace, and they had tailed him all the way here. Meanwhile, inside the secret tunnel, Princess Shuren nervously asked Aileen how much further it was to escape this place. Aileen replied that they had only covered 1/3 of the way, noticing that something was wrong with the princess. Shuren reassured her that she was just shivering slightly from the chaotic events that had just happened early. Hearing that eased Eileen's worries a bit, but she still maintained high alert in the darkness. Suddenly, a warrior's instinct caused Eileen's pupils to contract. She sensed a dense surge of killing intent up ahead. Everyone, prepare for battle. She drew her sword, shouting a warning and stepping in front to protect the princess. A shadowy figure was standing quietly, waiting for them further down the dark hallway. A stranger wearing a wide-brimmed hat and wrapped in a black cloak was looming toward them with a leisurely composure. The guards immediately assumed a defensive stance. Aileen shouted loudly, demanding him to stop if he didn't want to lose his head. The figure lightly lifted the brim of his hat, revealing a ghastly pale face and a demonic smile. He stated it was quite an honor to receive such a warm welcome. He casually raised his hand in greeting, initiating a confident self-introduction right before his enemy's blades. I am Mitram. The truth was out. The mastermind behind the entire plot had officially revealed himself. He declared that he served the true king of the world while radiating a sickening purple magic aura. A guard was about to rush forward when his face suddenly swelled up grotesquely with just a single snap of Mitram's fingers. Aileen froze as she watched her comrade's face deform hideously right before her eyes. Mitram laughed maniacally, proudly introducing himself as a dark priest of the dark faction. The peaceful view of the academy remained intact outside, but inside was a completely different story. Ian ran frantically through the hallway, horrified by the pile of corpses scattered everywhere. He blamed himself for arriving too late. As he ran, Ian realized all the royal guards had been wiped out. The clean slash marks, along with the bodies blown apart, just like the monsters on the street, left Ian wondering what had happened here. A guard slumped over dead with poison needles embedded all over his body. Ian gritted his teeth, knowing full well that the enemy this time was extremely cunning and would resort to any means necessary. Right now, the only thing he cared about was the princess's safety. A trembling hand grabbed his shoulder tightly, accompanied by a painful groan from the victim. Shuren Belada weakly asked the man standing opposite what he was planning to do to her. She collapsed onto the floor, her body covered in wounds with not a single shred of strength left to resist. The dark priest Mitram explained that this poison merely sealed her mana temporarily. He reassured her with a phony tone that her life was still guaranteed. Mitram flashed a twisted smile, praising the willpower of the dragon bloodline for staying conscious after so much poison. Nearby, Syria was also writhing in pain, trying to call out to her princess. Mitram wondered aloud when on Earth Shuren had dispelled his curse. The princess was stunned, completely unaware of the so-called curse he spoke of. He revealed that he had used a guard to place a curse on Shuren, causing the monster horde to concentrate their attacks solely on her. Yet when the plan began, the monsters completely ignored her as if nothing had ever happened. Shuren angrily berated him for spouting nonsense, while Mitram burst into laughter at his praised naivety. He raised his hand, which was emanating deep purple magic threads, declaring that none of that mattered anymore. His true objective was Shuren's precious dragon eyes. A sword suddenly swung forward, slicing through the air right behind the priest. Syria gritted her teeth in hatred, swearing to make this damn priest pay the price. Mitram still walked leisurely, not surprised at all by this weak resistance. Despite holding her sword, Syria still couldn't stop the magic threads wrapping around her. Mitram changed his mind, deciding he wanted to turn this knight into his new test subject. Shuren looked on in horror as Syria was squeezed tightly by the magic threads. A powerful flick of Mitram's hand sent Syria flying far away. The insane priest approached Shuren with glowing purple eyes. He suspended the princess upside down in midair using his cruel magic threads. Shuren groaned in pain, tears streaming down as death drew near. Mitram asked her to hold still, promising that everything would be over very quickly. Suddenly, a figure appeared, causing Mitram to pause and glance over. Ian had arrived, breathing heavily after running a long way from the city center. He called the priest a bastard with blazing eyes. Seeing that Shuren was still all right, Ian let out a relieved smile from making it in time to save the day. Shuren weakly called his name in utter disbelief. Mitram stared intently at Ian's face, suddenly recognizing this familiar face from the Guilford orphanage years ago. Ian confirmed their old grudge. The guy was the one who had turned his childhood into a living hell. Mitram chuckled with glee because Ian had been tailing him for all this time. He recalled the time Ian took down the knight he had used as a test subject before. The pieces of the puzzle came together, from splashing water on the princess to every other odd action. It was all within Ian's calculations to protect her. Ian stood across from Mitram, his eyes filled with tension as he realized the perilous situation hanging by a thread. Mitram asked him if he clearly understood what was going on now. Mitram burst into crazy laughter. He never expected anyone to dare pull off such insane stunts just to outsmart him. It turned out he had mistaken Ian for just a mediocre troublemaker. The priest finally realized that all of Ian's actions from the beginning were nothing more than a flawless act to divert his surveillance. He listed each thing out. Ian had driven away the guard knight, who was his test subject, and had even covertly cleansed the curse on the princess using a water bottle filled with holy water. Shuren Belada lay on the floor, stunned as she heard the truth. She trembled, asking herself if everything Ian had done before was truly to protect her. Mitram nodded in praise, genuinely impressed by Ian's silent sacrifice for the princess. Sharon's mind was in turmoil as she recalled everything she had done and how she had treated Ian up until now. Mitram excitedly asked Ian who he really was, as he never knew the Academy harbored such a hidden genius. He began casting magic with a blazing red light. Ian didn't bother answering. He swung his axe, attacking the priest's magic head-on. He gritted his teeth and shouted at him to shut up, as his laughter was far too loud and annoying. Ian charged forward with a powerful strike, declaring that getting praised by someone like Mitram only made him feel sick to his stomach. Mitram quickly dodged the attack, vanishing into a hazy purple smoke. A fierce battle broke out. Ian continuously launched fiery strikes, while Mitram used versatile magic threads to counterattack. Mitram questioned Ian while fighting, still unable to fathom why he would risk his life to protect someone like the princess. He brought up the fact that it was Sharon who had tried every way to ruin his life at this academy. Ian roared in fury, firing back to ask what sin the innocent children at the orphanage had committed for him to treat them so cruelly. Mitram remained silent, darkness covering his face beneath the black-brimmed hat. He suddenly unleashed razor-sharp purple threads from above, forcing Ian to duck low to dodge the blow. The priest waved his hands, controlling the magic threads with master skill. Ian closely observed every movement, his sharp gaze searching for an opening in his opponent. The magic threads formed a tight net surrounding Ian, forcing him to give it his absolute focus. Ian gritted his teeth, knowing that losing focus for even a single second would mean his head leaving his shoulders instantly. Sweat ran down his tense face. Mitram wore a sinister smile behind his mask of darkness. He kept unleashing attacks while offering praise for Ian's extremely sharp battle instincts. Mitram swung his arm, and green rays of light from the magic threads sliced through the air, rushing toward Ian. Ian was thrown backward as glowing red magic slashes appeared on the floor. He was shocked to see his opponent still had aces up his sleeve. Countless poison needles shot through the wind. Ian realized Mitram was truly the mastermind behind this entire ruthless conspiracy. Mitram's hands tightly gripped the pitch-black magic threads, ready to finish off his prey. Ian swung his axe to fight back fiercely, but the pressure from the priest's magic made it extremely tough for him. Mitram smirked, asking if Ian intended to focus on defense just to buy time. He unleashed even stronger surges of green energy. A spray of blood squirted out when Ian failed to dodge a lethal attack in time. Mitram maintained his insane smile. Mitram gritted his teeth, furious that Ian had escaped his trap once again. Ian regained his composure, raising his long sword and shooting back that he had plenty of offensive tricks of his own. He gripped his sword tightly, preparing for a decisive blow to shatter his opponent's formation. Ian dashed forward like an arrow, the sword in his hand creating razor-sharp light trails that tore through the night. Mitram shouted triumphantly, declaring that Ian had fallen right into his trap. He swung his arm to activate his final attack. Ian tried to swing his sword forward, but his body was suddenly yanked back by an invisible force. Ian widened his eyes in horror as he realized something was terribly wrong under his feet. A violent magic explosion erupted right beneath Ian's feet, the blazing red flames swallowing everything around him. The powerful blast hurled Ian into the air, his body spinning helplessly. Ian collapsed onto the dust-covered ground, his body broken and unable to pull himself up after the lethal blow. He groaned in pain amidst helplessness. Ian's sword stabbed deep into the ground, sending sparks and debris flying after the terrible explosion. Ian forced himself up onto one knee, his hand clutching the hilt of his sword to maintain balance. Despite blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and his body falling apart, he gritted his teeth and declared that it wasn't over yet. But deep down, Ian knew full well that the current situation was dire. Cold sweat poured down his face as he cursed his own helplessness against the enemy's dark power. The entire scene of the explosion lay desolate. Ian slumped onto the cold stone floor, his sword thrown far away amidst streaks of blood and leftover purple magic debris. Mitram stood casually amidst the hazy purple smoke, He said coldly that thanks to Ian, his plan was delayed a little bit, but that wouldn't change the predetermined outcome. The priest flashed a sinister smile, his eyes glowing with a crazy look beneath the black hat. He admitted that he was starting to feel quite intrigued by Ian's unyielding spirit. A chilling declaration rang out from Mitram. He had decided to turn Ian into his new test subject for his dark plots.